In the grand state of Qin, within the province of Langya, lies the esteemed city of Taiyan. The first high school of Taiyan stands as the pinnacle of academic excellence, consistently producing a number of graduates who ascend to the ranks of aspiring martial artists, and, on occasion, even remarkable students who step into the realm of true martial practitioners. I could see this moment. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the sky is shrouded in dense clouds, with the delicate raindrops of early spring weaving intricate patterns as they cascade down, lightly brushing against the earth on the rooftop of the main teaching building of Taiyan High School. Gu Pingyan swayed unsteadily, clutching a bottle of the notoriously difficult slow jiangda by a wave of sorrow welling up within him. He was a time traveler who, upon arriving in this world, activated the legendary Drunken Sword Immortal template, gaining strength through intoxication. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the alcohol required must be brewed using ancient methods, not the modern varieties. Where could Gu Pingyan possibly procure such traditional liquor? Possessing a golden opportunity, yet rendered incapable of utilizing it, he felt a profound sense of frustration. It was akin to holding a winning lottery ticket worth 200 million, yet being stranded abroad with a flight cancellation, with the ticket set to expire in 3 days. The anguish was overwhelming. As he pondered this further, his anger swelled, and he consumed more of the jiangda by 0.18 bottles later. He found himself thoroughly intoxicated, his head spinning and feet unsteady. Facing the gentle rain, he staggered down the stairs, his vision blurred, and let out a drunken belch. Ah, it matters not. Let me drift into slumber. Reaching the ground floor, he stood on the playground, one hand raised high with the jiangda bai, the other pointing skyward. Heavenly deity! I raise my cup in invitation, yet the moon remains unseen. With a resounding thunderclap, the dark clouds churned ominously, and he downed the last bottle of jiangda by in one gulp. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, its warmth dispelling some of the chill brought by the spring rain. Stumbling towards the dormitory, he found the iron gate closed. Relying on his physique, which was nearing the level of an aspiring martial artist, he summoned his strength and leaned against the gate. With a resounding crash, the iron gate shattered. In his previous life, he had been regarded as a minor genius, nearing graduation and the threshold of martial prowess. Just a few more steps would grant him entry into the realm of true martial artists. In this era, martial arts reigned supreme, overshadowing technology. The status of martial artists was elevated to an almost divine level, wielding privileges within high society. Those who were stronger could split mountains and seas. Plucking stars from the sky with ease, he crashed through the iron gate. The sound of rain falling on blossoming peach trees filled the air around him, guiding him towards stairwell, where he stumbled towards his dormitory room 608. In the girls' dormitory, on the 6th floor, room 608. The conditions at Taiyan First High School were exceptionally lavish, with even the dormitories accommodating 3 occupants. Each, amidst the sound of running water, Li Yaoyao hurriedly washed her face, changed in her pajamas, and snuggled into bed. Stifling a yawn, her fair skin glowed with a hint of rosy hue, and her delicate nose scrunched adorably as she softly called out, "Hey, can someone turn off the light?" With a sly smile, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, reminiscent of the moon Gu Pingyan had failed to summon. The girl by the door rolled her eyes and replied with irritation, "Got it, Lee the school beauty. You're really lazy?" With that, she propped herself up and swiftly turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, Li Yaoyao chuckled mischievously. With the third one absent, "I must trouble you." She snuggled deeper into her blankets, finding comfort in the warmth. As time passed, lulled by the soothing sound of spring rain, the 2 girls soon succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a loud bang pierced through the haze of sleep. Li Yaoyao, half awake, mistook it for the sound of the dormitory door being flung open, assuming it was the 3rd flatmate returning. She mumbled sleepily, "Hurry and sleep. The final exam is tomorrow, and the college entrance exam is next week." Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan, staggering in with bleary eyes, felt the effects of alcohol gradually permeating his bloodstream, intensifying within him. Oblivious to Li Yaoyao's murmurs, he instinctively drew back the bed curtain and collapsed into the bed. So soft, this was the last coherent thought that crossed Gu Pingyan's mind before the effects of the alcohol overwhelmed him, plunging him into a deep slumber. Experiencing a hangover grants 10 years of cultivation. As it is his first hangover, an additional reward of the unparalleled sword technique, one sword opens the heavenly gate is bestowed. A surge of immense power erupted from within Gu Ping'an, radiating throughout his entire being. His blood surged, his heartbeat thundered, and his bones resonated like the roar of a tiger or the tolling of a great bell. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his heartbeat reverberated like a drum. Echoing within the confines of the dormitory, Yao Yao awoke with a start, her drowsiness replaced by alarm as she perceived the source of the noise. With a snap, the second girl, still dazed, flicked on the light, illuminating the darkened room. Ah! Li Yao Yao's scream shattered the tranquility of the night, drowning out the persistent spring rain, resonating throughout Taiyan First High School. The entire school erupted into a cacophony of commotion, a single scream piercing the night sky. The group chat and messaging platforms exploded with activity. Whoa, a sensational scoop. A guy got drunk and barged into the girls' dormitory, diving into the school bow tie's bed. Whose brave soul is this? Engaging in deeds I could never dare to attempt. Isn't that Gu Ping'an from the swordsmanship class? My goodness, what an exemplary figure. Spread the word. Gu Ping'an has invaded the school bow tie's bed. Spread the word. Gu Ping'an and Li the school beauty are getting married. Spread the word. Gu Ping'an and Li the school beauty have a 3-year-old son. The girls' dormitory was an uproar, lights flickering on one after another, with many teachers and students from the boys' dormitory rushing out, crowding around the girls' dormitory in a frenzy. Whoa, is that legendary figure still in the girls' dormitory? This could lead to serious consequences. Serious consequences? I wouldn't be surprised if he's expelled. I've heard of Gu Ping'an, he's quite gifted, nearing the level of an aspiring martial artist. And now look at this. Surely they wouldn't expel him right before the college entrance exams. Amidst the clamor, a powerful gust sliced through the air, sending ripples across the spring rain. Is that a master? Someone exclaimed in awe. Above the martial artists is the realm of masters, capable of soaring through the skies. A middle-aged man descended gracefully from the heavens, landing firmly on the ground, surrounded by a subtle aura that parted the raindrops around him. The commotion at Taiyan First High School abruptly hushed at IT with Zhang Tianyi, the vice principal of Taiyan First High School, a master in his own right. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Oh no, the old demon Zhang has arrived. That kid Gu Ping'an is in serious trouble now. Among the faculty and students, Zhang Tianyi surveyed the scene with a stern expression and inquired, what exactly transpired here? The director wiped the sweat from his brow and strode forward with a smile, saying, Principal Zhang, it is like this. He briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Zhang Tian's face darkened ominously, and he coldly interjected. And what about the inebriated student who trespassed into the girls' dormitory? Which class is he from? Everyone paused, realizing the absence of Gu Ping'an. The director, sweat mingling with rainwater trickling down his forehead, forced a smile and replied. He's a student from Teacher Xie's swordsmanship class, still inside the girls' dormitory. Nearby, the bald, bespectacled teacher, Xie, stood up, slightly hunched, and spoke in a subdued tone. Principal Zhang, the child may have been overwhelmed by pressure and gotten drunk. This situation is quite troublesome. In my opinion, he should be reprimanded. Zhang Tian glanced at teacher Xie with indifference and replied, Forget the reprimand, expulsion will suffice. Teacher Xie's complexion turned ashen. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, room 608, Li Yao Yao, clad in her pajamas, glared at Gu Ping'an, who was soundly asleep on the bed. Gu Ping'an, she felt a surge of frustration, recalling the heated moments earlier, her cheeks flushing slightly. Being in the same swordsmanship class, she naturally recognized him. Beside her, her roommate, Su Xiaoyun, expressed her indignation. Yao Yao, do you know him? If this matter gets out, your reputation will be tarnished. But he is rather handsome. Gu Ping'an's striking features were truly captivating. With sharp brows and starry eyes, even in a drunken stupor, he remained exceptionally attractive. Su Xiaoyun scrutinized Gu Ping'an for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, he becomes more handsome the more you look. So, in a way, you're not a loss, Yao Yao. Su Xiaoyun. Li Yao Yao shot her a fierce glare, pouting slightly as she muttered, being handsome doesn't justify barging into the girls' dormitory. Creak. The dorm matron entered. Principal Zhang has arrived. I will take this little rascal out. You two can rest well." Li Yao Yao and Su Xiaoyun exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes widening in shock. Zhang. Principal Zhang? The infamous Zhang. Before they could process the situation, the robust matron, with hands like a paddle, effortlessly lifted Gu Pingyan and proceeded to exit, grumbling all the while. These little rascals only find courage in alcohol, even when drunk. They can locate Li Yao Yao's bed with such precision. As the matron's voice receded, Li Yao Yao felt her cheeks flush again, her lips slightly pouting. Concerned, she remarked, "Xiaoyan, it's the old demon Zhang who has come to you. Think Gu Pingyan will be expelled?" Li Yao Yao felt a twinge of confusion logically. She should be wishing for Gu Pingyan's expulsion. Yet, deep down, she felt a pang of reluctance. After all, the college entrance examination was just a week away. Su Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Li Yao Yao. "Oh my, our Li, the campus flower, is worried about that scoundrel." After a pause, her tone turned serious. "Don't underestimate it, it's quite possible. You know how Zhang is." Li Yao Yao fell silent for a moment, biting her lip, tapping her foot in agitation, then dashed out in haste, rushing downstairs. Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan, being hoisted by the matron, felt the effects of the alcohol coursing through him. In his dream, he beheld a sword, a celestial sword that pierced the heavens. The long sword rent the sky. The gates of heaven swung open, and the stars dimmed. The sword opens the gates of heaven. In his deep slumber, Gu Pingyan unconsciously murmured, but his faint voice was drowned out by the matron's heavy footsteps descending the stairs. Chapter 3. Forced Sobriety? I grasped the peach blossom branch. As the night deepened, the spring rain grew colder. The chilling droplets fell upon the blooming peach trees flanking the playground, causing delicate petals to cascade to the ground. The students of Taiyan No. 1 High School, despite not having attained the status of martial artists, possessed robust physiques that enabled them to brave the biting cold of the spring rain. The formidable dorm matron chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "This brat Zhang." She raised the inebriated Gu Pingyan, who was utterly intoxicated, and continued to scold him. "This little rascal has smashed our dormitory door to smithereens. How outrageous!" Laughter erupted from the crowd, for while Gu Pingyan's countenance was undeniably handsome, at that moment he resembled a defeated dog, his drunken state evident as the matron hoisted him aloft. Some students, harboring a tinge of jealousy at Gu Pingyan's striking features, soon found amusement in his predicament. Once ensnared by the infamous Zhang Laoma, it was certain that Gu Pingyan would face expulsion, rendering him ineligible for the college entrance examination and the martial arts university. However, there were those who felt a flicker of concern, such as Gu Pingyan's homeroom teacher, Xieligua, wiping the raindrops from his glasses in haste. Xieligua took Gu Pingyan from the matron's grasp, supporting him as he glanced at Vice Principal Zhang, his expression somewhat anxious. "Principal Zhang, perhaps I should escort this child back to the dormitory and let him recover by tomorrow?" Zhang Tianyi, with his lifeless gaze, cast a dispassionate glance at the still, slumbering Gu Pingyan. "Wake him up right here and expel him immediately. Our Taiyan No. 1 High School will not harbor such waste. Such scum." Xieligwa's expression darkened, and murmurs of shock rippled through the students, who began to whisper among themselves. It appeared that Gu Pingyan might genuinely be expelled from Taiyan No. 1 High School today. Many felt a sense of regret, sighing heavily. "Principal Zhang, perhaps we should reconsider." A voice, melodious like a lark yet tinged with nervousness, broke through the tension. The crowd turned in surprise toward the source, revealing Li Yao Yao, the school's widely acknowledged beauty. Zhang Tianyi's demeanor softened slightly as he responded in a relatively gentler tone. "Student-Li, you need not fear. Our Taiyan No. 1 High School shall not allow such a disgrace to linger, and we will certainly ensure justice is served." As the only student of martial arts caliber at Taiyan No. 1, Li Yao Yao was exceptionally gifted and almost guaranteed admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital University, and thus, she was afforded certain privileges. She gazed at Gu Pingyan, who was being supported by Xieligua, and bit her lip in contemplation. "No, Principal Zhang, what I meant to say is, perhaps we should let this go. The college entrance examination is next week." At her words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Gu Pingyan had sought refuge in the bed of the illustrious Li Yao Yao. Yet now she seemed inclined to let the matter rest. In an instant, the entire playground erupted into a cacophony of speculation regarding the relationship between Gu Pingyan and Li Yao Yao, while Zhang Tianyi's expression darkened. Xieligua, who was supporting Gu Ping'an, noticed the change in Vice Principal Zhang's demeanor and felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. This Vice Principal Zhang was not merely the Vice Principal of Taiyan High School. He was a master. A master must not be insulted or defied, not even by a favored daughter of heaven. As expected, Zhang Tiany's face hardened, and his voice lost its previous warmth. A nation has its laws, and a school has its rules. Even if the college entrance examination were to be held tomorrow, I would still expel Gu Ping'an today. Pausing for a moment, an aura befitting a master began to emanate from Zhang Tiany, dispersing the falling spring rain, swirling around him like a small vortex. Teacher Xie, proceed with the forced sobriety. A wave of unrest rippled through the students. Li Yaoyao bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddening, while Xieligua, still supporting the drunken Gu Ping'an, remained silent for a while. Principal Zhang, the child is still young. Perhaps we could give him another chance. Before Xieligua could finish his words, the formidable aura of the master bore down upon him, leaving him breathless, his spine tingling with fear. Do my words hold no weight? Zhang Tiany's expression was icy to the core, and the surrounding students and teachers fell silent, not daring to breathe. Who would dare to provoke the wrath of a master at this moment? Xieligua opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but under the oppressive presence of the master, he found himself utterly speechless. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the drunken Gu Ping'an suddenly burped, drinking and wielding swords. His arm flailed unconsciously, eyes tightly shut, a smile gracing his face, as if he were lost in a delightful dream. Absurd. Zhang Tiany's expression turned frigid, and with a subtle motion of his hand, he summoned immense force from the void. Xieligua felt an overwhelming strength wash over him, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on his student. In an instant, Gu Ping'an was lifted into the air, landing in the palm of Vice Principal Zhang. Li Yaoyao gasped, and the students widened their eyes in astonishment. Zhang Tiany's gaze was devoid of warmth. He released his force into Gu Ping'an, attempting to dispel the intoxication and force him awake. However, Zhang Tiany's expression shifted slightly. As his energy penetrated Gu Ping'an's body, he discovered the boy's vitality surging with alarming intensity, his organs trembling, blood coursing through him like a mighty river. This turbulent vitality clashed violently with the master's energy, causing Zhang to instinctively loosen his grip. The collision of forces resulted in a sharp crack, unleashing a wave of energy. Soon after, Gu Ping'an was thrown high into the air, crashing down onto the playground. Students and teachers alike were left in stunned silence. Li Yaoyao instinctively moved to rush forward and help Gu Ping'an, who lay in the rain, but she suddenly halted. Before him, Gu Ping'an kept his eyes shut, a foolish grin adorning his face, drinking and wielding the sword. As he spoke, he staggered to his feet, resembling a somnambulist, and casually picked up a fallen branch from the plastic playground, reminiscent of a peach tree. The incessant spring rain seemed to freeze in that moment. Chapter 4. The spring rain reverses, the sword opens the celestial gate. Within the vast ocean of Gu Ping'an's spirit, he sat vacantly atop the waves, gazing upward at the celestial spectacle. There was a sword reaching from earth to sky, and an elderly man clad in sheepskin. This sword of mine is called the sword opens the celestial gate. The ethereal sheepskin-clad elder spoke softly. It tells of a mortal wielding a sword to cleave open the celestial gate. Gu Ping'an, somewhat bewildered, inquired, the celestial gate? But there is no such gate in this world. How can it be opened? The elder in sheepskin lowered his gaze upon Gu Ping'an. This celestial gate need not necessarily lead to the heavenly realm. The celestial gate is simply the celestial gate. To open the celestial gate with the sword means to allow the passage of souls, the living to face death, and the celestial beings to kneel in peace. Pausing for a moment, he continued gently, to open the celestial gate, one must cleave heaven and earth with a sword. People often say that one cannot defy fate. To follow the heavenly way is essential, yet cultivators walk against it. Do you comprehend? Gu Ping'an shook his head lightly, his brow furrowed in distress as he sighed. I seem to not understand. As he spoke, he scratched his head, and a bottle of wine appeared in his hand, which he promptly gulped down. In the vast ocean of his spirit, within his own mental realm, anything he desired could manifest. Above him, the elder in sheepskin nodded gently, then shook his head lightly. Heaven's way envelopes all beings. Beneath the celestial dome, whether life or death, fortune or calamity, all is determined by fate. To open the celestial gate is to wield the sword to cleave it open. Destiny is mine alone, and all things are permitted. Gu Pingyan, with a semblance of understanding, nodded and took another hearty swig of wine. Suddenly, the elder in sheepskin burst into laughter. "Young lad, behold this sword of mine." "I am watching," he replied. The elder nodded slightly, raising the long sword in his hand, plain and unremarkable, and with a swift motion, he brought it down. The heavens shattered. The celestial gate swung wide, chaos collapsed, and the great path bowed. Gu Pingyan's mind went blank, and he stood up, facing the crumbling heavens, raising his arms and shouting, "What the heck? This is my spiritual world." The elder in sheepskin laughed heartily, and then his already ethereal figure completely vanished, transforming into a pure essence of sword intent that entered Gu Pingyan's being. Come, you two, cleave a sword and open the celestial gate." The elder's lingering voice echoed in Gu Pingyan's spiritual realm. Gu Pingyan stood dazed, his thoughts stirring, and the shattered heavens suddenly restored. "I shall give it a try," he muttered to himself. In the tranquility of the moment, the sound of raindrops on leaves ceased entirely. Droplets of rain hung suspended in the void, quietly floating, utterly still. What in the world is happening? Amidst the murmur of confusion, a solitary voice echoed, yet there was no reply. All eyes were fixed upon Gu Pingyan. His eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly still ensnared in the realm of dreams, clutching a branch of peach blossoms, swaying unsteadily as he mumbled incoherent words. "The heavenly path envelopes all beings, everyone bows and submits. Why must it be so? Destiny belongs to me alone. All matters are permitted. Just behold this sword of mine." On the playground, students and teachers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to contain their curiosity. What is he babbling about? What could he possibly be dreaming? Some inquired, while others were expressions of mockery. "Look at old Zhang's face. It's positively terrifying. Gu Pingyan is in for it now." Li Yaoyao instinctively clenched her fists, a flicker of concern crossing her features, only to be followed by a faint blush as she scolded herself inwardly. Why was she worrying about this rogue? Meanwhile, Zhang Tiany's countenance darkened to an extreme, replaying in his mind the surging vitality within Gu Pingyan, which unmistakably indicated a martial artist of the upper third rank. The martial realm is divided into 9 grades, with 9 being the lowest and 1 the highest. Above the first grade lies the realm of masters. Was Gu Pingyan truly an upper third rank martial artist? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Tiany's eyes. What a prodigy! As the thoughts of the crowd spiraled in myriad directions, suddenly, the tipsy Gu Pingyan holding the peach blossom branch let out a loud belch. The crowd paused momentarily, instinctively turning their gaze towards him, their eyes widening in astonishment. Gu Pingyan's face flushed, the branch trembled in his grasp, his eyes still closed as he grinned foolishly. "Behold, I shall open the heavenly gate with a single sword." With that proclamation, he raised the peach blossom branch high. A resonant sound akin to a sword's cry reverberated. "Is this a joke?" Someone gasped, their mouth agape. Drops of rain, suspended in midair, suddenly began to flow, but in reverse, ascending towards the heavens. The rain flowed upwards. "Cut!" Gu Pingyan, with his eyes still shut, suddenly shouted, directing the peach blossom branch towards the dense, dark clouds above. With a swift motion, he brought it down. In that instant, the entire city of Tian quivered slightly, emitting a low hum, akin to a king returning from worship. The peach blossom branch shattered in Gu Pingyan's hand, and with it, the heavy clouds above began to disintegrate. The thick clouds, stretching for miles, parted in two, rolling away to the sides, while the moonlight poured down like celestial radiance, illuminating the ground below. Some beams of moonlight entwined in the upper reaches of the clouds, mingling with the ascending spring rain, coalescing into a grand heavenly gate. The gate swung open, only to collapse with a thunderous crash in the next moment. "Heavenly Father," someone murmured dreamily, staring blankly at the magnificent spectacle above. With a thud, Gu Pingyan fell to the ground, after the branch of peach blossoms shattered. He lay senseless on the playground, deep in slumber. Chapter 5. In this lifetime, one must play the fool at least once. The entire city of Tian awakened. The essence of the sword? It is not merely the nascent essence of sword intent. Has a revered one truly been born in Tian City? The governor of Tian City, Li Tianming, momentarily narrowed his gaze, his expression shifting with astonishment. He shook his head and dialed a number. Investigate the possible breakthrough of someone into the realm of the revered in Tian City. Determine which king is responsible and arrange a visit tomorrow. After concluding the call, Li Tianming felt a slight exhilaration. After all, this was a revered one who had grasped the essence. In the realm of martial arts, there are various tiers. The first realm for warriors, the second for masters, the third for grandmasters, the fourth for those who attain nobility, and the fifth for kings. Only upon comprehending the essence can one ascend to the sixth realm and achieve the status of a revered one. The highest official of an entire province is but a single revered being. In the vast Qin Empire, comprising 99 provinces and 300 billion souls, how many revered ones could there be? Now, it seemed that Taiyan City was on the verge of producing one. Little did Li Tianming realize that the one who comprehended sword intent was neither a king nor a hidden master, but merely a high school student on the brink of university entrance examinations. Not far from Taiyan No. 1 High School, in a standalone villa, the old principal stared blankly, his mouth agape, as he beheld the spectacle of the sky opening and collapsing, with spring rain flowing backward amidst the dark clouds. He seemed entranced. Suddenly, the chopsticks in the principal's hand clattered into the pot of excessively spicy hot pot he had just prepared, startling him. The place where the heavenly gate had once stood appeared to be Taiyan No. 1 High School. Was that sword intent a revered being? In a flash, the old principal's bones cracked, mysterious patterns emerging upon his skeletal frame, intertwining into a formidable formation. The space rippled, and the formation shifted, propelling his figure through the void with a thunderous crash. The waves of energy surged forth, dispersing the storm in all directions. Inside the villa, a well-dressed, attractive middle-aged woman twitched her eyes, glancing at the hot pot that had been knocked to the ground by the force, then at the sauce that had splattered onto her long skirt. Li, Chong, Shum, she screamed in a fit of rage, her voice reverberating, shattering walls and tearing through bricks, while the redwood floor buckled and fragmented in a circular wave. In the midst of the chaos, the principal soared through the air, involuntarily shuddering. At the largest bar in Taiyan City, amidst a cacophony of shaking heads and colorful lights, the atmosphere was electric with the sounds of celebratory cannon fire as men and women swayed together on the dance floor. Under the thunderous roar of heavy metal music, countless individuals reveled in the moment. Tonight's expenses are on young Master Zhao, shouted a figure from the stage, hailing from the divine eagle nation, hoarsely urging, everyone, let loose. This night is destined to be sleepless. The crowd erupted in cheers, the spotlight illuminating a young man in a gray suit seated at the center booth. Young Master Zhao wore a subtle smile, casually gesturing, prompting the lighting technician to understand and redirect the blinding lights. My lord, I bring significant news. An elder clad in black approached young Master Zhao, his demeanor somewhat grave. At Taiyan No. 1 High School, it is suspected that a student has comprehended sword intent. Spring rain has flowed backward, and the heavenly gate has opened. Young Master Zhao's expression shifted, and he turned his head, his gaze sharp. What does my father wish for you to convey? The elderly man remained silent, merely bending slightly at the waist. Champagne erupted in a cascade. Yet the liquid halted 3 inches before the old man, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, slowly descending through the air. Young Master Zhao exhaled a breath of stagnant air, swirling the contents of his goblet before consuming the wine in one swift motion. He then rose, his expression imbued with solemnity. I shall contact the personnel from the Taiyan City Supervisory Academy. Tomorrow morning, I will enroll in Taiyan No. 1 High School. The old man sighed with a hint of resignation. It is arduous for you, young master. It is nothing. One must play the sycophant at least once in life. Meanwhile, at Taiyan No. 1 High School, the playground was filled with a mixed assembly of students and teachers, all standing in hushed silence, gazing blankly at Gu Ping'an, who lay on the ground. Xie Guo rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief, while Li Yaoyao sniffled and scratched her head. Vice Principal Zhang appeared utterly distressed, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Was that sword intent? A peerless prodigy who comprehended sword intent had formed enmity with him. Zhang Tiany's thoughts whirled, his murderous aura surging ever more fiercely. At that moment, a student spoke up, dazed. What the heck? Nearby, a girl rolled her eyes. How foolish and uneducated. Just a simple exclamation to express the world? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Gu Ping'an was so handsome just now. He is indeed handsome. But is that the crux of the matter? At that moment of divine revelation, it seemed as if she glimpsed a light. Light? Dijia. The crowd erupted into a clamor, all discussing the recent spectacle of a branch of the peach tree bending and a sword opening the heavenly gate. Xieligua shook his head abruptly, uncertainly voicing, "Was that truly sword intent?" Beside him, Li Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her fair cheeks flushed with disbelief. "Sword intent? Teacher, is it really true that such a thing exists?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the prone Gu Pingyan, and she recalled the fervor from earlier, causing her cheeks to redden once more. Xieligua offered a wry smile, softly saying, "I am uncertain as well. It is said that the highest official of our Langya province has mastered intent, a being of revered status." Li Yaoyao seemed to grasp this only partially, about to express her thoughts when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Gu Pingyan has awakened." Instinctively, she glanced over, noticing that the young man who had been lying on the rubber playground had somehow sat up. Gu Pingyan surveyed the crowd with a dazed expression, hesitating for a moment before cautiously speaking. "Are you all here for a night run?" Chapter 6. Exceptional talent truly allows for anything. Above the clouds, another figure pierced the sky, dark clouds swirling as moonlight cascaded down. The former principal landed steadily on the playground, surveying the silent assembly of teachers and students. His gaze settling upon Gu Pingyan, his expression subtly shifting. The lingering essence of the sword intent from the primordial heavens still clung to Gu Pingyan, shining in the eyes of the old principal like the sun in the night sky. Just moments ago, it was this young man who comprehended the sword intent. The principal was taken aback, his pupils narrowing, his spirit shaken. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. "What has transpired?" The numerous faculty and students exchanged glances, and soon the air was filled with animated discussion, recounting the events that had unfolded. Amidst the cacophony of voices, both the principal and Gu Pingyan grasped the entirety of the situation. Gu Pingyan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Had he really forced his way into the girls' dormitory and nestled into the bed of the campus beauty? His once pristine reputation was in ruins. Stealing a glance at Li Yaoyao, whose cheeks were tinged with crimson, he sighed skyward. Then, as thoughts swirled in Gu Pingyan's mind, memories began to emerge from the depths of his consciousness, akin to spring rain reversing its flow, revealing the recollections within the vast ocean of his spirit world. The old man in sheepskin wielding a long sword and the crisp notification sound. Experiencing one bout of drunkenness grants 10 years of cultivation. First-time drunkenness, bonus reward. The unparalleled sword technique. A sword opens the heavens. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that the template of the wine sword Immortal was not merely about indulging in ancient, refined wines to become stronger. As he felt the surging vitality and power within his being, Gu Pingyan's spirits soared as well. Just as his thoughts were in a tumult, Vice Principal Zhang spoke in a grave tone. "Principal Li, this matter is exceedingly serious." Drunkenly intruding into the girls' dormitory, even burrowing into a female student's bed. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhang's eyes, his expression reflecting disdain. "I believe that one cannot claim privileges simply because they are a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent. I assert that Gu Pingyan's actions warrant severe punishment to uphold justice." The vice principal's impassioned rhetoric resonated with many students who were already envious, nodding in agreement and murmuring their approval. Gu Pingyan, bewildered, wore a classic expression of confusion, his eyes slightly twitching. What enmity did he share with this old devil Zhang that led to such an attack? Meanwhile, the principal's countenance remained as inscrutable as a still pond, revealing no signs of joy or anger. He spoke plainly. "Have you finished?" The vice principal hesitated momentarily before instinctively responding. "I have." The principal nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He first glanced at Gu Pingyan, then shifted his gaze to Li Yaoyao. "Classmate Li, how do you think we should address this matter?" Li Yaoyao hesitated, instinctively looking towards Gu Pingyan. Her small face flushed anew as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Should we perhaps just let it go?" In her heart, she was indeed torn. Although Gu Pingyan was undeniably handsome, it was still inappropriate for him to intrude into her bed. However, with the college entrance examination looming next week, she was reluctant for this incident to impact either her or Gu Pingyan's prospects. The old principal nodded kindly and softly spoke. "Since the party involved has chosen not to pursue this matter, let us put an end to it here. Everyone may disperse." The students and teachers exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this really the conclusion? Just like that? Zhang Tian's eyes twitched slightly as he incredulously exclaimed, "Principal, is this how we settle things?" Is it permissible to act with impunity simply because one possesses talent? Gu Pingyan, quietly observing the unfolding scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was this old wizard relentless? What had he done to provoke him? The old principal cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tian, subtly furrowing his brow. Firstly, with the college entrance examination approaching, I wish to avoid any further complications arising from this incident. Secondly, since Li Yaoyao has chosen not to pursue the matter, why escalate it? Young people must occasionally indulge in youthful folly, a drunken escapade. If you will, it is inconsequential. Pausing, the old principal's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Thirdly, indeed, possessing great talent can sometimes lead to reckless behavior. As he spoke, he inwardly scolded Zhang Tian for his lack of discernment. How could he fail to recognize that this was an extraordinary prodigy who comprehended the essence of the sword at merely 18? Though uncertain of the precise level of sword intent, the earlier manifestation suggested it was of a high order. At that moment, had it not been in the presence of so many witnesses, the old principal would have slapped Zhang Tian's face. Vice Principal Zhang's eyes twitched, his mouth agape, yet ultimately, he refrained from speaking. The students and teachers continued to exchange glances. Suddenly, a rich and warm voice resonated. Li, I deeply regret the events of today. Tomorrow at noon, I would like to invite you to lunch as an apology. What do you think? The speaker was none other than Gu Pingyan, who had inexplicably positioned himself before Li Yaoyao, extending a hand, poised in the air. All eyes turned toward them, a mix of astonishment and disbelief filling the air. Wow, Gu Pingyan is quite the master. Surely, Li, the belle of the school, won't accept his invitation? Li Yaoyao extended her fair and delicate hand, decisively shaking Gu Pingyan's before swiftly retracting it. All right. The sound of young hearts breaking echoed in the air. Gu Pingyan rubbed his palm, which had just held Li Yaoyao's, seemingly savoring the sensation of her softness, a faint smile gracing his face as he nodded slightly. Tomorrow at noon, let us not miss this chance. The old principal's eyes twitched again, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Enough, everyone disperse, quickly return and rest. As for you, Gu Pingyan, come with me. Chapter 7. Prepare the car. I shall personally visit Gu Pingyan. In the principal's office, casting a glance at the moonlight filtering through the window at the witching hour, Gu Pingyan wore a wry smile. Principal, it is rather late, I assent it? The old principal rolled his eyes, exasperated, and retorted, you realize the hour is late. Do you? I have just finished preparing the hot pot, ready to indulge, when you opened the celestial gate. As the old principal's voice gradually waned, he suddenly came back to his senses. Wait, the hot pot. Surely, the commotion when I left home must have extinguished it, right? No, that is not it. It seems I have also vanished. Thinking of his wife, the old principal shivered slightly, casting a gaze at Gu Pingyan that was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Gu Pingyan felt somewhat uneasy under that sorrowful look and forced a bright smile. Principal, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave to rest? He intended to deeply comprehend the sword intent of opening the celestial gate. Although the wine sword Immortal template forcibly infused him with sword intent, he had only grasped it to the 3rd level at most. If he spent some time contemplating, perhaps he could elevate it to the 4th or even 5th level. During this week leading up to the college entrance examination, you should refrain from returning to the dormitory. The old principal spoke softly, his gaze growing slightly serious. I have reviewed your file. Your parents passed away early, leaving you a substantial inheritance. Here, the old principal's eyes flickered momentarily, and he continued, during this time, it would be beneficial for you to stay with me, as I can impart some knowledge to you. Gu Pingyan was taken aback. Ah? Why? He was puzzled. Why not return to the dormitory? The old principal paused for a moment, adjusted his glasses, and spoke softly. Do you know why the 9 nations of our ancestral star seldom experience internal strife? Gu Pingyan's heart stirred slightly. Was he about to reveal some secrets? He honestly shook his head. I do not know. The old principal took a deep breath. The reason the 9 nations of the ancestral star never engage in civil war is due to external foes. After a pause, his gaze turned profound. The universe is vast, and we are not alone. There are other planets, other worlds, and other races, and most of them are our adversaries. Gu Pingyan was momentarily stunned. External foes? Aliens? His thoughts raced, and his pupils contracted. The old principal continued. In truth, had it not been for the celestial wall crafted by the ancestors of our great Qin, the ancestral star might have long since fallen. Yet, even with the celestial wall's existence, Many beings from foreign tribes have infiltrated the ancestral star, hunting down prodigies like you, severing the future of our ancestral star. Gu Pingin's expression finally turned serious. His safety was at stake, and he could not afford to be careless. And now that you have grasped the sword intent, it signifies that as long as you do not perish, you will inevitably advance to the sixth realm of cultivation and become a revered one. The old principal sat in his chair, hands clasped, gazing intently at Gu Pingin, a prodigy destined to become a revered one, with a high likelihood of transcending that realm. Those foreign beings will not spare you. With that, the old principal let out a sigh. Gu Pingin remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. I understand, principal. What should I do? Aside from not returning to the dormitory for rest, everything else will proceed as usual, and you may still join classmate Li for lunch tomorrow. With this, the old principal winked at Gu Pingin, a smile brightening his face. Gu Pingin was somewhat taken aback. The following day, in the classroom, Li Yaoyao's gaze frequently drifted toward the vacant corner where Gu Pingin had not appeared all morning. Beside her, Su Xiaoyun observed everything, her expression contemplative. Soon, the clear and melodious school bell rang, filling Taiyan No. 1 High School with a lively buzz once more. Upon reaching the school gate, Li Yaoyao caught a familiar voice, and her gaze became somewhat unfocused. Hey, wait for me. Let's go out for a meal together? Su Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. My dear Li, the campus bell. I refuse to be a mere illuminating light bulb. You can go alone. Li Yaoyao's cheeks flushed, and she weakly protested. What nonsense are you talking about? He only wants to apologize and treat me to a meal. Su Xiaoyun rolled her eyes again, a look of disdain on her face. Ah, yes, he is apologizing to you. Not to me, dear campus belle. Hurry along. With that, Su Xiaoyun grasped Li Yaoyao's arms, forcefully turning her to face Gu Pingin before giving her a firm push. Caught off guard, Li Yaoyao stumbled slightly, but managed to steady herself before the handsome youth, a blush creeping onto her fair face. Shall we go, classmate Li? Gu Pingin's rich voice resonated, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at the girl before him. The neon cuisine at Yiyun Pavilion is reserved, shall we? Li Yaoyao first shot a fierce glare at the retreating Su Xiaoyun before quickly returning her attention to Gu Pingin. Her blush still evident, but her tone surprisingly bold. Sure, I'll call for a taxi. Before long, the two boarded a taxi and sped away. At the Taiyan City Executive Hall, the highest official, Li Tianming, tilted his head in surprise. A student detained enlightenment on sword intent last night? His eyes widened in disbelief. The secretary, dressed in black and wearing glasses, nodded succinctly. Indeed, Lord Executive, that Gu Pingin is currently at Yiyun Pavilion. Li Tianming nodded thoughtfully. Arrange for a vehicle. I must personally visit Gu Pingin. The secretary was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. But, Lord Executive, you are a king-level figure and the highest official of Taiyan. Visiting a high school student, proceed as instructed. Li Tianming's voice brooked no argument. Chapter 8. Breaking the norms with a seat. Half-step to mastery. Lord Celestial. Gu Pingin has gone to Yiyun Pavilion. This may present an opportunity. Vice Principal Zhang Tianyi spoke softly into his phone, expressing, his talent is truly terrifying. It seemed that something was said on the other end of the line, as Zhang nodded repeatedly, his face adorned with respect despite the distance. Shortly thereafter, the call ended, and he exhaled a slight breath of frustration, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. What of Gu Pingin, an 18-year-old martial artist? What of comprehending the essence of the sword at such a young age? Ultimately, it is destined to come to naught. With that, a sinister smile crept onto his face. In the East Street, just 2 blocks away from Taiyan No. 1 High School, stood the Izumo Pavilion. Gu Pingin alighted from the taxi, graciously opening the door for Li Yaoyao, his left hand slightly extended in a gentlemanly manner. Li Yaoyao hopped out, giggling. Gu, this Izumo Pavilion is rather expensive. It seems you will have to splurge. Dining with the esteemed Li school beauty was a dream for many. Gu Pingin blinked playfully at Li Yaoyao, his face beaming with joy, seemingly unfazed by the extravagant costs of the Izumo Pavilion. Well, the expenses for these few days will be reimbursed by the old principal. The duo soon found a window-side table under the guidance of a server. The proprietor of the Izumo Pavilion hailed from Neon Country, and the interior boasted authentic neon decor, with the cuisine being quite delightful, renowned as the best neon fare in Taiyan. Li Yaoyao popped a piece of sashimi into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. By the way, since you weren't here this morning, a transfer student named Zhao Wuji joined our class, and it seems he has quite the impressive background. Gu Pingyan took a sip of the 2,000 yuan sake, his brow slightly relaxing. Though the handcrafted brew was somewhat mild in flavor, it was still rather good. Drinking handcrafted sake, inferior grade, gaining 5 years' worth of cultivation. Current cultivation, half-step master. Gu Pingyan's expression shifted, suppressing the surging vitality within him as it coursed through his body, cleansing his organs and sinews. A flicker of joy sparked within him. So, it's not just the ancient brewed wine. Handcrafted sake has its benefits too? It seems worth the 2,000 yuan. Well, the old principal's 2,000 yuan. Shaking his head gently. A subtle smile graced Gu Pingyan's face. It's quite rare for someone to transfer at this time before the college entrance exams. Speaking of which, Yao Yao, which university do you plan to apply for? Li Yao Yao paused for a moment, casting a reproachful glance at Gu Pingyan, murmuring softly, "You should just call me Li." Naturally. I aspire to enter the Imperial Capital University, but the challenge is formidable. Even though I have stepped into the realm of martial artists, I'm merely at the 9th grade. It will depend on luck. What about you? Gu Pingyan took another sip of sake, his gaze deepening slightly. I haven't decided yet, but I will likely apply to the same university as you. With that, he winked at Li Yao Yao. Li Yao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. "Excuse me, dear guests," a server approached, bowing slightly with an apologetic demeanor. "May I request that you change tables as a form of compensation? Your meal will be on the house." As he spoke, the attendant gently lowered his head. Gu Pingyan lifted his gaze to glance at the attendant and the 3 elegantly dressed individuals beside him, 2 gentlemen and a lady. A faint realization dawned upon him. They must be the young master and princess of some noble family. The leading youth, with a hint of apology, inclined his body toward Gu Pingyan and Li Yao Yao, saying, "Today is my sister's birthday, and she has a fondness for the window seat. I hope you two can forgive us." Gu Pingyan smiled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all." With that, he and Li Yao Yao, unconcerned, stood up and proceeded to a nearby table for 2. After all, it was merely a change of position, and the other party was courteous. Besides, they would save on a meal. What could be better? Once seated again, Gu Pingyan stretched lazily. "Could you please bring me a bottle of your finest handcrafted sake?" The attendant hesitated slightly, offering a wry smile. "Sir, the bottle you are currently enjoying is indeed the finest we offer." The youth at the window table, having just settled down, called out, "Send the bottle my uncle has reserved for this gentleman." He then nodded slightly toward Gu Pingyan. The attendant promptly turned, responding respectfully, "Yes, young Master Li." With that, he hurried away. Li Yao Yao blinked in surprise, remarking, "Oh, that young man certainly seems either exceedingly wealthy or noble. I never expected such courtesy." Gu Pingyan chuckled. Real life is not like a web novel. Generally, the more affluent the family, the better the upbringing, exceptions aside. Li Yao Yao nodded thoughtfully, and then smiled wryly. "Speaking of which, I thought you had just grasped the essence of sword intent. You should be brimming with confidence and should not have seated the entire table. Why bother?" Gu Pingyan replied with a playful smile. "If there is a bargain to be had, isn't it foolish not to seize it?" Li Yao Yao pursed her lips playfully and twirled a lock of hair. "Then you must treat me to another meal. This one doesn't count since you didn't pay." Gu Pingyan nodded in agreement, his gaze drifting toward the attendant, who was approaching swiftly with the wine, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Judging by that young man's demeanor, his family must be extraordinarily affluent. The sake should be of exceptional quality, I presume? Meanwhile, at the window table, a younger boy, intrigued, asked, "Li Gu, they are just students. Is it really necessary to be so polite?" The young man named Li chuckled. "When one is away from home, a touch of courtesy is always advisable." The younger boy exclaimed in disbelief, "If I had a father who was a provincial governor, I wouldn't be as humble as you, Li Gu. I'd be sure to flaunt my status." Li Gu shook his head in amusement. Outside the Yunzong pavilion, a pure black sedan slowly came to a halt, and a middle-aged man stepped out, gently closing the door behind him. It was none other than Li Tianming, the highest-ranking official of Tian City. Chapter 9. You must be Gu Tongxue, right? Somewhere in Tian City, a young girl, seemingly no more than 16, wore an expression of icy calm as she spoke softly. "This time, we must strike with precision. We cannot afford to fail. The distance from Yun Pavilion to the council hall is not great. Should Li Tianming arrive, the situation could become quite troublesome." Before her stood 4 men clad in dark robes, who nodded respectfully in unison. "Yes, my lord." Their voices were low, resonating with an aura befitting grandmasters. A grandmaster possesses the strength to withstand formidable weaponry effortlessly, wielding power exceeding 100,000 kilograms with mere gestures. In the East Street, at Yin Pavilion, on the second floor, a servant presented a bottle exquisitely carved from jade. Gu Pingyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to the servant. This does not seem to be clear wine, does it? The servant quickly nodded, speaking with utmost respect. Esteemed guest, this wine belongs to young Master Li. It is not clear wine, but should be classified as. Hesitating briefly, the servant continued uncertainly. It appears to be yellow wine, reminiscent of ancient brews. He bowed slightly as he spoke. Gu Pingyan's eyes gleamed even brighter. Yellow wine, brewed using ancient methods? He eagerly uncorked the bottle, and a rich aroma of the wine wafted forth. The servant sniffed the air, swallowed nervously, and bowed again as he slowly withdrew. Li Yaoyao rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Gu Pingyan, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. Classmate Gu, we have class this afternoon. Are you really going to drink? She muttered under her breath. You'll end up inebriated again. Gu Pingyan filled his glass to the brim with the amber liquid. Smiling as he replied, it matters not. Isn't there a final assessment this afternoon? There will be no lectures. With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Delightful. This was Gu Pingyan's immediate reaction, followed swiftly by a sensation of richness as the amber liquid cascaded down his throat, warmth surging forth, accompanied by an explosion of flavor filling his mouth. Consumption of snow-sealed century-old yellow wine, superior grade, grants 10 years of cultivation and extracts the divine ability, shrinking the earth to an inch. First-time consumption of superior wine grants an additional reward. Daluo, sword embryo, 1/4. Gu Pingyan abruptly shut his eyes, the effects of the wine flooding his senses. His complexion slightly flushed. He felt the vigorous energy coursing through his veins, as if a mighty river surged within him, relentless and unyielding. This formidable energy soon completed a full cycle within moments, transforming his marrow under its thunderous rhythm, while his blood thickened significantly. He had achieved the realm of the Grandmaster. A Grandmaster possesses bones as pure as jade, blood as dense as mercury, and a rising vitality that allows one to traverse the skies. Sensing the burgeoning power within, Gu Pingyan downed another glass of amber liquid, quietly contemplating the profound rhythms of the Tao and the divine ability of shrinking the earth to an inch within the vast ocean of his spiritual world. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Gu Pingyan exhaled a breath imbued with the fragrance of wine, opening his eyes once more. Li Yaoyao paused momentarily. Realizing that the instant the youth before her opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance seemed to ignite, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared, akin to a mere figment of her imagination. What exquisite wine! Gu Pingyan exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. The liquor is rich and fragrant. A century-old snow-sealed yellow wine, rare indeed. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly enough for the trio by the window to hear. The young man at the forefront, bearing the surname Li, appeared slightly taken aback, chuckling softly. This youth is quite intriguing. To discern the age of the wine with a single sip, impressive. Beside him, a girl tilted her head and smiled. Li Gu, will your uncle scold you for letting that youth drink 100-year-old yellow wine? The Li youth smiled again, his expression composed. Not at all. Another young man beside him scoffed. Honestly, Li Gu, you're being rather extravagant. A century-old yellow wine is certainly precious. Giving it away so casually. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao, lingering momentarily on Li Yaoyao, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The Li youth registered this moment, his brow furrowing slightly. A tie. Do not act recklessly, nor entertain any improper thoughts. The youth named a tie merely pouted, muttering under his breath, just a student. Besides, everyone seeks beauty. Let us see who possesses the superior means. He couldn't help but glance at Li Yaoyao once more. The Li youth's expression darkened slightly, just as he was about to admonish softly when suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed. A bespectacled man in a black suit, flanked by 2 bodyguards, approached briskly. The Li youth was taken aback, and Atai looked on in confusion. Isn't that Uncle Li's secretary? What brings him here? Before he could finish his thought, another group of bodyguards ascended the stairs, respectfully standing at attention on either side, arms crossed before them, seemingly awaiting someone of significance. A palpable stillness enveloped the second floor of the Chuyin Pavilion. Someone set down their chopsticks, slightly astonished. What a grand spectacle. Which prominent figure has arrived at Chuyin Pavilion? Gu Ping'an and Li Yaoyao exchanged curious glances. Gu Ping'an's face bore a slight flush, having consumed most of a bottle of yellow wine, the effects beginning to take hold, leaving him in a drowsy haze. He chuckled. This Chuyin Pavilion seems quite popular. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes elegantly. And you still drink? Their essay final assessment this afternoon. Pouting. She reached out to seize the remaining half bottle of wine and capped it once more. Gu Ping'an's expression turned sour. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of measured footsteps approached, and then, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, ascended to the second floor. The trio by the window widened their eyes in astonishment, and the Li youth shook his head in disbelief. Father? A wave of shock coursed through him. What could possibly bring his father to Chuyin Pavilion? He seemed to be searching for someone. Could it be that he is seeking himself? The young man surnamed Li was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, repeatedly assuring himself that he had committed no recent transgressions. And thus he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Numerous patrons on the second floor recognized the formidable governor of Taiyan, standing in awe, too intimidated to draw a breath. Li Tianming surveyed the room with an air of authority, his gaze lingering momentarily on the trio by the window before shifting to Gu Ping'an. A smile graced his face as he approached with brisk steps, gently inquiring, "You must be student Gu?" The entire Yuyun Pavilion fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 10. The young swordsman stands beneath the vast sky. Li Tianming scrutinized Gu Ping'an, and within, a tempest of astonishment surged. This youth, so young, had comprehended the essence of swordplay? Such insight. Unconsciously, Li Tianming glanced at the girl seated opposite Gu Ping'an, momentarily stunned. Could it be Yao Yao? His expression grew increasingly peculiar as he shifted his gaze between the two. At that moment, Gu Ping'an felt somewhat bewildered, gazing at the imposing middle-aged man before him, a flutter of trepidation stirring within him. This man exuded immense strength. Cautiously, he uttered, "May I inquire who you are?" Just then, before Li Tianming could respond, Li Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" Li Tianming offered her a warm smile and replied, "I have come specifically to visit student Gu." Li Yaoyao was taken aback. The entire second floor of Yuyun Pavilion was rendered speechless. This esteemed governor had made a special trip to see a mere youth? Could it truly be so? Seated by the window, the young man surnamed Li felt his lips grow slightly parched, his mind swirling in confusion. What sort of person was his father? The highest-ranking official in Taiyan, whose mere stamp of foot could send tremors through the city. A genuine figure of power towering above millions. Who was this youth? An involuntary sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had not offended this young man earlier. Beside him, Atai shivered, his body trembling from spine to hair, speaking in a hushed tone. "Li Gu, who is that youth? And the girl seems to be acquainted with Uncle Li?" As he spoke, Atai shrank back, leaning against the corner. Thank goodness Uncle Li arrived swiftly. Had he come a moment later, I would have had to approach that girl for a message, and then... The young man surnamed Li shook his head in confusion, at a loss for words. He, too, did not know. Meanwhile, Li Yaoyao poked the somewhat bewildered and cautious Gu Ping'an with her delicate finger, softly saying, Hey, Uncle Li is our governor of Taiyan. Haven't you seen him on television?" Returning to reality, Gu Ping'an's pupils constricted slightly. The governor of Taiyan? Before he could react, Li Tianming spoke cheerfully. "It is rather inconvenient to converse here, classmate Gu. Would you be willing to come to my home for a discussion?" After a brief pause, he cast a glance at the young man surnamed Li, who was seated by the window, and coldly commanded, "You, rascal, return home as well." The young man, startled, quickly rose and obediently replied, "Yes, father." The atmosphere in the Chuyin Pavilion grew somewhat tumultuous. Was that the son of the Li family? Gu Ping'an blinked, his mind racing, and glanced at the dazed Li Yaoyao, softly stating, "Since Uncle Li has extended an invitation, how could I possibly decline?" Li Tianming's face brightened with a warm smile, and he gently instructed, "Excellent. Now, you prepare the car." The secretary adjusted his glasses and nodded respectfully before hastily making his way downstairs. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted with tremendous force, sweeping through the entire Chuyin Pavilion. Glass shattered, tables and chairs trembled, as 4 men clad in black robes soared into the air, followed by over 10 others, all walking on air. Gu Ping'an felt the hair on his body stand on end. He sensed that the formidable presence of these individuals was directed entirely at him. Instinctively, he shielded Li Yaoyao behind him, tearing apart a chair in a flurry of splinters. The wooden pieces transforming into a makeshift weapon as the intent of the sword surged forth. Buzz! To the onlookers, this handsome youth appeared to transform into a magnificent long sword, exuding an overwhelming presence. The wooden piece, akin to a sword, was wielded by the youth. Standing tall amidst the fragments of shattered glass, which floated slowly into the air, trembling at a high frequency. Gu Pingyan held the makeshift sword horizontally, his expression solemn, as if preparing to cleave the heavens. Countless guests turned their gazes toward this young man, while Atai gaped, muttering, "Wow." Li Yaoyao watched the figure standing protectively in front of her, her heart racing like a startled deer. She bit her lip gently, her gaze slightly dazed. In Li Zhijing's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickered. Indeed, it was the essence of the sword, embodying a vast and profound intent. Though he could not discern the depths of this boy's comprehension of the sword, it was evident that even he, a king-level master, felt a tremor of unease from the sword's essence. Li Tianming felt as though gazing at this youth was akin to staring into the boundless sky. In a moment of daze, he seemed to see a figure striving upward, wielding a sword towards the heavens. He took a deep breath, placed a hand on Gu Pingyan's shoulder, and softly said, "Come, uncle." Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the man beside him was indeed the governor of Tyne City. Although he was unsure of the extent of his strength, it likely surpassed his imagination. He felt a slight sense of relief as the floating shards of glass, wood, and droplets crashed to the ground, while the wooden piece continued to splinter into fragments. The entire affair, though lengthy in narration, transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a dozen figures surged forth, led by 4 Grand Masters and 12 Masters. The foremost Grand Master strode with an imposing presence, exuding an air of indifference and transcendence as he spoke. "Who is Gu Ping?" "Li Tianming." The Grand Master was seized by a profound shock, a chill erupting from his tailbone, swiftly enveloping his entire being. "Li Tianming. Li Tianming." Instinctively, the dozen Masters and Grand Masters sought to flee, their panic palpable and their composure shattered. Gu Pingyan observed this scene, momentarily amused and perplexed. Before a slight jolt of realization struck him, he noticed that Li Zhijing, beside him, had made his move. A hand, lined with wrinkles, slowly extended, emanating a blazing radiance akin to the vastness of the sun. The Masters, and even the Grand Masters, were struck as if by lightning, blood mist erupting from their bodies. Spines shattered, bones crushed, collapsing onto the floor. Li Zhijing calmly withdrew his hand, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Shall we take our leave, Comrade Gu?" Gu Pingyan nodded, somewhat dazed. Chapter 11. This is your Uncle Gu. A black sedan bearing the license plate 00001 wove through the long street. Vehicles yielding and pedestrians halting in its wake, while traffic officers paid their respects. The bespectacled secretary was at the wheel, due to the presence of 3 individuals. Li Zhijing occupied the front passenger seat, while Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao settled in the rear. "How is your father, Yaoyao?" Li Tianming inquired, glancing at the somewhat dazed Li Yaoyao through the rearview mirror. "The last time I saw him was 2 years ago." Li Yaoyao shrugged and offered a silent smile. "I don't know. I haven't been in touch." Gu Pingyan glanced sideways at the slightly dazed Li Yaoyao, his thoughts turning. It seemed her relationship with her family was less than favorable. Li Yaoyao gazed out the window, remaining silent. As the scenery outside blurred past in a kaleidoscope of fleeting images, Li Zhijing, observing Gu Pingyan's focused gaze on Li Yaoyao through the rearview mirror, appeared contemplative. This girl, indeed, was somewhat obscured. If she were truly to be with Gu Pingyan, a prodigy awakened to the pinnacle of sword intent at merely 18. How could her family still consider her a bargaining chip for marriage? At Tyne No. 1 High School, Vice Principal Zhang answered the phone with trepidation. On the other end, Tianguan's expression was grim. The assassination attempt failed. It appears there are significant figures at the Yuzhong Pavilion who intervened to thwart the attack. Other information is currently unknown. After a pause, Tianguan narrowed his eyes. That Gu Pingyan has caused trouble, incapacitating 4 Grand Masters and 12 Masters. This matter cannot be so easily dismissed. Zhang Tian nodded vigorously, his tone submissive. The call then concluded. Vice Principal Zhang tucked his phone into his pocket, his expression shifting inexplicably. It seemed that Gu Pingyan was exceptionally fortunate, as a prominent figure was dining at the Chuyan Pavilion. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Zhang Tianyi shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and swiftly departed the office, making his way to the playground. At that moment, the third-year students had gathered on the playground, preparing for the final assessment, the last test before the college entrance examination. This assessment gauged the students' abilities, allowing for an accurate prediction of their scores in the upcoming exam. In fact, should there be a significant disparity between the results of this test and the actual examination, candidates might be required to retake the entrance exam individually, thus preventing any discrepancies in performance or instances of cheating. Consequently, this test held considerable significance. The homeroom teacher of the third-year swordsmanship class, Xieligua, wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a wry smile, cautiously addressed Zhang. Vice Principal Zhang, 2 students from the swordsmanship class have yet to arrive. Zhang raised his gaze slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, which 2 students are missing?" "It seems Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao have gone out for a meal," Xia explained. A glint of intrigue flashed in Zhang Tianyi's eyes, followed by a cold smirk. "Humph, those 2 again. They dare to be late for the final assessment? Such audacity." A wave of excitement coursed through Zhang Tianyi. He had been concerned about how to deal with Gu Pingyan, and now fate had delivered him an opportunity. Xieligua, drenched in perspiration, sighed. Perhaps they encountered some unforeseen circumstances. He lamented internally, sensing that Vice Principal Zhang had seemingly set his sights on Gu Pingyan, which would likely stir up some turmoil. Zhang Tianyi snickered again and declared with righteous indignation, "Unforeseen circumstances? Is that a valid excuse? Regardless of the reason, tardiness is still tardiness and must be punished severely." He felt a sense of contempt. Today, with Principal Li absent, he could expel the 2 students without consequence. The decision would be irrevocable, and even if the old man Li Chongqing sought retribution later, it would change nothing. In the city center, within a spacious flat of over 1,000 square feet, Secretary Lu served tea to the 3 individuals. The door swung open, and a disheveled young man with the surname Li entered the Chuyan pavilion. Li Zhijing cast a glance at him, and then warmly addressed Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. "This is my son, Li Tongming." Pausing for a moment, he spoke with authority. "Tongming, come here." Li Tongming scratched his head and hurried over, saying, "Father." Stealing a glance at Gu Pingyan, he felt a tremor of awe. Who was this young man? Previously standing with a sword at the Chuyan pavilion, he exuded an extraordinary presence, yet it was unusual for his father to treat anyone with such deference. After all, even a prince or a general would receive no more than this level of hospitality from his father. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Tongming's pupils constricted slightly, and a sense of gravity settled upon him. "Address him as Uncle Gu," Li Zhijing suddenly instructed. Secretary Lu, pouring tea, trembled slightly but quickly regained composure, bowing his head in silence. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao widened their eyes, while Li Tongming appeared somewhat astonished. His face flushed as he stammered, "Uncle? Father, I am much older than him." At the age of 22, the thought of addressing an 18-year-old high school student as uncle was utterly absurd to him. Gu Pingyan could only manage a wry smile. "Li uncle, isn't this a bit confusing in terms of our generational hierarchy?" Li Zhijing turned his head, a broad smile illuminating his face once more. "No problem at all. You may call me Li Gu or Tianming Gu in the future. We can regard each other as equals." After a brief pause, he turned back, his expression growing serious as he said sternly, "Are you ignoring what your father has said?" Li Tongming shivered slightly, reluctantly forcing out, "Gu. Gu Xiao Shushu." The young master of Taiyan City, who feared nothing in the world, was ultimately most afraid of his own father. Gu Pingyan could only smile in response. Beside them, Li Yaoyao wore a somewhat peculiar expression. She seemed on the verge of laughter but had to suppress it, which only made her appear even more unusual. "Just laugh if you wanna," Li Tongming said weakly. "Goose, goose, 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 goose." At that moment, Li Yaoyao could no longer contain herself and burst into joyous laughter. Li Zhijing cast a sidelong glance at Li Tongming, snorting softly, then kindly addressed Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. "If I'm not mistaken, today is your final assessment, right? I will have Secretary Lu escort you back shortly." Just as he was about to say something further, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. "Li Tianming!" A furious shout followed, and Gu Pingyan blinked in confusion, the voice sounding eerily familiar. In the room, everyone was taken aback. Secretary Lu was alarmed, wondering who had the audacity to act so brazenly in front of a dignitary. Li Tongming's mind momentarily blanked as he instinctively glanced at his father, only to see him wearing a bitter smile of resignation. Who was this intruder? Before Li Tongming could form a guess, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, strode in. His left eye was bruised, and a clear handprint marred half of his face. The principal. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao exclaimed in unison, both rising instinctively. Secretary Liu and Li Tongming exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. Was this truly the principal of Taiyan No. 1 High School? How could a mere high school principal behave so recklessly in front of a city official? Their minds struggled to comprehend the situation. Gu Pingyan scrutinized his old principal with a bemused expression. Principal, what happened to your eye? The principal chuckled awkwardly. His gaze somewhat unfocused. I tripped and fell on the road. Before he could finish, Li Tianming rolled his eyes in mockery, scoffing. Tripped? Old manly, are you trying to fool us? You must have been beaten by your wife again. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat peculiar. It appeared that this esteemed principal had fallen into a rather dismal predicament. The old principal, with his neck stiffened and eyes wide with indignation, exclaimed, What nonsense! This is called loving my wife, loving my wife. He continued, his voice tinged with irritation. You, Li Tianming, took advantage of my absence while I was being punished to whisk Gu Pingyan away? Li Tianming chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Old Li, your words are misguided. Young Master Gu is merely a guest at my home. How can you call it abduction? He winked at Gu Pingyan. Isn't that right, young Master Gu? Gu Pingyan, somewhat resigned, glanced at the bruised old principal and offered a wry smile. Brother Tianming speaks the truth, principal. Yao Yao and I are simply here as guests. Beside them, Li Tongming's eyes twitched slightly. The old principal widened his eyes, looking from Li Tianming to Gu Pingyan, and after a moment of silence, he muttered, Li Xiaohua. Your shamelessness surpasses even my imagination. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, I have lost. Li Zhijing burst into hearty laughter. Little Yao Yao, observing the exchange with confusion, could not help but inquire, So, what exactly is going on? How did Pingyan become so sought after? Unconsciously, she addressed Gu Pingyan with a touch of warmth. The old principal sighed again, tossing an ancient porcelain bottle to Gu Pingyan. Here, you wanted the ancient-style aged wine. This is not easy to come by. He then sighed again, directing his gaze at Li Yaoyao. Child, the existence of comprehension is far more precious than you might imagine. Nearby, Li Tongming's eyes widened in astonishment. What? This Uncle Gu has comprehended the essence. Suddenly enlightened, he understood why his father treated Uncle Gu with such deference. As a third-year student at the Imperial Capital University, he was acutely aware of the significance of such comprehension. The attainment of understanding not only paves a smooth path to the realm of the revered, but also enables one to guide others in their pursuit of comprehension. For instance, consider Li Tianming, who had languished at the pinnacle of the Wang realm for years. Li Tianming, unabashedly straightforward, declared, Young Master Gu, I shall not conceal anything from you. I actually have a request. Gu Pingyan nodded thoughtfully, softly replying, Brother Tianming, please go ahead. He had a hunch that this esteemed official had ulterior motives. After all, why else would he treat him so favorably? Was it merely due to his talent? That seemed rather insufficient. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianming spoke earnestly. Any being who comprehends the essence to 30% or more can guide others in their understanding. I seek your assistance, young Master Gu, to help me in my comprehension once you achieve 30% in your sword essence. Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning peculiar. It seemed that his own comprehension of the open sky sword essence had already reached 30%. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. Brother Ming, shall we discuss this after the college entrance examination? At this, Li Tianming, the old principal, and others were momentarily taken aback. The old principal's pupils slightly constricted, while Li Tianming, the most powerful figure in Taiyan, incredulously responded, Brother Gu, are you implying that? Gu Pingyan gently smiled, lifting his cup to sip some tea. I have comprehended 30% of the sword intent. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply. 30%? Is this even human? Even a once-in-a-millennium prodigy would pale in comparison, wouldn't they? Li Tianming trembled with excitement from head to toe, repeatedly muttering, Good, good, as he instinctively stood up. Then, taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, Regardless of whether I can comprehend the intent or not, Brother Gu, your matters will henceforth be my matters. Gu Pingyan nodded with a smile. He was more than willing to accept the friendship of a dignitary. He then softly spoke, It's getting late, Brother Tianming. I should take Yao Yao to school now, as today is the final assessment. With that, Gu Pingyan picked up the ancient brew from the table and thanked the old principal with a cheerful smile. Li Tianming, smacking his forehead, waved his hand grandly. Absolutely. Old Lu, please escort Brother Gu and sister-in-law to school. Gu Pingyan did not refute, maintaining a calm demeanor. While Li Yaoyao's eyes widened, who's his wife? Nearby, Li Tongming, seemingly retaliating for Li Yaoyao's earlier mockery, quietly remarked, Aunt, you and Uncle Gu should head to school now. Li Yaoyao was infuriated. At Taiyan No. 1 high school, as time passed, the sweat on Xieligwa's forehead increased, while Vice Principal Zhang's lips curved slightly. After a moment, he sighed and murmured, the final assessment has started for half an hour, yet they have not arrived. This is a blatant disregard for the college entrance examination. Regardless of what unforeseen circumstances they encounter, they should be penalized, right, old Xie? Xieligwa was drenched in sweat. His expression grim, he lamented inwardly. It was over for Pingyan and Yaoyao. Chapter 13. Do you think you know who your uncle is? In the boxing class, Chen Amon had a vitality of 101 units, pure strength of 900 kilograms, a speed of 100 meters in 62 seconds, and a reaction speed of 57, qualifying him as a near martial artist. In the swordsmanship class, Lin Hai had a vitality of 79 units, pure strength of 480 kilograms, a speed of 100 meters in 91 seconds, and a reaction speed of 39, barely missing the mark of a near martial artist. He needed to strive harder. In the sword class, Zhao Wujie possessed a vitality of 255 units, pure strength of 2,200 kilograms, a speed of 100 meters in 33 seconds, and a reaction speed of 82, qualifying him as an 8th grade martial artist. Both students and teachers were astonished. This transfer student who had just arrived today was actually an 8th grade martial artist? Surely, he had a chance at being admitted to the capital's university. Zhao Wujie slightly stretched his limbs and, under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, sauntered toward the shade, his eyes imbued with a profound depth. On the playground, the final assessment was fervently underway. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and most students had completed their tests. Yet, Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao remained conspicuously absent. A sense of perplexity began to envelop Zhao Wujie. Where could Gu Pingyan be? After all, he had come specifically to seek him out. Not far away. Xieligwa had utterly resigned. He closed his eyes and let out a faint sigh. The final assessment was nearing its conclusion. Yet the two children had yet to make an appearance. This was troubling, for unless the principal appeared in a timely manner, or unless the two had sought the company of a figure of significant stature, such as the director of the Taiyan Education Bureau, expulsion under Vice Principal Zhang's scrutiny seemed inevitable. At that moment, many students who had completed their assessments began to notice the prolonged absence of Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. After all, one was the prodigy who had turned the spring rain to flow backward with a peach blossom branch the previous night, while the other was the widely acknowledged belle of Taiyan No. 1 high school. Both were quite renowned. The students commenced a flurry of discussions, with the majority reveling in schadenfreude. After all, Gu Pingyan had evaded disaster under the principal's protection last night, but today, the principal was absent. Human nature often reveals its ugliness. People generally delight in witnessing those who occupy high positions descend from their lofty perches, relishing the fall of those they must otherwise revere. Who wishes to observe their contemporaries ascend to greatness and host lavish banquets, unless it serves their own interests or is someone extremely close? They would rather see the edifice crumble. Vice Principal Zhang surveyed the students, most of whom had completed their assessments, and a glimmer of barely perceptible mockery flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a measured tone. Everyone has finished their assessments. Yet two particular students have yet to arrive at school. Such blatant disregard for school regulations and the gravity of the college entrance examination is intolerable. Before he could finish his sentence, a pristine white vehicle bearing the license plate TI 66899 glided into the school grounds, coming to a steady halt beside the playground. The driver's door swung open, and a refined man in a suit, sporting glasses, exited the vehicle. He hurriedly moved to the rear door, which he opened with a flourish, revealing a young man with striking features and a captivating young woman, who emerged in succession from the car. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the students who witnessed this scene, prompting a flurry of whispers that engulfed the entire playground. Goodness, these two deities have finally arrived. Alas, it appears they are in for trouble. Look at that license plate, 66899. It seems incredibly impressive. It's not even a sequential number. Such plates can be procured with a little extra expenditure. I'm curious to see how Gu Pingyan will navigate this predicament. Don't you think that the bespectacled driver looks somewhat familiar? Indeed. I can't quite place where I've seen him before. Amidst the murmurs, a cold smile crept across Vice Principal Zhang's face. His gaze briefly flicked over to Secretary Liu but failed to recognize this frequently televised figure. The only one to identify Secretary Liu was Zhao Wuji, whose pupils contracted slightly in recognition. The secretary of a city's administration holds a position of considerable influence. Much like the seventh-rank officials before the prime minister, the trusted aides of a city's governor share a similar stature. Although Zhao Wuji's family does not fear a mere city governor, it is a whole clan, not just Zhao Wuji himself. It appears that this Gu Pingyan has garnered the favor of the governor, Li. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Wuji displayed an expression akin to that of an amused spectator. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao walked side by side toward the playground. The secretary Liu, who initially intended to leave by car, suddenly felt a stir in his heart and leaned against the vehicle, deciding to observe the final assessment results of this young gentleman. Gu, with his mastery as a second-rank grandmaster, he could effortlessly discern the happenings of the final assessment from several hundred meters away. The boy and girl stood firmly on the playground, oblivious to the mocking, derisive, or anxious gazes of the crowd. Gu Pingyan chose to ignore the smirking Vice Principal Zhang and instead addressed Xie Ligua with a hint of apology. Old class. Yao Yao and I were delayed due to some matters, my apologies. At this, Li Yao Yao beside him also lowered her head slightly towards Xie Ligua, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Originally, we intended to return after dining together, but we encountered an assassination attempt on Gu, and then went to visit an uncle. As her words resonated, the playground fell into a brief silence. The clamorous students and teachers blinked in bewilderment, momentarily stunned. Assassination? Could it be true? For these students and teachers, who were unaware of external threats, such notions seemed to belong only to the realm of television. As the vast majority of people in this world were not martial artists, Xie Ligua, equally astonished, scrutinized Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao to confirm that they were unharmed. Soon after, a glimmer of joy flickered across his face as he turned to the standing Vice Principal Zhang. Vice Principal Zhang, do you see that they have encountered an assassination attempt? Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang's icy voice. Assassination? Who can prove it? Who would go to the trouble of assassinating an orphan without parents? Such nonsense. Gu Pingyan's expression darkened slightly, while Li Yaoyao, akin to a protective little tiger, flared with indignation. Vice Principal Zhang. She emphasized the title with weight, her voice cold. The assassination occurred at the Yuzuan Pavilion, with a grandmaster involved. This should be easily verifiable. Moreover, I do not believe this provides you with the grounds to slander classmate Gu. Many students and teachers were taken aback, including Su Xiaoyan, who stood in a daze. Typically, Li Yaoyao presented herself as an adorable, yet somewhat oblivious figure, often overshadowing her status as a third-rank martial prodigy. This was the first time they witnessed the fierce anger of the illustrious Li. Xie Ligua's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. As expected, a glint of malice flickered in Zhang's eyes, and he sneered coldly. Even if an assassination were true, what of it? Did you not say that you subsequently visited an uncle? This is a blatant disregard for the rules and discipline of Taiyan No. 1 High School. After a brief pause, an aura of a master emanated from him, overwhelming the two individuals. Do you truly believe you know who your uncle is? To disdain school rules and regulations, to disregard the college entrance examination, I firmly believe you ought to be expelled from school immediately. Not far away, Secretary Liu's expression was icy as she stood upright and approached swiftly. Chapter 14. Gu Sheng, please give your instructions. On the playground of Taiyan No. 1 High School, Vice Principal Zhang stood with his arms crossed, his eyes slightly narrowed as he sneered. I now declare, in my capacity as Vice Principal of Taiyan No. 1 High School, that you two are expelled. He paused, lifting his chin slightly, a look of disdain etched on his face. Teacher Xie, proceed with the procedures and delete their student records. Teacher Xie's complexion turned pale. While it was indeed possible to restore student status after deletion, the process would take at least 7 days. However, with the college entrance examination occurring in 6 days, it meant that Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao would inevitably miss the examination. Even if their statuses were eventually restored, they would lose an entire year. Many students reveled in their misfortune, some whispering, "What of the prodigies? Do they really think their status allows them to act with impunity? Humph, Zhang Laomo has finally done something commendable. Others countered, isn't that a bit excessive? It's merely tardiness. Regardless of right or wrong, it was clear that Gu Ping'an and the illustrious Li Yaoyao were doomed. The crowd buzzed with conversation, some expressing sympathy, while others secretly delighted in the turn of events. Noticing Teacher Xie's hesitation, Vice Principal Zhang furrowed his brow. What is it, Teacher Xie? Did you not hear my words? As he spoke, a chill swept over him, his masterful aura swirling through the air, forming a small vortex around him. The peach blossoms, dislodged by the spring rains and winds of the previous night, floated upward, encircling Vice Principal Zhang. Gu Ping'an fixed his gaze upon this Zhang Laomo and suddenly spoke. How dare you? At the utterance of his words, the playground fell into a slight hush. Even Zhang Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. You are fully aware that I wielded my sword to cleave the heavens last night, that both Yao Yao and I are martial artists. Why would you make such a decision? What gives you the audacity to do so? We bear no significant grievances against you. Is it truly unavoidable? The students exchanged glances, perplexed, while some teachers pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, logically speaking, why would a school expel such talented youths? The head of the teaching department, familiar with matters concerning external threats, furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Vice Principal Zhang. Zhang Tianyi felt a tremor in his heart and bellowed. Is this the attitude you show towards your teachers? A student like you, even if you were to become a master immediately, I would still expel both of you from Taiyan No. 1 High School. As he spoke, a glint of malice and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded. So, you are Zhang Tianyi of Taiyan No. 1 High School? You have been expelled. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice to find the driver, donned in spectacles and a tailored suit, standing beside Gu Ping'an, gazing impassively at Zhang Tianyi. Vice Principal Zhang, momentarily dazed, soon erupted in laughter tinged with rage. Who dares to expel me? Have you lost your senses? As he spoke, a palpable killing intent flickered in his eyes. To trespass into Taiyan No. 1 High School with malicious intent towards the students is punishable by death. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Tianyi struck with ferocity. The sound of cracking bones echoed as pure power, exceeding 10,000 kilograms, surged forth under the impetus of his internal energy, his fist launching forward. In an instant, the air rippled visibly, shockwaves erupted, akin to a rampaging mammoth charging ahead. Be careful, Teacher Xie involuntarily exclaimed. Vice Principal Zhang's punch was aimed not only at the bespectacled middle-aged man, but also encompassed Gu Ping'an and Li Yaoyao within its trajectory. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Gu Ping'an's eyes. Beside him, Secretary Liu let out a cold snort, poised to retaliate, but Gu Ping'an was swifter. Amidst the turbulent air, the youth's garments billowed, yet his expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. He spoke with a calm disdain, audacious and reckless. With that, he grasped an ancient porcelain bottle containing aged wine in his left hand, shielding it behind him, while his right hand formed a blade-like gesture, slightly angled downward. His arm bent like the hilt of a sword, and his palm sharp as a razor's edge. The sword opens the gates of heaven, granting life to the living and ushering the dead to their demise, beckoning the celestial beings to kneel in submission. The gateway to heaven is also the path to the underworld. I invite you to the netherworld. His palm, akin to a sword's edge, sliced through the air. To avoid excessive shock, Gu Ping'an withheld much of his vitality and internal energy, merely wielding the strength of a first-tier warrior to deliver a strike, refraining from displaying the might of a grandmaster. Yet, it was sufficient. As his palm pierced the void, in that fleeting moment, the teachers and students on the playground seemed to hear the gentle trickle of spring water, as if witnessing a mighty river, where corpses floated, entombing immortals and Buddhas. Above the river loomed the gates of hell, and the bridge of helplessness lay in decay. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of the Yellow Springs sword. Current comprehension progress. 10. Secretary Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword intent appeared strikingly different from that of the previous night. This youth, had he grasped yet another essence? Liu's mind briefly faltered, and before he could fully comprehend, the clash of fists and palms had already commenced. Vice Principal Zhang's complexion turned ashen. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the path to the Yellow Springs, a scene of scattered corpses. How could this individual be so formidable? Gu Ping'an's palm effortlessly pierced through Zhang's fist, shattering his entire arm. Had Gu Pingyan not restrained himself by 7 parts of his strength, this old demon would have surely perished on the spot. Nonetheless, even with restraint, Zhang was far from unscathed. He was propelled high into the air, tracing an arc before showering the ground with blood, ultimately crashing onto the low hill, his bones shattered. One strike, a devastating blow. The entire playground fell into a profound silence. In the minds of all, the audacious words of youth reverberate, along with the grand flow of the yellow springs and the breathtaking stroke of a sword. Is it merely a facade? Zhang the Elder Demon, despite everything, is still a dignified master, capable of shattering mountains and traversing the void. Gu Pingyan gazed indifferently at Zhang, who lay on the ground, coughing blood and appearing alarmed, and offered a gentle smile. At times, one must act according to one's capabilities. A grim smile surfaced on Zhang's face as he fixated his gaze on Gu Pingyan, coughing blood while hysterically declaring, "If you dare to act against the vice principal, Gu Pingyan, no one can safeguard you." Betraying one's teacher and annihilating one's ancestors is the gravest taboo. In this era, teachers and leaders in schools are, in a certain sense, the mentors of the students. Suddenly, Secretary Lu stepped forward, adjusting his attire, and looked down upon Zhang Tianyi. "I have already stated, you have been expelled." After a pause, he spoke elegantly. "Furthermore, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Zhong, the Deputy Director of the Tian City Patrol Office, the foremost among the Grand Masters of Tian City, as well as the Secretary to the Governor of Tian City." Immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of countless teachers and students, Secretary Lu turned to Gu Pingyan, slightly bowing his head. "Gu Sheng, how shall we deal with this person?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 15. The sycophant young Master Zhao. Borrowing the exam to seize the top position? On the playground, both students and teachers found themselves in a state of confusion. "I remember him. He often appears on television. Did you notice how he referred to Gu Pingyan as Gu Sheng and inquired about how to handle the situation? Goodness, could it be that Gu Pingyan is a scion of some noble family? But isn't he an orphan? That Director Lu is indeed from a prestigious family. One cannot find a scion of a noble clan who would not show respect to Director Lu." In an instant, the playground buzzed with chatter among the senior students and teachers, all struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Secretary Lu bowed his head slightly, his hands hanging respectfully before him, while the vice principal stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for a long while. He suddenly trembled. This Secretary Lu, this Deputy Director Lu, is a confidant of Governor Li. Was it not Governor Li who had acted at the Yuan Pavilion? Zhang Tianyi felt a chill run down his spine, his heart tightening slightly. Gu Pingyan adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, smiling. "As for this Vice Principal Zhang, Uncle Lu, I leave it to your discretion." Secretary Lu quickly waved his hand, bowing deeply. "Gu Sheng, you honor me too greatly. Simply call me Old Lu. This individual is a peer of the governor, and it is said that whether Governor Li can attain enlightenment and become a respected figure is reliant upon this young gentleman." Lu Zhong dared not offend him in the slightest. Not far away, Zhao Wujing observed this scene thoughtfully, a hint of speculation forming in his mind. It seemed that a spot had been preemptively claimed by Governor Li. Understanding the essence of intention indeed allows one to assist others in grasping it. Yet this is not without its limitations. For instance, once one attains the comprehension of sword intent to the 3rd level, they can only aid a maximum of 3 individuals in achieving this understanding. After 3, the residual aura dissipates significantly, and unless the sword intent ascends further, it becomes devoid of any efficacy. Zhao Wujia's expression grew solemn. It appeared that he needed to hasten his actions. Without any hesitation, he stepped forth, his bones cracking in unison as he unleashed a force of 2,200 kilograms, causing the plastic playground to fracture under the pressure, waves of energy rippling forth. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wujia's speed surged dramatically in an instant, exceeding double his previous pace, nearing a staggering 100 meters per second. This prodigious velocity, combined with his formidable strength, allowed him to arrive before Gu Pingyan in the blink of an eye. Gu Pingyan, along with Li Yaoyao and others, gazed in astonishment at the incoming transfer student, whose chiseled features bore a resolute expression. With a voice as commanding as thunder, he declared, "Boss, leave this brat to me. I promise to handle him thoroughly." The group was taken aback. Gu Pingyan blinked, hesitatingly stating, "You are the boss. I am Zhao Wujia, and from now on, you shall be my superior. If you say east, I shall not venture west." If you say west, I shall not stray south. Zhao Wujia's voice resonated passionately. And amidst the bewildered stares of the teachers and students, he bent deeply in a 90-degree bow. Gu Pingyan's eyes twitched, while Li Yaoyao took a step back instinctively, both somewhat bewildered. Nearby, Secretary Lu's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Wujia? Is he the esteemed young master from the capital? Before he could ponder further, Zhao Wujia straightened himself with a righteous demeanor, stating, "You may rest assured, I will take care of this matter." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the incapacitated Zhang Tianyi, feeling a sense of triumph. Just a sycophant, who would still take him seriously. Gu Pingyan remained silent for a considerable time, subtly shifting Li Yaoyao's delicate hand backward before finally speaking. Well, let Lu and this classmate Zhao handle things here." With an unchanging expression, he took Li Yaoyao's hand, and their figures vanished from the spot, reappearing in the center of the playground, the venue for the final assessment. This Zhao Wujia had truly left him perplexed. In truth, it was not just Gu Pingyan who was perplexed. Many students and teachers exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the new transfer student who was supposed to be a remarkable martial artist. Why did he lack any semblance of the pride typically associated with such a figure? Is this what they referred to as a sycophant? Some students murmured in a daze, while several young girls who had set their sights on this extraordinary transfer student felt their hearts shatter. A sycophant. At Tian's first airport, a colossal private jet descended gracefully from the sky, gliding along the lengthy runway for a brief moment before coming to a steady halt. Li Zhijing and the old principal stood at the airport, their expressions indifferent as they observed a group of individuals slowly descending from a private jet. "Li, if you truly achieve the status of a revered one with Ping An's assistance, it seems you will soon depart from Tian," the old principal remarked, his gaze steady on the figures emerging from the aircraft. Li Zhijing nodded affirmatively and spoke softly. "The chief minister of Xianyang province has been assassinated. Should I become a revered one, I will likely assume the role of chief minister in Xianyang." The old principal nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, with your accumulated experience, if you comprehend the essence, you may well enter the intermediate tier of revered ones. However, this may stir resentment towards Pingyan." After a brief silence, Li Zhijing smiled lightly. "It matters not. With Gu's talent, he should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, attend the Imperial Capital University, which is situated in Xianyang province. Should any challenges arise, I shall confront them myself. One revered one is insufficient." The old principal cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianming and then spoke slowly. "Given Ping An's talent, not only the realm of revered ones, but even the powers of the mountains and seas, or the divine beings of the mortal realm, are within his reach. I intend to safeguard his path." Li Zhijing's expression shifted suddenly. Incredulity etched on his face as he turned to inquire, "Are you contemplating entering the world?" The old principal remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. As their conversation unfolded, several middle-aged men and a group of students approached from the private jet. "You must be Li Zhijing," the leading middle-aged man spoke softly. "I am the chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination in Tian. These students are here for the location-based examination." He gestured towards a group of elegantly dressed students. Li Zhijing returned to the present, casting a cursory glance that revealed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Oh, so they are all prodigies. Are they here to usurp Tian's top scholar position and seize our resources?" The middle-aged man remained unfazed, smiling once more. "Li Zhijing, you jest. It's merely a matter of merit." Nearby, the old principal rolled his eyes. The top scholar of a city gains preferential access to the resources of the Qin royal family, prompting many prodigies to seek location-based examinations in relatively weaker cities. Tian has seen its top scholars borrowed for the examination 9 times, a great humiliation. However, this year's situation in Tian appears to be rather different. With this thought, both the old principal and Li Zhijing exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 16. I have arrived. The prodigies of this city must yield. A massive strength testing machine was positioned in the center of Tian No. 1 High School's playground. Li Yaoyao cast an annoyed glance at Gu Pingyan, who stood too close for her comfort, and softly exclaimed, "Could you step aside? I am about to test." Gu Pingyan chuckled lightly, inching a little closer. "Understood, Li." Li Yaoyao glared fiercely at the handsome youth beside her, mumbled something indistinctly, then took a deep breath and steadied herself before the strength testing machine. Assuming a stable stance, she gently twisted her slender waist, and then unleashed her strength with a sudden force. The power coursed through her lumbar spine, reaching her right arm, propelling her fist forward with a resounding crack. As the sound of air being displaced merged with the symphony of bones cracking, resulting in a thunderous explosion. As her fist descended, the force meter trembled slightly, the specially crafted punching pad absorbing and dissipating all the energy, causing the display to flicker dramatically. 2,001 kilograms. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 2,000 kilograms barely qualified as an 8th-tier warrior, a level many instructors barely attained. Next came the speed test. Li Yaoyao's petite figure darted across the track, her school uniform accentuating her graceful curves. 100 meters in 39 seconds. Reaction speed, 71 points. Vitality, 204 units, an 8th-tier warrior. The playground buzzed with excitement. The illustrious Li Yaoyao had actually surpassed the 8th-tier warrior threshold. The crowd buzzed with whispers, but soon the murmurs dwindled to silence, as both students and teachers turned their gazes towards the youthful figure of Gu Ping'an. The last tester, Gu Ping'an. What do you think his level is? Previously, he was not even a quasi-warrior. The Master Zhang, renowned for his prowess, was severely injured by a single blow. Do you still doubt Gu Ping'an's status as a quasi-warrior? That is different. He employs swordsmanship, and I have heard he has already grasped the nascent forms of sword intent. Students speculated fervently, pondering the current cultivation of this young man. Quasi-warrior? Warrior? Perhaps even a mid-third-tier warrior? Who knows? This Gu Ping'an, who has recently gained fame, was not even a quasi-warrior last month. What level could he have reached in just 1 month? Not far away, Secretary Liu casually discarded Zhang Tianyi, who lay limp like a dead dog, and his gaze fell upon Gu Ping'an, curiosity sparking in his eyes. He too wondered what realm this Gu student had attained. Surely he must be at least a low third-tier warrior, right? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Ping'an flashed a cheerful smile towards Li Yaoyao, causing her cheeks to flush as she playfully scolded him. Subsequently, he stood before the force meter, not assuming a stance nor gathering strength, delivering a seemingly light punch. Though it appeared weak, the punch struck the force meter with tremendous impact. Boom! The device shook violently, and a visible shockwave erupted from the point of contact, spreading outward and stirring up a tempest. The winds rose, swirling dust, and causing Li Yaoyao to momentarily squint her eyes. After a moment, as the dust settled amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the composed figure of the handsome youth reemerged, the numbers on the electronic screen glaring a vivid red. 9,999. The teacher reporting the results appeared somewhat bewildered, stammering as he spoke. 9,999 kilograms. Pure strength reaching 1,000 kilograms signifies the level of a 9th-tier warrior, while 2,000 kilograms denotes an 8th-tier warrior. Typically, an individual who has just entered the master realm possesses pure strength around 10,000 kilograms. Astonishingly, someone was left dumbfounded. Is this a jest? 9,999? It feels almost playful. Could it be that this number was deliberately controlled? What a farce. Can power control truly reach such heights? Are they jesting with me? I hereby declare that the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination in Tai and has been prematurely revealed. The entire playground erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. As many struggled to trust their own eyes, even Li Yaoyao found herself bewilderedly rubbing her large eyes. Nearby, Secretary Liu and Zhao Wuji's pupils dilated sharply. Could this number truly be mere coincidence? Yet, if it were indeed a calculated display of strength, that would be utterly terrifying. Such meticulous control of power can only be achieved by a grandmaster whose essence remains perfectly unified. Could Gu Ping'an possibly be a grandmaster? Unlikely. He lacked that consummate aura of oneness. As the crowd remained in awe, Gu Ping'an playfully blinked at Li Yaoyao and then, with a light-footed stride, made his way to the track. With knees slightly bent, he suddenly unleashed his power. The ground shattered once more, and a tempest arose, transforming the graceful youth into a fierce gale. In an instant, he vanished from the starting line, only to reappear at the finish line moments later. Speed, speed, speed. The teacher, his throat dry, read the time displayed on the screen in a daze. Once again, he found himself at the threshold between martial artist and grandmaster. A 9th-grade grandmaster, without utilizing inner breath, could achieve 100 meters in 1 second. The youth continued with his buoyant steps, seamlessly passing through the nerve reaction speed device and the blood vitality tester. Reaction speed, 79 points. A score of 80 signifies mastery. Blood vitality, 999 units. 1,000 units of vitality denotes mastery. The 4 tests culminated in the announcement, Gu Pingan, first-grade martial artist, peak. The entire playground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was rendered speechless, grappling with disbelief. If he were merely a first-grade martial artist, that would still be astonishing but somewhat acceptable. However, the issue lay in the fact that each of his tests hovered on the boundary between grandmaster and martial artist. The crowd was left pondering whether Gu Pingan was truly a martial artist or a grandmaster. Could an 18-year-old grandmaster even be conceivable? A profound silence ensued. At the most opulent 5-star hotel in Taiwan, several elegantly dressed youths surveyed the lavish decor. A striking girl adorned with a blue necklace curled her lip in disdain. What a dreadful place, and we must endure 7 days here. Absurd. The supervisor of this year's college entrance examination in Taiwan sighed with a wry smile. My dear Miss Zhang, having this is already a privilege. In truly remote cities, even hotels are a rarity. He sighed slightly, acknowledging the stature of these young lords and ladies who had come to take the exam. Their families were indeed formidable, individuals he could not afford to offend. Miss Zhang curled her lips and yawned, casually inquiring, So, which is the best high school in Taiwan? I am quite curious about how the people from this small place attend classes. Beside her, a seemingly composed young man remarked, It is Taiwan No. 1 high school. Perhaps you should rest for a couple of days before exploring. Do not be too overbearing, as even a mighty dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Miss Zhang scoffed disdainfully. Since I have arrived, all the so-called prodigies of this city shall make way for me. Chapter 17. The immortality of the great Qin perished in battle as dusk fell. The senior students returned to their dormitories, somewhat dazed. The events of the day had left them in a state of shock. First, there was the incident where Gu Pingan, who was said to have grasped the legendary essence of intention, severely injured the vice principal of master level. Then, there was the middle-aged man who resembled a mere driver but was, in fact, a trusted aide to the governor, serving as the deputy chief of the police department. Following that, Gu Pingan presented astonishing test data that left everyone utterly speechless. After this series of events, the students felt numb. They believed that even if the sky were to fall or the legendary governor were to appear in person, their inner calm would remain unshaken. Until someone spotted the boy who had caused a commotion throughout the school, walking hand in hand with the universally acknowledged school beauty along a tree-lined path. Their mindset shattered. This was the desperate wail of a boy whose last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. That night, countless young men and women were destined to lose sleep. How could one rest with a broken heart? As he gazed at the setting sun and the rosy clouds, Gu Pingan felt the softness of the hand in his own and smiled gently. In 6 days, the college entrance examination will arrive. Shall we go to the Imperial Capital University together? Li Yaoyao pouted and, with a hint of melancholy, replied, You will surely succeed. But I cannot say the same for myself. With a sigh, she expressed her concern. Gu Pingan shook his head with a smile, his eyes reflecting a deeper seriousness. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Pausing for a moment, he leaned in closer. I must go see the principal now. Li Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then withdrew her hand and retorted fiercely, Bah, Gu Pingan, you wolf. With that, she hurriedly trotted back to the dormitory, tossing over her shoulder, Good night, bye. Gu Pingan shook his head with a bemused smile. You've already been under the covers, and yet you're still shy. Not too far away, Li Yaoyao stumbled slightly, quickening her pace, her cheeks becoming even rosier. Gu Pingan watched her retreating figure with amusement, and after a while, his expression turned serious as he murmured to himself, It is time for a drink. Night had fallen. In a dilapidated villa not far from Taiwan No. 1 high school, Gu Pingan stood contemplating the rundown structure. After a moment, he could not help but ask, What has happened here? Where's the principal's wife? The bruised old principal wore an expression that was somewhat unnatural. He chuckled awkwardly. I merely wish to create the finest environment for your cultivation. I have sent your master's wife back to her family. She shall return after some time. Gu Pingan looked at the old principal with a face full of skepticism. And this villa? The old principal maintained his composure. Oh, after your master's wife departed, I was practicing my martial skills here and lost control of my strength. Gu Pingan remained silent, only extending his hand to gesture at the old principal's height, before moving to the shattered wall and indicating the large human-shaped hole that perfectly matched. Under Gu Pingan's peculiar gaze, the old principal felt somewhat uneasy and coughed lightly twice. All right, let us get to the point. There are merely 6 days remaining. You need not attend school, but stay here with me. His expression grew serious. Gu Pingyan shrugged his shoulders, a radiant smile illuminating his face. No problem. But we agreed that you would provide me a bottle of ancient brew every day. I train during the day and enjoy wine at night. The old principal raised an eyebrow, exasperated. Did I not already give you a bottle? That was for today. He then adopted a grave demeanor once more. However, before you indulge tonight, I must impart some fundamental knowledge to you. Are you aware of the divisions in cultivation realms? Somewhat, Gu Pingyan replied honestly. The first realm is warrior, the second is master, the third is grandmaster, the fourth and fifth are the titles of marquis and king, while the sixth realm is that of the venerable. After a pause, he continued, as for what lies beyond, I am not very clear. The old principal nodded gently, preparing a cup of tea and offering it to Gu Pingyan. Warriors refine their sinews and bones. Masters cultivate their energy and nourish their blood marrow. Grandmasters achieve a state of unity. The marquis realm etches the power of heaven and earth upon their bones with profound inscriptions, while kings inscribe their life as formation upon their bones using these mystical patterns. He then brewed himself a cup of tea, taking a small sip. Once you reach the king realm, you may join the United Council of the Nine Nations and become a member. Upon comprehending the essence, you can ascend to the sixth realm, becoming a venerable. However, this is far from the end of the path. Gu Pingyan's pupils slightly contracted, his head instinctively leaning forward. Is there more beyond that? The old principal nodded gently, his gaze profound. The path of cultivation consists of 9 realms in total. The 7th realm, known as the great power of mountains and seas, enables one to effortlessly shatter continental plates with a mere gesture. This realm is also referred to as the national level. Any being of great power is a treasured asset of the nation. A glimmer of shock flashed in Gu Pingyan's eyes. A being of the 7th realm could indeed stabilize a nation? The ability to destroy land masses with a mere flick of the wrist suggested that this ancestral star was far grander than the world he traversed before, with 9 great nations, each boasting billions of inhabitants, and the continental plates vastly more expansive. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, and what of the 8th and 9th realms? With the 7th realm already so formidable, what splendor might the 8th and 9th realms possess? The realm beyond is too distant for you to comprehend. There is no need for excessive knowledge. The 8th realm is revered as the divine among mortals, while the 9th realm embodies the essence of immortality. With a wistful expression, the old principal remarked, in our human race, there are only 8 true immortals, one for each nation, whose legacies endure eternally, unyielding and passed down through countless generations. A nation, one immortal? Gu Pingyan queried, a hint of confusion apparent in his tone. But aren't there 9 nations? The principal cast a sidelong glance at him and replied softly, our great Qin does not possess an immortal, or perhaps once did, but perished valiantly at the starry wall. A chill surged from Gu Pingyan's tailbone, coursing through his entire being. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, perished in battle? The powerful beings of the 7th realm, capable of shattering continental plates. And the 9th realm, the legendary immortals, can they truly fall? Pain and deep regret flickered in the principal's eyes before he closed them, slowly nodding. Indeed, they fell in battle. Chapter 18, My Trials and Ambitions, all for you. 18 centuries past, the ancient clans of Immortals, Chaos, and Rakshasa launched a massive invasion. On that fateful day, our great Qin's Immortal stood guard at the starry wall, and then met their demise. On that day, stars shattered, and countless bodies lay strewn across the cosmos. A profound sorrow shadowed the principal's demeanor as he lamented, our great Qin's Immortal, wielding a lone spear, vanquished 3 of the ancient clan's immortals, only to be ultimately exhausted and nailed to the starry wall. As he spoke, the principal slumped over the table, motionless. Gu Pingyan remained silent. After a long pause, the principal raised his head, managing a smile that resembled a grimace. If you ever have the chance, when you visit the starry wall, be sure to pay your respects to that noble soul. Gu Pingyan's expression shifted, and he managed to ask, our immortal was not given a proper burial? The principal remained silent for a protracted moment before exhaling a heavy sigh. In their final moments, that being fused their essence with the starry wall, vowing to add strength to its foundation. As he spoke, he seemed to age considerably, closing his eyes. Enough of this. Why do I tell you these things? Go drink your wine. Training begins tomorrow. With those parting words, the principal vanished in an instant, leaving Gu Pingyan alone. He sat in the chair, feeling inexplicably burdened. It appeared peaceful, yet was fraught with turmoil. There is no such thing as serene times. Rather, there are those who bear the weight of the world, even dying without a proper burial. Though he had yet to see the starry wall, a yearning began to bloom within him. Regardless, a pilgrimage to the starry wall was essential to pay homage to that fallen immortal of great Qin. After a long while, Gu Pingyan sighed softly. The urgency to enhance his strength was palpable, for the world was far from tranquil. He silently opened the ancient porcelain vase given to him earlier by the old principal, and a rich aroma of alcohol wafted out. Gu Pingyan did not linger to savor the fragrance, but instead took a large gulp. He sought to become intoxicated. The fiery and mellow liquor slid down Gu Pingyan's throat, dispelling the chill of early spring entirely. The host consumes the specially supplied 200-year-old Maodai Premium, gaining 15 years of cultivation. The host's unresolved emotions trigger a critical hit, granting an additional reward from the premium liquor, a sword technique spanning 6,000 miles. Gu Pingyan closed his eyes, restraining the surging energy within him, allowing the effects of the alcohol to race through his body, feeling 3 parts drunk. He paid no heed to his rapidly increasing cultivation, focusing solely on drinking, just drinking. Before long, an entire bottle of high-proof aged Maotai was consumed. With deliberate effort, the effects of the alcohol quickly spread throughout his body, transforming his mild intoxication into a complete stupor. He collapsed onto the couch, falling into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Gu Pingyan found himself once again in the vast ocean of his mind, seated at the center, beside a bare sword hilt. Gently picking up the hilt, he carefully examined the quarter of the Deluo sword embryo, which was adorned with carvings depicting celestial beings bowing down, illustrating a magnificent and boundless world. Just as he was struck with a sense of awe, a toothless old horseman appeared in his spiritual realm. Gu Pingyan set down the hilt and offered a subtle bow. Recognizing this figure as akin to those who come to impart sword techniques during the opening of the heavenly gate, the toothless old horseman displayed a hearty smile and cheerfully spoke. This sword technique of mine, known as Sword 9, spans 6,000 miles. It lacks profound sword intent. It is merely an ordinary sword move. Young sir, would you care to learn? Gu Pingyan nodded solemnly and softly replied, yes. The old horseman smiled again, and then a sword box appeared in his hand. With a gentle tap, the box sprang open, and a long sword shot forth. Grasping the sword, the old horseman grinned. This sword technique of 6,000 miles is the culmination of my life's trials and tribulations, embodying my youthful vigor. As he spoke, he slowly extended the sword. In an instant, the sword light surged upwards into the clouds, then abruptly inverted, cascading down like the Milky Way, stretching 6,000 miles, encompassing the winds, clouds, and rain, reflecting the sun and moon alike. Sword 9, 6,000 miles. The old horseman sighed softly, and the river of sword energy thundered down, entering Gu Pingyan's being. He closed his eyes. Time passed, and when he opened them again, the vast expanse of his spiritual world was devoid of the old horseman's presence. Gu Pingyan exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes reflecting the vicissitudes of life and snowstorms. He murmured wistfully, what a technique, 6,000 miles. It is clearly devoid of sword intent, yet brimming with youthful spirit, like the ebb and flow of the sea. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes sparkled with realization. This sword move speaks of the martial world. In ancient times, a journey of 6,000 miles constituted a significant part of the martial world. This sword, it traverses much of that realm. On the following morning, Gu Pingyan slowly sat upright from the sofa, his eyes fluttering open. The effects of the previous night's revelry lingered as his sinews trembled and vital energy surged within him. With a foundation of 25 years of cultivation behind him, Gu Pingyan ascended from a 9th rank master to a 4th rank, and with just 5 more years of cultivation, he would reach the esteemed ranks of the 3rd rank master. A flicker of excitement ignited within him. If this progress continued, by the time the college entrance examination arrived in 5 days, he would at least step into the realm of a Grand Master, and perhaps even aspire to the coveted title of Marquis. Achieving the rank of Marquis would elevate him to the middle 3rd realm, bestowing upon him a lifespan of 1,000 years, often referred to as the realm of longevity, where conventional weaponry was rendered nearly obsolete. You're awake? The old principal, holding a plate of fried eggs, appeared beside Gu Pingyan seemingly out of nowhere. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and the principal was slightly taken aback. After a night's passage, how had this child's eyes gained a hint of weariness? Could it be that he had achieved some newfound enlightenment? The principal's gaze widened involuntarily. A smile graced Gu Pingin's face as he expressed his enthusiasm. Principal, are these fried eggs for me? Snapped back to reality, the principal suppressed his astonishment and smiled back, placing the eggs on the table. They are indeed for you. Hurry and eat. Once you're finished, let us spar a few rounds so I can arrange a training regimen for you. He intended to assist Gu Pingin in reaching the Master Realm within the remaining 5 days. The prospect of having a Grandmaster at just 18 years of age filled the principal with exhilaration. Chapter 19. Brimming with spirit, yet bearing the weight of experience, you now stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess. And I will restrain my own cultivation to match your level. In the sprawling garden of the villa, the principal spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. You may employ any means to attack me, as long as you can force me to retreat even a single step. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Pingin swiftly broke off a branch from a peach tree, shaking it gently into a horizontal stance. In an instant, the essence of the sword surged forth, and the fallen leaves and blossoms around them rose into the air, while a few scattered clouds overhead began to spiral into a vortex. The principal's eyes widened in alarm as he rushed to call a halt, but Gu Pingin had already unleashed the peach branch with a decisive strike. The sword is drawn. The heavenly gate opens. The floating petals and leaves shattered with a thunderous sound, and the swirling clouds above coalesced into the shape of a grand portal, which then collapsed, plummeting towards the rear garden. With the branch wielded like a sword, Gu Pingin sent the principal flying nearly 10 meters, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud that shattered the earth beneath him. The shockwave dispersed, sending countless leaves and blossoms cascading from the treetops, gently landing upon the shoulders of the youth who held the peach branch. With a radiant smile, the young man declared, "Principal, I have won." The elderly principal, with a face smeared with dust, rose with great effort. His neck stiffened as he bellowed, "I have not yet finished speaking. Do not invoke your sword intent." Gu Pingin blinked innocently, his smile radiant as ever. Very well. As he spoke, he shook off the fallen leaves and blossoms clinging to him, brandishing once more the bare branch of a peach tree. "I shall open the gates of hell and escort you to the Yellow Springs." With that, the peach branch shattered into powder, and a fierce sword intent surged forth anew, sweeping away 3 inches of soil from the expansive garden, the earth gathering in tumultuous waves, reminiscent of the descent into the Yellow Springs. In a moment of dazed perception, the principal seemed to witness a terrifying portal opening in the void, glimpsing a river of the Yellow Springs, teeming with countless corpses and drifting remnants of celestial beings, rushing towards him. "By the heavens!" he exclaimed in fury, but his voice was drowned out by the surging torrent of earth. The principal, unwilling to appear overconfident, forcibly elevated his cultivation by 3 major realms, summoning the essence of the pinnacle of the Marquis Longevity realm, bracing himself against this sword intent of the Yellow Springs. The muddy waves surged, yet were shattered by his formidable vitality, sending dust swirling into the air like a flurry of petals. "Have you comprehended yet another sword intent?" After a moment of contemplation, the principal could no longer restrain his curiosity. His heart trembled. Having lived for 10,000 years, he had encountered prodigies in their youth who grasped the essence of intent. Yet, for a mere 18-year-old to comprehend 2 sword intents, this transcended mere prodigious talent. Could it be that from the ancestral star of humanity, Dichin, another immortal might emerge? The principal instinctively clenched his fists. Gu Pingin chuckled lightly, feigning innocence. "As for this, it came to me inexplicably. I cannot fathom the reason." The principal's eyes twitched. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply, declaring, "You are forbidden from using sword intent. No intent whatsoever." As he spoke, his teeth clenched in vexation. To have been bested by a youth once and compelled to exert power beyond that of a martial artist. How humiliating. How can I fight without sword intent? Gu Pingin's eyes widened, and then he revealed a harmless smile. "With so many restrictions, Principal, could you not offer some incentive?" The principal paused, slightly taken aback. "What incentive do you desire?" A glimmer of light flickered in Gu Pingin's eyes as he maintained his innocent demeanor. "How about this? If I, as a martial artist, manage to push you back or compel you to use power exceeding that of a martial artist without employing sword intent, aside from the daily bottle of wine, could you prepare for me an additional jug of wine, one of even better quality than yesterday? What do you say?" The principal regarded Gu Ping'an for a long moment before gradually nodding, responding with pride. Agreed, I shall grant your request. Upon hearing this, Gu Ping'an's smile faded, and he plucked another branch from the disheveled peach tree, holding it aloft as he pointed it toward the earth. Suddenly, the youthful charm that adorned Gu Ping'an dissipated entirely, replaced by the weight of time and experience. The old principal's expression shifted, a vague sense of having been deceived washed over him. Principal, I possess a sword known as Sword 9, spanning 6,000 miles. Pausing for a moment, the frostiness in the youth's eyes deepened, imbued with an air of melancholy, yet strangely accompanied by a flicker of spiritedness. An elusive aura enveloped him, and he opened his mouth to gently inhale the murky air, exhaling slowly as it coiled and took form, reminiscent of half the rivers and lakes in turmoil. The youth, standing at an angle with a peach branch raised high above his head, sighed softly. 6,000 miles of clouds and moons, with inferior steeds and yellow wine. Spirited and lively, a cup upon the city wall. In that instant, he seemed to transform into the toothless old horseman from the realm of his imagination, entering and exiting the martial world, the youthful spirit still palpable, albeit now tinged with a touch of time's weariness. The peach branch snapped in two. The old principal leaped 3 feet into the air. What a grand deception. Chapter 20. The Birth of the Supreme Sword. The skies and earth transform, stars stir. At the pinnacle of the largest 5-star hotel in Taiyan City, on the rooftop, 4 young men and 2 young women gathered, quietly enjoying the spring breeze while savoring their coffee. Zhang Jinghong, adorned with a blue necklace, stifled a yawn and spoke lazily. The college entrance examination is in 5 days. How about we visit that Taiyan No. 1 high school tomorrow? After a brief pause, she elegantly lifted her coffee cup, her slender fingers stirring the contents gently with a small spoon. After all, observing how the people in smaller locales practice their craft could broaden our horizons. A handsome youth, wearing a grin, replied, Sister Jinghong, what could possibly be interesting about a high school in such a small place? I reckon there aren't even any martial artists at that so-called Taiyan No. 1. The most composed among them slightly furrowed his brows and spoke softly. We can certainly go, but let us not be overly arrogant. One can never tell what talents might be hidden there. Zhang Jinghong curled her lip, choosing to remain silent. The ever-smiling youth chimed in, Wang, what kind of dragon could possibly be lurking in a place like this? Perhaps a snake or a cat at best, he thought to himself, dismissing the notion. Though Taiyan City could not be deemed insignificant, it paled in comparison to their imperial capital. Wang, the serious youth, frowned again and spoke gravely. Let us not overlook the fact that Li Tongming, the son of the city's governor, is well known at the Imperial Capital University. At just 22, he has already achieved the rank of a 3rd-grade master. Is that not worthy of consideration? Zhang Jinghong, visibly dissatisfied, retorted, a scion of the Wang clan may hold a status comparable to ours, but he is also older than us. After a brief pause, she slightly raised her head. In 4 years, I am destined to ascend to the 3rd rank of a master. That Li Tongming is hardly a concern. As for those little brats from Taiyan No. 1 high school, when the time for the college entrance examination comes, I could single-handedly sweep them aside. The boy with the surname Wang glanced at the proud Zhang Jinghong and scoffed. Would you dare to say that in front of Li Tongming? Your brother would probably avoid him like the plague at the Imperial Capital University. He is the top student in his 3rd year. After a moment, the boy's expression grew serious as he earnestly advised, I genuinely urge you all to temper your arrogance. From what I know, if Li Zhijing from Taiyan breaks through to the Wang realm and becomes a respected elder within these 2 months, he is highly likely to be reassigned to the imperial capital as the Grand Chancellor of the Xianyang province. The group of young men and women were momentarily taken aback, with one exclaiming, how is that possible? Isn't the Grand Chancellor of Xianyang province supposed to be a legendary figure of national caliber? While that may be true, it is said that Li Zhijing's father died in battle for our sovereign, and the royal family honors such loyalty. At this moment, Zhang Jinghong also appeared somewhat astonished. The Xianyang province is unlike any other, as the imperial capital lies within its borders. Historically, the Grand Chancellor has always been a formidable figure of the Shanhai realm, holding immense power and influence. She furrowed her brow, attempting to mask her discontent, and retorted, Li Zhijing is indeed impressive. But how long has he been stuck at the pinnacle of the Wang realm? Can one truly grasp the essence of the sword within just 2 months? Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the horizon. Zhang Jinghong flinched, causing some of her coffee to spill onto her pristine white dress, leaving unsightly stains. Yet, she did not express her anger. Rather, she stared in astonishment at the sky. The other 5 youths also wore expressions of shock, gazing at the spectacle above. There, a torrent of sword energy cascaded down from the clouds, hanging like a river for 6,000 miles. What a terrifying sword technique! Is it from a life form of the F and Ghu realm, or is it a Wang realm practitioner? The boy with the surname Wang wore a grave expression, momentarily lost in the breathtaking sight. Zhang Jinghong was equally mesmerized, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning as she murmured, "I wonder which unparalleled swordsman has unleashed such a magnificent display." The Milky Way hangs for 6,000 miles. Its sword energy so vast it seems capable of toppling a city. In the governance hall of Taiyan, Li Tianming, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. His figure flickered and appeared by the window, gazing at the cascading Milky Way above. What a fearsome sword technique! He was somewhat shaken, his pupils constricting sharply. If the sword energy in the sky had been imbued with sword intent, Li Tianming would not have been the least bit surprised. A respected elder wielding their sword would naturally possess such might. The issue is that this sword energy, while grand, bore no trace of sword intent, merely an extraordinary sword technique, executed with unparalleled finesse. This was what truly unsettled the governor. A single sword move, yet it resembled the Milky Way hanging in the sky, evoking the spirit of ancient martial artists, embodying the fervor of a wandering swordsman. Though devoid of sword intent, it surpassed sword intent. Li Tianming's body instinctively tensed as he swiftly assessed the source of the sword strike. It seemed to be emanating from the residence of the venerable Elder Li. A wave of relief washed over him. If it were indeed Elder Li wielding the sword, everything would fall into place. For that individual was a true heavyweight in the past. In the solitary villa's rear garden, Gu Ping'an found himself somewhat astonished. How could the might of this sword be so ferocious? After all, he could not utilize sword intent, and the old principle was far too unfathomable. In pursuit of fine wine, he had borrowed the power of that sword hilt. One could only say, it was indeed the Daluo sword embryo. Even the faintest threads of its might were terrifying. Beside him, the old principal gazed, somewhat dazed and astonished, at the torrent of sword energy cascading towards him. This strike had unexpectedly approached the realm of the revered, although it lacked the capacity to injure him. The fact remained that the one who unleashed this sword was a warrior, a mere child. The corners of the old principal's eyes twitched. He ceased to restrain his own cultivation, and with a sudden flourish of his hand, a tempest arose, swiftly dissipating the 6,000 miles of sword energy into nothingness. Gu Ping'an's eyelids fluttered violently. The old principal fixed his gaze upon Gu Ping'an, his expression grave as he inquired, "Ping'an, what is the meaning of this sword?" A bashful smile crept upon Gu Ping'an's face as he replied, "I could not wield sword intent, so I merely borrowed the might of a treasure." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and the sword hilt of the Daluo sword embryo materialized from thin air. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed hue, and the stars trembled. The old principal's countenance shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Put it away." Gu Ping'an, somewhat bewildered, hastened to retract the sword hilt into the depths of his consciousness. And then, the extraordinary phenomenon subsided, the ephemeral celestial light that had coalesced in midair dissipating entirely. Chapter 21. In search of wine for you. At this moment, the ancestral star trembled, and even from the depths of the cosmos, ancient entities began to awaken. In the great Ming kingdom, the Ming emperor's expression shifted as he abruptly rose to his feet. This aura surpasses the immortal soldiers? No, it seems to transcend even the immortal soldiers. As he spoke, he turned sharply to the venerable elder seated nearby, who wore an equally perplexed expression. "Great-grandfather, what was that just now?" The elder, clad in a black robe adorned with 10 vividly embroidered dragons, regained his composure, his eyes radiating boundless brilliance. With wisps of chaotic energy flowing within, I cannot discern the fleeting aura, but I glimpsed a long sword, the celestial light shower, and the cries of immortals and demons. Pausing, the elder rose, his demeanor grave. It appears to be a supreme treasure, one that transcends even the immortal soldiers. The king of the great Zhou drew a sharp breath, his countenance shaken as he beheld the sovereign, akin to a deity among mortals. The emergence of a transcendent weapon on the ancestral star surely meant that the pressures from the starry Great Wall would intensify. A twinge of anxiety flickered in his heart. At this juncture, the appearance of such a weapon on the ancestral star would undoubtedly incite the myriad races to stir restlessly. The aged figure clad in the robe of 10 dragons nodded gently. This year, it is the old white bear of the Winter Kingdom who guards the starry Great Wall. With such an upheaval occurring, he may find himself overwhelmed. After a brief pause, his gaze deepened. I shall convene the other 6 immortals for a meeting. This year, we may need an additional immortal to fortify the starry Great Wall. Each year, one of the 8 immortals from the ancestral star is designated to guard the wall. A rotation that has ensured the safety and tranquility of the ancestral star over the years. The great Ming sovereign exhaled a heavy breath. Seemingly reflective as he spoke, an assembly of immortals. I wonder whence the fleeting weapon came. The immortal of the great Ming, similarly attired in the robe of 10 dragons, shook his head gently, a wistful look gracing his eyes. Countless years ago, I was but a king, and the human race flourished with weapons of transcendence. Nearly every faction possessed one. He sighed softly. Yet now, amidst the vastness of existence, only our ancestral star remains as the last bastion of humanity. In the depths of the starry void, many planets, magnitudes greater than the once blue star, harbored incomprehensibly powerful entities peering forth. They gazed toward the direction of the ancestral star, only to be thwarted by the starry Great Wall. Upon the wall, a corpse nailed to the stone trembled slightly. Those monstrous beings who dared to glimpse into the ancestral star abruptly shut their eyes, blood seeping from their gaze. Whispers of formidable presences echoed, their bloodied eyes reflecting both fervor and trepidation. The revelation that the ancestral star had birthed a weapon beyond the realm of immortality was indeed an ominous sign. Humanity must not rise again. The depths of the starry expanse erupted in turmoil. In Tian City, amidst a villa garden, the protagonist that had incited the tremors among the great existences of the immortal realm stood in a state of bewilderment. Gu Ping'an blinked, his heart racing. Was this the Luo sword embryo not excessively terrifying? Merely a sword hilt. He had initially thought it merely bore the same name as the legendary sword of the Celestial Emperor, yet it appeared to be the weapon of the ancients. The mere manifestation of the hilt had invoked a stellar upheaval, dimming the heavens. Gu Ping'an swallowed hard. Beside him, the old principal wore an expression of utmost gravity. Earnestly inquiring, Ping'an, what is that sword hilt? His heart, too, surged with tumult. How could a weapon surpassing the immortal tier manifest in Ping'an's possession? Such a remarkable artifact is truly capable of safeguarding an ancient lineage. Gu Ping'an hesitated for a moment, gazing at the old principal, and softly uttered, I am uncertain about its origin. This sword hilt has seemingly existed within my spiritual realm since the day I was born. He could not elucidate the origins of the Dao sword embryo, and it would be absurd to attribute it to a reward for drinking. The term companion treasure seemed to be the most fitting description. Indeed, the old principal's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice faltering slightly. A companion treasure? But how could such a powerful companion treasure exist? Some truly extraordinary prodigies and unparalleled geniuses are indeed born with a companion treasure. Among the human race, such occurrences are rather rare. Within the 10 ancient clans of the starry sky, nearly all prodigies are born with a companion treasure. However, generally speaking, companion treasures are at most of the 7th realm, akin to mountain sea level, or the 8th realm, resembling divine weapons. It is unheard of for companion treasures to reach the level of immortal Dao artifacts. Yet, Gu Ping'an's companion treasure surpassed that threshold? The old principal's mind was profoundly shaken, nearly losing his composure. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Ping'an, refrain from using that sword hilt lightly. Even when you do, remember, do not draw it directly from your vast sea of consciousness. Gu Ping'an nodded thoughtfully. Observing this, the old principal chose not to elaborate further and hurried back inside, soon emerging with 5 ancient porcelain bottles. 5 bottles of vintage brew. Gu Ping'an, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Principal, aren't you supposed to give me 1 bottle a day? The old principal rolled his eyes and retorted, I initially planned to impart some knowledge to you, but now it seems futile. He caught his breath and continued, that sword technique of yours is quite astonishing. It's called 6,000 miles, correct? Gu Ping'an nodded, softly affirming, Sword 9, 6,000 miles. In truth, you need not have employed that sword hilt. Merely invoking 6,000 miles would have sufficed to defeat me. Once this technique is unleashed, there may be no other sword technique as profound in the world. The old principal, filled with nostalgia, remarked, beneath the title of a marquee. There is little else I can teach you. Stay here for the next few days. I must step out for a while. Enjoy the wine in the meantime. Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback and curiously asked, "Where are you headed?" The old principal rolled his eyes again and replied, "Where else would I go? I promised to find you a better vintage brew. Rest assured, I shall return before the college entrance examination. And you, young man, drink sparingly." With that, the old principal handed the 5 bottles of premium vintage brew to Gu Pingyan, then vanished into thin air. Gu Pingyan silently regarded the 5 ancient porcelain bottles in his arms, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. Chapter 22. Iron-Eating Beast King, 2nd Grade Grandmaster. Thud, 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 thud. Hiccup. Gu Pingyan indulged in copious amounts of wine, a satisfied belch escaping his lips. The host has consumed 200-year-old Huadiao wine, superior grade, acquiring 15 years of cultivation. A crack echoed through his bones as life essence emerged from the void, infusing Gu Pingyan's corporeal form. Mastery of the 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier. He exhaled a breath laced with the aroma of wine, his sinews vibrating in unison. Gently clenching his fists, a colossal force of 90 tons erupted with a thunderous sound. The air compressed and shattered, a sonic boom rippling outward, stirring a tempest within the entire garden. Ah, this marks the 1st tier of mastery, yet regrettably, there was no critical hit reward. Gu Pingyan murmured to himself, glancing at the remaining 4 bottles of fine wine before him, resisting the urge to consume them all. After all, there was still a hangover cultivation reward to consider. This opportunity must not be squandered. He poured the remaining half bottle of liquid into his belly, his bones quivering slightly as the vigor rapidly catalyzed the effects of the alcohol, spreading throughout his body. Before long, Gu Pingyan began to feel a sense of heaviness in his head and limbs, and without further thought, he collapsed into slumber. Beyond the ancestral star lay absolute vacuum. The old principal traversed this void as if walking upon a staircase, his countenance calm and unperturbed. He turned back to gaze at the incomprehensibly vast ancestral star. A hint of nostalgia crossing his features. It has been a long time since I last departed from the ancestral star. Since the 3 ancient clans united to besiege the gates 1800 years ago, following that battle, the old principal returned to the ancestral star and had not ventured forth since. Time had flown by, 1800 years. He shook his head slightly, dismissing further thoughts, and took a decisive step forward. The void was torn asunder, and the old principal forcibly created a wormhole, stepping through to traverse unfathomable distances. Upon reappearing, he found himself outside a grand ancient realm. Gazing at this immense ancient world, a smile involuntarily crept across the old principal's face, but it quickly vanished. He extended his fist and gently tapped. Boom! A muffled sound resonated, akin to the beating of war drums, as large swathes of the void wrinkled visibly, shimmering like waves, spreading far and wide. Moments later, a magnificent portal opened within the ancient realm, and a fearsome being rolled forth from it. Indeed, it rolled forth, an iron-eating beast. The old principal offered a bow, his demeanor cheerful. "Greetings, king of the iron-eating beasts." The rotund king of the iron-eating beasts scratched its head, exuding a naive charm, and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Oh, it's you? I remember you. You are the one beside the king of the great Qin." After a brief pause, it patted its belly lazily and asked, "What brings you here?" The old principal maintained a steady expression, bowing once more and continuing his genial demeanor. "I have come to retrieve the jar of wine left among the nobles by the king of the great Qin." The king of the iron-eating beasts blinked, pondering slowly for a moment before slapping its head. "Oh, you mean the bamboo leaf wine? Follow me." As it spoke, it showed no hesitation, turned its back, swaying its hips, and returned to the ancient realm. The old principal's body tensed slightly, then he hastened to follow. The Iron-Eating Beast clan is one of the 10 ancient clans in the cosmos, and the Iron-Eating Beast King is an immortal being. Moreover, this clan is the only one that maintains amicable relations with the human race. In Tian City, the following day, Gu Pingyan awoke from a state of drowsiness. A bout of drunkenness rewards 10 years of cultivation. The familiar power surged forth from within his body, and in an instant, the bones throughout Gu Pingyan's body cracked and echoed. The resonating sound of his sinews and bones created a symphony, and his pores trembled slightly, filling him with a sense of completeness. A grandmaster embodies the essence of unity, concealing their true form, exerting a force of over 100,000 kilograms, and extending their lifespan by a century. Gu Pingyan had entered the realm of the grandmaster. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, brilliance flashing within, and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. The murky air transformed into a fierce arrow of energy, piercing through the wall and embedding itself at an angle into the garden's soil, leaving behind a pit 2 fingers wide and unfathomably deep. This is what it means to be a grandmaster. It's not so difficult after all, Gu Pingyan murmured to himself, then took out his phone to send a good morning message to Li Yaoyao. Ah, another beautiful day. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. A bout of drunkenness rewards 10 years of cultivation. The familiar power surged once more. 3 bottles of premium liquor, although none triggered a critical hit, along with the 3 bouts of drunkenness, collectively provided Gu Pingyan with 75 years of cultivation, elevating him into the 2nd tier of Grandmaster. With just 1 more bottle downed, he would instantly achieve the 1st tier of Grandmaster and glimpse the vistas of the realm of nobility and longevity. Stretching lazily, Gu Pingyan yawned, feeling he hadn't had enough sleep. Today, the old principal should be returning, and he wondered how Li Yaoyao was doing lately. As she had been unresponsive to his messages, the thought of Li Yaoyao brought a faint smile to Gu Pingyan's lips. The morning sun cascaded down, the spring air slightly chilly, and the pedestrians on the street were mostly dressed in long sleeves. Spring could sometimes be more piercingly cold than the depths of winter. The students of Taiyan First High School's martial arts class were already up early, for the early morning is often the best time for physical training. Li Yaoyao stood on the playground in a short-sleeved shirt, seemingly unperturbed by the morning's brisk chill, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Beside her, Su Xiaoyan teased, "Little Yaoyao, are you thinking about your Gu Pingyan?" Li Yaoyao snapped back to reality, her face flushing slightly as she glared, "Don't say such things." "He is not mine." Su Xiaoyan beamed with delight. "Then is he mine?" "Dream on," Li Yaoyao blurted out, then immediately realized, her cheeks reddening even more. Su Xiaoyan cast a disdainful glance at Li Yaoyao, scoffing lightly. "Oh, you little girl, if you're infatuated, just admit it. Why the shy demeanor when spring has already arrived?" With that, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Li Yaoyao, feeling a tinge of urgency, raised her hand as if to strike, prompting Su Xiaoyan to nimbly evade. Her laughter still bright. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Su Xiaoyan, avoiding Li Yaoyao's fist, collided with a girl adorned with a blue necklace. The girl stood firm, while Su Xiaoyan stumbled backward and fell onto the ground. Chapter 23. Tomorrow, I shall end you. As Su Xiaoyan picked herself up, she looked apologetically at the elegantly dressed maiden before her. "I'm terribly sorry, I didn't see you there." She clasped her hands together and offered a slight bow. Zhang Jinghong brushed off her dress lightly, casting a cold glance at Su Xiaoyan. "The people from small places truly lack refinement and courtesy," she remarked, her nostrils flaring slightly as she let out a haughty sniff. Su Xiaoyan stood frozen in place. Li Yaoyao, who had hurried over, furrowed her brows upon hearing this, casting an irritated glance at the arrogant girl with the blue necklace. "Didn't she just apologize? Your words are the true embodiment of rudeness." Zhang Jinghong, unfazed, merely let out another dismissive huff, seemingly uninterested in squabbling with what she perceived to be mere insects. She turned her head to survey her companions, 4 men and 1 woman, who had accompanied her, and with a light laugh, stated, "Is this what they call Taiyan? No. 1 high school. Honestly, it's far worse than I imagined. What do you all think?" A man named Wang furrowed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I think it's rather acceptable." Another girl nodded in agreement, casting a somewhat apologetic glance at Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyan. "I'm sorry. Our friend has a rather poor temper." Li Yaoyao, linking arms with Su Xiaoyan, felt her tightly knitted brows begin to ease. "It's nothing," she started. But before she could finish, Zhang Jinghong's sharp voice interrupted once more. "Bai Yi, there's no need for you to play the peacemaker." A flicker of anger crossed her features. She wouldn't easily be provoked by what she regarded as insects. But Bai Yi was different. She was a peer and of equal standing, at least in her eyes. Nearby, another young man chuckled softly. "Sister Jinghong, Sister Yi, let it go. Why engage in a petty squabble over 2 people from a small town? It's unnecessary." Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyan's expressions hardened once more. Unable to contain herself, Su Xiaoyan exclaimed angrily, "Who are you? Constantly belittling us as small-town folk. Before she could finish, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Jinghong's eyes. Her left hand, poised like a blade, trembled with latent power. And with a swift motion, she unleashed a formidable strike. Who invited you to interject? The air compressed under the weight of her terrifying strength, transforming into a razor-like gust that howled forth. Li Yaoyao's expression slightly changed as she positioned herself protectively in front of Su Xiaoyun, her arms crossed over her chest. With a resounding crash, the fierce air blade collided against her arms, causing her to emit a muffled groan and stagger back 2 steps. The shattered air blade tore through her short sleeves, revealing her delicate arms, as white as lotus roots. Is she truly a martial artist? Zhang Jinghong's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, soon overshadowed by a chilling demeanor. She bent her legs slightly, causing the ground beneath to crack, poised to strike again. Suddenly, a soft voice interjected, causing everyone to pause momentarily and turn toward the source. Zhao Wujie? Zhang Jinghong squinted her eyes sharply, her body tensing slightly. Yet, Zhao Wujie disregarded her, stepping forward to maintain a respectful distance from Li Yaoyao, and greeted warmly, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Li Yaoyao was taken aback, surprisingly refraining from retorting, simply shaking her head and softly replying, "I am fine." After all, she was an 8th-rank martial artist. A mere air blade could not harm her. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here?" A man named Wang inquired, gesturing toward Li Yaoyao with an inquisitive expression. Zhao Wujie's smile faded as he cast a dispassionate glance at them. "I came to borrow the venue for the college entrance examination. Allow me to offer you some advice. Do not stir trouble at Taiyan No. 1 High School." Zhang Jinghong raised an eyebrow, her voice icy as she retorted, "Zhao Wujie, your family's ancestor is nearing his end, isn't he? When the time comes, the Zhao family will be without a protector, and you will amount to nothing." Both Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyun were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. Could it be that this transfer student's family harbored a revered elder? A revered elder could govern an entire province. Why then did this genuine scion of a noble family treat Gu Pinggan with such deference? Li Yaoyao recalled the events at the residence of the Li governor, her heart stirring with speculation. Zhao Wujie shot a glance at Zhang Jinghong, his tone indifferent. "None of your concern, old hag." A black-clad elder materialized beside him. Addressing him respectfully, "Young master, should they continue their provocations, we will expel them from Taiyan No. 1 High School." "Understood." The elder slightly inclined his body, then unleashed a peak master's aura that bore down upon the group. The expressions of the 4 men and 2 women shifted subtly. Zhang Jinghong, instead of becoming enraged, smiled mockingly. "Very well, tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and there will be an unrestricted arena competition." Her eyes glinted with danger as she turned her gaze toward Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyun. "Zhao Wujie may protect you today, but he cannot shield you tomorrow." With that, she snorted lightly and turned to leave. The man named Wang glanced at the imposing elder, offering an apologetic look to Zhao Wujie as he spoke. "Brother Zhao, this is her own decision. It has nothing to do with us. I will speak to her when we return." At this moment, Zhao Wujie displayed a rather peculiar expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips, suggesting a deeper meaning. "There is no need for such concern. She is my sister-in-law." The man of the Wang surname momentarily paused, instinctively glancing at the pouting Li Yaoyao, and could not help but speculate about the young girl. Could she possibly possess some significant background? Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, he respectfully inclined his hands toward Zhao Wujie and promptly departed from Taiyan No. 1 High School with several others. "That student Zhao?" Li Yaoyao hesitated briefly before softly inquiring, "Who are they?" Zhao Wujie immediately became attentive, slightly bowing. "Sister-in-law, they are merely the young masters and mistresses from the capital. However, in front of Brother Ping'an, they are of little consequence. One who has comprehended the essence can, in a sense, be equated to a revered one." Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyun exchanged glances, still somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, within the villa, Gu Ping'an, absorbed in contemplating the essence of the Yellow Spring sword, felt a slight stir. Opening his eyes, "Principal, you have returned?" No sooner had he spoken than the old principal's figure gradually materialized from the void. Gu Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld the principal holding an ancient wine jar in his left hand, while his right grasped a small iron-eating beast. Chapter 24. What on earth? There's a dog. The old principal first placed the ancient wine jar on the table, then, with a grin, hoisted the iron-eating beast by the scruff of its neck, cheerfully announcing, "This, my dear boy, is a special product I brought back from my recent outing. Gu Ping'an's eye twitched. A special product? The iron-eating beast wriggled free from the principal's grasp, rolling its rotund body on the ground before scampering to the garden, where it plopped down and basked in the sun. Glancing at the ancient wine jar, Gu Ping'an queried, "Principal, why did you bring back a round creature while fetching wine?" As he spoke, he instinctively swallowed. "Ah, do not misconstrue. It is not the round creature that piques my interest, but rather the wine jar." The old principal raised his head, speaking boldly and proudly. "I visited an old friend, who insisted on giving me his son. I had no choice in the matter." "Is that so?" Gu Ping'an nodded slowly, then widened his eyes in disbelief. "His son?" The principal chuckled nervously, his demeanor somewhat awkward. "Indeed. My old friend is an iron-eating beast." Gu Ping'an fell silent, casting another glance at the round creature sunbathing in the garden, then scrutinizing the old principal with suspicion. Why did it feel as though this round creature had been abducted? Meanwhile, in the ancient realm of the iron-eating beast clan, the endearingly clumsy king of the iron-eating beasts lounged comfortably upon a throne crafted from divine bamboo, patting his round belly with a furry paw. "Where has the little prince gone?" "Off to bask in the sun again. I have not seen him." The king's voice resonated like a mighty bell, booming and deafening. Beside them, the venerable elder of the iron-eating beast clan widened his ebony eyes in astonishment. "My lord, did you not instruct that previous human to take the prince to the ancestral star of humanity for training?" The iron-eating beast tribe had established amicable relations with the human race, and this particular king of the iron-eating beasts had once accompanied the now-deceased great king of Qin during his youth, traversing the ancestral star. At that time, both the king of the iron-eating beasts and the great king of Qin were still in their formative years. Thus, when the old principal took the rotund prince away, the guardians at the gate did not intervene. The expression of the iron-eating beast king, previously one of ease, abruptly stiffened. He gazed at the elder and managed to utter, "That human has abducted the prince?" The elder, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly, a sense of numbness washing over him. A terrifying aura, characteristic of the immortal realm, surged into the skies, causing the entire ancient realm to tremble. This power even breached the boundaries of the ancient realm, sweeping through the cosmos. Countless celestial bodies fragmented under this overwhelming force, with many stars collapsing prematurely, erupting in cataclysmic explosions. In the depths of the starry expanse, formidable beings quaked in fear. Is it the king of the iron-eating beasts? Who has dared to provoke him? To incite the wrath of an ancient king could spell disaster for an entire lineage. Each immortal ancient king stood as a paragon amidst the cosmic firmament. For instance, the human race had repeatedly repelled numerous incursions from ancient clans through the might of several ancient kings and the celestial Great Wall. After an indeterminate span of time, a terrifying roar reverberated through the vast ancient realm of the iron-eating beasts. By the heavens, there's a dog. Many formidable entities, who had been observing this ancient realm with grave expressions, momentarily paused in surprise, their thoughts racing. A dog? Could it be that the ancient king of the celestial dog clan has clashed with the king of the iron-eating beasts? Concurrently, the ancient king of the celestial dogs appeared utterly bewildered, trembling in trepidation. There exists a distinction between immortals. The iron-eating beasts are among the 10 most powerful clans in the vast cosmos, belonging to the revered Shirshir Fong ancient clan. The king of the celestial dogs hesitated for a considerable time, then donned 9 sacred bamboos upon his back and ventured into the realm of the iron-eating beasts to offer his apologies, albeit uncertain of the nature of his transgression. In the great Qin kingdom, within the province of Langya, in the city of Taiyan, Gu Ping'an cradled the small iron-eating beast and affectionately scratched its belly. Smiling as he remarked, "Principal, let us name him Gu Gun Gun henceforth. By the way, since you have taken someone's son, will that old friend of yours not seek retribution?" Indeed, Gu Ping'an initially wished to name it Bing, but he sensed that should he do so, the entire world might face obliteration at the hands of an unparalleled existence. The old principal remained unfazed, his heart steady. "No worries. My old friend had once been taken to the ancestral star for a time. Wait, was I the one who took him?" he continued, a righteous demeanor enveloping him. "In any case, I have entrusted you with my old friend's son. You must take good care of him." Gu Ping'an's eye twitched slightly. "Principal, how can I manage this? After my college entrance examinations, I must head to the imperial capital. Can Gu Gun Gun even travel by plane?" As he spoke, he gently squeezed the round, fluffy cheeks of Gu Gun Gun. Gu Gun Gun, affectionate towards Gu Pingyan, clung to his neck, resembling a bear draped over him. The old principal chuckled softly, saying, "It's all right. I'll have someone elevate your status a tad, and you can venture into the military base without anyone hindering you." He then added with a note of caution, "Gun Gun is no ordinary iron-eating beast. In just a year, or even 2 months, it may well refine its bones and start speaking." Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. An iron-eating beast could actually talk? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. If humans could soar through the skies, it was quite reasonable for Gun Gun to converse as well. The old principal glanced at his watch, his expression turning serious. Taking a deep breath, he stated, "I must find your teacher's wife today. You should go for your examination tomorrow." Pausing, he added, "Drink less alcohol." With that, the old principal vanished into thin air. Gu Pingyan, holding Gun Gun, burst into silent laughter. He then turned his gaze to the ancient wine jar on the table, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Chapter 25. The Explosion of Celestial Wine. Severing cause and effect, witnessing the Tao. Gu Pingyan, cradling the bewildered Gun Gun, approached the table. He first placed Gun Gun on a chair, and then seized the ancient wine jar. Gun Gun sat there in confusion, and after a moment, stretched out its 2 small, plump hands. Squeak, squeak, whimper, whimper. Gu Pingyan's expression shifted. Clutching the wine jar, he looked at Gu Gun Gun with a grave demeanor and said earnestly, "Gun Gun, we can squeak and whimper, but let us avoid the whimpering too much. Whimpering can easily attract a punch." Gu Gun Gun's round, cherubic face was filled with confusion. Tilting its head, the large eyes with dark circles blinked once, and then it queried, "Whimper, whimper." Gu Pingyan's face darkened in exasperation as he patted Gun Gun's soft head, saying, "Just wait, I'll come and play with you shortly." Taking a deep breath, he abruptly removed the seal from the ancient wine jar. In an instant, the fragrant aroma of bamboo mingled with an overwhelming, intoxicating scent of alcohol, wafting through the air. In fact, amidst the haze, Gu Pingyan could faintly perceive a celestial light emanating from within the jar. His mind quivered slightly. What caliber of wine was this, infused with such ethereal essence and captivating fragrance? Gun Gun's nose twitched, its eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement, and it made a small leap. Thud! Gun Gun landed face down on the floor. It quickly flipped over and stood up, wobbling as it ran to Gu Pingyan, wrapping its limbs around his leg and pointing at the wine jar in his hand. Whimper, whimper. Gu Pingyan inhaled the fragrant aroma of the wine, patted Gun Gun, and chuckled. "All right, let me have a sip first." This jar of wine, suffused with the scent of bamboo, made him speculate. Could it be that the old principal's iron-eating beast friend had brewed it? Indeed, there exists such a possibility. Without further contemplation, Gu Pingyan gulped down a mouthful of the crystalline liquor. As the liquid coursed down his throat, the fragrant essence of bamboo erupted within him. Before the prompt could resonate, he sensed a rich divine essence bursting forth, permeating his bones and organs. His internal organs trembled, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout his being. Crack! It was a crisp sound, and with it, the cultivation of the second-grade Grandmaster surged, swiftly propelling him into the realm of the first-grade Grandmaster. This was merely the inherent effect of the bamboo wine. The host consumes the divine bamboo Immortal elixir, remnant of celestial quality, acquires 500 years of cultivation, gains innate affinity with the iron-eating beasts, and a trace of the immortal Tao rhythm. First consumption of celestial-grade wine enhances comprehension of the heaven-splitting sword intent by 30%, and the yellow spring sword intent by 30%. First consumption of celestial-grade wine rewards the supreme sword technique, severing cause, severing effect, severing the Tao, and meeting me. By heavens, what an explosion! This was the sole thought racing through Gu Pingyan's mind as he instinctively continued to drink with fervor. Half a jar of wine vanished down his throat, and simultaneously, his realm continued to ascend. In the Grandmaster realm, a decade of cultivation typically elevates one's rank by a minor tier, yet he had leapt into the first-grade Grandmaster stage with merely 50 years of cultivation. Furthermore, this stage, known as the Eternal Marquis realm, required 50 years of cultivation to advance a small tier. The 500 years of cultivation had allowed Gu Pingyan to ascend to the first-grade Eternal Marquis realm in an instant. Moreover, he still had an excess of 50 years of cultivation left. Regrettably, to attain the King's realm from the first-grade Eternal Marquis realm, 500 years of cultivation were essential. Otherwise, Gu Pingyan would have already reached the King's realm. Nonetheless, even so, it was a terrifying feat. The Eternal Marquis realm was sufficient to command an army as a general. This time, without Gu Pingyan needing to suppress his vital energy to harness the potency of the wine, the terrifying power of the divine bamboo immortal elixir overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse to the ground, utterly intoxicated. The remaining half-jar of celestial-grade wine tumbled to the ground, only to be caught by Gu Gungun's two fluffy paws. Gu Gungun opened his mouth wide and gulped it down. Thud! The wine jar shattered, and Gu Gungun, having consumed half a jar of the divine bamboo immortal elixir, also succumbed to intoxication. Beyond the ancestral star, amidst the undulating void, a middle-aged woman, resplendent and dignified, stepped forth. Darling. The old principal, who had long been waiting nearby, hurried forward, his face beaming with joy. You have returned at last. You cannot imagine how I fared during your absence. The woman rolled her eyes, interrupting him with a hint of annoyance. Enough. You must have been overjoyed while I was away, right? With a slight furrow of her brow, she became somewhat serious. There is an immortal aura about you. Is it from the iron-eating beast king? Did you seek it out? The old principal nodded decisively, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he spoke. I made a wager with Pingyan. Upon losing, I ventured into the ancient realm of the iron-eating beasts to retrieve that jar of divine bamboo immortal elixir, and incidentally, to bring back the heir of the iron-eating beast king. The woman at the side of her eye twitched, her gaze widening. You truly dare to take such a risk. When the iron-eating beast king comes seeking trouble, I shall stand in your stead. Her voice floated lightly, as though this were merely a trivial matter. The old principal chuckled softly, scratching his head. By the way, dear lady, you have yet to meet Pingyan. Once he finishes his college entrance examination, you both should have a proper encounter. That young man is indeed a genuine genius. The woman's interest was piqued, and she inquired curiously, oh, to what extent is he a genius? No sooner had she spoken than a grand aura surged forth from the star of Zhusheng. Both the old principal and the middle-aged woman exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they keenly sensed that the tumult of cause and effect was emanating from their own Gu Pingyan. With resolute determination, the middle-aged woman swiftly concealed the burgeoning fluctuations of cause and effect with deft precision. Chapter 26. Attending the college entrance examination with Gu Gungun. One person and one rolling ball lay embraced upon the floor, fast asleep. This was the scene that greeted the old principal and Xian Linglong upon their return. Xian Linglong's eyelids flickered, casting a glance at the shattered wine jar. Did these two little ones finish off the divine bamboo immortal elixir in one go? The old principal's expression shifted, his thoughts reaching out expansively. After a moment, he exhaled in relief. It seems I neglected to remind Ping, and thankfully, no mishap has occurred. As he spoke, the old principal exchanged a knowing glance with Xian Linglong, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The divine bamboo immortal elixir. Even a single sip can overwhelm an ordinary sovereign. Consuming too much could result in immediate death. Yet, Gu Pingyan and Gu Gungun appeared utterly unfazed, soundly asleep. One might excuse Gu Gungun, being the direct descendant of the immortal king, but Gu Pingyan. Xian Linglong took a deep breath. Her voice tinged with awe. Longevity. I now believe you. Pingyan is indeed an unparalleled prodigy. That terrifying sword intent, which seemed to stir the threads of cause and effect, must have emanated from him. The old principal offered a wry smile. It seems so. But given how quickly it was concealed, there should be no significant issues. Pausing, he added, by the way, I specifically sought out King Qin to slightly elevate Ping and status, which should allow him to evade most external scrutiny from other clans. Xian Linglong nodded slightly. Such a prodigy, if he does not fall, is destined to attain immortality. However, with you and I safeguarding his path, even if an immortal were to arrive, it would pose no threat. It appears that our human race is to gain another immortal. Meanwhile, within Gu Ping and spiritual realm, he sat poised upon the vast expanse of his inner ocean, his eyes firmly closed. What is the cause, and what is the effect? Amidst the void, a grand and resounding voice echoed, reverberating like celestial music. Cause, the inception of all things and events. With his eyes still shut, Gu Pingyan instinctively replied, effect. The ultimate conclusion of all things and events. What is the Tao? The grand voice resounded once more. The Tao, the fundamental essence of existence and non-existence. The natural laws of all things, the principles governing the universe. What am I? I am the way, and the way is me. I am who I am. Gu Pingyan responded softly, as strands of starry light began to emerge from his body, each thread intricately connected to an event, an object, or a person. These countless strands of stars represented the cause and effect he had generated since his arrival in this world. After a brief pause, a magnificent voice resounded, to sever cause, to sever effect, to sever the way, is to truly know oneself. The past dissipates like smoke, and the future lies at your feet. If you perfect the three intentions of this sword style, you shall attain the way. With these words, the grand voice vanished, and Gu Pingyan slowly opened his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the sword style of severing cause and effect. Your sword intent is fully realized. The sword of severing cause initiates, and the sword of severing effect concludes. The sword that kills cause and effect embodies great terror. Gu Pingyan murmured to himself in a daze, pondering the supreme sword style that encompasses severing cause, severing effect, and knowing oneself. Although he had only grasped a fraction of the sword intent, he felt that this one portion surpassed the 6/10 of the opening heaven sword intent and the 4/10 of the yellow spring sword intent by a considerable margin. Alas, it was not something he could wield lightly. The sword of cause and effect is a riddle without resolution, concealing profound terror within its path. After a bout of drunkenness, gained 10 years of cultivation, Gu Pingyan shook his head and pulled out his phone, revealing 2 messages, one from Yao Yao wishing him good night, and the other good morning. A smile crept onto his face as he replied with a good morning. Just as he set his phone down, a large head suddenly loomed before him. Startled by the principal's imposing face, he instinctively took a step back. Principal, what brings you here? Just then, Gu Pingyan caught sight of a middle-aged woman nearby, and a thought crossed his mind. I have met the teacher's wife. He respectfully performed a bow. Xian Ling smiled gently. You have woken up just in time. If you had been any later, you would have missed the college entrance examination. Beside them, the principal patted his chest. It's not a big deal. If you are late, we can always postpone the exam by a day. Gu Pingyan glanced at the principal, amused. Now that is quite a boast. Unlike the arts and sciences exams, the martial arts entrance exam, formerly known as the Higher Martial Arts Unified Examination, is held in late spring each year and is undoubtedly the most serious affair of the year. How could it possibly be postponed? The principal shrugged, believe it or not, but you should hurry. What time is it? Realizing the urgency, Gu Pingyan chuckled. I'm on my way. With that, he lifted his foot to leave. Suddenly, still dazed from his inebriation, Gu Gun wrapped his arms around Gu Pingyan's leg. Gu Pingyan attempted to shake him off, but the persistent Gun clung like a stubborn piece of gum, even yawning and producing a bubble of snot. Gu Pingyan, the old principal chuckled softly. It seems that Gun is rather fond of you. Bring him along. Gu Pingyan's heart stirred slightly as he recalled the innate affinity of the Iron Eater mentioned in yesterday's reward, and he felt a glimmer of understanding. He then forced a smile and replied, but this is the college entrance examination. Am I really bringing Gun with me? The old principal smiled mysteriously. No problem at all. I have elevated your status just a tad. You may proceed without hindrance. Gu Pingyan, somewhat skeptical, pondered for a moment before cradling the round Gu Gun in his arms and cheerfully stated, well then, Principal and Madam Principal, I shall take my leave for the examination. See you later. With that, he merrily embraced Gun and headed toward the school. Chapter 27. You have been disqualified from the examination. Taiyan No. 1 High School. As the largest high school in Taiyan City, it serves as the venue for all students participating in the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. High school seniors from non-martial arts tracks and students from other grades were granted a day off, effectively emptying the extensive grounds of Taiyan No. 1 High School. The martial arts entrance examination only required a single day. It commenced officially at 9 in the morning with standardized testing for all students, and by the afternoon, students achieving the rank of prospective martial artist and above engaged in unrestricted arena battles to determine the top scholar and the top 10 in the entire city of Taiyan. The top scholars and the remaining top 10 from each city would receive resource support from the Qin royal family, especially the top scholar, who would gain not only preferential resources, but also the granting of a noble title. The top scholar of a city would be awarded the title of Viscount, and those who possess noble titles belong to the privileged class. This is also why the college entrance examination is prevalent throughout the Great Qin. At this very moment, Taiyan No. 1 High School. At 8:55 in the morning, the entire playground was abuzz with activity, filled with senior martial arts students from high schools across the city. as well as the 6 young individuals participating in the examination. As time drew near, tens of thousands of candidates took their positions. Were it not for the 3 large playgrounds of Taiyan No. 1 High School, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. Zhang Jinghong crossed her arms, coldly observing Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyan not far away. She scoffed. One is a prospective martial artist, the other a martial artist. All they can do now is pray not to encounter me in the arena. The unrestricted arena battles, as the name suggests, impose no limitations as long as no firearms are used. Injuries are permitted, and even fatalities are allowed. Beside her, a boy with the surname Wang glanced at her and said indifferently, I advise you not to be too harsh on Li Yaoyao. She hails from the Li family of the imperial capital. Zhang Jinghong was taken aback, her expression darkening. The Li family? Which Li family? The Wang boy maintained his indifferent tone. The Li of the Prime Minister. A collective gasp escaped the lips of those nearby. The Prime Minister. The most powerful individual in the entire Qin nation, second only to the royal family. Zhang Jinghong's expression shifted unpredictably. After a moment, she let out a cold snort. What of the Prime Minister's family? The legitimate daughter is merely a tool for marriage in the future. What does it matter if she retains her life? As the youths from the imperial capital engaged in conversation, on the playground, Su Xiaoyan quietly inquired, Yao Yao, why hasn't your friend arrived yet? Li Yaoyao's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor and replied, I don't know, but they should be here soon. They mentioned having a surprise for me. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced at her phone, unable to suppress a pout. Stupid Pinyin, still hasn't he replied? Su Xiaoyan blinked her eyes, still curious, a surprise? But today is the college entrance examination. What kind of surprise could there be? Just then, a commotion seemed to arise at the school gate. Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyan looked over with curiosity, only to see a young man holding a round, fluffy black and white creature. Gu Pinyin, a food-stealing beast? Li Yaoyao. Su Xiaoyan. The students across the playground. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured, what an unexpected Gu Pinyin. Zhang Jinghong and the others also witnessed this scene, and a glint of interest flickered in her eyes. A food-stealing beast? Quite adorable. Nearby, a boy in blue cheerily remarked, Sister Jinghong, I'll go by it. He raised his foot, feigning to head towards the school gate. If you intend to forfeit your examination eligibility, then by all means, go ahead. The Wang surname youth suddenly interjected coldly. The boy in blue halted his steps, smiling brightly. I completely forgot about that. TSK. It seems that fellow is about to lose his examination eligibility. Bringing a pet into the examination hall, especially a protected species, TSK. Is that student a fool? Thinking of this, the boy in blue spoke with a touch of mockery, though I don't know where he acquired that food-stealing beast. Bringing it to the college entrance examination is truly ludicrous. Meanwhile, at the school gate, the chief examiner furrowed his brow tightly. This student, not only are you late, but you also reek of alcohol. What is the meaning of this? Gu Pinyin beamed widely. This is Gu Gun Gun. It clings to me, so I had no choice but to bring it to the exam. He lifted the drunken Gu Gun Gun, who squirmed uncomfortably yet continued to sleep soundly, a bubble of drool hanging from its fluffy face. What a cute creature, a female staff member whispered, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, the chief examiner's expression darkened, his tone growing cold. Capturing protected species without permission, arriving late while intoxicated, please hand over your ID card. You are disqualified from the examination. Chapter 28. I, the first-class prince, the supreme advisor to the royal family. The instructor of the Kendo class witnessed the unfolding scene and hurriedly approached, while the other students largely maintained a voyeuristic attitude, observing from a distance. Laughter erupted from the students of Taiyan No. 1 High School, reveling in the misfortune. It seemed that Gu Pinyin would likely face disqualification from the examination this time. Undoubtedly. For this was the college entrance examination. Not even the presence of the esteemed minister Li could intervene. How delightful it was to see Gu Pinyin, who had been so arrogant, absent from school for 6 days, only to return showcasing a black and white creature. Now, it appeared he would be stripped of his examination eligibility. Amidst the myriad of discussions, Li Yaoyao anxiously bit her lip, her heart racing with concern. Beside her, Su Xiaoyan whispered, Yao Yao, could the surprise your beloved mentioned be that iron-eating beast? But now, it seems the surprise has turned into a fright. Li Yaoyao's expression was one of deep worry as she softly responded, Pinyin surely understands the significance of the college entrance examination. Perhaps he has some assurance? Yet as she spoke, uncertainty crept in, amplifying her anxiety. Su Xiaoyan glanced at Yao Yao, offering a bittersweet smile. But this is the college entrance examination. I fear your beloved truly is in peril this time. After a moment of silence, Li Yao Yao's gaze hardened with resolve. It's fine. If Pingyan is disqualified, then I shall also forego the examination and repeat a year with him. We had agreed to attend the Imperial Capital University together, and we must honor that promise. Su Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment, wanting to voice her thoughts, but upon meeting Li Yao Yao's unwavering gaze, she found herself at a loss for words, merely sighing, "You, dear girl." Meanwhile, the kendo instructor, Xie Ligua, hurriedly arrived at the school gate, wiping sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "Minister Yang, this is my student." Minister Yang cast a cursory glance at him, responding with indifference. "Ah, then your student has been disqualified." Turning his attention to the youth holding the small, iron-eating beast, he continued with a detached tone. "Dear student, please submit your identification card to me. Once disqualified, you may leave." Gu Pingyan gently placed the intoxicated Gu Gun on the ground, who, despite being fast asleep, immediately stirred upon contact with the ground and clung to Gu Pingyan's leg, nuzzling affectionately. The nearby staff and distant onlookers stirred slightly, charmed by the adorable black and white creature. Gu Pingyan, somewhat exasperated, ruffled Gu Gun's fluffy head and smiled gently. "Teacher Xie, it's all right." He then turned to the cold-eyed Minister Yang. "Just a moment. Let me find it." With that, he began to search for his identification card. At this moment, Teacher Xie wiped the sweat from his forehead, still attempting to muster one last effort, managing to squeeze out a smile. "Master Yang, Gu Pingyan is a prodigious talent, a first-grade martial artist. If he misses the college entrance examination, the repercussions could be significant." Upon hearing this, Master Yang and the nearby staff members exchanged apprehensive glances. A first-grade martial artist? This young lad before them? Master Yang's expression shifted, and he coldly replied, "That is not a valid reason. The rules of the higher unified martial arts examination will not be compromised for any individual." As he spoke, he felt a sense of relief, thankful that this youth had been rightfully stripped of his examination eligibility. Otherwise, the top scholar of Taiyan City might have fallen into the hands of those privileged young masters and ladies. Teacher Xie was utterly despondent. Casting a glance at Gu Pingyan and the plump black and white creature beside him, he let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Gu Pingyan calmly produced his identity card from his belongings and handed it over. Master Yang accepted the card and casually passed it to a nearby staff member. "Scan this. Record the identity information and officially revoke his eligibility for this higher unified martial arts examination." The staff member skillfully took the card and gently swiped it on the machine. Beep. Master Yang glanced at the composed youth. "Next year, do not repeat this. It is all of your own making." Before he could finish, a trembling staff member interrupted. "Sir, please take a look at this." Master Yang paused, then turned his head to peer at the small screen in the staff member's hand. At the top of the screen, two large characters read "Top Secret." Below, a series of classified lines and a few brief notes appeared. Name, Gu Pingyan, Top Secret. Only accessible to officials above provincial level. Age, Top Secret. Gender, Top Secret. Status, Supreme Advisor of the Qin Imperial Court, Top Secret, Top Secret, Top Secret. Rank, King, First Grade. Chills surged from Master Yang's tailbone, causing his spine and hair to tremble. He nearly collapsed to the ground. "Why you?" Master Yang's thoughts became a whirlwind, leaving him speechless, his hair standing on end, and the back of his head tingling. Supreme Advisor of the Qin Imperial Court? First-grade king? With hundreds of billions of people in the Qin Empire, there were only 4 or 5 first-grade kings. Chapter 29, The Examination Begins. Gu Pingyan's fury at Taiyan No. 1 High School. At the entrance, many students who caught sight of Master Yang suddenly collapsing to the ground looked on in bewilderment. Zhang Jinghong furrowed his brow and asked with some confusion, "What happened to Uncle Yang?" The young man with the surname Wang slightly squinted his eyes, seemingly startled. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that Uncle Yang is a grand master, embodying the principle of unity. He should not have displayed such a loss of composure. As he pondered deeply, he wondered what Uncle Yang had encountered that could instill such fear. Could there be something amiss regarding that youth's identity card? Not far away, Zhao Wujing appeared to be in deep thought. He then chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, "It seems this individual's background is quite extraordinary. Is it truly just the case that he is an orphan?" As he spoke, he straightened his posture, having made a resolute decision. He must ensure, at any cost, to treat this individual with utmost care. Only in this manner, after the passing of the ancestor, might the Zhao family have a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Gu Pingyan cradled Gu Gungun once more and gently spoke, "Director Yang, may I have my identity card returned? Or do you still intend to revoke my examination eligibility?" On the surface, he appeared calm and unruffled, yet within, tumultuous waves surged. He had seen the information displayed on the screen. Who exactly is the old principal? Is this what he meant by a slight elevation in status? It must be a considerable increase. Director Yang suddenly snapped back to reality. His head bowed low as he trembled slightly and spoke, "Gu Gu, your identity card," with shaking hands. His hair stood on end as he respectfully handed the identity card to Gu Pingyan. Beside them, Teacher Xie, who had not witnessed the information on the screen, felt a sense of confusion and instinctively swallowed hard. Did he truly know this student over the past 3 years? With one arm holding the inebriated Gu Gungun and the other receiving the identity card to tuck away, Gu Pingyan calmly inquired, "May I carry Gungun with me to the examination?" Director Yang nodded vigorously, a flattering smile adorning his face, perfectly embodying the art of servility. "Of course, Gu student. How shall we arrange this upcoming examination?" With a serene expression, Gu Pingyan acknowledged Teacher Xie with a nod, then proceeded toward the playground with Gu Gungun in his arms, casually stating, "As usual." Director Yang promptly bowed and nodded, "As you wish, Gu student." As Gu Pingyan entered the student lineup, carrying Gungun amidst the bewildered gazes of fellow students and some teachers, Teacher Xie could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Director Yang, what is going on? What exactly was on the screen? And what makes Gu Pingyan's identity so special that it could evoke such trepidation in the chief examiner of the entire Tian city?" Director Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his back already soaked through, and replied, "You are Gu Pingyan's homeroom teacher, are you not? Some matters pertain to confidentiality laws. I hope you understand that I cannot provide an explanation." As he spoke, he cast a stern glance at the nearby staff member, who still appeared somewhat dazed. According to the laws of the Great Qin, anyone who divulges classified information is subject to execution by firearm, with no room for leniency. On the playground, amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude, Gu Pingyan cheerfully approached Li Yaoyao, playfully blinking at her. "Yaoyao, look." A surprise. With that, he lifted the round and plump Gu Gungun in his hands. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes, but couldn't help but take Gu Gungun, a smile spreading across her face. "So soft." Gu Pingyan chuckled, "It's all right, but not as soft as you." Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare, while Su Xiaoyun, standing nearby, silently took 2 steps back, wearing an expression as if she had just tasted something unpleasant. "Humph! Scoundrels!" Li Yaoyao pinched Gu Gungun's fluffy cheeks and then, somewhat irritably, remarked, "You nearly lost your qualification for the exam. This is the college entrance examination, after all. You truly dare." Gu Pingyan, unfazed, continued to smile, but nothing happened. As he leaned closer, eager to say something, his gaze suddenly froze. Observing the distinct scars visible on Li Yaoyao's delicate arms, Gu Pingyan's expression darkened. "Yaoyao, what happened?" Li Yaoyao, who had been rubbing her soft face against Gu Gungun, paused momentarily before carelessly replying, "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor incident." Gu Pingyan remained silent. The arcane runes symbolizing the realm of nobility and longevity within his bones quivered slightly. He then turned his gaze to Su Xiaoyun. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaoyun recounted the events that transpired the previous day. While gently caressing Gu Gungun in Li Yaoyao's embrace, Gu Pingyan listened intently, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What if they were the prodigies of the college entrance examination? He sighed softly, amidst Su Xiaoyun's disapproving looks. Gu Pingyan pinched Li Yaoyao's small face. "Why didn't you tell me about it yesterday?" Li Yaoyao poked at Gu Gungun's bubble of snot, wrinkling her pretty nose. "Humph. You have the audacity to say that when you didn't even reply to my message yesterday?" Gu Pingyan let out a wry smile, about to respond when the campus broadcast announced the voice of Officer Yang. "All students, proceed to the designated location for the foundational assessment. After the assessments, students with rankings of martial artist and above will participate in the arena ranking competition." Gu Pingyan narrowed his eyes. If memory served correctly, the arena ranking competition seemed to have casualty indicators. Chapter 30. The Roar of Gu Gungun's Evil Dragon. The morning swiftly passed, and the assessments were nearing their conclusion. With over 100 classrooms and multifunctional rooms designated for the students, even with thousands of examinees, the assessments would soon be completed. Most, if not all, students' grades do not differ significantly from their final assessments. After all, a week's time cannot yield substantial improvement, and martial arts studies do not resemble the liberal arts, where fluctuations in performance are commonplace. Not long after, Li Yaoyao emerged from classroom 66, her demeanor exuberant as she rushed to Gu Pingin's side. Pingin, my score has improved considerably compared to the final test, though it still places me at the 8th rank warrior level, she exclaimed. Gu Pingin smiled gently, no worries. Based on previous college entrance examination statistics, even 9th rank warriors have a high probability of entering prestigious universities, let alone you at the 8th rank. As he spoke, he playfully tapped her pert nose with his finger. At that moment, Gu Gonggong, who had been nestled against Gu Pingin, stirred awake, albeit still somewhat drowsy. With great effort, it turned its head, its dark eyes glancing at Li Yaoyao. Soon after, it decisively released its grip around Gu Pingin's neck, leaping down with a plump body that bounced slightly upon hitting the ground. Then, Gu Gonggong opened its chubby paws and, with a cheerful chattering, clung to Li Yaoyao's slender, long legs. Gu Pingin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Li Yaoyao's eyes crinkled into a crescent shape, radiating delight. She scooped up the round Gu Gonggong and mischievously remarked, Pingin, it seems your Gonggong prefers me more. Gu Pingin silently observed Gu Gonggong, comfortably nestled against Li Yaoyao. And after a moment of contemplation, he playfully swatted its head. Hey, you ungrateful bear. The light slap was akin to a mere tickle to the son of an immortal king, yet Gu Gonggong, feeling wronged, cradled its head and looked at Li Yaoyao with tearful eyes, letting out a soft whimper. Li Yaoyao's expression turned icy. She gently rubbed Gu Gonggong's head before narrowing her eyes at Gu Pingin, scolding fiercely, Gu Pingin, why did you hit Gonggong? Just then, as the two engaged in their playful banter, a supervising teacher poked their head out from classroom 66, wearing a smile. Gu student, it's your turn. You are the last one. Gu Pingin shot a glance at Gu Gonggong, who was cozily resting in Li Yaoyao's embrace, and smiled at her. I'll be back shortly. Li Yaoyao pinched Gu Gonggong's chubby face absent-mindedly, urging, all right, hurry back. With 3 large question marks hovering over his head, Gu Pingin walked towards the examination room, feeling a mix of indignation and determination. It seemed that Gu Gonggong needed a bit of discipline. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the open area of the playground, Zhang Jinghong stood with arms crossed, observing the students with a detached demeanor, some filled with excitement, others enveloped in despondency. Suddenly, she turned her head slightly and softly inquired, Uncle Yang, what was the story with that young man earlier? The other youths and maidens from the imperial capital also cast curious glances toward Officer Yang. His expression stiffened slightly, and after a moment of silence, he replied, it would be prudent for you not to inquire further. If all goes as anticipated, you should be the top scholar of this year's Tian City. Upon hearing this, the 4 young men and 2 young women visibly shifted, with Zhang Jinghong arching her brows slightly. Uncle Yang, your statement seems rather definitive. Among my peers, I am confident in my strength and fear no one. As she spoke, she raised her head slightly, resembling a proud swan. Zhang Jinghong indeed possessed the capital for such pride, having attained the rank of a 4th-tier warrior at the tender age of 18, just a step away from the prestigious 3rd tier. Beside her, Officer Yang managed a wry smile, his gaze drifting to the young man entering the examination room in the distance. His expression grew solemn, and without further ado, he hastily remarked, I must attend to the examination room. For the time being, do not wander. He was all too familiar with the nature of these young lords and ladies, particularly Zhang Jinghong, who was notably arrogant. While it might have been bearable before, now, Tian No. 1 High School was the institution that young man attended. Contemplating this, Officer Yang swallowed hard, his mind momentarily adrift. A 1st-tier king. Who exactly is he, and what kind of entity stands behind him? As his thoughts whirled, Officer Yang swiftly entered examination room 66, where he found the young man testing his strength. Bang! The youth delivered a light punch, causing the force testing machine to tremble violently, sending shockwaves that nearly toppled the 2 teachers recording the results. 10,000 kilograms. One of the teachers uttered hoarsely, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. 10,000 kilograms were already the standard of a grandmaster. Officer Yang wore an expression of anticipated understanding. Even if this youth named Gu Pingin were to unleash a punch that registered 100,000 kilograms, he would remain unfazed. After all, compared to that series of top-secret matters, this was utterly trivial. Speed, 100 meters per second. Vital energy, 1,000 calories. Reaction time, 80 points. Each measurement precisely exceeded the lower limit of a ninth-tier grandmaster, causing the recording teacher to shiver slightly, stammering, Gu Pingyan, grandmaster level. Subsequently, the information was logged, and the grandmaster level examination results were permanently recorded. Had the examination room not been a solitary and fully enclosed setting, the entire Thai No. 1 high school would have erupted in chaos. A grandmaster at the age of 18. Meanwhile, outside examination room 66, footsteps halted before Li Yaoyao, who was teasing Gu Gungun. The chief minister's family, you are likely soon to be married off, aren't you? Zhang Jinghong observed Li Yaoyao intently, speaking with an icy detachment. Li Yaoyao's smile vanished instantaneously, her gaze falling upon the girl adorned with a blue necklace. What business is it of yours? Gu Gongun returned the haughty girl a fierce glare. Zhang Jinghong furrowed her brow, exuding an air of aloofness. Let me have a play with this iron-eating beast. Her tone was imbued with an undeniable authority as she reached for the rolling creature nestled in Li Yaoyao's arms. Gu Gongun bared her teeth, emitting a growl reminiscent of a cub, a woo. The air cracked with energy, and a tempest surged forth. Chapter 31. The sin of this iron-eating beast must be punished. With a soft yet thunderous roar, akin to the sound of spring thunder or the beating of war drums, Gu Gongun asserted herself. Who is Gu Gongun? She is the legitimate offspring of the Immortal King, having once nibbled on divine bamboo shoots as snacks in the ancient realm of iron-eating beasts. Just yesterday, she had indulged in a half jar of divine bamboo elixir potent enough to incapacitate a revered elder. Though Gu Gongun had yet to commence her cultivation, her raw strength was formidable, perhaps to the tune of several tons. Thus, her seemingly gentle roar stirred a terrifying tempest within the school. Zhang Jinghong felt as if the soft roar reverberated through her ears like the resounding beat of a million drums. She found herself momentarily dazed, the overwhelming force of the wind crashing upon her, leaving her mind in a haze. The pressure launched her into the air, only to bring her crashing down to the ground. The mighty roar, intentionally restrained by Gu Gongun, did not extend too far. Yet the resulting whirlwind sent students sprawling across the playground, fortunately causing no injuries save for Zhang Jinghong. The girl with the blue necklace, once so proud and defiant, now lay curled on the ground, her mouth agape, hands pressed against her ears, rolling in distress as crimson trickled through her fingers. Jinghong. Although the Wang youth often disdained Zhang Jinghong's arrogance, their families had a cordial relationship, sharing common roots. He hurried to her side, his expression grave as he assisted the trembling Zhang Jinghong, while several other young masters and ladies gathered around. The boy in blue, his eyes icy, glared at Li Yaoyao with palpable venom. Very well, very well. To unleash a beast upon others, truly fitting for someone from the Chancellor's family. Around them, students who had been tossed about were now rising to their feet, fear etched across their faces as they gazed at Gu Gongun, nestled in Li Yaoyao's arms. Someone swallowed hard. It is terrifying enough that Gu Pingyan is fearsome. Why is this iron-eating beast so formidable as well? A few girls, positioned at a safe distance from the tempest, exclaimed, My goodness, the roar of the black and white dumpling is so adorable. I adore it. Yet, if it were directed at them, they would not be so enamored. It is strictly forbidden for beasts to harm humans. I can't help but wonder if the black and white dumpling will suffer any repercussions. It is unlikely. After all, that girl merely appears to have sustained minor injuries. There are only a few iron eaters throughout the entire ancestral star. In an instant, the playground buzzed with chatter, and several teachers regained their composure, hastily striving to restore order. Teacher Xia from the swordsmanship class was drenched in sweat, simultaneously urging the students to maintain silence while bitterly reflecting on the situation. It was one thing for Gu Pingyan to stir up trouble, but how could a mere iron eater cause such chaos? As Teacher Xia pondered, a sense of trepidation arose within him. That innocent roar had severely injured a fourth-tier martial artist and stirred up a ferocious whirlwind. This was no ordinary iron eater. Where did Gu Pingyan even acquire such a creature? Many others shared this thought, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. Young Master Zhao's face also bore a look of astonishment and admiration. Indeed, anyone associated with Gu Pingyan was anything but ordinary. First, there was Li Yaoyao, a scion of the Prime Minister's family. And now this seemingly adorable black and white ball was terrifyingly formidable. As the clamor grew louder, reaching a fever pitch, the door of classroom 66 creaked open. Gu Pingyan emerged slowly, followed closely by the humble Officer Yang, who bowed respectfully. Scanning the tumultuous scene, Gu Pingyan appeared momentarily bewildered, quietly listening to the discussions until he grasped the situation. His expression became somewhat peculiar. Why would the girl provoke anyone, let alone Gu Gun? After all, Gu Gun had pilfered half a jar of his divine bamboo elixir. Nearby, Officer Yang's expression soured for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he bowed his head again. The Zhang family, where Zhang Jinghong hailed from, was a venerable clan with considerable influence, their patriarch commanding an entire province. His authority was unparalleled. Yet, even this could not compare to the series of confidential secrets surrounding this youth. The two pieces of non-classified information, one being the highest advisor of the Qin royal family, the other a first-rank prince, were each loftier than any revered elder. As Officer Yang reflected on this, the situation on the playground shifted once more. Zhang Jinghong, her mind now clearer, fiercely pushed the Wang surname youth aside, her gaze icy and fixed on Li Yaoyao. Blood seeped from her ears, presenting an alarming sight. Very well, Zhang Jinghong laughed, a chilling and terrifying smile gracing her lips. There are many granddaughters of the Prime Minister. Perhaps you are not needed. As she spoke, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Many students and teachers were momentarily stunned. The granddaughter of the Prime Minister? Which Prime Minister? They struggled to comprehend, their thoughts failing to connect to the powerful Li Prime Minister, for he seemed too distant from their reality. Gu Pingyan's expression also shifted slightly, a look of contemplation crossing his features. Meanwhile, Officer Yang's demeanor changed, his mind racing with speculation. The granddaughter of the Prime Minister, Li Prime Minister? Could it be that the Li family intended to forge a union with this youth? As he indulged in his wild imaginings, on the other side, the youth in blue reached out and tugged at Zhang Jinghong's sleeve. Sister Jinghong, after all, she is the granddaughter of that esteemed individual. I have other means. Zhang Jinghong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, yet she remained silent. Observing this, the youth in blue did not elaborate further. Instead, he took a step forward, casting a calm gaze upon Li Yaoyao and the curled-up Gu Gun in her arms. The beast that had harmed humans, the Iron Eater, had attacked the pride of the human race, and its crime warranted extermination. Li Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback and felt a surge of urgency, ready to scold. But before she could utter a word, a dispassionate voice resonated, faster than her own. Who are you going to kill? Your mother? As the words echoed, Gu Pingyan slowly approached Yaoyao, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Chapter 32. You have strayed too far. A hush fell over the schoolyard. Students and teachers alike turned their attention to Gu Pingyan, some recalling the day of the final exam when Gu Pingyan had severely injured the notorious Zhang Laoma with a single strike. This was indeed a figure of brutality. However, today was the day of the college entrance examination. Although Gu Pingyan's background seemed intimidating, he surely would not dare to cause a commotion today, would he? Yang Zhuguan's face twitched. He was the most aware of Gu Pingyan's true identity. The youth in blue, despite his family's considerable influence, paled in comparison. A hint of pity flickered in Yang's gaze towards the youth in blue. Li Yaoyao did not resist Gu Pingyan's embrace. She seemed to acquiesce, quietly standing beside him. Meanwhile, Gu Gun, nestled in Li Yaoyao's arms, poked out his little head and extended his chubby hands, emitting a soft whimper, as if asking for a hug. The serious atmosphere became slightly awkward. Many people's expressions turned peculiar. Was the Iron Eater really making such pitiful sounds? Shouldn't it be squeaking and chattering instead? Their gazes began to grow strange. Gu Pingyan's eyes twitched. Glancing at Gu Gun's aggrieved expression, he helplessly pinched the plump face of the black and white creature. All right, Gun. Be good. I will treat you to drinks tonight. Gu Gun's eyes lit up instantly. Li Yaoyao shot a reproachful glance at Gu Pingyan, her voice both fierce and endearing. You. I wondered why there was a scent of alcohol on Gun. It turns out to be, before Li Yaoyao could finish. The neglected youth in blue flashed a look of trepidation and anger, snorting coldly, interrupting her. Gu Pingyan, is it? Your words are utterly crude. Let me tell you, this Iron Eater has already. Before he could complete his sentence, a jade-like hand, eerily traversing the space, suddenly struck the youth in blue across the face. A mist of blood erupted from the youth's body as he soared into the air, spinning twice before crashing heavily to the ground. blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Gravely injured. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They were all taken aback. The seemingly delicate youth exhibited such decisiveness and ruthlessness in his actions that he nearly claimed the life of the boy in blue with a single slap. Some students instinctively recoiled, their hearts racing with a mix of trepidation and confusion. What had just transpired? How could Gu Ping'an, who remained motionless, extend his hand across a distance of several meters to strike the blue-clad youth? It felt disconcertingly out of place, as if the very fabric of space had been distorted. The esteemed Yang Zhuguan was greatly shaken. He discerned a hint of the truth. The earlier display was indeed a manifestation of divine power. Yet, was it not said that such abilities could only be comprehended by those who had reached the legendary realm of the Shanhai, becoming formidable national guardians? Gu Ping'an, with an air of indifference, retracted his hand. What he had employed was the previously bestowed technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, a skill he had yet to utilize until now. The outcome appeared quite satisfactory. A man of the Wang family helped the blue-clad youth to his feet, a flicker of anger flashing across his features. He regarded the formidable youth with a grave tone. Your Excellency's actions seem rather excessive, do they not? It was merely a verbal altercation, after all. Must it escalate to this? Gu Ping'an cast a nonchalant glance in his direction and replied lightly, excessive? I dare say it is not, for I have spared his life. As he spoke, he exhaled a breath of stale air and continued softly. You have come to borrow the venue for the college entrance examinations, have you not? Pray tell, is it permissible for you to treat Taiyan City as a soft target while I cannot do the same? At this pronouncement, the expressions of the young masters and ladies darkened, while the other students experienced a moment of revelation. So this group had indeed come to exploit Taiyan City for their examinations. Immediately, the gaze of the senior students towards these young men and women turned icy. Taiyan City had been subjected to borrowed examinations for a full 9 years, losing the top scholar for 9 consecutive years, a true disgrace. As the crowd began to share a sense of united indignation, the formidable youth lightly pinched Gu Ping'an's cheek, his voice as indifferent as ever. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must possess a relentless spirit and an invincible heart. Those like you, who choose to evade conflict and seek to take advantage in Taiyan City, have already forfeited their invincible spirit. Pausing briefly, he shook his head with a sigh. Without that indomitable spirit, how far can you truly go? Leave Taiyan No. 1 High School at once. I shall not permit you to participate in the upcoming arena competition. Very well. A voice erupted from the crowd, followed by a thunderous cheer from the thousands of students gathered in the 3 large playgrounds. Zhang Jinghong's fury nearly overflowed. She shouted, Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Uncle Yang, such disdain for the college entrance examinations is beneath contempt. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Zhuguan's expression shifted drastically, unleashing an aura befitting a grandmaster. The force swept through the air, sending dust scattering. As he broke the sound barrier, closing in on Zhang Jinghong amidst a thunderous sonic boom. Suddenly, the official Yang exerted 7 parts of his strength and delivered a kick that struck the young girl in the abdomen. Zhang Jinghong, akin to a boiled shrimp, bent over and crashed into a large tree, blood spilling from his mouth. If you wish to live, depart swiftly, the official Yang uttered grimly, before turning back, standing beside Gu Ping'an and respectfully bowing his head. Gu Sheng, should they refuse to leave, I shall revoke their qualifications for the examination. What do you think? Gu Ping'an glanced at him and nodded gently, pondering to himself how the path for this official Yang had broadened. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia, who had remained silent, stepped forward and jogged to Gu Ping'an, his face adorned with a smile. Ping'an Gu, he exclaimed, bending his waist and lowering his head. The group of men with the surname Wang trembled. Zhao Wujia was indeed the direct grandson of a revered figure. Zhao Wujia continued loudly, Ping'an Gu, as a transfer student, I do not consider myself a true resident of Taiyan and voluntarily withdraw from this examination ranking. Gu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing, merely nodding silently, feeling a sense of reflection. Indeed, Zhao Wujia's path had also widened. Chapter 33, The Little Girl in the White Dress. Ultimately, the young masters and mistresses from the imperial capital departed Taiyan No. 1 High School in a dejected manner. They were deterred from gambling, for the youth was exceedingly sinister. Even Zhao Wujia had bowed in deference, and the official Yang, who was once their support, had also lowered his gaze. Of course, the primary reason lay in the fact that both the blue-clad youth and Zhang Jinghong had sustained severe injuries. The youth had suffered a comminuted fracture of the cheekbone and significant cranial damage, while Zhang Jinghong fared slightly better, though his ribs were completely shattered, with several organs compromised. Such injuries, even for two martial artists, could lead to death if left unattended. Consequently, they had no choice but to leave Taiyan No. 1 High School in disgrace, relinquishing their qualifications to compete for the top 10 in the Taiyan examination. Meanwhile, in the arena, after the departure of the young masters and mistresses and Zhao Wujia's withdrawal, only 16 third-year students in Taiyan had reached the martial artist realm. Among them, 15 were ninth-tier martial artists, with the sole exception being Li Yaoyao. As for Gu Ping'an, he now bore 206 bones adorned with arcane runes, standing at the pinnacle of the marquis and longevity realm, wielding a pure strength of 9 million kilograms, equivalent to 9,000 tons. While he could easily shatter a building with a single strike, Gu Ping'an chose to forfeit the competition, conceding the title of Taiyan's top scholar to little Yaoyao. A scholar of the highest order in the city is bestowed the title of a 9th-rank viscount. However, Gu Ping'an has already ascended to the rank of a marquis, indeed, a 1st-rank marquis, a position that stands at the pinnacle of the Great Qin Empire. Thus, the title of scholar holds little significance for him. The martial examination has drawn to a close, and amidst a sense of bewilderment, Li Yaoyao has emerged as the top scholar. As the clock strikes 6 in the afternoon, the sun begins its descent, casting a warm glow across the western sky, where the evening clouds dance gracefully. The spring breeze has ceased, yet the peach blossom trees continue to bloom splendidly. Strolling beneath the boughs of the peach trees, Li Yaoyao cradles Gu Gun, still somewhat dazed. Ping'an, why did you concede so readily? She pouts, a hint of discontent in her expression. Gu Ping'an gently touzles Gu Gun's hair, then ruffles little Yaoyao's locks, chuckling as he responds, the position of top scholar holds little value for me. It is far more fitting to bestow it upon you. The title of scholarly sounds far more formidable than Scholar Gu. Little Yaoyao, supporting Gu Gun, nods in agreement. Indeed, I too believe scholarly has a more melodious ring to it. It seems our heroic perspectives align. Gu Ping'an chuckles softly. The two fall into a contemplative silence, meandering under the setting sun, their shadows stretching long behind them. The streets are not overly crowded, yet there is a fair number of passers-by. Undoubtedly, Gu Ping'an and Li Yaoyao attract 100% rate of attention, not solely due to their striking appearances, but primarily because of the chubby Gu Gun. It is worth noting that the entire ancestral star has no more than 1,000 iron-eating beasts, and the sudden sight of an adorable young cub naturally draws the gaze of many. As they walk further down the long street, Gu Ping'an finally breaks the silence. Yaoyao, what is the story behind your prestigious family background? Li Yaoyao lowers her head, a flicker of sadness and melancholy flashing in her eyes, swiftly concealed beneath the facade of a radiant smile. She lifts her chin slightly, declaring, it seems this young lady's true identity can no longer remain hidden. With a hint of sorrow, she continues, I had hoped to interact with you as an ordinary person, but alas, my secret cannot endure any longer. I must reveal my true lineage. I am the granddaughter of the current Prime Minister Li. Though her face beams with a bright smile, her tone becomes notably calm, even distant, when she utters the name of the Prime Minister. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, the subtle expressions do not escape the perceptive Gu Ping'an. His thoughts shift slightly, yet he says nothing, instead gently stroking little Yaoyao's head. Oh, so it appears I have climbed a lofty height. Li Yaoyao rolls her eyes dramatically. Just as she is about to respond, their footsteps come to an abrupt halt. Before them stands a young girl, appearing around 15 or 16. Clad in a pristine white dress, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, blocking their path. Little sister, what brings you here? Li Yaoyao blinks in surprise, glancing at Gu Ping'an. Her curiosity piqued as she addresses the young girl. Gu Ping'an, cradled in her arms, struggled to turn over, her large, glistening eyes surveying the little girl before her, the pupils narrowing slightly. The girl, with a lollipop clutched in her mouth, paid no heed to Li Yaoyao, instead gazing intently at Gu Ping'an. After a moment, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the girl's unwavering stare, Gu Ping'an was about to speak when the girl preemptively broke the silence. Gu Ping'an, I will come back to find you. I am quite curious about you. You must take responsibility. With that, the girl, still holding her lollipop, skipped lightly into a nearby alley, vanishing from sight. Gu Ping'an was left bewildered. Li Yaoyao's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as she remarked, Oh, Gu. Has your romantic debt come knocking at your door? Gu Pinggan's expression soured. Yet he forced a smile. I do not know that girl. But there is something peculiar about her aura. It feels somewhat ethereal. Li Yaoyao tightened her embrace around Gu Gungun, regarding Gu Pinggan with suspicion, just as she was about to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, a screeching halt echoed through the air as a black sedan came to a steady stop before them. The street fell momentarily silent, with many pedestrians staring in astonishment. The vehicle bore the license plate TH00001. A secretary clad in black, Secretary Liu, emerged from the driver's seat, bowing respectfully. Mr. Gu, Miss Li, the governor requests your presence for dinner to celebrate the successful completion of the college entrance examination. Gu Pinggan chuckled softly and nodded. Thank you, Liu, for coming personally to fetch us. Secretary Liu maintained his respectful demeanor. It is my honor, Mr. Gu. With that, he gently opened the car door. Gu Pinggan, along with Li Yaoyao, worked together to usher Gu Gungun inside before following suit. Shortly thereafter, the black sedan slowly pulled away, merging into the flow of traffic, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers behind. They were left in a daze, realizing that it was none other than the deputy director of the patrol department, Secretary Liu, who had respectfully greeted the two youngsters holding the black and white bundle. What remarkable individuals were they indeed. Chapter 34. The nearby congressman in a villa somewhere in Taiyan City. A little girl dressed in a pure white dress sat perched on a high stool, her tiny feet dangling above the ground. Before her knelt 3 men clad in black with white masks, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, we have urgently summoned the dormant Wang Jing from the Neon Country, along with another, the Thunder Falcon of Wang Jing, who is en route. The little girl yawned, her hands clasped in front of her as she spoke softly. Do not act in Taiyan City. The last assassination has already drawn Li Tianming's attention. The man in black with a white mask nodded decisively and cautiously remarked, if all goes well, Gu Pinggan's results for the martial arts entrance examination at the Imperial Capital University should be released tomorrow. I speculate that within a week, he will be off to the Imperial Capital. The little girl in white tilted her head in contemplation for a moment, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Well then, we shall act when they head to the Imperial Capital. As she spoke, the girl's expression grew serious. Make sure to inform those two from Wang Jing that Gu Pinggan is no ordinary person. When I approached him, the hairs on my body stood on end. The 3 masked figures widened their eyes. Although this celestial official claimed to possess limited cultivation, he bore a treasure capable of withstanding the might of a venerable. To evoke such a sense of threat in him, could it be that Gu Pinggan possessed a treasure capable of unleashing a strike from a venerable? At the Li residence, it remained the same spacious flat. Li Tongming first served tea to Gu Pinggan and Li Yaoyao, then affectionately ruffled the head of the slumped Gu Gungun, curiosity evident in his voice. Gu Xiaoshu, where did you acquire this little iron-eating beast? Li Tianming also cast a curious glance. Gu Pinggan took a sip of tea, chuckling softly. This is the son of a friend of the old principal. A few days ago, the principal passed him to me. I suspect he might have abducted him. Li Tongming nodded thoughtfully, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. I never knew old Li had a friend with an iron-eating beast. Fascinating. Though unaware of old Li's specific identity, he understood that his father held him in high esteem. Beside them, Li Tianming's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Gu Laudi, are you saying this was brought back by old Li? The others were taken aback, and Gu Gungun startled, instinctively leaning back and rolling twice on the wooden floor. Gu Pinggan blinked in confusion, asking, Indeed, the principal gave him to me, Brother Tianming. Is there something wrong? No. No, Li Tianming gulped, his eyes filled with astonishment. Where did that friend of his with an iron-eating beast come from? The late king of the Great Qin had a friend who was an iron-eating beast king. But could this adorable Gu Gungun be the offspring of the iron-eating beast king? With this thought, Li Tianming couldn't help but fix his gaze on the bewildered Gu Pinggan. Was old Li intending to cultivate Pinggan as the next king? The king of the Great Qin and the iron-eating beast king had once roamed their ancestral star together in their youth, later achieving immortality. It was said that on the day the king of the Great Qin fell in battle, the iron-eating beast king nearly tore through the celestial realm. Shaking his head to dispel his tumultuous thoughts, Li Tianming smiled once more. Pinggan, Yaoyao, when do you plan to head to the Imperial Capital University? In their conversation, it seemed as though their admission to the Imperial Capital University was already a foregone conclusion. Gu Ping'an pondered for a moment and then cheerfully suggested, "Let us do it 3 days from now. It's better to arrive early, especially since the capital university starts in mid-April. Arriving 2 weeks ahead will certainly be advantageous." Beside him, Li Tongming patted his chest, grinning broadly. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Yao, I'm the top student in my 3rd year. Soon to be the top student in my 4th year. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll be at your service." Li Yaoyao's cheeks flushed. Yet she refrained from countering the title of Aunt Yao. Gu Ping'an chuckled for a while before exclaiming, "No problem." After a brief pause, his expression grew serious as he turned to Li Jiming, "Brother Tianming, regarding the matter of enlightenment, shall we seize the day rather than wait?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted and the group grew solemn. Li Tianming's ability to grasp the concept was crucial, as it directly affected his potential to become the Grand Chancellor of the Xianying province. The position of Grand Chancellor is one of immense power, particularly in Xianying, the very heart of the empire. Li Tianming nodded gently, a smile spreading across his face. "By the way, I prepared a congratulatory gift for you to celebrate your success in the college entrance examination." As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing 10 ancient porcelain bottles to materialize from thin air. Gu Ping'an's heart skipped a beat, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Gu Gonggong also sat up straight, his dark, glistening eyes fixed on the wine bottles. "I know you enjoy wine, so I prepared some traditional aged liquor for you," Li Tianming said with a smile. "Though it may not be the finest, it is still quite good." Gu Ping'an reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the bottles, solemnly bowing to Li Tianming. "Thank you, Brother Tianming." The 10 bottles of traditional aged liquor held a significant possibility of propelling him into the King Realm. The King Realm, also referred to as the Council Member level, would allow him to join the United Council of the 9 Nations, enabling him to propose and influence grand strategies that could affect the entire ancestral star and, to some extent, impact the legislation of the Great Qin Kingdom. Chapter 35, 4th Year's Second Chair. Is it not easy to handle Gu Ping'an? In the living room, Li Yaoyao and Li Tongming had quietly withdrawn, providing space for Gu Ping'an and Li Tianming. Enlightenment. Within the spacious living room, Gu Ping'an sat cross-legged, mimicking Li Jiming's posture, and curiously inquired, "Brother Tianming, how should I guide you in attaining enlightenment?" Li Tianming's expression turned grave, yet he smiled gently. "You must unleash your sword intent, allowing it to permeate this living room and contain any notions of slaughter. This may take a little while." "I see." Gu Ping'an appeared contemplative before tilting his head and asking, "Should I evoke the sword intent that I comprehend the most, or should I unleash all of it?" Li Tianming's smile abruptly faltered, his voice stammering, "What? You have comprehended a new sword intent?" He widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. It is indeed rare for an ordinary individual to encounter the nascent form of profound intent in their lifetime. Yet, in an astonishingly brief period, this young man, Gu Ping'an, has comprehended 2 forms of sword intent. Surely, this must be a jest. Observing Li Tianming's incredulous expression, Gu Ping'an shyly offered a smile, clarifying, "It is not the second form of sword intent, but rather I have just grasped the third." As he spoke, his smile grew even more bashful, gently scratching his head. Li Tianming was momentarily at a loss, utterly stunned by the revelation of the third form of sword intent. Surely, this cannot be true. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. It became clear why elderly sought to nurture Gu Ping'an as an immortal. Such innate talent surely warrants the pursuit of immortality. After a prolonged silence, Li Jijing spoke. Albeit somewhat hoarsely, there is no need to wield all your sword intent. Simply channel the essence of what you understand most deeply. As he spoke, a hint of distraction washed over him. Gu Ping'an quietly nodded, closing his eyes as he began to envision the scene of a sword parting the heavens. In an instant, the sword intent surged forth, erupting with the force of 60% of the opening sword intent, swiftly enveloping the entire living room. The repressed killing aura dissipated, leaving only the purest essence of the Tao, gradually spreading outward. Simultaneously, across Tian City, regardless of long swords or short ones, golden blades or iron ones, they trembled gently under the bewildered gazes of their owners, emitting a resonant hum. This 60% of sword intent equated to that of a 4th-tier sage, effortlessly stirring the swords of the entire city. The sound of a city's swords ringing out was akin to a tribute to the supreme path of swordsmanship. In a 5-star hotel, several young gentlemen and ladies preparing to depart paused in astonishment, their eyes widening at the sound reverberating in their ears. A young man of the Wang family swallowed hard and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this sword intent? Which sage is unsheathing their sword? Who is making their move?" Nearby, the injured Zhang Jinghong wore a shocked expression, stating, "Could there truly be a sage residing in Tyne City? Is it a reclusive old master?" With a hint of relief, she added, "Thank goodness we did not provoke such a being." Another young lady, Bai Yi, wore a grave expression as she whispered, "I had my second uncle look into Gu Pingyan's college entrance examination results in advance. We have certainly offended a ninth-tier master." "So what?" Zhang Jinghong's eyes glinted with resolve as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "The imperial capital is our territory. My brother is the second in his senior year at the Imperial Capital University. Dealing with a mere freshman will be a trivial task." In a luxurious villa, a little girl dropped her lollipop to the ground, her demeanor turning serious. "What terrifying sword intent? Is it 60 or 70%? The three men in black masks exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Could it be that a sage of at least third-tier caliber exists within Tyne City? They were utterly oblivious. The little girl picked up the lollipop from the ground, indifferent to its origins, and popped it into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Fortunately, Lei Sun and his group were not sent to Tyne to closely monitor Gu Pingyan's movements. As soon as he heads to the capital, we shall be ready to act. The three figures clad in black with white masks exchanged knowing glances, nodding respectfully in unison. "Yes, esteemed Lord Tianshi." Inside the spacious apartment, Li Tianming was lost in the profound essence of the opening heaven sword intent, as if he could behold Gu Pingyan's silhouette traversing the clouds, sword held aloft. "Destiny is mine alone. All things are permissible. With my sword, I shall open the gates of heaven." The thick clouds parted, revealing the majestic gates of heaven which thunderously swung open, golden lotus blossoms, and celestial beings kneeling in reverence. Li Tianming's heart trembled. Was this the opening heaven sword intent of his dear brother Gu? How magnificent! All things are permissible. Destiny is mine alone. He became immersed in enlightenment. Time slipped by unnoticed. The reverberating sword cries in Tyne gradually ceased, and the overwhelming opening heaven sword intent retreated back into Gu Pingyan's being. A crisp sound emanated from the figure of Li Zhijing, as a battle-ready aura surged forth, his eyes shining like two radiant suns. He had attained the esteemed realm. Chapter 36. Results announced. Confidential rankings. A nation in shock the following afternoon. The martial arts examination in March differed from the literary examination in June. After systematic ranking, the martial arts results were released the very next day. The entire ranking of examination results across the Great Qin Kingdom was published online, accessible via identity cards for personal rankings. Pingon, come check your results." The cheerful voice of Li Yaoyao echoed through the dilapidated villa of the old principal. Gu Pingyan stifled a yawn, with the equally sleepy Gu Gun draped over his legs, making his way with difficulty. The old principal and his wife were nowhere to be found, leaving only the two of them in the vast villa. Struggling with Gu Gun in tow, he reached the computer, where little Yaoyao was nervously entering her identity card number. Soon, the webpage refreshed, revealing her results. Name: Li Yaoyao. Age: 18. Examination area: Tyne Martial Arts Realm Assessment. Martial Artist. 8th rank, Initial Stage. National Ranking in Martial Arts Realm. 4096. Unlimited Arena Ranking in Tyne. 1 Ye. Li Yaoyao cheered, springing up and excitedly leaping into Gu Pingyan's embrace. Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, feeling the warmth of her presence, and a foolish smile involuntarily spread across his face. After a moment, Li Yaoyao snapped back to reality. Abruptly pulling away, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, she soon broke into a silly grin. "Little Gu, I made it into the top 5,000 for the Capital University. It's a sure thing. The Capital University enrolls over 10,000 students each year, so being in the top 5,000 guarantees her admission." Gu Pingyan affectionately ruffled Li Yaoyao's hair. "Then shall we book the tickets? What do you think about tomorrow night's flight? It takes over 8 hours from here to the capital, just enough time for a good sleep before arriving in the morning." Li Yaoyao's cheeks were still flushed as she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No rush, no rush. Quickly check your results." Gu Pingyan chuckled softly, then gently lifted Gu Gun, who was clutching his thigh, with one hand while tapping the keyboard with the other. The page refreshed. Name: Classified Age, Classified Examination Zone, Classified Martial Arts Realm Assessment, Ninth rank Grandmaster, initial entry, national ranking in martial arts realm. 1. Unlimited arena, classified, ranking. Li Yaoyao paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of confusion, Little Gu, what does this mean? Gu Pingyan's mind shifted slightly, and he instantly understood that his personal information had become extraordinarily classified ever since the headmaster had elevated his status just a tad. It was not surprising that all the top 100 results would be made public, but his series of classified entries was indeed peculiar. Thinking of this, Gu Pingyan playfully pinched Gu Gungun's cheeks with one hand while gently squeezing Li Yaoyao's tender face with the other, smiling as he said, My identity level is currently a bit elevated within the Daqin official records. It must be a confidentiality measure. Li Yaoyao, somewhat understanding, nodded excitedly and bounced up, exclaiming, Little Gu, number one. In her enthusiasm, she instinctively dove into Gu Pingyan's embrace, inadvertently pushing the bewildered Gu Gungun aside. Gu Gungun, now sitting on the ground, scratched his head with his chubby little hand, puzzled, Huh? Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan merely smiled gently, his gaze profound. Across the vast expanse of Daqin, with a population of 300 billion, nearly 100 million had participated in this year's college entrance examination. Gu Pingyan stood at the pinnacle among this sea of peers, claiming the top spot. This was, after all, a result of him deliberately suppressing his power. Simultaneously, the entire Daqin erupted in excitement. As the top 100 names were revealed, the internet buzzed with fervor. What the heck? Who is this number one? A ninth-rank Grandmaster is one thing, but why the series of classifications? Could it be someone from the royal family? It seems several princes participated in this year's examination. No, the names of those royals are all within the top 100. They could easily identify the first place. Did anyone notice that he was the second in the examination zone arena? Oh my goodness, a ninth-rank Grandmaster ranked second? In an instant, countless discussions erupted, speculating about the extraordinary figure that held the first position. It is worth noting that in the 10,000 years since the founding of Daqin, the college entrance examination has been conducted 2,000 times. Each time results are announced, regardless of who participates, as long as they make it into the top 100. Their names are clearly displayed. Yet, this first place's series of classifications marks the first time in 2,000 years. That night, Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao both submitted their enrollment applications to the Imperial Capital University, receiving almost instantaneous approval. The word elation was clearly etched on Yaoyao's forehead as she joyfully scooped up the bewildered Gu Gongong and began to twirl around, her face radiating delight. Gu Pingyan watched this scene with a broad smile. Tapping his fingers on his phone to purchase 2 first-class tickets for a flight from Taiyan Airport to the international airport of the imperial capital at 9 o'clock the following night. He then chuckled lightly, saying, All right, Yaoyao, if you keep spinning, Gongong might get sick. Li Yaoyao came to a halt, and Gu Gongong, seizing the moment, wriggled free and fell to the ground. After a struggle to rise, he once again tumbled forward, his face hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Li Yaoyao stifled a laugh and waved her hand enthusiastically. Little Gu, let's open a bottle of wine to celebrate. At the mention of wine, the dazed Gu Gongong quickly scrambled to his feet, his dark eyes gleaming with excitement. Gu Pingyan chuckled softly and replied with exuberance. All right, let us celebrate. He then brought out 10 bottles of ancient brew gifted by Li Zhijing, along with a bottle from the old principal that had yet to be opened, totaling 11 bottles. Surely, with 11 bottles of ancient brew, one could ascend to the realm of kings. Chapter 37. Gu Pingyan's Undertakings, All Things Permitted. Host consumes 300-year-old ancient Matai, superior grade, gaining 50 years of cultivation. Current distance to the 9th tier of the king realm. Remaining 400 years of cultivation. Host consumes 300-year-old aged Huadiao, superior grade, gaining 50 years of cultivation, with 11 bottles of ancient brew, 10 being of superior grade and 1 of higher quality. A total of 515 years of cultivation was amassed. Gu Pingyan, with blurred vision, felt the profound runes engraved on his 206 bones begin to resonate. The eternal life realm is attained by inscribing these runes upon one's bones with the power of heaven and earth, while the king realm is achieved when these runes naturally connect, forming ancient formations that harness the forces of the universe. Brilliant light emanated from Gu Pingyan's bones as rune after rune intertwined, revealing an ancient formation. The power of heaven and earth surged, and heavy clouds began to gather in the skies. The king realm was achieved. Gu Pingyan embraced the similarly intoxicated Li Yaoyao and glanced at the completely inebriated Gu Gonggong beside them. With a cheerful tone, he asked Yaoyao, "Do you wish to see snow?" Taiyan, known for its perpetual warmth, never sees snow. Li Yaoyao, now thoroughly tipsy, giggled foolishly, clutching one of Gu Pingyan's arms. "Yes, I adore snow, especially when it falls like willow catkins," she exclaimed, resting her small head gently on Gu Pingyan's shoulder. Suddenly, Gu Pingyan's expression turned solemn. Though his vision was hazy, there was a hint of authority and spiritedness in his demeanor. He wrapped his arm around Yaoyao's shoulders and walked into the garden. Gazing at the sparse stars and the moon, smiling softly, the wind began to stir. A great wind rises, clouds soar high. The evening breeze carries a hint of spring, stirring the windows of a million households in Taiyan. The clouds gathered. Heavy clouds blanket the sky, gradually enveloping it, yet leaving a space for the bright moon. The moonlight cascades through the gaps in the clouds, casting a gauzy glow over Taiyan City. Snow arrives, the clouds churn, and a flurry of snowflakes begins to fall. Li Yaoyao gazes dreamily at the large snowflakes drifting from the sky, extending her palm to catch a crystalline flake, her eyes glistening with wonder. "Little Gu, how beautiful. You are, too. A moment of spring night, worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Li Tianming peers out the window, observing the swirling snow. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Beside him, Li Tongming softly speaks. "Taiyan City has not seen snow in a century, yet now it falls heavily. Someone must have entered the King Realm." Achieving the King Realm allows one to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. A mere thought or utterance can alter the celestial phenomena. Li Tianming nods gently, feeling a sense of nostalgia. "It is indeed splendid. Talents arise in every generation. When will you return to the imperial capital?" Li Tongming smiles lightly, his gaze profound. "Father, I have just received a task from school. I must travel to the old White Mountain, where it seems someone has been hiding for 4 or 5 days. I should return to the imperial capital shortly thereafter." Li Tianming silently nods and opens the window wide. The cool breeze and falling snowflakes drift inside, accompanied by the distant sounds of joyous cheers from adults and children. "Father, you will be reassigned to the imperial capital in 7 days to serve as the Grand Governor of the Xianyang province. It aligns closely with your schedule. It seems your uncle and the others will depart in a day or 2. Uncle Gu is the one who topped the college entrance examination, right? I suspect the old fellows at the Imperial Capital University are utterly bewildered right now." After a pause, Li Tongming expresses his thoughts. This new cohort of students will face challenges with such an exceptional figure as Uncle Gu among them. Speaking of which, Uncle Gu seems quite capable of causing a stir. "Father, you will have your hands full then. Gu Pingyan's antics may lead to numerous troubles. And with the presence of many influential families in the imperial capital, it is inevitable that Li Tianming will need to offer protection." Li Tianming catches a snowflake and remarks lightly, "There are many arrogant young masters in the imperial capital. It is best that they do not provoke little Gu." Behind him stands a formidable figure. Li Tongming pauses, slightly perplexed. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital University, in a conference room, a large round table is surrounded by a dozen elderly individuals, their expressions filled with confusion and gravity. At the head sits the president of the university, Chu Tianfang, a first-grade figure in the King Realm, a terrifying existence poised to ascend to the level of a revered one. He surveys the attendees with a solemn expression. The top scorer of the college entrance examination, who is already enrolled in Imperial Capital University, is named Gu Pingyan. Grant him all privileges and the best treatment. Do not offend him. The vice presidents and department heads are momentarily taken aback, and one vice president, astonished, speaks up. "Old Chu, who exactly is Gu Pingyan?" "Goodness, a series of top-secret revelations." Chu Tianfang gently shook his head, his expression growing more solemn. "I immediately examined his records, and nearly all of it is classified. The only unclassified details are his name, title, and a single position." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, collectively gasping in astonishment. Even this individual's inquiry is cloaked in secrecy? What sort of background and identity does this child possess? The vice principal swallowed hard. What position, what title? Chu Tianfang glanced at him, his hands clasped together, his brow twitching slightly. The title is Prince, first rank. As for the visible position, he is the highest advisor to the Qin royal family. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into a profound silence, and these venerable figures, accustomed to power, gasped in disbelief. Chu Tianfeng rubbed his brow and managed a wry smile. This truly is a genuine crown prince. Everyone must remember. Do not disclose any information regarding Gu Ping'an, for Gu Ping'an shall act with complete authority at the Imperial Capital University. Chapter 38. The Great Explosion. The following morning. A bout of drunkenness grants 10 years of cultivation. Achievement unlocked during drunkenness. Farewell to youth. Bonus divine ability. Law of heaven and earth. Gu Ping'an opened his eyes. Beside him lay the gentle and jade-like Li Yaoyao. He quietly rose, intending to tuck her in. Just as he lifted the corner of the blanket to cover her delicate neck, Yaoyao awakened. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became momentarily tense. Yaoyao's cheeks flushed a deep red as she shot a fierce glare at Gu Ping'an, playfully scolding. I'm getting dressed. Can you please step outside? With a mix of emotions swirling within her, she pondered how she had indulged too much. Yet, she felt it was not a loss. Glancing at Gu Ping'an's handsome visage, she reassured herself, well, it's not a loss after all. Gu Ping'an chuckled merrily, pinching her cheek. All right then, I'll go check on Gu Gonggong. Once you're up, we can tidy up as we still have a flight to catch this evening. Li Yaoyao pouted slightly, nodding in agreement. After Gu Ping'an exited, she swiftly dressed, the benefits of her robust physique as a martial artist manifesting at this moment. Hesitating for a moment, Li Yaoyao still folded the sheets neatly, treating it with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, outside the door, Gu Ping'an's expression twitched in surprise as he beheld Gu Gonggong, accurately described as engrossed in a book. This little black and white ball of fur possessed an astonishingly resilient constitution, impervious to the effects of even the finest vintage spirits. Yet, why on earth was Gu Gonggong reading? It seemed Gu Gonggong sensed Gu Ping'an's astonished gaze, straining to turn its head, raising the book of Confucian Analects in its paw. Gu Ping'an. Is this child aiming to become a cultured Gu Gonggong? At that moment, Li Yaoyao, stepping out, happened to witness this scene, standing frozen in place. Her eyes wide with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, she felt somewhat bewildered. Gu Gonggong is reading the Analects? Gu Ping'an fell into a moment of silence, nodding with difficulty, a hint of confusion clouding his thoughts. Could it be that this round of drinks has sparked some enlightenment? The two exchanged glances. While Gu Gonggong was still engrossed in the Analects, flipping through the pages with delight. As dusk approached, Gu Ping'an, one hand grasping a suitcase and the other cradling Gu Gonggong, spoke with a touch of exasperation. Yaoyao, it seems we truly can't find a taxi. Should I ask Brother Tianming to arrange a vehicle? The two of them, along with Su Xiaoyan, who had come to see them off, had already lingered on the street for quite some time, yet no taxi appeared. The number of prospective college students choosing to leave Tainan today was overwhelming. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes dramatically. Even if there is a car, we wouldn't make it in time. Just look at how congested the roads are. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyan tilted her head in curiosity. Who is Brother Tianming? Is he from our school? I've never heard of him. Li Yaoyao pinched Gu Gonggong gently and replied with a smile. I prefer to call him Uncle Li. He is a dear friend of little Gu, despite the age difference. Su Xiaoyan blinked in confusion, while Gu Ping'an had already dialed the number. Shortly thereafter, the congested traffic parted swiftly, with over a dozen inspection vehicles encircling a black 7-seater business car, racing toward them. Su Xiaoyan exclaimed in wonder, with the inspection vehicles clearing the way. The person inside that business car must be quite a significant figure. Before she could finish her sentence, she froze. The convoy of inspection vehicles and the black business car came to a steady halt before the trio, drawing curious glances from countless passers-by who whispered among themselves. The front passenger door of the business car swung open, and Li Tianming stepped out, smiling as he spoke. Originally, Mr. Li and his wife were supposed to accompany me to see you off, but it seems they had to leave Tainan due to some urgent matter. Before he could complete his thought, a violent tremor rippled through the sky. Instinctively, everyone looked up, their pupils dilating in shock. Was that a missile? The missile struck precisely behind them, crashing into the former principal's villa, igniting a fireball and unleashing a shockwave that obliterated the entire structure in an instant. The terrifying shockwave surged forth, carrying shattered bricks and debris, roaring toward the onlookers. Before they could react, some were torn to shreds by the ferocious force. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Li Zhijing's expression darkened abruptly, his hand extending outward, pressing firmly. Instantly, the devastating shockwave and expanding fireball froze eerily in midair, with shattered stones, flying dirt, and even severed limbs suspended as if time itself had halted. Observing this, Gu Ping'an, whose muscles had tensed in preparation to act, relaxed slightly. Li Zhijing then clenched his hand forcefully, erasing the suspended shockwave and fireball completely, allowing the debris and remnants to fall to the ground. The once silent streets erupted into chaos, filled with screams, honking horns, and exclamations. A dozen inspection vehicles arrived, and the inspectors hurriedly disembarked to restore order, but confusion reigned supreme. It was the sixth heavy missile, utilized by the Great Qin to target military fortifications. Li Zhijing's voice was chillingly cold, his gaze radiating murderous intent. Apart from the 9 great nations, the ancestral star was home to several smaller nations established by pirates and criminals, which occasionally clashed with the 9 great nations, typically resorting to direct assaults with heavy weaponry. Gu Ping'an and his companions regained their senses, observing the devastation around them, the scattered limbs and severed arms, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Tianming, how could our weapons be used against our own city? Li Tianming pulled out his phone and softly replied, Gu, please wait a moment. I need to inquire. Chapter 39. Traitors, the Betrayers of Light? Su Xiaoyun gazed at the scene before her, feeling somewhat disoriented. The sounds of blood and fire were overwhelming. She looked in bewilderment at the middle-aged man who had seemingly absorbed the terrifying shockwave with a single hand. He was on the phone and appeared somewhat familiar. Perhaps the ruler of Taiyan, frequently seen on television. As confusion enveloped her further, she felt as though she were trapped in a dream. First, this legendary ruler called Gu Ping'an Gu, my young brother, and then came the missile attack, a weapon designed to obliterate a military fortress. Flames continued to blaze fiercely as Li Tianming ended his call, his expression darkening. Tianming, what is happening? Gu Ping'an stared at the villa reduced to ruins, with the cries of the wounded and the scattered limbs weighing heavily on his heart. Li Tianming took a deep breath, glanced at Su Xiaoyun, hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. It was a betrayal. They took control of a nearby military base, which has now been obliterated. Gu Ping'an's gaze deepened, tilting his head in silence. Beside him, Li Yaoyao could not contain her curiosity. Uncle Li, what is a traitor? This universe is not solely inhabited by humanity. There exist other races. Li Tianming replied flatly, yet his eyes burned with a fierce intensity. These traitors consider themselves guides, leading the myriad races to invade our ancestral star. He paused, exhaling slowly, his gaze turning icy. However, we typically refer to them as traitors or the betrayers of light. They have forsaken the brilliance of our ancestral star, striving to plunge it back into darkness. Li Yaoyao and Su Xiaoyun appeared perplexed. Myriad races? Ancestral star, is there truly an enemy? Gu Ping'an remained relatively calm, for he was already aware of the existence of myriad races and understood that the king of the Great Qin had perished at the starry Great Wall, his body still impaled there. Yet, he had not anticipated the existence of such traitors, the betrayers of light. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Gu Ping'an softly inquired, were they targeting the principal? That heavy missile fortuitously struck the principal's villa without deviation. Li Tianming remained silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. No. It is likely that the objective was you, the backlight, tasked with hunting down the prodigies of our human race. As he spoke, a frigid glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if recalling something, and he continued, All right, Gu, you and the others should head to the airport. I will remain here to attend to matters. I cannot accompany you today. Gu Ping'an remained quiet, merely nodding gently while cradling the somewhat bewildered and shivering Gu Gungun. The traitorous backlight, indeed. At the Taiyan City airport, after disembarking, the trio maintained a muted demeanor. Gu Gungun was unusually docile today, nestled in Gu Ping'an's embrace, holding onto a copy of the Analects. The airport bustled with travelers, seemingly unfazed by the earlier missile attack. The official explanation was that a band of roaming armed terrorists had been eradicated. Panic arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, especially since the passers-by had not witnessed the grim aftermath on that street, thus remaining composed. In fact, many gazed with curiosity towards the round figure of Gu Gungun. Gu Sheng, I shall take my leave, Secretary Liu respectfully announced, then added, Do you require me to escort your friend back? The three of them snapped back to reality. Gu Ping'an glanced at the azure sky adorned with white clouds, forcing a smile onto his face. At this hour, it's difficult to hail a cab. Lu Gu, please see Xiaoyun home. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun appeared somewhat lost in thought, letting out a soft sigh. After I see you to the airport, I truly must return. My flight is tomorrow afternoon. After a pause, she turned to Li Yaoyao. Yaoyao, my school is not too far from the capital. I shall visit you when time permits. And you must host me well. A hint of gloom lifted from Li Yaoyao's heart as she embraced Su Xiaoyun, nodding gently. No problem. Once I familiarize myself with the place, you are welcome to come play in the capital. Su Xiaoyun smiled and nodded, not lingering on sentimentality, swiftly boarding the vehicle, while Secretary Liu respectfully bowed his head to Gu Pingyan before driving away expeditiously. Watching the car fade into the distance, the two remained stationary for a considerable time. After a while, Gu Pingyan, with one arm cradling Gu Gungun and the other gently squeezing the delicate palm of Li Yaoyao, said, "All right, Yaoyao. Let go of your thoughts from earlier." Li Yaoyao silently nodded, remaining speechless. Ultimately, they were still merely students. They had never encountered such a cataclysmic explosion, nor the subsequent ruins and severed limbs. Even Gu Pingyan felt a slight impact weighing on his heart. Meanwhile, within a villa in Tian City, the little girl, lollipop in mouth, yawned and asked, "Have you taken care of everything?" A man clad in black with a white mask bowed respectfully, "My lord." The guide of that team detonated himself along with the base, leaving nothing behind. After a brief pause, he added, "According to the airline's information, Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao will be on tonight's flight to the imperial capital." The girl crushed the lollipop between her teeth and swallowed, then spoke with a hint of indifference. "Very well, notify Lei Sun and Oda Takeo to prepare for action." Pausing for a moment as if recalling something, she continued, "Oh, and ensure they spare the life of that iron-eating beast. The prince of the Rakshasa clan has also clandestinely arrived on the ancestral star, and he seems to be in need of the beast's bones and blood to strengthen his physique." With that, the young girl stretched her arms in a grand yawn. Chapter 40. A minor incident at the airport. "Sir, I'm afraid this iron-eating beast cannot enter the airport." At the entrance, a security officer regarded the curled-up Gu Gun with wide, starry eyes and cautiously said, "Our airport currently does not permit pets." Her words were careful, as the number of iron-eating beasts throughout the ancestral star was scarce, and the pair of young individuals cradling this creature could hardly be ordinary. Passers-by cast astonished glances their way, whispering among themselves, "Wow, I can't believe I'm actually seeing a live iron-eating beast in my lifetime. Who are these two? That's an iron-eating beast they're holding so brazenly. They must have quite a background. I'd wager $5 they definitely get into the airport. Even board a starship. People like them are not to be trifled with." Amid the hushed murmurs of onlookers, Gu Pingyan nodded slightly at the security officer. "It's all right. I've also purchased a ticket for Gun Gun." Although Gun Gun lacked identification, with Gu Pingyan's current status, acquiring an additional ticket was hardly a challenge. With that, Gu Pingyan handed the round and plump Gun Gun to Li Yaoyao and fished out his identification card from his pocket. Presenting it to the somewhat bewildered security officer with a smile, "Please scan this." The security officer momentarily froze, but without hesitation, she dashed to her workstation and scanned the card. The web page refreshed, and the screen was filled with two bold characters, "Top secret." The security officer and several airport staff widened their eyes, a tingling sensation creeping up the back of their necks. What was happening? They couldn't help but glance at the boy with a gentle smile, their spines tingling with apprehension. A significant figure had arrived. Soon after, a balding middle-aged man hurried over, and amidst the astonished gazes of countless travelers, he respectfully bowed to Gu Pingyan. "Mr. Gu, I am the head of Tian Airport." The airport manager wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with palpable trepidation. "You are the most esteemed guest of our airport. Please follow me." As he spoke, this usually authoritative figure at Tian Airport respectfully took the luggage from Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. Gu Pingyan offered a gentle smile, saying nothing, and simply took little Yaoyao's hand, following the flustered airport manager as they hastily departed the scene. Once they left, a cacophony erupted at the airport's security checkpoint, with travelers buzzing in speculation, marveling at the identity of the young man. Could he possibly be a scion of the Li political family? The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. The two did not need to retrieve their tickets, breezed through the second security check, and, surrounded by several flight attendants, boarded the starship ahead of the astonished onlookers. The first-class cabin of this medium-sized starship was rather unremarkable, yet spacious, with only 8 seats, each a wide and comfortable affair. Gu Pingyan curiously surveyed the vessel, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This starship was capable of traversing the cosmos, and even withstanding minor stellar storms. According to the old principle, Every starship had once served as a weapon for humanity against countless foes, only to be repurposed for transportation within the mother star or across star systems. After placing the adorably bewildered Gu Gun Gun in his seat, Li Yaoyao sat down, her voice tinged with reflection. Little Gu, is this what privilege looks like? How fascinating. In the Great Qin, there are distinctions of rank, determined by one's cultivation and noble title. Yet, even the most exalted lords have at most 1 or 2 confidentiality clauses in their files. But Gu Pingyan? He possesses 2 significant secrets. Gu Pingyan reclined comfortably, a soft chuckle escaping him. Privileges should indeed exist. I am but an exception. As for those with noble titles, they are entitled to enjoy such privileges. Li Yaoyao blinked in confusion, while Gu Pingyan's mind remained tranquil. The criteria for advancing in the noble ranks of the Great Qin, aside from the bestowment of accolades for academic excellence, had never been clearly delineated by the authorities. Yet, he could surmise the answer. It was solely through military merit. Distinguished achievements in battle, quietly safeguarding the existence of humanity, warranted the granting of titles and the enjoyment of privileges. This was only reasonable. In fact, Gu Pingyan had begun to vaguely understand why the martial arts university had annual casualty metrics. The official explanation was that high-intensity training could lead to accidental casualties. This had once stirred a storm of outrage online, condemning the university for the fatalities each year. Initially perplexed, he now grasped the essence of the matter. Those students who perished were likely to have fallen in battle or made the ultimate sacrifice. Thus, Gu Pingyan regarded himself as an exception, merely elevated by the old principle through some means to a slightly higher status. Reflecting on this, he let out a gentle sigh. While Li Yaoyao beside him seemed to discern some of it, her expression dimming slightly. Time swiftly passed, and the passengers of the starry curvature ship boarded one after another, filling the remaining 5 seats in first class to capacity. At that moment, the chief steward approached briskly, coming directly before Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao, respectfully stating, Mr. Gu, Ms. Li, I am the chief steward for this flight. Should you require anything during the journey, please do not hesitate to instruct us, and we shall make every effort to accommodate your needs. The term Sheng used here is a respectful address for individuals of high status or great virtue, regardless of gender. Li Yaoyao, being the top scholar of Taiyan and possessing a 9th grade Viscount title, was thus addressed as Ms. Li by the steward. Gu Pingyan smiled and nodded, just about to respond when an unpleasant voice interrupted. How does your Qin Airlines operate? Why is there a beast seated next to me? Gu Pingyan, Li Yaoyao. And even the steward frowned at the source of the voice, which belonged to a middle-aged woman adorned in luxurious jewels, her demeanor rather harsh. With a look of disdain, she pointed at the restless Gu Gun Gun seated beside her, her voice sharp. Is this a food-stealing beast? Why does your airline permit such a creature on the starry curvature ship? Chapter 41. Silence. The woman's piercing voice caused the other first-class passengers to instinctively frown. The steward, maintaining his characteristic smile, quickly approached the middle-aged woman, bowing slightly. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused, madam. However, Mr. Gu has purchased a ticket for the young food-stealing beast, and Mr. Gu is one of our most esteemed guests. He emphasized the word esteemed, intending to convey to the lady that she should refrain from provoking someone beyond her means. The other 4 passengers in first class caught the underlying implication in the steward's words, casting curious glances at the handsome young man and the adorable young woman, pondering who these distinguished individuals might be, as they seemed unfamiliar to them. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's eyes widened, her plump face trembling as she shouted, What are you? A mere steward, implying, I am also a Diamond VIP of your Qin Airlines. You expect me, a Diamond member, to share a cabin with a beast? As she spoke, she gestured animatedly. I demand that you immediately, right now, remove this beast. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Li Yaoyao unfastened her seatbelt and stood up, her face flushed with anger as she embraced Gu Gun Gun and softly reprimanded. First, in a public space, please show some respect. Second, my Gu Gun Gun is not a beast. Third, we purchased a ticket for Gu Gun Gun. On the side, the remaining 4 passengers began to murmur among themselves. How delightful are those black and white dumplings? Are they bothering you with their incessant chatter? Is that not the wife of the president of Jima Real Estate? With such a demeanor, she surely knows what a steel-eating beast is, does she not? One elderly man, dressed plainly, also stood up, his expression grave as he addressed the middle-aged woman. I am acquainted with your husband. and your conduct has left me with a profoundly negative impression. I will carefully reconsider the collaboration with Jinma Real Estate for the development of the Taiyan Commercial District. Pausing for a moment, the elder then kindly nodded at Li Yaoyao. Young lady. The middle-aged woman was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting between various emotions. While the crowd continued their discourse, filled with condemnation and mockery, a baby in first class, cradled in its mother's arms, pinched its chubby cheeks and exclaimed, "This Annie is shameful, ugly, and rude." Unable to contain herself any longer, the middle-aged woman felt a surge of hysteria as she roared, "Fine, fine, fine. I cannot argue with you lot. Can I not handle a mere beast?" Before she could finish her sentence, silence enveloped the space. The handsome young man spoke up, his tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. The middle-aged woman, akin to a duck caught by the throat, felt her face flush crimson, wishing to utter something, yet found herself utterly speechless, only able to emit a series of gasps. A collective intake of breath reverberated through the crowd, their expressions now somber as they regarded Gu Pingyan, pondering the level of his prowess. The amiable elder's face also flickered with surprise as he warmly nodded to Li Yaoyao. "It seems quiet now. Young lady, please take your seat." Li Yaoyao gently pinched Gu Gungun's small ear, smiling as she nodded in agreement. The middle-aged woman turned pale, her body trembling from spine to hair. Feeling an overwhelming weight pressing down upon her as the young man's command for silence resonated within her, she sensed that should she dare to speak again, it could cost her life. Truly, it would mean death. The middle-aged woman was thoroughly terrified. The old principal wiped the dirt from his face. Wearing a disgruntled expression, "What bad luck, how has it soured again?" Meanwhile, Xian Ling rolled her eyes, gazing at her husband. These wines, having been poorly preserved and lacking the power of protection, after hundreds or even thousands of years, are bound to deteriorate. Pausing briefly, she sighed. "How come you weren't this serious when you were pursuing me?" With that, Xian Ling narrowed her eyes dangerously. The old principal shuddered, quickly forcing a smile. "Is it the same? Pingyan is my junior. I am merely seeking some wine for him. It's no big deal." His expression grew slightly serious. "The main reason lies in Pingyan's constitution. I have noticed that every time he drinks, every time he becomes intoxicated, his vitality strengthens, though I cannot ascertain the exact degree of his enhancement." Xianling nodded thoughtfully. "Is it a congenital constitution related to alcohol? Speaking of which, are we really leaving? Aren't you concerned about Pingyan encountering danger?" The old principal waved his hand, chuckling. "I've left a mark of my fist on him. If there were any real peril, I would sense it. Besides, he is accompanied by Gun Gun, whose father is always keeping a watchful eye on his precious son." As he spoke, the old principal stretched lazily, filled with exuberance. "Let's continue onward, for today I refuse to believe we cannot uncover fine wine." Flight 8848 had already taken off, with the medium-sized starship slicing through the night sky en route to the imperial capital of the Xianyang province. Taiyan City lay over 10,000 kilometers away from the capital, and even with the starship's ability to traverse at supersonic speed, it would take a full 8 hours to arrive, landing precisely in the morning. Generally speaking, starships seldom employed curvature engines within planetary atmospheres to reach light speed, as it would be an extravagant waste of energy. At this moment, the starship flew steadily, and a small child leapt from his mother's embrace in first class, wobbling over to Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao, his face alight with eagerness. "Big brother, big sister, may I pet the black and white fluffball?" The child was quite polite, clearly having been well taught by his mother. Li Yaoyao smiled gently, ruffling the child's hair. "Of course, its name is Gu Gun Gun, and you may play with it." The child nodded excitedly and waddled over, suddenly leaping onto Gu Gun Gun, giggling. Gu Gun Gun looked at the child with sparkling eyes and then, with a serious bare face, pulled out a copy of the Analects from under his bottom. Upon seeing the book, the child's smile immediately froze in place. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle at this. Could it be that Gu Gun Gun intended to teach the little one the Analects? Meanwhile, a thunder hawk and an old man clad in warrior attire swept through the sky at incredible speed, creating sonic booms and sending shockwaves rippling outward. Chapter 42. The Celestial and Terrestrial Laws. A stalwart figure shapes the Great Wall at the foot of Mount Taibai. Li Tongming presented his student ID and identification card to the soldiers establishing a blockade. Immediately, an officer jogged over and saluted. "You must be the head of this special committee? The other members are already waiting for you inside." As he spoke, A glimmer of respect flickered in the officer's eyes. The chief of the third-year students at the Imperial University, now accurately a fourth-year chief, must have achieved remarkable military accomplishments to hold such a position. Under the officer's guidance, Li Tongming swiftly entered a hastily constructed small room, where several young boys and girls were seated. "Chief Li, you're here." Upon his entrance, the youths rose, their faces alight with surprise. "Brother Li, they actually sent you over? Now everything is set, haha." The small room suddenly became a flurry of activity, and Li Tongming offered a gentle smile. "All right, let us first discuss the current situation." The young men and women, poised to enter their senior year at several prestigious universities in the capital, exchanged glances. One of the girls spoke softly. "Chief, it appears that Mount Taibai serves as a stronghold for the Shadowbearers. Professor Zhang is currently conducting a thorough survey, as there seem to be countless treasures from various races on this mountain." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "The treasures have formed a formidable array that even Professor Zhang cannot forcibly dismantle. According to our intelligence, this location is a rendezvous point for interlopers from various races." Li Tongming's expression shifted slightly with astonishment. "If even Professor Zhang cannot breach it, how are we to gain entry? The professors at the capital's universities are notably powerful, most of them being at the level of noble immortals, capable of ascending directly to command ranks within the military." The girl sighed ruefully. "Naturally, it is due to the age restriction. The Shadowbearers frequently abduct youths and children for indoctrination, allowing those under the age of 24 to enter the array." Another bespectacled student chimed in. "Currently, it seems that the higher-ups of the Shadowbearers on Mount Taibai have departed for some location. Our informants suggest that the strongest presence on the mountain is merely at the master level." Li Tongming nodded thoughtfully, contemplating for a while before speaking solemnly. "Very well. Let us summon Professor Zhang. We shall prepare ourselves to ascend Mount Taibai and eradicate those treacherous beings." The starship glided steadily through the clouds, having traversed more than half of its journey. Inside the cabin, most passengers were asleep. Li Yaoyao reclined in her seat, lost in slumber, while Gu Gungun lay with her back toward the ceiling, softly snoring with bubbles of drool escaping her lips. Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan rested with his eyes closed, either meditating or reflecting on his own sword techniques, 2 divine arts, and 3 sword intents. The newly acquired divine art of law of heaven and earth astonished him more with each moment of comprehension. This divine art was extraordinarily powerful, with a fearsome upper limit. Once mastered, it could expand the user to a terrifying size comparable to that of a planet, resulting in a geometric increase in strength capable of obliterating stars with a mere punch. Conversely, it could also shrink to a microscopic level, and if perfected, could even access quantum pathways for brief time reversals, a truly unparalleled divine art. In the realm of his spiritual world, the law of heaven and earth revealed visions of formidable beings wielding this power. Centuries ago, a colossal ape, upon employing the law of heaven and earth, dominated a vast star field, sweeping away entire galaxies with a single stroke of its staff. There was also a colossal iron-eating beast that, using the law of heaven and earth, rampaged through an ancient realm of unimaginable size, where celestial energies swirled and countless divine beings resided. Yet it nearly pierced through the entire ancient world. Even so, Gu Pingyan perceived a vague vision, a figure, a man of astonishing stature, commanding the heavens and the earth, reaching forth to gather countless stars and even ancient realms, condensing them into bricks and stones, creating a great wall that spanned the infinite expanse of the starry universe. Was that the starry Great Wall? Who constructed this monumental edifice? Gu Pingyan's heart trembled. Even the immortal realm spoken of by the old principle did not seem this terrifying. After all, humanity had relied on the starry Great Wall to fend off myriad races for countless years, repelling many immortal kings. This world is far more formidable than I had imagined, Gu Pingyan murmured to himself, slowly opening his eyes, his expression tinged with gravity. The chief steward, who had been attentively observing the movements of the first-class passengers, hurried over and spoke in a hushed tone. "Mr. Gu, is there anything you require?" Her demeanor was filled with deference, and her voice was barely above a whisper, lest she disturb the other passengers. Gu Pingyan regained his composure and smiled at the steward. "It's nothing." Yet before he could finish his words, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! Countless passengers jolted awake from their slumber, and the plump Gu Gun was startled into a shiver, his pudgy body struggling to turn over, his large, bewildered eyes wide open. Outside the window, at some unknown moment, heavy dark clouds had enveloped the starship, and violet lightning flickered within, tearing through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, the starship is encountering a thunderstorm, and there may be slight turbulence. Please remain calm. The announcement resonated, slightly assuaging the anxious passengers. In first class, a middle-aged woman was about to voice a complaint, but caught sight of Gu Pingin's furrowed brow, causing her to shudder and fall silent. Li Yao also noticed Gu Pingin's tense expression and softly inquired, "Little Gu, what's wrong?" Gu Pingin shook his head, his gaze profound. Something seems amiss. In the realm of kings, a single thought could alter the weather. He had just attempted to dispel the thunderstorm, but had failed. Li Yao's expression grew serious as she was about to speak, when, boom, the starship lurched violently, the chief steward crashing to the floor. While the captain and pilot in the cockpit displayed expressions of sheer terror, muttering in disbelief. What is that? Chapter 43, The Starship's Collapse, the Sword Unleashing the Sea. At that moment, the captain and pilot were utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the scene before them amidst the thunderclouds. A falcon. A lightning falcon with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. And atop this lightning falcon, there appeared to be a figure clad in the armor of the Neon Kingdom, poised with a hand resting on the hilt of a sword, as if ready to strike. The lightning falcon's eyes glowed with swirling violet lightning as it opened its mouth and let out a roar. Caw. Accompanying this roar was a torrential downpour of thunder and a terrifying gale, arriving in an instant. The pallor of the two individuals was palpable, as if they wished to utter something, yet time did not permit. Thunder had arrived, as had the tempest. In an instant, they were reduced to charred remnants, crushed by the merciless winds into mere dust, dissipating into the ether. Within the first-class cabin, closest to the cockpit, Gu Pingin's expression shifted dramatically. He rose abruptly, his safety belt snapping under the strain. He extended both hands, the ancient formations upon his bones shifting as the forces of heaven and earth trembled slightly. The immense power within his being surged forth, amplified by his internal energy and arcane runes. Despite this, he could only barely counter the terrifying lightning and hurricane that threatened to breach the cockpit, forcing him to involuntarily retreat a step. The wooden floor of the first-class cabin splintering beneath him. Countless passengers screamed in terror as Li Yao clutched Gu Gongin to her chest, her complexion ashen. A middle-aged woman had succumbed to fear, her limbs swept away by the fierce cold winds. An elderly man and a mother holding a nursing infant bore expressions of stark dread. The cockpit disintegrated into dust, and the starship began to plummet rapidly. The terrifying gale sweeping away the unbelted flight attendant, who was torn to shreds before even reaching the flickering storm clouds above. Gu Pingin gazed through the shattered cockpit at the Thunder Hawk and the aged warrior, his expression darkening. Both were seasoned kings, at least at the mid-tier 3 rank, capable of effortlessly shredding the starship's high-strength alloy shell. It was worth noting that normally, a starship could withstand minor cosmic storms, having once been equipped with various high-energy weapons to fend off myriad foes. Gu Pingin, however, was merely at the 9th rank of kings. His disparity with those two seasoned warriors was staggering. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Thunder Hawk and the elderly warrior. The Thunder Hawk scoffed coldly. That youth is actually a king. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Yet regrettably, he is only newly initiated into the ranks of kings. He shall perish here today. The elderly warrior nodded slightly, his hand resting upon the hilt of his blade, a grim smile gracing his features. What I relish most is the hunt for prodigies. He is but 18, is he not? An 18-year-old king. Remarkable, unprecedented, unparalleled. As the two conversed, the starship began its descent, plummeting from an altitude of thousands of meters at breakneck speed. The basic turrets on board had commenced automated retaliation, yet against the two kings, it was utterly futile. Gu Pingin's feet were anchored to the wooden floor, the ancient formations upon his 206 bones slowly rotating as the vast forces of heaven and earth cradled the aircraft. Otherwise, those passengers would have succumbed to unconsciousness or even death due to the rapid descent and loss of pressure. The starship shattered at an ever-accelerating pace, faster and faster. Li Yao's complexion turned ghostly pale, while Gu Gongin buried her plump face into her embrace, trembling slightly. After all, though he was the scion of the Immortal King, he remained, at heart, merely a child, a mere cub. Soon, the starship approached the ground, and the elderly man, along with the mother cradling her infant, appeared as pale as death, their expressions stark with dread as the vessel plummeted. The mother clutched her child tightly. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. 10 meters. The final 10 meters. Gu Ping'an let out a soft exhale, unleashing a terrifying surge of vital energy that shattered the roof of the starship's compartment. Almost immediately, the ancient formation began to shift, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to halt the rapidly descending starship at a mere 10 meters above the ground. The mother and the elder released a collective sigh of relief, while several flight attendants shared in the sense of survival. Their gazes towards Gu Ping'an were filled with a mixture of reverence, fear, and gratitude. This youth was extraordinarily formidable, transcending the realm of a grandmaster. Could it be that he was an existence of the noble rank of longevity? Yet, how could that be possible? The elder, still ashen-faced, trembled as he spoke. "Thank you. Thank you." Nestled in her mother's embrace, the 4 or 5-year-old infant finally regained awareness and let out a piercing wail, a sound that seemed to ignite a powder keg, causing the hundreds aboard the starship to erupt into chaos, filling the air with a cacophony. In the aircraft seats, Li Yaoyao, tightly holding on to Gu Gungun, snapped back to reality, cold sweat trickling down her back as she asked, somewhat dazed, "What happened, little Gu?" As Gu Ping'an manipulated the forces of heaven and earth to gradually level the starship onto the ground, he replied, "Up in the clouds, there was an assassination attempt. I suspect it was the Backlight faction, those vile individuals." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. Above in the clouds, a thunder falcon let out a shrill cry and dove towards the ground. The aging warrior seemed to have gathered his strength, standing firmly atop the thunder falcon. His body lowered almost to the point of touching the purple feathers above its head, drawing the blade, severing the seas. As his words fell, he drew his sword from its sheath and struck downwards. The blade's light stretched across 1,000 meters, accompanied by a terrifying purple thunder crashing down. The speed of this fearsome blade was unfathomable, crossing 4,000 meters in the blink of an eye, shattering the air beneath it and creating a vast vacuum. Inside the starship, Gu Ping'an sensed the blade's descent, exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. He attempted to react, but it was too late. He could only shield Li Yaoyao and Gu Gungun, extending his hand in haste to counter the impending strike. Jianjiu, 6,000 miles. A surge of sword energy descended from the horizon, cascading down like a waterfall, reminiscent of a galaxy inverted, spanning 6,000 miles. The river of sword energy surged mightily, but was easily cleaved apart by the blade's light. Nevertheless, it did have some effect. This terrifying blade light was mitigated by 90%, yet the sword energy was nearly extinguished, as it was a hasty maneuver that lacked sufficient power. An astonishing display of swordsmanship indeed. Beneath the thunderous sky, the aged warrior sheathed his sword, whispering words of admiration. As his voice faded, the remnants of the blade's radiance, diminished to a mere shadow of its former glory, descended upon the astral ship. The vessel was utterly torn asunder. Chapter 44. A single sword shakes the world. The chilling light of the blade fell, not igniting the starship, but in an instant, it rent the entire craft into fragments, along with its occupants. The shattering steel pierced the old man's chest. This gentle elder, struggling, reached out with trembling hands into the void, grasping at nothing, ultimately closing his eyes in regret. It seemed he lamented not witnessing his little granddaughter in the imperial city one last time. The fractured metal impaled the mother and her infant, pinning them to their seats. The child's eyes glazed over, blood trickling from his lips as he coughed, intermittently calling out, "Mama, Mama." His hoarse voice abruptly ceased. The mother's lips quivered, as if she yearned to utter something, yet her voice failed her, and silence enveloped her. Even in death, she clutched her child with unwavering strength. The scene in both business and economy class was one of unspeakable horror. Gu Ping'an's eyes twitched, and he said nothing. Instead, he gently covered Li Yaoyao and Gu Gungun's eyes, softly instructing them to keep their heads down and not to open their eyes until he returned. After patting Li Yaoyao's trembling shoulder, and then Gu Gungun, who was curled up in her embrace, Gu Ping'an soared into the air. To kill. Taibai Mountain. As he charged through the formation, the young soldiers following him fell one by one. Li Tongming's eyes burned with fury. "Run, run, you warriors. You are the hope of the future." It was the desperate cry of a quasi-warrior, soon silenced as the hand of the elder clad in green pierced his chest, crushing his pulsing heart. His body collapsed, lifeless, like a discarded doll. The green-clad elder wore a smile, indifferent to the onslaught of gunfire directed at him, as he continued his relentless slaughter of soldiers rushing forward. Run, run. He chuckled softly, and with a swift motion, arcane runes on his bones gleamed brightly, coalescing into a massive handprint that descended with a thunderous crash, scattering flesh and blood. A heart-wrenching sob escaped Li Tongming's throat. He dared not look back, gritting his teeth as he dragged several young men and women from the Imperial University in flight. This was a trap. This mountain, Taibai Mountain, was a one-way path. As he fled, Li Tongming bit through two teeth, yearning to return and fight to the death, even if it meant facing a noble with the strength of a master, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet, he was powerless to do so. The group of youthful individuals still harbored hopes in him. To put it bluntly, their salvation hinged upon their connection with Li Tianming. Only through this bond could these young souls hope to survive, the very essence of future promise. The aged warrior, having sheathed his blade, stood atop the Thunder Falcon, observing with a light-hearted smile the boy who soared like a sharp sword towards the heavens. He shook his head, a flicker of compassion gracing his features, and sighed, "Is this boy truly so audacious? Does he not realize that I am a first-tier king? The mantis attempting to stop a chariot, the ant shaking a tree. Has he always been this brave?" The Thunder Falcon chuckled softly, its voice crackling with purple lightning. "You humans are ever so fond of the ant's futile struggle against the tree, are you not?" The aged warrior curled his lips, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, his tone nonchalant. "I understand, and thus it must be corrected. I am the guide of myriad races, destined to lead the glory of all back to the ancestral star." With those words, he unsheathed his sword once more, preparing to strike. The blade glimmered as it descended, shimmering like raindrops cascading down. The boy, the one who soared skyward, was filled with a murderous intent. The earlier conversations amidst the clouds had reached his ears. Gu Ping'an, devoid of a sword, embodied the sharpest blade himself, an unparalleled sword that, when drawn, could shatter blades and break spears, commanding the respect of all weapons, brimming with vigor. In a moment of disarray, the youth stepped forth, shrinking the distance in an instant, shattering the cascading light of the blade as he stood atop the clouds. Fixing his gaze upon the Thunder Falcon and the aged warrior, Gu Ping'an spoke. "Why must you engage in slaughter?" The aged warrior laughed heartily. "Why should I need a reason to kill you?" Though he wore a smile, he sheathed his sword once more, gripping the hilt with a slight stoop, a weight of seriousness settling upon his heart. Had this boy just employed the technique of shrinking distances? Such prowess was divine. It was a skill only comprehensible to those who had reached the Mountain Sea realm. This boy must not be allowed to live. Gu Ping'an's gaze was clear, echoes of the mother and child pinned to their seats reverberating in his mind, mingling with the regretful sighs of the elderly. After a pause, he spoke softly. "You mentioned that humans are indeed fond of the ant's futile struggle against the tree. After all, there must always be those who charge forward. A truth you fail to grasp." With that, he calmly extended his palm. "To that warrior, I shall wield the essence of my 3-foot blade to slay you. And to the falcon, I shall rend you apart." Gu Ping'an's tone was remarkably placid, as though merely stating facts, declaring the fates of his two adversaries. The Thunder Falcon, with wings spanning over 100 meters, narrowed its eyes slightly, the purple lightning roiling and roaring, an inexplicable weight settling in its heart. Meanwhile, the aged warrior lowered his stance, preparing to strike, yet wore a sardonic smile as he retorted, 3-foot blade? Where, pray tell, is your sword?" The essence of 3 feet embodies the long sword in the hands of a swordsman. A sword measuring 3 feet in length signifies not only the weapon in hand, but also the indomitable spirit within the heart. With an outstretched hand, Gu Ping'an spoke in a tone that remained eerily calm. "Who says I wield no sword? Behold, with 6 parts of the heaven-splitting sword intent and 4 parts of the yellow spring sword intent, he unleashed a tremendous force. Beneath the celestial and earthly laws, Gu Ping'an transformed into a towering figure of 3,000 meters, surrounded by the swirling essence of the yellow spring, with a portal to the heavens manifesting above him. Grasping a 1,000-meter peak, he uprooted it effortlessly. The earth trembled, the mountain shook violently, and countless stones tumbled down, yet he held the entire peak in his grasp. His voice resonated like thunder. "Is this not the essence of the sword?" Thus, this formidable entity, towering 3,000 meters high, wielded the mountain peak as if it were the blade of a sword, piercing through the firmament. Then, with a single, decisive blow, the mountain peak fell. Chapter 45. To speak of life and death is to tear you asunder. Above the clouds, the thunderous reprimand resounded like the tolling of a great bell, causing both the Thunder Falcon and the aged warrior above it to instinctively widen their eyes. The elder felt a tremor coursing from his spine to the tips of his hair, a chill surging from his tailbone up through his entire spine to the back of his head. The Thunder Falcon fared no better. Its purple feathers, crackling with lightning, stood erect, trembling slightly. What kind of divine power is this? The elder warrior murmured, momentarily dazed. Gu Pingyan, now a colossal figure of 3,000 meters, raised the 1,000-meter peak high above, the mountain reaching into the clouds, trembling slightly. Some stones and trees detached from the peak, but did not fall. Instead, they hovered around it, buoyed by the sword intent. A terrifying killing intent ignited in Gu Pingyan's eyes, and his voice turned cold as he proclaimed, "With this strike, I send you to the Yellow Spring." As he finished speaking, the 1,000-meter peak swung down like a colossal sword. The elder warrior's heart constricted suddenly. Without time to ponder, he let out a low growl. "My blade can sever all that I behold." With those words, an ancient and formidable array began to stir within the bones of the elder warrior, gathering the terrifying power of heaven and earth. The long blade was drawn, poised for a swift strike. The dense clouds extending for miles parted suddenly, revealing a cleaving mark of the blade. The blade's light rushed forward to meet the descending mountain peak, seemingly intent on cleaving it in two. Indeed, a first-grade king possesses such capability. For one of this rank, parting mountains and seas is not difficult. Yet, a sound akin to flowing water emerged. Upon the mountain peak, a scene of the Yellow Spring loomed faintly, where countless bones lay buried, and remnants of celestial beings drifted upon its waters. Is that the essence of the sword? The aged warrior and the Thunder Falcon were struck with profound astonishment. After invoking the celestial art of harmonizing heaven and earth, Gu Pingyan experienced an unprecedented surge in power. His strength multiplied 100-fold. With the augmentation of the celestial forces, his might reached an unimaginable pinnacle, further amplified by 40% of the Yellow Spring's sword intent. The blade of a 1,000-meter mountain cleaved down with a thunderous crash. The Thunder Falcon, without hesitation, spread its wings to flee, its massive form of 100 meters moving with the swiftness of a tempest, leaving the aged warrior behind. Confronted with the descending sword of the 1,000-meter peak, the warrior emitted a defiant roar, brandishing his blade for another strike. Yet time had run out. The sword fell at precisely noon, heralding the arrival of the Yellow Springs. Under the onslaught of the Yellow Springs' sword intent, the warrior stood frozen in place. He cast a glance at the fleeing Thunder Falcon, managing a bitter smile. In that instant, his soul shattered, severing his ties to the realm of the living, while his corporeal form was obliterated beneath the weight of the mountain sword. Reduced to mere dust, with a casual toss, Gu Pingyan sent the mountain crashing to the ground, creating a tremendous roar and stirring up clouds of dust that ascended hundreds of meters into the air. He gazed at the now distant Thunder Falcon and smiled softly. "It is your turn." With that, Gu Pingyan extended his colossal hand, employing the spatial art of constriction, effortlessly capturing the Thunder Falcon that had retreated dozens of miles away, drawing it back towards him. The 100-meter Thunder Falcon appeared as a mere toy before him, releasing a desperate screech as purple lightning crackled, attempting to break free. "I shall rend you asunder," Gu Pingyan stated coldly, as he seized the falcon's wings with his enormous hands and exerted immense force. Purple feathers flew, mingled with the blood infused with lightning, cascading down in torrents as the falcon let out a heart-wrenching wail, its wings torn asunder. One hand gripped the falcon's head while the other formed a fist. Then, with a decisive strike, Gu Pingyan unleashed his punch. The anguished Thunder Falcon gazed at the ever-enlarging fist, succumbing to utter despair, and in the next moment, it was violently obliterated. In a true sense of the word, under the explosive force of millions of tons, the Thunder Falcon's body was shattered. Two first-rank sovereigns perished. On the ground, amidst the fragmented wreckage of the starship, Li Yaoyao kept her eyes firmly closed, obediently, while Gu Gun nestled in her embrace, remaining oblivious. Listening to the colossal rumble above, little Yaoyao involuntarily trembled. Time passed, though she could not ascertain how long, until the terrifying cacophony abruptly ceased, causing her heart to leap. Had it come to an end? Soon after, Li Yaoyao felt a warm hand, familiar in its essence, gently caressing her head, accompanied by a rich voice. Yaoyao, all is over. The tension in her heart released suddenly, and Gu Gun Gun, curled in her arms, seemed to relax as well. In Tian City, Li Tianming wore an expression of utmost dismay. Initially, the disappearance of Flight 8848 weighed heavily on his heart, soon followed by urgent news from Mount Taibai. Beside him, Secretary Liu wore a troubled expression, remarking that it was said Gu Xing's flight encountered a thunderstorm, which may have interfered with electronic signals, leading to the loss of contact. What should be done about the young master? The extraordinary formations of Mount Taibai forbade entry to anyone under the age of 24, and the power of such formations was formidable. According to Professor Zhang from the Imperial Capital University, even formidable beings from the sea and mountain realms would struggle to breach them. At this moment, even elderly could not be reached. Sir, should we attempt to contact Gusheng? Secretary Liu ventured. He has not yet turned 24. Li Tianming's expression shifted abruptly, followed by a heavy silence. After a while, the esteemed figure, poised to ascend to the position of Grand Chancellor of Xianying Province, closed his eyes and shook his head. Though Pingan had mastered the essence of the sword, he remained merely a grandmaster. On Mount Taibai, there existed beings of the Marquis and Eternal Life realms. I will not allow him to take such risks. Yet, Secretary Liu seemed hesitant to speak further. Li Tianming opened his eyes, appearing significantly aged and weary. Compared to Tongming, Gu, my younger brother, embodies hope. Hope for the great Qin and for our ancestral star. Enough, you wouldn't understand. Secretary Liu remained silent. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello? Li Tianming answered, fatigue evident on his face. Tianming Gu, it's me, Gu Pingan. The voice on the other end was steady yet somewhat cold. I've been ambushed. The Starry Sky ship was destroyed by two beings of the King realm. Li Tianming sprang to his feet, a chill running down his spine. Where are you? Hide well. I'm coming right away. The presence of two King realm assailants led him to believe that his younger brother must have escaped and was currently in hiding. He hoped those two kings would not locate Gu Ping and too quickly. After a brief silence on the line, a voice tinged with incredulity broke through. I'll send you my location in a moment. By the way, I've already dealt with those two kings. Dealt with them? Li Tianming's voice soared an octave. Gu, this is not a matter to jest about. He swallowed hard, his heart racing. Gu Ping did not seem the type to joke, yet could it truly be so? Brother Tianming, come over, and you will see for yourself. I'll hang up now and send you the location. Li Tianming numbly nodded. Moments later, a location ping arrived on his phone. Fixing his gaze, he hesitated no longer. His form shimmered and plunged into the void. In the realm of the respected, one comprehends the essence, simultaneously planting the seed of the Tao within the corporeal form, nurturing it with intent. The day it blossoms is the day one steps into the realm of sea and mountain. Mount Taibai, a young soldier, seemingly no more than 18 or 19, trembled as he sat helplessly on the ground. Please, don't kill me, he implored. The elderly man in green robes chuckled softly, humming the nursery rhyme that extols the virtues of mothers, as he approached the young soldier. Listening to the raspy melody, the soldier shuddered violently and urgently pleaded, Please, don't kill me. I can play the flute for you. I have a mother who loves to hear me play. Listen, listen. In a flurry, he fumbled from his inner pocket a somewhat tarnished short flute and shakily began to play the tune of the nursery rhyme. The old man in green shook his head, and without hesitation, delivered a swift kick. The wind howled as his foot struck the flute squarely in its center, sending it deep into the young soldier's cracked lips and piercing through his skull. The soldier convulsed, his hands falling limply to his sides, his head drooping as blood trickled from the gift his mother had bestowed upon him when he enlisted. The elderly man curled his lip and smiled, watching the scattered soldiers flee, muttering to himself, Run away, run away. It has been a long time since I have played a game. It is the perfect opportunity for a game of cat and mouse. He resumed humming the nursery rhyme, meandering down the mountainside, reaping life after life, drawing ever closer to the cave where Li Tongming and his companions were hiding. In a cave at the foot of Mount Taibai, two young men and a young woman, including Li Tongming, wore expressions of alarm. After tending to the injured girl's wounds, Li Tongming sat down on the cold stone, his expression grim. Beside him, a young man, his voice trembling with tears, asked, Has the chief given any word on when rescue will arrive? Li Tongming glanced at him and sighed softly. Do not rush. Mount Taibai is merely a trap set by the Forsaken. I suspect there is more than just the old man in green who has reached the realm of the Marquis of Longevity. After a brief pause, he attempted to comfort him. The outside world needs to mobilize urgently for rescue. There is no need to panic. Yet, a shadow of despair flickered in Li Tongming's eyes. Under the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Mount Taibai, only those under 24 could enter. But how formidable could those under that age truly be? Even the illustrious royal prince, at 23, was merely a grandmaster. Indeed, a grandmaster is no weakling. However, it was suspected that two beings of the Marquis of Longevity resided atop the mountain. It was a hopeless situation. While there had been prodigies who reached the realm of the Marquis of Longevity before turning 24, such beings would not risk venturing into Mount Taibai. It simply wasn't worth it. The other three shared his thoughts, but still clung to a sliver of hope. What if? In the capital, within the Zhang family estate, a man clad in black with a white mask spoke softly to the elder of the Zhang family. Lord Tianguan requires your family to handle certain matters. Exert every effort. The venerable elder of the Zhang family, the pillar supporting the entire clan, smiled gently and assured. Of course, there will be no issues. The Zhang family will make adequate arrangements. After a brief pause, his expression turned slightly grave. Might the envoy divulge what Lord Tianguan requires of us? As the capital of the Great Qin Empire, the imperial city boasts the highest standards of public order and the most stringent investigations against those who dwell in the shadows and the myriad of clandestine travelers. The Zhang family has dwelled in the imperial city for many years, remaining unscathed precisely because they have never acted within its confines. The envoy, cloaked in black with a white mask, cast a sidelong glance at the venerable elder, whose cultivation vastly surpassed his own. Lord Tianguan has orchestrated an assassination attempt on Gu Pingyan, deploying two kings. However, we have just received word that Li Tianming has departed from Taiyan City. He paused, his voice taking on a somber tone. Lord Tianguan suspects that the two kings may not have succeeded in eliminating Gu Pingyan, as Li Tianming is likely en route to rescue him. Gu Pingyan cannot be allowed to survive. The elder of the Zhang family was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He then spoke contemplatively. Li Tianming, the Peak King? It is said that should he break through to become a venerable, he might assume the position of chief governor of Xianyang province. But what a coincidence that would be. After a moment's reflection, the venerable elder solemnly nodded. Rest assured, envoy. He is merely a youth. No matter how exceptional, what can he truly achieve? The elder held a dismissive view, believing that at the end of the day, he was just an unseasoned prodigy. Surely, Lord Tianguan's concern was excessive. The envoy nodded placidly. By the way, Lord Tianguan has instructed that you should also capture the iron-eating beast accompanying Gu Pingyan, and it must be alive. With that, his figure gradually faded from the air. The elder of the Zhang family fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the current family head of the Zhang clan spoke softly. Elder, it seems that Jinghong had a conflict with Gu Pingyan in Taiyan City. Should we summon her to gather some information? The elder returned to the present, nodding steadily. Summon her. It is time for Jinghong to join the ranks of the guides. Those who dwell in the shadows and act treacherously often prefer to refer to themselves as guides. Chapter 47. Is this youth reinforcement? Li Tianming gazed at the remnants of the Thunder Falcon still crackling with lightning on the ground, lost in thought. The shattered bones revealed the remnants of an ancient formation. It belonged to a first-tier king. He couldn't help but glance at Gu Pingyan beside him, swallowing hard, his voice trembling slightly. Did you do this? Gu Pingyan, with an expression as calm as an ancient well, playfully teased Gu Gun without lifting his gaze, simply responding with a soft, yes, I did. I also slew a first-tier warrior from the Neon Kingdom. As he spoke, he pointed to a broken blade lying not far away on the ground. That is his weapon. Li Tianming gazed into the distance and beheld the shattered remnants of a blade, his pupils contracting sharply. Oda Nagamitsu, the revered sword saint of the Ghost Nation? He inhaled sharply. Oda Nagamitsu was famed throughout the land of Neon for his unparalleled swordsmanship, renowned as the finest practitioner within the realm. To think he was a shadow bearer, and had been slain by Gu Pingyan? For a moment, Li Tianming found himself at a loss for words. He gently pinched the chubby cheeks of Gu Gun and tenderly arranged the dark locks of Xiao Yao Yao. Gu Pingyan spoke softly. I do not consider this a matter of pride. Over 200 passengers aboard the Starry Sky vessel have lost their lives. Upon hearing this, a shadow of sorrow flitted across Li Yao Yao's eyes. as she involuntarily recalled the polite young child and the cheerful elder eager to see his granddaughter. Li Tianming fell silent for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. Shadowbearers are a malignant blight upon humanity. This is precisely why we have relentlessly pursued their eradication. In fact, many students at the Imperial Capital University perish at their hands each year. As he mentioned the Imperial Capital University, a glimmer of light sparked in Li Tianming's eyes, and he earnestly regarded the seemingly forlorn youth. Pinyin, my brother, I wish to request one more favor from you. Gu Pinyin turned his head and nodded gently. Speak freely, Tianming. I too have something to ask of you. Li Tianming pondered briefly before taking a deep breath. Tongming has gone to Taibai Mountain to execute a mission against the Shadowbearer's stronghold. But it is a trap. There exists a being of the Marquis of Longevity realm upon Taibai Mountain. Pausing, he added, Taibai Mountain is shrouded in a formation that only beings under the age of 24 can enter. I did not initially wish to involve you. But given that you have slain 2 beings of the King realm, at this, Li Tianming's eyes flashed with astonishment. He still could not comprehend how this younger brother of his had managed to vanquish 2 beings of the King realm, particularly 2 of the first-grade kings. Although this brother had comprehended the essence of the sword, the chasm between a grandmaster and a King realm practitioner could not be bridged, even with perfect sword intent. Could it be that Gu Pinyin surpassed the grandmaster level? Li Tianming swallowed hard, as this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Gu Pinyin's talent far exceeded anything he had imagined. He had no intention of probing further, for it was unnecessary. Gu Pinyin lifted Gu Gun from Xiao Yao Yao's embrace, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve. Taibai Mountain, is it? No problem. The Shadowbearers deserve their demise. After a moment, Gu Pinyin took a deep breath. The assistance I request from you, to be precise, involves 2 matters. First, to escort Yao Yao and Gun to the Imperial capital. Second, to aid me in uncovering the mastermind behind this assassination. Very well, Li Tianming replied decisively. Now that Oda Nagamitsu, this Shadowbearer, has surfaced, it will undoubtedly lead to numerous clues. Uncovering the truth should not prove difficult. After a brief pause, he continued, Brother Gu, Taibai Mountain is not far from here. If you head east for about 200 kilometers, you will reach Taibai Mountain. I will notify the station troops there in advance. Gu Pinyin silently nodded, a fierce glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He then affectionately rubbed the head of the black and white ball nestled in his arms. Gong on. When you go to the capital, you must protect Yao Yao well in my absence, understand? Gu Gong, somewhat dazed, raised its head, blinking its large eyes with dark circles, and then vigorously nodded, making a sound of agreement. Ing. Li Tianming observed Gu Gong with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, his heart filled with emotion. This little iron-eating beast, Gu Gong, seemed on the verge of mastering human speech. It could only be said that it truly inherited its father's remarkable traits. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yao Yao enveloped Gu Pinyin in a heavy embrace, squeezing Gu Gong in between, and softly spoke, Little Gu, you must return safely to the capital. Feeling the warmth of little Yao Yao's body, Gu Pinyin gently nodded. Ing. Gu Gong's cries shattered the delicate atmosphere. It angrily squeezed out from between Gu Pinyin and Li Yao Yao, plopping down on the ground and raising its fluffy little fist as it had been jostled by the 2. The 3 of them couldn't help but chuckle at the moment. Meanwhile, at the Taibai Mountain blockade, the orders had come through, reinforcements were on the way, and preparations were underway for their arrival. The officer's voice boomed with excitement as a hint of joy crossed his face. The situation within Taibai Mountain was dire, and reinforcements were finally arriving. Suddenly, the blockade became bustling with activity. Soldiers stood at attention, quietly awaiting the reinforcements' arrival. As time ticked by soon, movement could be heard from the nearby forest. The officer and the soldiers perked up, only to be taken aback. A handsome young man emerged from the woods, striding confidently toward them. Hey, student, this is a blockade. Please do not approach any closer. The officer called out, somewhat helplessly. Are you lost? The news about the military exercises at Taibai Mountain has already been disseminated. The young man halted, his expression calm as he replied softly, Oh, I am not lost. I am here for reinforcements. The soldiers gaped in disbelief, and the officers' eyes twitched. Reinforcements? Sending a youth who appeared to be barely 18 or 19 for reinforcements. Had the higher-ups lost their minds? The young man casually tossed his identification card into the air, which accurately landed in the officer's hand. The officer was momentarily stunned, then, with skepticism, he swiped the card on the machine. The page refreshed, and a glaring red top secret appeared. The officer's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 48, Gu Ping'an. Sent to his demise? Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of numerous soldiers, the officer respectfully returned the identification card to the young man, and then courteously inquired, "Mr. Gu, would you like me to provide you with an overview of the situation at Mount Taibai?" The imagery displayed when the identification card was scanned revealed only a name and a title, with the rest being classified information. The officer firmly etched the words Gu Ping'an and Royal Chief Advisor into his memory. Gu Ping'an nodded gently, his gaze somewhat profound. "Let's keep it brief. I am eager to enter Mount Taibai." The officer nodded decisively and summoned a soldier. "You go relay the news of the reinforcements to the soldiers and officials still alive within Mount Taibai." After issuing the command, he turned back to Gu Ping'an and, under the confused stares of the soldiers, began to narrate the current situation within Mount Taibai with utmost respect. At the foot of Mount Taibai, within a cave, a specially designed communication device flickered to life, and several youths immediately gathered around it. The device blinked for a moment before establishing a connection. "This is the head of the specialist team, Li Tongming." He spoke steadily as he picked up the communicator. The voice of a soldier came through. "Leader Li, have the reinforcements arrived? Are you still in the cave? The reinforcements have arrived?" Excitement surged among the two boys and the girl beside him, their faces lighting up with joy. Li Tongming remained composed. "Yes, we are still in the cave as previously reported. If I may ask, who has come to our aid?" There may be more than one noble of the eternal life realm at Mount Taibai. He felt a pang of confusion. In the Qin dynasty, there were scarcely a handful of individuals capable of contending against the fourth realm of nobility before the age of 24. How could they arrive so swiftly? After a moment's hesitation, the soldier on the other end replied softly, "Only one person has come to assist, a young man whose name is unknown, appearing to be around 18 years of age." At this revelation, the expressions of the three youths nearby froze in shock. Just one person? And an 18-year-old boy at that? Could it be that they had inadvertently offended a significant figure, sending him to his doom? Li Tongming contemplated this possibility, his expression darkening. He then spoke. "Tell that young man to refrain from coming. Losing another life would be pointless." The soldier on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. "I will report this to the commander." With that, the connection was severed. In such dire times, every ounce of battery life in the communicator mattered and could not be wasted. Li Tongming cautiously set the device down and glanced at the three despondent youths, offering a wry smile. "Well, let us remain here for the time being. Mount Taibai cannot remain under siege indefinitely. We will have a chance to escape." Beside him, a young man with an arm in a makeshift sling spoke softly, "Chief, the boy who came to our aid has likely offended a powerful figure and has been sent here to meet his demise." Another young woman, her voice tinged with indignation, added, "I too feel that in times like these, the power struggles among the elite should not be our concern. I hope that boy does not find himself in the fray." A sense of mixed emotions washed over them. They had initially thought salvation was near, only to find that their rescuer was merely a youth who had crossed the wrong people. Li Tongming's expression fluctuated between light and dark, and after a lengthy silence, he spoke with a cold detachment. "If we manage to survive this ordeal, I will not spare those aristocrats who create such chaos." A flash of fierce intent glimmered in his eyes. If they truly escaped, his father would become the Grand Chancellor of Xianying Province, making it all too easy to deal with a noble. Yet, the question loomed, would they even make it out alive? For a moment, despair began to grip them. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Li Tianming descended from the skies with Li Yaoyao and Gu Gun, landing gracefully on the ground. He then spoke gently. "You may head to the Imperial University first. Although the semester has yet to commence, you can still report or find a place to rent nearby." Li Yaoyao, cradling Gu Gun, nodded thoughtfully but then voiced her concern. "Uncle Li, what about Ping'an?" Li Tianming smiled reassuringly. "I will make my way to Taibai Mountain now. Should anything arise, I will contact you." After a brief pause, he added, "Make sure to note my number. If you encounter any issues, just call me." Li Yaoyao nodded eagerly, while Gu Gun rested his large head on little Yaoyao's shoulder, curiously observing the bustling street. Morning had broken, and many early risers, either on their way to work or out for exercise, cast astonished glances in their direction. The iron-eating beast clan was inherently adorable, and Gu Gun was undoubtedly the most charming among them. drawing numerous gazes and even stirring a slight commotion. My goodness, to see a living iron-eating beast in my lifetime? It's even cuter than on television. Which family does that girl belong to? How could she have such a creature as a pet? Even the royal family pales in comparison. You have too high an opinion of the royals. As the crowd watched and murmured, Li Tianming had already shared his contact number with little Yao Yao. He affectionately ruffled Gu Gungun's head and said, "All right, I must head to Taibai Mountain now. Call me if anything comes up." "Understood," Li Yao Yao replied softly, then bit her translucent lip. "Uncle Li, please keep me informed about Gu Pingin's situation." Li Tianming nodded with a smile, and then, with a swift movement, he vanished from the long street. At Taibai Mountain, the school officials looked upon the youth entering with a sense of poignant reflection. Beside them, a soldier could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Sir, who exactly is this young man? Is he perhaps sent here to meet his demise?" They harbored the same doubts as Li Tongming and his companions. The officer decisively shook his head, stating, "Do not ask what should remain unasked. This youth is indeed here to provide assistance and is a remarkable individual." The soldiers exchanged glances, while the officer swallowed hard, appearing somewhat dazed. Although he was unfamiliar with the title of the supreme advisor to the Qin imperial family, he recognized its potential for immense power. Surely, this young man would be capable of rescuing those esteemed officials, wouldn't he? A moment later, within a cave at the foot of Mount Taibai, several anxious youths paused. Startled by the sounds of footsteps approaching from outside, their expressions shifted immediately. Li Tongming's demeanor grew solemn, his muscles coiled tightly, ready to unleash a powerful strike at any moment. Suddenly, the footsteps halted, and a rich, clear voice resonated, "There is no need for alarm. I have come to provide reinforcements." The group was momentarily taken aback, and the young woman slumped to the ground, like a deflated balloon, uttering a wry smile. "Chief, this is the young man mentioned in the communicator. He truly has been sent here to meet his end at the hands of those wretched so-called dignitaries." Yet, Li Tongming remained silent, standing frozen in place, blinking in confusion. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Chapter 49, Uncle Gu, what brings you here? At this very moment, in the Zhang family estate, the elder listened intently to Zhang Jinghong's account, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, that Gu Pingin must be a master. I suspect he is the one behind the series of confidential top scores on the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, both the head of the Zhang family and Zhang Jinghong were momentarily taken aback, and Zhang Jinghong exclaimed, "No way. That scoundrel is the top of the list?" The family head pondered for a moment before gently nodding. "That makes sense. There is only one master among this year's examination candidates, and it is likely Gu Pingin. But why is all his information classified? Could it involve some significant figures?" The elder shook his head lightly, his gaze profound. "No, according to the information, he has maintained close ties with Li Tianming, and beyond that, there have been no connections with any major figures. The records did mention the old principal, but in the elder's eyes, a principal from a small city hardly merited significance." Pausing, he continued, "However, this Gu Pingin seems to have grasped the rudiments of sword intent. He is indeed an extraordinary talent. I suspect Li Tianming is befriending Gu Pingin as a form of early investment." "Are you suggesting," the head of the Zhang family contemplated, "that Li Tianming aims to wait until Gu Pingin comprehends 30% of sword intent before guiding him to further enlightenment?" Thus, it became abundantly clear. After a brief pause, he wore an expression of sudden realization. With this, the series of top-secret matters can be elucidated. Li Tianming indeed has some connections with the royal family. Altering the records should not pose much difficulty. The elder of the Zhang family nodded in approval. Indeed, however, Li Tianming is ultimately just the governor of Taiyan City. His influence does not extend to the imperial capital. As he spoke, his gaze deepened slightly, a cold smirk forming within his heart. Once he accomplished the task assigned by the Grand Minister, he might have the opportunity to become a vassal of the Celestial clan, and at that time, his position as a guide would ascend to even greater heights. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. A middle-aged man hurriedly entered, his steps brisk. "Elder, brother, we have received intelligence indicating that a girl on Fifth Avenue is holding a metal-eating beast. Here is the photograph." Zhang Jinghong glanced at the photo, his expression chilling instantly as he gritted his teeth. She is indeed Gu Pingin's girlfriend. The middle-aged man stole a glance at Zhang Jinghong and then respectfully addressed the elder. "Elder, according to the intelligence, This girl and the metal-eating beast were sent by that Li governor from Tian City. The elder of the Zhang family narrowed his eyes slightly, a terrifying aura emanating from him as the rhythm of his Tao surged. Has Gu Pingyan not come? After pondering for a moment, he continued, Very well. Let us first capture that metal-eating beast. It is, after all, something desired by the Grand Minister. The middle-aged man exchanged glances with the head of the Zhang family, hesitatingly saying, But elder, this is ultimately in the imperial capital. We cannot seize it overtly. The elder waved his hand impatiently. Isn't Jinghong at odds with that girl? Let Jinghong go. If a conflict arises, we can bring back both the girl and the metal-eating beast. Zhang Jinghong stood up excitedly, his eyes gleaming. Grandfather, leave it to me. As she spoke, a flicker of vengeful light passed through her eyes. Humph, Li Yaoyao, how dare you come to the imperial capital? Zhang Jinghong's hatred for Gu Pingyan also partially transferred onto Li Yaoyao. Her experience at Tian No. 1 High School was the greatest humiliation of her life. Indeed, the greatest. At the foot of Mount Taibai, in a cave, as the handsome youth stepped in, a bittersweet smile emerged on the faces of 2 men and 1 woman. Well, here comes a sacrificial offering. The girl, Ji Weihua, pouted, her face a picture of sorrow. Young man, you truly have ventured into a path of heaven untraveled. While boldly barging into hell, the bandaged youth beside her sighed and shook his head. Brother, who did you offend to be sent here as a messenger? Before he could finish, Li Tongming suddenly spoke with uncertainty. Gu Shu, Ji Weihua, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Did Chief Li know this youth? Was this youth named Gu Shu? Just as they were in a daze, they saw the boy's calm face break into a smile. Ah, my dear nephew. Li Tongming's handsome face suddenly darkened, while Ji Weihua and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness! Isn't that Gu Shu, a true uncle? Ji Weihua exclaimed. Li Tongming, with a somber expression, let out a bitter laugh. Gu Xiaoshu, how could it be you? Weren't you supposed to be on the starship heading to the capital? Gu Pingyan shrugged, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. I was ambushed and then crashed. Li Tongming and Ji Weiyue's pupils slightly contracted. Ambushed? On the starship? Li Tongming asked gravely about Yao Yao and Gun Gun. Gu Pingyan's cold gaze intensified. I managed to protect Yao Yao and Gun Gun. But the others on the starship are all dead. The group exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Gu Pingyan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then Tianming Gu came, saying you had fallen into a trap on Taibai Mountain and asked me to rescue you. Coincidentally, I also wanted to eliminate a few scoundrels. As he spoke, Gu Pingyan slightly stretched his muscles, a murderous intent emanating from him. Ji Weiyue's pupils constricted in shock. She was aware that her chief's father, Li Tianming, was a top-tier King Realm expert, a ruler of a city. This youth referred to a King Realm expert as a brother. Who exactly was he? The other 2 youths exchanged glances, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Li Tongming, with a wry smile, remarked, Doesn't my father know there are Duke-level adversaries on this mountain? Isn't he putting you in danger? He felt puzzled. His father didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. Was there something he was unaware of? Gu Pingyan found a clean large stone to sit on, waved his hand dismissively, his expression as calm as a still pond. Oh, a duke? It's no bother. I was just ambushed by 2 King Realm experts. His tone was flat, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. While Li Tongming and the others were left in utter shock, a chill creeping from their tailbones up their spines to the nape of their necks. 2 King Realm experts? Ji Weihua blinked, almost instinctively thinking this youth was boasting, yet it seemed unnecessary to boast at such a moment. Did this mean he truly survived an ambush by 2 King Realm experts? Chapter 50. Above, no one. Below, all beings. After stretching slightly, a dangerous gleam flashed in Gu Pingyan's eyes. Speaking of which, what exactly is going on with Taibai Mountain? What has transpired here? The group exchanged glances, and Li Tongming spoke first. Gu Xiaoshu, it seems the summit of Taibai Mountain is a point of arrival for various races, with at least 1 Duke-level expert stationed here, along with an extraordinary treasure. As he spoke, a flicker of hope stirred within him. This Gu Xiaoshu had comprehended the essence of the sword and, moreover, had survived the onslaught of 2 formidable foes. Could it be possible that Gu Xiaoshu was capable of contending against a duke? If so, they might just be saved. From the very beginning, whether it was Li Tongming or Ji Weihua, the trio had believed that this young man had narrowly escaped the clutches of 2 kings, which was, in their eyes, an astonishing feat. The notion of confronting or even defeating those two was unfathomable to them. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Pingyan pondered for a moment, then gently rose to his feet, brushing off the dust. "Let us go," he declared. The others were momentarily taken aback, and Ji Wuyue could not help but inquire. "Where to?" "Naturally, we shall ascend to the mountaintop and obliterate this stronghold," he replied. The group was taken aback. Was this young man mad? Even if he had managed to escape from two kings, which was indeed impressive, the issue remained that Taibai Mountain had clearly set a trap for the prodigies. And a duke was still roaming the hills. There might even be a duke at the summit. Gu Pingyan glanced at the four, who exchanged uncertain looks and softly asked, "Do you truly believe that we would inevitably perish upon encountering that duke? Yet, according to your own words, he will find this place sooner or later, will he not?" As he spoke, he subtly shook his head. In truth, Gu Pingyan was aware that the summit might pose danger, for it was a stronghold of the Shadowed Ones. However, he was undeterred. The essence of the sword had forged an indomitable heart within him. With such a heart, what fear or hesitation could he harbor? Moreover, he possessed ample confidence. The cutting cause and effect sword technique was an unfathomable swordsmanship, severing the ties of causality and striking at the very roots of existence. Heedless of reason, the hilt of the great Luo's sword, appearing merely for a fleeting moment, stirred tremors among the celestial bodies, its terrifying power seemingly spanning the epochs. Even though Gu Pingyan, at present, could not fully unleash the might of the cutting cause and effect sword technique or the great Luo sword, it had already instilled in him the courage to face even the most exalted of beings, or the great powers of the mountains and seas. If he could not defeat them, he could at least escape. At this juncture, the four, still exchanging glances, discerned the hesitation in each other's eyes. Ultimately, it was Li Tongming who spoke first. "Gu Xiaoshu, I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyue and the others shared a bittersweet smile. "We shall join you as well." In such times, unity was the wisest choice. Since this young man had managed to evade two kings, he surely possessed some means. Gu Pingyan nodded slightly and then took the lead, stepping toward the cave's entrance, with the others following closely behind. Moments later, as they emerged into the open air, Gu Pingyan lifted his gaze toward the summit of Taibai Mountain, which was not too far away. In truth, the majestic Taibai Mountain rises a mere 300 to 500 meters, while the mountain he previously summoned as a sword stands at 1,000 meters. Were it not for its breathtaking grandeur, Gu Pingyan might have transformed into a 3,000-meter giant once more, intent on shattering Taibai Mountain. The five individuals ascended the mountain at a measured pace, neither hurried nor slow, and at intervals, they encountered numerous corpses of soldiers, which cast a pall of silence over them. The entire Taibai Mountain was enveloped in a profound stillness, seemingly echoing only the sounds of their footsteps. It appeared that all the young soldiers who had ventured into Taibai Mountain had been mercilessly slain. As they continued, their hearts grew increasingly heavy. All perished, all perished. Cursed be the betrayers of light. A youth clad in sportswear could not restrain himself from cursing, while Li Tongming let out a soft sigh. They passed yet another corpse, a young soldier kneeling on the ground, his skull pierced by a flute, his eyes wide open in eternal terror. Gu Pingyan reached out, gently closing the soldier's eyes, then gazed skyward, softly lamenting, "You betrayers of humanity, why must you act in such a manner? To forsake your kin and harm your brethren is a betrayal of our very nature." As he spoke, he turned his head to survey the dense forest nearby. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the thicket. Li Tongming and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies instinctively tensing with trepidation. Yet the youth remained eerily calm, his gaze icy as if it were the unyielding frost of 1,000 winters, penetrating to the marrow. An elderly man clad in green emerged from the thick foliage, a smile illuminating his face as he leisurely appraised Gu Pingyan, exclaiming in admiration, "Your perception is remarkably acute. It seems we have yet another extraordinary talent among us." A wave of cold surged through Li Tongming and his companions, enveloping them entirely. It was the formidable betrayer of light, a being of the ascendant realm. Ji Wuyue instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, only to relax it helplessly. In the face of an ascendant, an entity capable of unleashing a colossal force of 1,000,000 kilograms through sheer blood and vitality, resistance seemed utterly futile. Indeed, it was, without a doubt, futile. A sense of despair settled in their hearts. Gu Pingyan tilted his head, his expression unervingly calm. "So, Why do you forsake humanity and ally with the myriad races? The elderly man maintained his smile, shaking his head in pity. No, you cannot comprehend. Humanity is destined to fail, and the starry Great Wall will ultimately collapse. We have merely made the most prudent choice. With a touch of fervor and obsession, he spread his arms wide. I was originally but a third-tier grandmaster, yet under the banner of the Rakshasa, in merely 3 years, I ascended to the ascendant realm. My lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. This is the power of the myriad races. Is this your justification for harming your fellow countrymen? Gu Ping'an's voice was icy, chilling to the bone, and he slowly lowered his head, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. The elderly figure in green curled his lips in apparent disinterest. Enough with the nonsense. Kneel before us and accept your fate quietly, and I shall grant you a swift release. With that, he stifled a yawn, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor as nonchalant as the drifting clouds. Suddenly, Gu Ping'an raised his head. His eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance, resembling 2 radiant suns, illuminating the darkness with their fierce glow. I shall slay every one of you. Then journey to the celestial Great Wall, gazing down upon the myriad stars. Above will be empty. Below, countless souls will not endure for long. The youth spoke each word with deliberate precision, his handsome face etched with solemnity, as if he had made an unwavering resolution. At most, 3 years of intoxication, and he would achieve a realm where the heavens are devoid of presence and the earth teems with life. At that time, he would unleash a massacre. He would slay until the celestial realms trembled before him, until all races lay prostrate at his feet. Turning to Ji Wuyue, the youth softly inquired, "May I borrow your sword for a moment?" Chapter 51, The Thunder Rumbles. Yet it cannot rival my blade. Ji Wuyue gazed into the boy's blindingly bright eyes, instinctively nodding as she handed over her sword from her waist. Gu Ping'an seemed utterly oblivious to the uncertainty on the face of the elder in green, engrossed in drawing the long sword, its cold light radiating fiercely. "A fine sword," he remarked with admiration, though tinged with regret. "Such a splendid weapon, wasted on a wretch." The others snapped back to reality, involuntarily swallowing hard. This youth appeared to have a well-thought-out plan. Could he truly slay a noble of the eternal life realm? Ji Wuyue observed the sword-wielding boy, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. Meanwhile, the elderly figure in green's expression darkened abruptly, a smile emerging that was devoid of warmth. "Very well. It has been a while since I encountered such audacity in a young one. Today, I shall show you the true disparity of power." As his words fell, a terrifying and fearsome aura erupted from the elder, the mysterious runes upon his bones shimmering with brilliance, radiating a divine light that surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds. Outside Taibai Mountain, the station soldiers gazed in astonishment at the tumultuous skies. The officer's expression shifted dramatically, a gasp escaping his lips as he instinctively clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Li Tianming remained remarkably calm. A peak noble of the eternal life realm is quite formidable. What a pity to encounter Gu, my young brother." With this thought, Li Tianming shook his head slightly. Simultaneously, atop Taibai Mountain, within the opulent palace, the prince of the Rakshasa tribe, reclining in his chair, opened his eyes slightly before closing them once more. The struggle among mere ants, he mused with a smirk, before immersing himself entirely in the vast primordial power of his ancestral star. Above the ancestral star, a perennial veil of innate primordial power envelopes the realm. This primordial force bears little significance for the human-shaped innate race. However, for the myriad of other races, it is immensely beneficial. This is a crucial reason why countless factions tirelessly strive to seize the ancestral star, an undeniable treasure trove. The venerable elder, cloaked in azure, radiates a resplendent light, from which ancient runes emerge, swirling with a lethal energy that appears poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike at any moment. With an expression both indifferent and lofty, he ascends into the air, gazing down upon Gu Ping'an. "My innate talents are unparalleled. Even at the marquis level, I can alter the very heavens. Today, I shall bestow upon you a transformation, using the heavens to vanquish you, compelling you to comprehend the might of the cosmos before your demise." Upon uttering these words, the elder extends his palm, turning it skyward. "Today, I summon the heavenly thunder. May the thunder bless the mortal realm." As his voice resonates, the ancient runes surrounding him erupt in a dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, the firmament shifts, with ominous clouds gathering and flashes of violet lightning dancing within. The thunder strikes, a colossal bolt, as thick as a barrel, pierces through the heavy clouds and descends directly. "Uncle Gu, move aside." The four companions cry out in unison, with Li Tongming's voice nearly strained to breaking. Yet the youth stands resolute, sword in hand, motionless. The thunder roars, tearing through the air, casting a purplish hue over the entire Taibai mountain. Yet, to their astonishment, as the tumultuous, roaring thunder approaches within mere inches of the youth's head, it suddenly becomes docile. Dissipating gradually, the azure-clad elder stands in stunned disbelief. Gu Pingyan, with a calm demeanor, lifts his long sword, his expression unyielding. "It is my turn." With a gentle thrust forward, the sword pierces forth, not with overwhelming intent nor celestial energy, but with an utterly unremarkable stab. The elder's pupils constrict violently. In his perception, this youth suddenly appears formidable, as if the weight of the entire universe bore down upon him, rendering him immobile, unable to evade, or even speak. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Is this youth a king-level being? The elder's heart races uncontrollably. He opens his mouth, yearning to plead for mercy, to weep profusely, yet finds himself utterly incapable. All he can do is watch, helplessly, as the youth steadily drives the sword into his own head. Silence. The four companions find their breaths becoming labored, as if ensnared in a dream, unable to fathom the reality before them. Is this a deception? That youth, with an almost ethereal thrust, has pierced the head of a marquis-level being? The most bizarre aspect was that Gu Pingyan stood motionless on the ground. Yet his sword traversed a distance of several dozen meters, piercing the head of the elder clad in green midair. Furthermore, the scene before him appeared coherent, as if the sword had been elongated or the space had been compressed. This strange and dissonant spectacle induced a sense of nausea in the four observers. Gu Pingyan gently withdrew the long sword, causing a few blossoms of blood to emerge, and then, with the blade, he lightly tapped the head of the lifeless elder, who fell to the ground, half of his body kneeling, the other half slightly bent as if he had died in that position. Indeed, he had died kneeling. Retrieving the long sword, he gave it a gentle shake, and the bloodstains naturally faded away. Gu Pingyan sheathed the sword and handed it to the stunned Jiwiwa, softly uttering a word of thanks. It was only then that the others regained their senses. "Gu, uncle," Li Tongming stammered, his face filled with disbelief. "But you didn't even utilize your sword intent? How could this be possible?" Li Tongming was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. Gu Pingyan maintained a gentle and calm demeanor, as though he had merely swatted a fly, smiling softly as he spoke. "Let us proceed to the mountain. I wish to see how many of the light bearers exist." Gu Pingyan had resolutely decided that all light bearers must be exterminated. The four nodded somewhat dazedly before regaining their composure, their gazes toward the young man now tinged with fear and reverence. Li Tongming couldn't help but smile wryly. "Uncle Gu, with your prowess, even the professors at the Imperial Capital University cannot compare, yet you still wish to pursue your studies?" The three beside Ji Wuyue were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Ji Wuyue's hair stood on end, her eyes widening as she stuttered. "This esteemed Gu, you plan to attend the Imperial University?" "Indeed." Gu Pingyan replied with a gentle smile. "I will enroll in April and begin my freshman year." The three stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. The bandaged youth, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "You might as well become a professor." Gu Pingyan pondered for a moment before breaking into a grin. "That is not out of the question. Perhaps I could take on a dual role." Chapter 52. Under this starry sky, I am a miracle. The Imperial Capital. Embracing Gu Gun Gun. Yao Yao attracted the gaze of nearly all who passed by, if not all. Before long, she arrived at the gates of the Imperial Capital University. As the finest and largest university in the Great Qin Kingdom, even the entrance exuded a sense of grandeur. Beside the gate stood a piece of natural jade, upon which the 6 characters Great Qin Imperial Capital University were inscribed in a flamboyant calligraphy. It was evident that the person who penned these words possessed remarkable skill, as the ink had penetrated deep into the jade, and even from the side, one could see wisps of black ink through the translucent stone. Although it was the winter break, a considerable number of students traversed the school gates, each exuding an impressive aura, all of them embodying the essence of martial prowess. Many students cast glances toward Xiao Yao Yao or fixated their eyes upon Gu Gun Gun nestled in her arms. Is that a steel-eating beast? Which noble family does she belong to? I wonder. She appears rather youthful, unlikely to be a freshman this year. I surmise she indeed might be. Ha ha ha. A junior who is exceptionally beautiful. I adore her. Most of the passers-by were captivated by the black and white bundle, and many expressed admiration for Li Yaoyao's beauty. Akin to a lotus emerging from the water, breathtakingly exquisite. Li Yaoyao felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny and instinctively tightened her hold on Gu Gun Gun. Soon, she sensed something was amiss. Gu Gun Gun, curled up in her gentle embrace, had his eyes tightly shut, his throat vibrating at a high frequency, while his little pudgy hands clutched the book of Analects with great determination. Is this the refining of the spine? Li Yaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment. As a top student, no, a genius, she had read about this phenomenon in books. When a great beast ascends to the rank of marquis and achieves longevity, it can refine its spine and articulate human speech. The external manifestation is a high-frequency vibration in the throat. Gu Gun Gun has reached the marquis realm? Li Yaoyao stared in disbelief. Just as she was processing this shocking revelation, a sharp voice pierced the air. Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao momentarily paused, instinctively turning her head to see Zhang Jinghong accompanied by an elderly man behind her. Taibai Mountain. The ascent towards the summit was smooth and unimpeded. Soon, the group was nearing the peak, where they could behold the numerous structures arrayed upon the mountain, bustling with people. Many, many people. Gu Ping'an narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are those all the betrayers? As he spoke, a chill coursed through him. On this Taibai mountain resided countless betrayers, prompting him to ponder how many such traitors existed across the entire ancestral star. Gu Ping'an could not fathom why they chose to forsake humanity. Beside him, Li Tongming silently nodded. Indeed, they are all betrayers. They have long been lurking in the shadows, making them difficult to uncover. After a moment's pause, he could not restrain his curiosity. Uncle Gu, what realm are you in? Gu Ping'an gazed towards the countless betrayers atop the peak and replied softly, Oh, I am merely average. My realm pales in comparison to your father's. Li Tongming's eyes twitched, and he felt a sudden wave of helplessness. This remark implied that his father had reached the esteemed rank. Meanwhile, Ji Weiyue and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting on their own sentiments, initially regarding themselves as paragons, only to realize they stood before this remarkable youth. Seemingly discerning the thoughts of a few individuals, Gu Ping'an revealed a faint smile, his gaze slightly profound. There is no need to look at me. I am an exception. With these words, he casually broke off a branch from a nearby tree, meticulously plucking the verdant leaves from it. Though it may sound somewhat arrogant, beneath this starry sky, I am a miracle, irreplaceable. As his words lingered in the air, Gu Ping'an soared into the wind, traversing towards the mountain peak, leaving behind but a single phrase. Wait for me here. I shall slay them. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Tongming and his companions exchanged glances, enveloped in silence that stretched for a long while. Eventually, the youth with bandages let out a bitter smile. At 18, beheading the venerable and achieving the eternal realm, that Gu Sheng is truly a miracle. Beside him, Ji Wu murmured in a daze. With the extraordinary standing side by side, yet still overshadowing all, I seem to witness the rise of a new king, the birth of an invincible being. Her heart stirred slightly. That youth was indeed astonishing. At the mountain peak, this place served as a stronghold for the outcasts, albeit under rather poor conditions. In truth, the outcasts, vilified by the masses, were portrayed by the Qin royal family as terrorists, resulting in a grim existence for most, except for those who had embedded themselves well within society. Yet they remained undeterred in their pursuits. At that moment, a few guards, yawning and utterly bored, spoke up. Say, why hasn't that esteemed one returned yet? Is he still playing? Naturally, replied another lazily. After all, it's not every day one finds a pig to slay and toy with. Our esteemed one will surely indulge to the fullest. To them, the young soldiers entering the mountains and the university students from the imperial capital were mere playthings. In their eyes, human life seemed to be a tool for amusement. Suddenly, gentle footsteps echoed, causing the guards to straighten in surprise, their demeanor shifting to one of respect. Esteemed one, you have returned. Yet, before they could finish, they were taken aback. It was not the figure clad in green that appeared, but a young boy, handsome and holding a branch. Excuse me, are you the outcasts? I mean, those who pride themselves as guides. The boy inquired politely, the branch trailing behind him, carving a long line in the mud as he approached. The guards raised their weapons, mockery glinting in their eyes. Oh, You actually managed to escape here. That is quite fortunate. Let us have some fun and break your limbs first." With that, they simultaneously pulled the triggers. Flames erupted, the specially designed armor-piercing rounds tearing through the air, hurtling towards the boy's limbs. It seemed that in the next moment, the armor-piercing bullet was poised to sever the limbs of the young boy, as if one could already foresee the anguished wails of this delicate youth. A morbid smile crept across the faces of several shadowy figures. When the golden bullet struck the boy's limbs, it felt as if it had collided with the most resilient alloy in existence. The boy remained utterly still, while the ghastly smiles of the shadowy figures froze in astonishment. "Thus, you are indeed the shadowy figures," the boy stated earnestly. "Then I shall eliminate you." Chapter 53, The Prodigy of Humanity? I delight in slaughter. As his words fell, the boy grasped a branch, extended his arm, and executed a horizontal slash. The branch swayed gracefully. Gu Ping'an did not invoke the might of the heavens, nor activate ancient formations, nor did he employ sword intent or techniques. He relied solely on his own vitality and pure strength to deliver the blow. At the 9th rank of the Wang realm, the standard for pure strength is 10,000 tons, equivalent to 10 million kilograms. Coupled with terrifying speed, this strike from a slender branch bore an astonishing force. One could scarcely believe that such immense power could emanate from an ordinary branch without shattering it even slightly. The air warped visibly under the overwhelming force, rippling and subsequently fracturing in layers. The shadowy figures widened their eyes, attempting to cry out, but there was no time. The shattered air, under immense pressure, tore forth with a deafening roar, leaving faint white traces in its wake. Amidst the thunderous sound of a sonic boom, the shadowy figures were reduced to mere ragdolls. Their muscle fibers violently shredded, their organs exploding into a mist of blood, their bones turning to dust. They met a swift and utter demise. The shadowy figures, betrayers of humanity, had long sealed their fates. The shockwave continued to sweep across, demolishing rows of buildings, and countless betrayers, caught unawares, were ground into a pulp of flesh. The entire cluster of structures atop the mountain was leveled by this pure display of strength. The mountaintop erupted in chaos. Countless survivors, belatedly aware of the calamity, grasped their weapons, shouting in frantic desperation, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Yet the boy merely smiled faintly, his muscles quaking, bones cracking, as his terrifying vitality materialized into a plume of crimson energy that soared into the sky. All the shadowy figures atop the mountain, as well as Li Tongming and his companions halfway down the slope, and even the soldiers stationed outside the mountain alongside Li Tianming and those in the distant cities, beheld this straight column of blood-red energy rising into the heavens. At the blockade, a flicker of shock crossed Li Tianming's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Such vitality, Gu, my dear brother, has indeed ascended to the Wang realm. How is this possible?" He felt a surge of confusion and trepidation. Gu, my dear brother, is merely an 18-year-old boy. How has he achieved the Wang realm? Moreover, this individual has comprehended the essence of the sword, attaining the esteemed realm of kingship. Does this not imply that the revered status is effortlessly within the grasp of Brother Gu? Li Tianming's expression shifted, as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. Suddenly, atop Mount Taibai, a resounding and magnificent voice echoed, akin to a thunderous bell, piercing through the air with tremendous clarity. "I, Gu Ping'an, today with my 3-foot spirit, strike upon Mount Taibai to eradicate the disgraceful remnants of the human race. Why do you not kneel and accept your demise?" The resonant declaration, bolstered by a terrifying aura, shattered the heavy clouds above, and this cry, reminiscent of celestial thunder, initially swept across the summit of Mount Taibai before expanding outward, deafening in its intensity. At the blockade, the officer's eyes ignited with incredulity, his voice trembling. "Is it the esteemed Gu?" He spoke with exhilaration and encouragement, his spirit uplifted. "Indeed, our human race has a youth, as radiant as the stars, possessing unparalleled spirit and vigor." Although this officer was not particularly powerful, merely a grandmaster, he had ventured to the starry Great Wall and fought valiantly on the front lines of the human race. He understood that every prodigy was vital to humanity, embodying the hope of the future. That young figure atop the mountain was destined to vanquish foreign tribes and dominate the cosmos. At the peak of Mount Taibai, the Prince of Rakshasa slowly opened his eyes, an unusual glimmer appearing in his pupils, tinged with a hint of disdain. A human prodigy, indeed remarkable, he mused. Ah, how I relish the opportunity to slay human prodigies. With that, he rose, a blood-red spear materializing in his grasp, ancient formations swirling within his being, teeming with a terrifying power. He was a revered one. The Prince of Rakshasa smiled slyly, then murmured to himself, once I eliminate this extraordinary prodigy, I shall depart from Mount Taibai. Otherwise, those ancient beings will surely erupt in fury. He was acutely aware that an unparalleled genius, like the one who had just thundered, would certainly attract the attention of many ancient beings of the human race. If he were to slay such a figure, the wrath of those ancient entities would be inevitable. This was no realm of the Rakshasa. With this thought, a sinister grin spread across the prince's face as he bellowed, "Kill!" The Tao seed trembled, and the ancient formations shifted, unleashing terrifying sound waves that reverberated outward. Buzz! In an instant, the structure was shattered into fragments by the sonic waves. Expanding in a circular manner, the summit's ground plowed 3 feet deep. Debris, soil, and stones surged forth in the wake of the sonic onslaught. Countless figures caught in the chaos were obliterated, and the entire peak of Mount Taibai was laid to waste. Observing the oncoming wave of bricks, stones, and shattered limbs, Gu Pingin's gaze momentarily sharpened, yet he remained unfazed, deftly flicking his branch. Sword 9, 6,000 miles. A magnificent sword aura spread 6,000 miles, cascading down from the heavens like a hanging galaxy. At the mountainside, for individuals gazed in awe at the magnificent spectacle above, momentarily entranced. Ji Wuyue murmured in a daze. Is that truly Gu Pingin's sword? Can he really be just 18? The bandaged youth swallowed hard, his voice dreamily inquiring. Chief, is your uncle Gu not some ageless being returned to youth? Li Tongming offered a wry smile. Gu Xiaoshu has indeed grasped the essence of true genius. Yet I never anticipated his power to reach such heights. A surge of excitement coursed through them. What realm had that youth attained? Surely, it was beyond the ranks of a grandmaster? It couldn't possibly be the royal realm, could it? Meanwhile, at the summit of Taibai Mountain, the cascading Milky Way effortlessly extinguished the shockwave that had surged towards Gu Pingin. As the dust began to settle, tranquility enveloped the scene. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged from the dissipating haze, the prince of the Rakshasa clan. Chapter 54, Heaven's Gate, open for me. Gu Pingin gripped a branch tightly, his expression turning grave as he beheld the approaching armed man. The aura exuded was that of one beyond the royal realm. Was he a revered one? The Rakshasa prince scrutinized Gu Pingin, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, such a young human. With your talent, you would warrant the protection of a deity among ancient clans. He continued, the 6th realm marks a revered one, the 7th, a Mount Sea powerhouse, and the 8th, the realm of deities. Gu Pingin narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent. You are not of the human race? It seems you have crossed over with malice, mercilessly slaying those who sought refuge with you. The Rakshasa prince scoffed dismissively. So what if I killed them? Humans are a wretched race, living scarcely a century, inferior even to many unawakened clans. He shook his head with a sigh. Yet, you are somewhat impressive, entering the royal realm at such a tender age. I can sense the bloodlust within you. You must have slain 2 top-tier royal beings, have you not? Gu Pingin's eyes narrowed further, the branch transforming into a sword held horizontally, as he softly replied, our short lifespan teaches us the value of life. We carry the torch of our legacy, repelling myriad races beyond the great wall of the stars with our strength. If we are inferior, what then are the other races? The Rakshasa prince's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you think that after slaying 2 top-tier royal beings, you are invincible? You cannot fathom the vast chasm between the royal realm and that of a revered one. Gu Pingin nodded lightly. I may not understand, but it does not hinder my intention to slay you. As the words fell, the branch trembled and thrust forward. Gu Pingin refrained from employing the vast powers of the heavens, as the range would be too extensive, with Li Tongming and the others still on the mountainside, and countless soldiers below. However, even without invoking such powers, it mattered not. I possess a sword capable of opening the celestial gates, granting life to the living and ushering the spirits of the deceased, while the heavenly beings kneel in peace. The branches reach towards the heavens as the celestial phenomena shift abruptly. The countenance of the Rakshasa prince subtly altered. The essence of the sword, at least comprehended over 50% of its intent. No wonder you managed to slay 2 peak kings. It is a pity that if I were merely a novice in the realm of the revered, I might have to regard you with caution." As he spoke, a grin spread across his face, and with a sudden shake of his blood-red spear, a surge of spear intent soared into the sky, illuminating an ocean of blood. "I am now of the 3rd rank." As his words fell, the blood-red spear spun forth, causing the ocean of blood to swell dramatically, casting shadows over the heavens. Gu Ping'an's expression remained as calm as an ancient well as he bellowed, "Open, celestial gates." The overshadowing ocean of blood quivered violently, tearing apart to reveal a colossal chasm, where a majestic celestial gate stood amidst the clouds, thunderously swinging open. Celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Heavenly beings played music, and purple mist wafted from the east. On the mountainside, Li Tongming and his companions were utterly astonished, gazing at the spectacle above in stunned silence. The entire sky was drenched in crimson, save for the grand celestial gate that stood open, with heavenly light cascading alongside the falling celestial blossoms, blanketing Taibai Mountain. "Is this intent? Who is Gu Ping'an?" Ji Wua murmured to herself in a daze, her eyes filled with confusion. Is he merely a freshman? An 18-year-old youth? She found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, countless soldiers, including the officer who had fought valiantly at the Starry Sky Great Wall, stood in a daze, completely taken aback. Yet, Li Tianming clenched his fists, his expression heavy with gravity. Is there a revered being atop Taibai Mountain? Or perhaps a 3rd-rank revered? His heart tightened. Undoubtedly, Gu Ping'an was an extraordinary genius who had ascended to the king realm, mastering the essence of the sword. But that was a revered being, at least of the 3rd rank. Instantly, Li Tianming soared into the sky, amidst the terrified gazes of the soldiers. He unleashed his combat fist intent, striking against the formation of Taibai Mountain. The fist intent of combat was invincible. The formation of Taibai Mountain trembled violently, rippling with waves. Unfortunately, it was merely a tremor. The Rakshasa clan possessed treasures of the mountain sea level, meaning that only a national-level powerhouse from the mountain sea realm could breach the formation. Li Tianming's complexion turned pale. He could not fathom how he would face old Li if Gu Ping'an were to perish on Taibai Mountain. Even his own advancement to the revered level was achieved with Gu Ping'an's assistance. If Gu Ping'an were to fall on Taibai Mountain, his own son would also be lost. And how would he continue to live? Above Taibai Mountain, the vast sky overflowed with a torrential sea of blood, as if countless vengeful spirits emerged from within. Had it not been for the protection of the treasured artifact, the entire Taibai Mountain would have collapsed. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Ping'an's eyes as the celestial gate in the sky thunderously shattered, transforming into a sword intent that pierced through the heavens. Aimed directly at the Rakshasa prince. The youth gazed directly at the surging sea of blood approaching him, filled with the howls and roars of vengeful spirits. Gripping a branch tightly, he thundered, "Ghosts, souls, essences, spirits, how can you linger in the mortal realm? When it is time to be reborn, so be it. When it is time for your souls to scatter, let them scatter." With a second strike of his sword, he sought to liberate these entities, sending them toward a tumultuous afterlife. The branch sliced through the air once more, this time conjuring a fierce scene of the Yellow Springs, where corpses floated amidst the currents. Even the remnants of celestial beings drifting along. Eerie sights such as the shattered gate of ghosts and the broken bridge of hell appeared faintly above the waters of the Yellow Springs. The Prince of Rakshasa initially wielded his spear, shattering the sword intent that reached for the heavens, but his expression soon turned to one of astonishment and unease. 2 strands of sword intent, both of the highest caliber, one sword for the celestial gate, and the other to ensure you remain bound to the Yellow Springs. Just as his murderous intent surged, the relentless Yellow Springs had already washed away the vengeful spirits from the sea of blood, even causing its oppressive force to momentarily ease. The prince's bloodlust erupted fully, and the seed of his power churned wildly under the influence of the blood sea's spear intent. "This spear shall claim your life," he declared, raising the blood-red spear high before plunging it into the sea of blood. The sea boiled, enveloping the spear in a spiraling descent, as if it sought to pin Gu Ping'an to the peak of Taibai Mountain. At the mountainside, the 4 witnesses to the vast blood sea transforming into a colossal vortex felt their hearts lurch, cold sweat breaking out involuntarily. Yet, facing this chaos, Gu Ping'an suddenly smiled. "I had no desire to wield this sword, for it comes at a cost," a significant one. Yet now, I have no choice. He did not intend to summon the Deluo sword embryo, fearing the consequences of revealing its existence. Such knowledge could provoke formidable forces against him. Since he could not invoke the Deluo sword embryo, he would resort to that single sword. Seeing Gu Pingyan's calm demeanor, the prince's heart tightened, compelling him to hasten the descent of his spear, creating a thunderous sonic boom. Standing resolutely with the branch in hand, Gu Pingyan's expression turned solemn as he intoned softly. With this sword, I sever the cause and effect that binds you, claiming your life and burdening you with your karmic consequences. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University, Li Yaoyao raised her brows sharply and coldly inquired, "Is it you? What do you want?" She harbored no fondness for Zhang Jinghong and felt an aversion that stemmed from the events at Taiyan No. 1 High School, which were still fresh in her memory. In her embrace, Gu Gun seemed to sense something, shaking his large head but still keeping his eyes closed, the bones in his throat vibrating at a high frequency. Zhang Jinghong let out a chilling laugh, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Ah, I am one to repay grievances in kind. That kick at Taiyan No. 1 High School, I shall return it." With that, she nodded slightly to the elder beside her, who understood her intent and stepped forward. At this very moment, numerous students from the Imperial University and passers-by alike took notice of the escalating conflict, particularly due to the imposing presence of Gu Gun. Some recognized Zhang Jinghong, the granddaughter of a revered figure from the Zhang clan, known for her audacious demeanor in the capital. Whispers circulated that she was about to face dire consequences. For Zhang Jinghong was no ordinary adversary. Yet, I found it difficult to ascertain the truth. Could an ordinary girl truly befriend a steel-eating beast? She must surely hail from a prominent family herself. Indeed, it all depended on the strength of one's backing. As the discussions continued, an elderly man emerged, his physique exuding a remarkable vitality, resembling a perfectly rounded elixir. A nearby onlooker's pupils dilated in realization. He was a grandmaster. Suddenly, the old man extended his leg and delivered a ferocious kick, the force of which sliced through the air, generating a visible shockwave. Little Yao Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment to think, she instinctively shielded Gu Gun behind her. In an unexpected turn, a furry bear paw struck out with ferocity. Bang! Blood mist erupted from the elder's leg, his bones shattering upon impact, sending him crashing to the ground. The street fell into an eerie silence. As the sage once said, "A gentleman who lacks gravity cannot inspire respect." Gu Gun yawned, comfortably nestled in little Yao Yao's embrace, and spoke in a soft, childlike voice. After a brief pause, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Gun adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "The sage has stated that a gentleman must strike with conviction, otherwise, he cannot establish his authority." As she spoke, Gu Gun produced a copy of the Analects, flipping through it as if to confirm her assertion. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The steel-eating beast could speak? A beast of such caliber, capable of human speech, was indeed remarkable. Others chuckled in disbelief, questioning if that was truly the interpretation of the sage's words. Li Yao Yao blinked in confusion, instinctively tugging at Gu Gun's fluffy ears. "Silly Gu Gun. Is that really how it's interpreted?" Gu Gun grinned, showing her teeth while holding the Analects and laughing joyfully. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinghong, initially pale with shock, took 2 steps back before her eyes gleamed with delight. This conflict provided her with the perfect opportunity to act decisively. Silently, she sent a text message. Moments later, over a dozen patrol cars from the Six Doors organization arrived, their sirens wailing as they drew the astonished attention of the crowd. More than 10 officers disembarked, emanating an intimidating aura. Unlike routine inspections, Six Doors was a force dedicated to quelling disturbances among practitioners. A sigh escaped the lips of an onlooker. Leading them is the Silver Captain from the Zhang family within Six Doors. This girl is in for it. The title of Silver Captain, officially known as Silver Ribbon Captain, could only be held by someone of the rank of a sealed lord, wielding immense power. The constables swiftly surrounded Li Yao Yao, and the leading silver-robed officer let out a cold snort, allowing the monstrous beast to wreak havoc in the streets. "Take this man and beast back." Li Yao Yao's complexion paled instantly. Atop Mount Taibai, the Rakshasa prince, an emotionless youth of the human race, felt a foreboding sensation arise within him. What granted him such confidence? The Rakshasa prince could not fathom it. Yet the descending spear and the blood tide in the sky accelerated with greater ferocity, the sound of sonic booms reverberating as the air shattered. Gu Pingyan glanced at the spear hurtling towards him and smiled gently. My third sword is the sword of unresolved fate, the sword of causality. As he spoke, his eyes radiated brilliance, his pupils akin to two resplendent suns. The sword intent of severing fate and causality was invoked for the first time, causing a slight ripple in the sword's essence. In Gu Pingyan's perception, the world transformed entirely. Upon everything and anything, countless threads of stars appeared, or rather, threads of causality. Whether it was the foreign being, a stone on the ground, or the spear of blood falling from the heavens, innumerable causality threads entwined around them. Once the sword intent of severing fate and causality was employed, one could perceive the interconnectedness of all things. It bore a price. Between causality lay great terrors. Gu Pingyan extended a branch, aimed at the descending spear of blood, and gently struck. This strike severed the cause, eliminating the impetus for the blood tide and spear to fall. In an instant, the torrential blood tide and the divine iron spear lost their terrifying momentum and floated quietly in the air, as if they had never descended. The Rakshasa prince felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening in disbelief. A sword intent related to causality. As the prince of the Rakshasa clan, he was aware of the path of causality, yet it was always the most enigmatic and unfathomable, its power even surpassing that of time. This youth had grasped a sword intent intertwined with the path of causality. Flee, flee, flee. The sole thought remaining in the Rakshasa prince's mind was the realization of the terror of causality. It could take one's life without reason, utterly domineering. Unless the disparity in realms was insurmountable and the causality unshakable, no one could escape the deadly grasp of causality. A terrifying wave of energy erupted around the Rakshasa prince as he soared into the sky, intent on fleeing without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan merely chuckled softly. To sever fate and causality, today, I shall sever the fruit of your existence. With that, the branch withdrew, resembling a sword that struck down. The divine ability contracted space to mere inches, the branch traversing the vast distance, gliding effortlessly past the Rakshasa prince. Indeed, it brushed by him, simultaneously severing the fruit of the Rakshasa prince's existence. With the absence of existence's fruit, he naturally ceased to exist, and thus perished. With a single stroke, Gu Pingyan suddenly collapsed to the ground, his legs devoid of strength. The sword of causality cleaves the fruits of existence, demanding a price from its wielder. The technique of severing cause and effect is formidable within the realm of causality. The cost of claiming the life of the Rakshasa prince is not exorbitant. Only the paralysis of Gu Pingyan's legs for a month, and nothing more. Had it been a lesser technique from the domain of causality, the price could have been dire, perhaps even the forfeit of one's own life, as one must bear the weight of the greatest consequence of taking a life. Above, the newly ascended Rakshasa prince lost his luster, his body powerless as he plummeted to the ground. The scion of an immortal king, a prince of an ancient clan, met his untimely demise in such a manner. Mount Taibai fell into a profound silence. Chapter 56. A fury aroused for a beloved, you may ascend now. Gu Pingyan's voice wafted through the spring breeze, reaching the ears of Li Tongming and his three companions on the mountainside. The four paused momentarily, exchanging glances before resolutely leaping upwards to the summit of Mount Taibai. Upon reaching the peak, they were taken aback. The entire summit had transformed into a flat expanse. The youth lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by broken branches and a blood-red spear thrust into the earth. Not far ahead, a figure lay lifeless. Uncle Gu. Li Tongming's expression shifted slightly as he hurried forward to assist Gu Pingyan. Your legs, Gu Pingyan offered a gentle smile. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I shall recover in due time. A small issue, truly. A month of paralysis was indeed a trivial price. The cost had been minimal. Beside them, Ji Wuyue and the others exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. This youth, Gu Pingyan, had triumphed? Although their discerning eyes could not perceive the realm of the being he had just battled, it was surely formidable, likely of royal caliber. Yet, astonishingly, that being had perished? They swallowed hard. Gu Pingyan exhaled slowly. This spear is the extraordinary artifact that created the formation of Mount Taibai. With it in hand, the formation should dissipate, and we ought to descend. The gazes of Li Tongming and his companions fell upon the spear, momentarily dazed. They were to descend now. Had they truly survived? In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Six Doors, Li Yaoyao ultimately did not resist her capture by the Six Doors. After all, To resist would have changed the nature of the situation entirely. The silver-robed captor from the Zhang family stood beside Zhang Jinghong, who smirked coldly. Rest assured, knowing you belong to the Prime Minister's family, they will not harm you. Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao felt a slight easing of tension within her. Yet her expression remained stern as she clutched Gu Gun Gun tightly. Gu Gun Gun, on the other hand, appeared fierce and agitated. Beside them, the silver-robed captain of the Zhang family spoke with a significant tone. Well, we ought to grant some face to Minister Li and detain her for a few days. However, this ferocious Iron Eater will be captured and dealt with by our 6 doors. Li Yaoyao's expression changed drastically as she retorted, "You shall not." While guarding Gu Gun Gun cautiously, she reached for her phone from her pocket. Being from the Li family, the 6 doors officers did not dare to take any action against her. Zhang Jinghong chuckled with delight. This matter is no longer within your control. A glimmer of pleasure danced in her eyes, seemingly reveling in the situation. The silver-robed captain then exerted his formidable presence, characteristic of a duke's realm, pressing down on Li Yaoyao. Her complexion turned pale, and she trembled involuntarily, while Gu Gun Gun bared its teeth and emitted a low growl. "You are the villains." The little creature, fierce yet adorable, appeared indignant, exuding an aura that rivaled even that of the silver-robed captain, if not surpassing it. A fierce killing intent flashed in Zhang Jinghong's eyes. Recalling the time at the playground of Taiyan High School when this cursed Iron Eater's roar nearly caused her permanent deafness. This little beast was indeed extraordinary, having refined its bones at a young age. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated as a middle-aged man stepped into the prison, emanating a terrifying aura belonging to the king's realm. "Father, family head," Zhang Jinghong and the silver-robed captain quickly greeted him respectfully. He was indeed the head of the Zhang family. He nodded indifferently, extending his hand. With a gentle motion, Li Yaoyao's hands went numb, and she was forced to release her grip, helplessly watching as Gu Gun Gun was taken into the family head's grasp. Gu Gun Gun roared defiantly again, but it was of no use, being suppressed effortlessly by the family head's single hand. With a thud, the Book of Confucian Classics fell from the little creature's grasp. The Zhang family head carried the immobilized Gu Gun Gun out of the prison, casually stating, "This girl from the minister's family should be kept for 10 days or half a month according to the law, though not a legitimate daughter. She is still of the Li family." With that, he vanished from the prison. Once he departed, Zhang Jinghong cast a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Li Yaoyao and scoffed. "Rest assured that Iron Eater will be treated well and will not suffer too painfully." She then let out a shrill laugh, harsh and grating. Li Yaoyao's face grew increasingly ashen amidst the laughter, her heart tightening suddenly. The silver-robed captain shook his head slightly. "Let us go, Jinghong. The coldness and malice within the 6 doors prison are too intense. Staying here for long is not advisable." Zhang Jinghong ceased her sharp laughter, casting a haughty and contemptuous look at the little girl before coldly snorting, leaving behind a flippant remark as she turned to exit the prison. Next in line was Gu Ping'an. The silver-robed captain departed slowly, and the prison door slammed shut. Xiao Yaoyao, as if her soul had been extracted, collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant. After a moment, as if recollecting something, she fished out her phone from her pocket and made a call. At the foot of Mount Taibai, Li Tianming gazed at Gu Ping'an, who sat in a wheelchair, his eyes clouded with concern. "Brother Gu, what has happened to your legs?" Gu Ping'an waved his hand with a smile. "Brother Tianming, do not worry, it is nothing serious. I shall recover in due time." Nearby, Ji Wuyue and 2 other youths exchanged glances, swallowing hard. This young man, astonishingly, addressed a peaked sovereign as his brother. However, upon reflection, it seemed fitting. This youth was frighteningly powerful. Li Tianming exhaled a deep breath, a wry smile escaping his lips. "Today, I owe you one, brother. I am at a loss on how to repay you. How about I arrange for a batch of ancient brew in exchange for your merits?" Gu Ping'an's eyes brightened. A batch of ancient brew. He nodded eagerly, a smile gracing his face. "That would be splendid." Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the moment. Li Tianming answered, his expression shifting from surprise to a heavy gloom that darkened his countenance. By the time he ended the call, his demeanor had become ominously grim. "Brother Tianming, what has transpired?" Gu Ping'an inquired, perplexed as he sat in his wheelchair. After a brief silence, Li Tianming inhaled deeply. "Xiao Yaoyao has been captured and imprisoned by the 6 doors, and Gu Guohua has also been seized by the Zhang family." At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The clear blue sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Gu Pingan's expression turned cold, an icy fury igniting in his eyes. "Brother Tianming, take me to the capital," he spoke slowly, his voice as chilling as a winter gale. Li Tianming nodded solemnly, his own anger blazing fiercely. What a formidable six doors! What a treacherous Zhang family! Chapter 57. Smash the Six Doors. In the ancient realm of Rakshasa, darkness and terror prevailed, a sea of blood engulfing the land. Within a grand, towering palace, the Rakshasa king rose abruptly, letting out a low growl. Who has slain my son?" The wrath of the undying king erupted in that moment, shaking the entire ancient realm of Rakshasa, and even the vast surrounding star fields trembled, on the brink of collapse. Countless powerful beings turned their solemn gazes toward the ancient realm of Rakshasa, filled with trepidation. The only legitimate heir of the Rakshasa king was dead? The entire starry sky is on the brink of transformation. Within the ancient realm of the Rakshasa king's eyes harbored a vast sea of blood, within which countless souls seemed to wail in despair. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, "Whose ancestral star is it?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from him. The tumultuous sea of blood reflected in his eyes, casting a grim shadow across the celestial expanse, its surging waves extinguishing several great stars. The Rakshasa king was consumed by fury and confusion. Despite having sealed his most formidable strike within his son, how could he have fallen so silently? Unless it pertained to the unfathomable realms of time or causality. Time passed, and the Rakshasa king closed his eyes. The blood sea phenomenon that had engulfed countless star systems and shattered several great realms gradually receded. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "Prepare yourselves. I shall personally visit the Celestial Clan, the Chaos Clan, and the Divine Clan." The trembling, powerful beings of the Rakshasa were taken aback, wondering if this meant a return to the starry Great Wall to seek audience with the three supreme ancient clans. In the Iron-Eating Beast's ancient realm, the Iron-Eating Beast King, reclining on a divine bamboo chair and gnawing on tender celestial bamboo shoots, suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating the endless starry expanse toward the ancestral star. "How infuriating! My offspring has been captured? That damnable Li Changshen, fool, worthless, utterly useless." Yet, he mused, it seemed there was little danger. Well, if there is no danger, I shan't visit the ancestral star. Such a journey tires one immensely. With this thought, the Iron-Eating Beast King let out a delightful yawn and resumed savoring the bamboo shoots. The ancestral star. The distance from Taibai Mountain to the imperial capital was not excessively far. After all, 3/4 of the journey had been traversed during the crash. For a venerable, crossing this distance was trivial, even when accompanied by the wheelchair-bound Gu Pingan. In the outskirts of the imperial capital, Gu Pingan sat in a wheelchair, observing the bustling skyscrapers with a cold gaze. Were it not for the cost of causality that rendered him reliant on others for mobility, he would have personally ventured to the Six Gates. The paralysis brought by causality was not merely a physical affliction. Rather, it restricted his movements entirely. In essence, for the past month, he had depended on others to push him around. It was not a significant problem. Li Tianming pushed the wheelchair, his gaze shadowed with depth. "I will update our identities first. It will take a maximum of 10 minutes. Once updated, he would no longer be merely the governor of Tian City, but the grand governor of the entire Xianyang province." Gu Pingan nodded gently. "All right, I will await your return. I'll make a brief trip to the Six Gates." Li Tianming inclined his head slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. The Six Gates and the Zhang family possessed remarkable audacity. Today, the imperial capital was destined to be stirred by tumult. Upon contemplating this, Li Tianming hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, leaving behind but a solitary remark. The identity update would be completed within 10 minutes at most. As he spoke, he disappeared entirely. On a secluded street, Gu Pingan sat in his wheelchair, pondering for a moment before retrieving his phone and gently dialing a number. "Hello, is this Zhao Wujia?" "It's me, Gu Pingan." On the other end of the line, Zhao Wujia, reclining on a sofa with a glass of red wine, sat up straight, his demeanor respectful and his tone enthusiastic. "Brother Gu, it is indeed I. What can I do for you? Have you arrived in the capital?" Gu Pingan responded with a soft hum, then continued, "It seems someone from your family is in a predicament within the king's realm, and you wish for me to assist him in comprehending the essence, correct? Zhao Wujia hesitated briefly before replying candidly. Brother Gu, I shall not conceal the truth. Our family's ancestor is nearing the end of his life, and my grandfather has long stood at the pinnacle of the king's realm. If he cannot ascend to the status of a venerable one before our ancestor departs, the Zhao family has made numerous enemies over the years. Very well. Let your ancestor accompany me on an expedition to the Six Gates and pay a visit to the Zhang family. Afterwards, I shall aid your grandfather in grasping the essence. The Six Gates of the capital undoubtedly harbored beings of venerable status, as did the Zhang family. At this moment, should Gu Ping'an wish to confront a venerable being, he could only employ the techniques of severing cause and effect or the great Luo sword embryo, both of which bore significant costs. It would be far more prudent to exert pressure through influence. Zhao Wujia on the other end of the line nodded almost immediately in agreement. No problem. Once the call ended, Gu Ping'an dialed another number. This time, there was a prolonged wait before the call was answered. Principal, your student's wife has been bullied, and Gu Gungun has also faced mistreatment. Will you intervene? At the Zhang family estate, the head of the Zhang family grasped Gu Gungun by the nape, carelessly tossing him to the ground. Gu Gungun tumbled over, rising with indignation, declaring in a childish tone, "You're finished. Just wait, you'll be doomed. Go buy a coffin." With his chubby hands firmly on his hips, he struck a defiant pose. "My father will come and deal with you all." The head of the Zhang family twitched an eye, but chose to ignore the little black and white ball of fury and instead addressed the ancestor with utmost respect. "Elder, we have captured the iron-eating beast." The elder, seated at the main position, gently fanned himself, speaking in a relaxed and leisurely manner. "Very well, confine it. When the time comes, send that girl to Lord Tianguan. How do you intend to manage the situation? We have detained her in the Six Gates, planning to release her after 10 days or half a month, given she is from the Prime Minister's family." The elder chuckled dismissively. "There's no need to be overly concerned about that. Our subordinates have investigated, and the girl's parents do not hold significant standing within the Prime Minister's family. She is merely a tool for marriage alliances." With that, he set down his fan and stretched lazily. "Contact Lord Tianguan to see when we can dispatch this iron-eating beast." The head of the Zhang family bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Within the Six Gates, Li Yaoyao curled up in her solitary confinement cell, her phone long out of battery and rendered useless. All she could do was wait. A few guards from the Six Gates glanced at the imprisoned young woman and expressed their astonishment. The prisoner brought in by the magistrate was far more striking than any celebrity. Another guard nodded in agreement, then issued a caution. "Do not harbor any improper thoughts. Though this girl is confined, she will likely be released in 10 days or so. And she probably has significant connections." I know. I'm not foolish," he retorted, pausing to yawn. "I heard that students from Dihua University are visiting us today." Indeed, that was true. When they arrived at the prison, they were advised to stand at attention. Dihua University was a rival to the prestigious Du University, often seen as their equal, albeit slightly inferior. Within the confines of the cell, Li Yaoyao paid little attention to the guard's conversation. Instead, she was consumed by anxiety and unease. What had become of Gun? The Zhang family wouldn't truly go so far as to harm him, would they? At this thought, her heart seized painfully, and her eyes grew heavy with tears. Gun had been entrusted to her by Ping'an. No, Gun was so adorable. Surely, no one would wish him harm. Li Yaoyao reassured herself, even as tears streamed down her face, a profound sense of helplessness overwhelming her. She huddled tightly in the corner, her face streaked with tears, calling out, "Gu Ping'an, why haven't you come yet? Gu Ping'an, why haven't you come?" Meanwhile, outside the Six Gates, the vice president of Dihua University, wearing glasses, spoke calmly. "Students, welcome to the headquarters of the Six Gates, an institution established by our great Qin to combat rebellious martial artists." As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses with a hint of pride, adding, "We are indeed the first university to organize a visit to the Six Gates. Do pay close attention." He emphasized the word first, not willing to miss any opportunity to overshadow Du University. Excitement buzzed among the dozens of incoming freshmen and sophomores from Dihua University, along with a few juniors and seniors. The Six Gates had long been regarded as a symbol of mystery and power among the populace, and even within the ranks of these talented students. Its authority was formidable, and its inner workings remained a mystery to outsiders. Once the tour is over, I can't wait to brag to my boyfriend about it. By the way, he attends Du University. The Six Gates. I'm quite curious about what it looks like inside, the force that keeps so many martial artists at bay. Every division and office maintains control over those who wish to sow discord. Their might in our great Qin is unparalleled. Enthusiastic chatter filled the air until suddenly, the sound of a wheelchair broke the commotion. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze, revealing a remarkably handsome youth seated in a wheelchair, pushed by a middle-aged man, accompanied by an elderly figure who appeared to be on the verge of death. The boy in the wheelchair paid no heed to his peers. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the solemn and imposing headquarters of the Six Gates, softly uttering, "Brother Tianming, may I shatter the Six Gates?" Upon hearing this, many students from Emperor Hua University and the vice principal were momentarily taken aback, convinced they had misheard. Chapter 58. It seems I am the Grand Chancellor of Xianyang. Within an ancient relic of a certain location, the old principal was confronted with over a dozen jars of wine, furiously leaping with indignation as he exclaimed, "Come on, dear. Let us turn the capital upside down." Xian Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically, expressing her disdain. "You truly are overly protective." The principal, his nose crinkled in anger, retorted, "Pingyan is considered half my disciple. How could I not defend my disciple's wife when she is wronged? Besides, if I do not protect Pingyan, whom shall I protect?" Confronted with Xian Linglong's perilous gaze, the flustered principal quickly smiled and said, of course, I must protect my precious." Xian Linglong rolled her eyes again, somewhat exasperated. "How tiresome. When shall we return to the capital?" As she spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. It had been quite some time since she last visited the capital of the Great Qin. The day when the Great Qin's monarch established the nation in the capital was still vividly etched in her memory, though alas, he ultimately perished upon the starry Great Wall. The principal's expression grew serious as he gathered the ancient jars of wine, declaring, "Let us leave at once. Gu Gun Gun has also been apprehended. If anything were to happen, the iron-eating beast king." Xian Linglong nodded gently, a hint of sentimentality in her tone. "Speaking of which, it has been ages since I last patted the iron-eating beast king's belly. I wonder if that fellow has recovered from his injuries. Let us return to the capital." Over 1,000 years ago, the Great Qin's monarch was nailed to the starry Great Wall, and the iron-eating beast king wailed for 3 days atop the wall, subsequently embarking on a solitary journey to the ancient realm of the Immortal clan, nearly tearing that realm asunder, suffering severe injuries in the process. At the Six Gates headquarters, the vice principal of Emperor Hua University blinked in confusion, while dozens of students visiting the Six Gates exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this madman to suggest shattering the headquarters of the Six Gates? The absurdity of the statement left everyone momentarily speechless, and the vice principal, equally at a loss, glanced at the handsome youth in the wheelchair, then at the middle-aged man pushing it, and finally at the elderly figure beside them. Suddenly, his gaze froze. That elder, was he not the ancestor of the Zhao family from the southern part of the capital? The vice principal couldn't help but rub his eyes, gasping in shock. Indeed, it was true. An ominous premonition surged within him. At that moment, the middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair spoke with a smile. "Gu, my dear brother, since you wish to break through the 6 doors, then by all means, do so. After all, they are merely a group that revels in demonstrating their authority over their own kin." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Tianming's eyes. The 6 doors, indeed, stand as one of the most formidable violent organizations in the Great Qin, yet they only target law-breaking martial artists, paying no heed to those who dwell in the shadows. Li Tianming had long harbored disdain for the 6 doors. Beside him, the elder of the Zhao family smiled gently. "Gu, shall I take the first move?" Despite being a revered figure, he regarded Gu Pingyan with equality. For who among the youth could claim camaraderie with the Grand Chancellor of the Xianyang province? As this thought crossed his mind, the Zhao elder instinctively glanced at Li Tianming. Seated in the wheelchair, Gu Pingyan nodded expressionlessly. "Elder Zhao, please proceed." After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards the students of Emperor Hua University who were watching with amusement, and calmly remarked, "I kindly ask everyone to stand back, lest you be caught in the crossfire." Upon hearing this, the students of Emperor Hua University could no longer contain their laughter, each one bursting into hearty guffaws. Were these individuals mad? What kind of asylum did they escape from? They laughed. Is he really asking us to keep our distance? Does he fancy himself as the Monkey King, thinking he's some sort of Tang Sung? They speculated. Could they possibly be rebellious martial artists attempting to storm the headquarters of the 6 doors? But your rebellious martial artist is a cripple, confined to a wheelchair. In an instant, the students were all chuckling and teasing, marveling at the absurdity of it all. Well, today was not in vain. We might even witness firsthand how the six doors apprehend their targets. Silence. Just as the students from Emperor Hua University continued their jesting, the vice principal's voice rang out with authority. In an instant, the students fell silent. The vice principal of Emperor Hua University, a figure who could easily command respect as a chancellor in smaller cities, was indeed a person of great significance. Though usually amiable, when angered, the students quaked in fear. At that moment, the vice principal's expression darkened ominously as he softly admonished, "Everyone, step aside." The students exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation, yet they obediently retreated. Soon, they found themselves dumbfounded. There stood the usually imposing vice principal, slightly bowing towards the three seemingly deranged individuals. Then turning to the elderly man who appeared on the verge of death, respectfully stating, "I pay my respects to Elder Zhao." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at the young man in the wheelchair, his mind racing with thoughts. Who was this youth? How could he command the presence of a revered figure, even one nearing the end of his days? The Zhao elder nodded lightly. "Yes, I have seen you before. You are the vice principal of Emperor Hua, correct?" The vice principal responded respectfully, while numerous students finally came to their senses, their expressions shifting to one of shock and trepidation. The vice principal actually recognized these individuals? No, they could not simply be madmen. The mere fact that the vice principal treated the elder with such deference suggested that these figures were undoubtedly of considerable significance. Could it be that they intended to bring down the six doors? A collective gasp echoed among the students, their hearts racing, and their gazes towards the boy in the wheelchair transformed. At that moment, the boy in the wheelchair spoke calmly, "Old Master Zhao, proceed." The elder of the Zhao family nodded slightly in response to the vice principal's astonished stare. He then directed his gaze towards the headquarters of the six doors and bellowed, "Chen Chuanji, come out here this instant." Chen Chuanji, the revered enforcer of the six doors in the imperial capital, commanded respect as a figure of the esteemed realm. The force of his voice erupted like a shock wave, causing the very foundation of the six doors headquarters to tremble violently, with tiles falling and glass shattering, while enormous cracks spread across the walls. This was merely the result of the Zhao elder tempering his strength. Otherwise, despite his age and frailty, even without drawing upon the power of the Tao and the heavens, a single roar fueled solely by raw might could have reduced the entire headquarters to ruins. The standard for pure physical strength upon entering the esteemed realm is 100,000 tons, equivalent to 100 million kilograms. In an instant, the six doors headquarters was thrown into turmoil. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a grim expression emerged, flanked by several gold and silver-corded captains. It was Chen Chuanji. The vice principal of Imperial Hua University discreetly stepped back, recognizing that today was a clash of titans in which he could not involve himself. Indeed, even the principal would need to tread carefully. Chen Chuanji cast a glance at the students from Imperial Hua University, his gaze sweeping over the boy in the wheelchair before ultimately resting on Li Tianming and the Zhao elder. His expression grew serious as he coldly inquired, "Li Tianming? And you, the old specter of the Zhao family, what brings you to stir trouble at my six doors?" As he spoke, the gold and silver-corded captain stood on heightened alert, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Chen Chuanji. The Zhao elder remained unperturbed, simply stating, "We are not here to cause trouble. Rather, we have come to dismantle your six doors." With a flash of intensity in his eyes, he turned to Gu Ping-un and asked, "Gu, shall we act directly, or?" The once high and mighty gold and silver-corded captains, along with the esteemed enforcer Chen Chuanji, now turned their attention to the boy in the wheelchair, their expressions wavering in uncertainty. Who was this boy? Gu Ping-un, maintaining an air of composure, looked at Chen Chuanji and calmly declared, "You six doors have apprehended a girl, my wife. Now, you will provide me with an explanation, or I shall dismantle the six doors." At this proclamation, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The students of Dihua University and the vice president swallowed hard, while Chen Chuanzi couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Who the hell are you? With a small city under your governance and an almost decrepit old man Zhao, you dare to cause trouble at my six doors?" He had confirmed thrice that no prominent family or royal descendant was a wheelchair-bound invalid, and thus felt little trepidation. Beside him, a captain of the Jin Shou, who was privy to some inner workings, slightly flickered his gaze and then spoke, fanning the flames. Our 6 doors commands respect, and any disturbance in public can be deemed as rebellion by the martial artists. I suggest. Before he could finish, the elegant youth in the wheelchair extended a finger, sharp as a sword's tip, floating lightly as he interrupted. I am conversing with your master. You have no place to interject. As his words fell, a sword aura surged forth like a rainbow, as if the gates of the underworld had opened and the yellow springs were rolling in. Chen Chuanzi's expression changed abruptly. Sword intent. He had no time to ponder further. The Tao seed within him, symbolizing the realm of the esteemed, began to turn. He swiftly reached out, shattering the rainbow sword intent and that ethereal yellow spring. Without a change in expression, he concealed his slightly trembling hand behind his back, where blood flowed and evaporated in an instant. His face bore a mask of indifference as he coldly declared, "Such audacity, Li Tianming. You, as the governor of a city, will also partake in this farce with that old ghost of the Zhao family and that youth." Li Tianming chuckled softly, pushing the wheelchair forward at a languid pace, and replied indifferently, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I have assumed the position of the Grand Governor of the Xianying province." At that, Chen Chuanzi's countenance darkened drastically. The Grand Governor? Of Xianying province? A sudden weight descended upon his heart as he recalled the rumors. Li Tianming, closely connected with the king of the Great Qin, was said to be assured of the Grand Governor's position should he achieve the esteemed realm within these 2 months. In other words, he had reached that esteemed realm? The thought sent a tremor through Chen Chuanzi. Nearby, Jin Shou, Yin Shou, the students of Dihua University, and the vice president were all left in a daze. The middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair was the newly appointed Grand Governor of Xianying Province. The Grand Governor wielded terrifying power, effectively the highest administrative officer of that province, controlling all appointments and life and death decisions. Moreover, the imperial capital was, strictly speaking, within Xianying Province. Thus, the question arose, if Li Tianming truly was the Grand Governor, then who was the youth he was pushing? Chen Chuanzi decisively bent low, his previously cold and solemn demeanor dissolving into a smile. "So it is the Grand Governor in attendance. We were unaware. I beg your pardon, esteemed Grand Governor." The students of Dihua University exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Was this the legendary divine constable? The dramatic shift from arrogance to deference was truly remarkable. On the other side, the amiable Captain Jin Shou of the Zhang family instinctively recoiled into the crowd, a sense of dread washing over him. Something dire was about to unfold. At the same time, within the courtyard of the Zhang family manor, Gu Gun was confined within an intricately arranged cage. Sulking in the corner without uttering a word, Zhang Jinghong, peering through the bars, cast a malevolent gaze upon the black and white ball, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable brilliance. This was a demand from the celestial master. It would be best not to provoke him further. Nearby, the family patriarch, who had not yet departed, observed the scene and cautioned him. Zhang Jinghong, with a dismissive smirk, retorted, "I understand. Father, I won't lower myself to spar with this beast." Inside the cage, the curled-up Gu Gun lifted its head indignantly, baring its teeth. "You wretched creature, if you insult me again, I swear I'll call my father." With that, Gu Gun struggled to rise, its round form wobbling. There was no hint of fear in its large, dark eyes. Zhang Jinghong chuckled derisively and remarked, "Your father? By all means, summon him. It would be splendid to present the celestial master with another Iron Eater." Upon hearing this, Gu Gun raised its head and bellowed in a high-pitched voice, "Father, your son is in peril. Your son is in great danger." The sky remained as tranquil as ever. In the ancient realm of the Iron Eater, the slumbering Iron Eater King turned over, scratching its rear, before drifting back into a deep slumber. Within the confines of the Zhang family's cage, Gu Gun, feeling despondent, plopped down on the ground, muttering resentfully, "Darn it, that old fellow is surely dozing off again." Turning its back, it began drawing circles on the ground, declaring, "Just wait. If my father doesn't come, old Gu will arrive, and there will be chaos." A faint smile curled on Zhang Jinghong's lips as he extended his hand, resting it upon the cage, and said ominously, "For now, I cannot kill or harm you. Consider this a lesson." With that, he activated the formation inscribed upon the cage. The formation whirred to life with a deafening roar, and lightning materialized from the void, striking down towards Gu Gun. The bolt of lightning landed squarely on Gu Gun's back, eliciting a low cry of pain as tears welled up in its eyes. Its soft black and white fur singed and charred. Zhang Jinghong, meanwhile, burst into laughter. Infuriated, Gu Gun whimpered in pain, simultaneously shouting, "You are finished. You are doomed. When my father awakens, old Gu will come and wreak havoc upon all of you, teaching you the true meaning of a gentleman's grace." A cold glint flickered in Zhang Jinghong's eyes as he activated the formation once more. A roar escaped Gu Gun, akin to that of a furious dragon, as it leaped about in pain, cursing vehemently. How infuriating! Suddenly, a ripple in the void announced the arrival of a little girl, lollipop in mouth, stepping forward leisurely. The Celestial Master. The head of the Zhang family turned pale with alarm as the ancestral figure, sensing something amiss, materialized in the courtyard. "We have encountered the great lord of the Celestials," both exclaimed in unison. Zhang Jinghong trembled, hastily retreating to a side, head bowed and body hunched, scarcely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Gu Gun, wincing in pain, took a breath and cast a tearful glance at the little girl, then disdainfully remarked, "Celestial race? Bah, is this all they amount to?" It seemed utterly unperturbed. After all, though his father might have succumbed to a deep slumber, he would undoubtedly awaken should real peril arise. An immortal king, no less. And a formidable Iron-Eater beast king could traverse the cosmos without the slightest hindrance from the stellar wall, and could appear on the ancestral star in the blink of an eye. The little girl, clutching a lollipop, suddenly darkened in countenance. Is this Iron-Eater always so unruly? After a pause, she crushed her lollipop and coldly stated, "The Rakshasa clan's member is dead. The Iron-Eater has no purpose now. Boil water." Gu Gun's eyes widened in disbelief. The Celestial race and the Iron-Eater clan had always been bitter enemies. After all, as the Iron-Eater king had nearly decimated the celestial realm in times long past. In the Six Gates, in the dim confines of a prison cell, Li Yaoyao huddled in a corner, lost in thought. Is Gun all right? Surely he hasn't been boiled alive. The mere thought sent waves of sorrow through her heart. Oh, my Gun. Gritting her teeth, she lamented, "Why hasn't Gu Ping'an arrived? Why hasn't he come yet?" Unable to contain herself, tears streamed down her cheeks. The duty-bound constables exchanged glances, one of them shaking his head and remarking, "This girl cries far too much. It hardly concerns her." The silver-clad captain of the Zhang family took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, "Her distress is quite bothersome. Who among you will silence her?" The constables exchanged uncertain looks, and one of them, eager to please, quickly volunteered, "Yes, my lord, I shall take care of it." Though the girl seemed to possess significant influence, after all, few who entered the Six Gates prison managed to leave. Since the silver-clad officer had spoken, there was little room for hesitation. Without delay, the eager constable seized a length of hemp rope, opened the cell door, and strode toward Li Yaoyao. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Li Yaoyao's body tensed, her bones humming in protest as she prepared to resist. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the corridor. A wave of force surged through the narrow hall and various cells, sending several constables tumbling. Li Yaoyao instinctively shut her eyes. The silver-clad captain of the Zhang family sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Who dares to invade my Six Gates prison?" The only response was the sound of wheels rolling across the floor. Several guards, in a state of disarray, rose to their feet, brandishing their firearms towards the middle-aged man slowly pushing the wheelchair and the delicate youth seated within it. The head of the Zhang family's silver sash captain felt a sudden jolt of recognition. The young man seemed strikingly familiar. Was it Gu Ping'an? The photograph of Gu Ping'an, the nemesis of the Zhang family, was ubiquitous among their ranks. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. How could Gu Ping'an be here? Should he execute him on the spot? Invading the Six Doors prison, killing him might just be a mere act of retribution. Without hesitation, the Zhang family's silver sash captain bellowed, "Anyone who dares to trespass into the Six Doors prison shall be met with death." As he spoke, his long blade was drawn, and the intricate runes covering his body began to radiate a brilliant light, the aura of his sword slicing through the air. The guards also readied their weapons, aiming at the refined youth in the wheelchair and the middle-aged man behind him. Gunfire erupted amidst the blinding flashes of light. How audacious! A sudden, urgent shout rang from outside the door as Chun Chuan arrived, his presence commanding the very forces of nature. The specialized armor-piercing rounds and the blade's energy froze momentarily before him. The divine inspector. The guards trembled, hastily lowering their firearms. While the silver sash captain from the Zhang family inhaled sharply, an ominous premonition rising within him, causing him to sheath his blade as well. The divine inspector. His mind raced with apprehension, a chill creeping up his spine, foreboding that a grave incident was about to unfold. Chen Chuan cast a stern glance at the guards and the silver sash captain, then turned to the middle-aged man and the composed youth in the wheelchair with an amiable expression. Esteemed Governor, Mr. Gu, their vigilance is merely excessive. They did not intend to offend. Esteemed Governor? Which esteemed governor? The hearts of the guards and the silver sash captain quivered. Could it be the newly appointed esteemed governor of Xianying province? A wave of anxiety washed over them. Meanwhile, within the prison, Li Yaoyao suddenly lifted her head. Gu. Mr. Gu? Is that Pingan? At the corridor's entrance, Gu Pingan nodded slightly, his voice tinged with frost. Where is Yaoyao? No sooner had he spoken than Li Yaoyao sprang to her feet, darting past the bewildered guards still grappling with the situation, and slipped out through the unlocked prison door. Little Gu, I'm here. Her voice trembled with emotion, remnants of tears still glistening on her cheeks. Upon spotting the equally emotional youth seated in the wheelchair, Li Yaoyao's heart tightened, and she rushed down the long corridor to stand before him. Little Gu, your legs. Tears welled in her eyes once more. Gu Pingan smiled gently, taking hold of Li Yaoyao's delicate hand, and softly reassured her, it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. It will heal in a month. As he spoke, he tenderly wiped away the tears from her face. Li Yaoyao, overwhelmed by sorrow, wept even more bitterly. Xiao Gu. Guogua has been captured by the Zhang family. I suspect they are already boiling water. Gu Pingan's expression suddenly turned cold, yet his voice remained gentle. Do not worry. I shall make a trip to the Zhang family immediately. At that moment, Chen Chuanzi also grasped the situation, realizing that it was all orchestrated by the Zhang family. His countenance darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. Great Minister, Gu Sheng, I too shall accompany you to the Zhang family to deal with the rebellious warriors. It is our duty in the 6 doors. Chen Chuanzi's declaration set the tone for the matter, causing the face of the silver-clad constable from the Zhang family to turn pale in an instant. Li Tianming cast an approving glance at Chen Chuanzi and calmly remarked, Indeed. After the Zhang family's extermination, you shall report, and I will endorse it. The credit shall belong to the 6 doors. In the dungeons of the 6 doors, an oppressive silence descended. The guards swallowed hard, feeling a chill in their hearts. A mere phrase of you report, I endorse had sealed the fate of an entire family. Such was the nature of power. The silver-clad captain from the Zhang family now appeared utterly ghastly, his legs trembling as he collapsed to the ground, his long knife clattering to the floor. The crisp sound shattered the heavy silence of the corridor, causing everyone to turn instinctively towards the silver-clad constable. Li Yaoyao raised her brows in indignation and exclaimed, Xiao Gu, it was that scoundrel who captured me. He also stole Guogua. He is one of the Zhang family. Gu Pingan was momentarily taken aback, but then his brows furrowed and his expression turned frigid. Beside him, the divine constable Chen Chuanzi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. So it was this wretch who nearly brought calamity upon the 6 doors. Had he not quickly backed down today, perhaps the 6 doors in the imperial capital would have ceased to exist. Li Tianming, pushing his wheelchair, spoke softly. Brother Gu, how shall we handle this? The youth in the wheelchair, his face grim and resolute, replied coldly, Let us execute him. As his words fell, the youth grasped the hilt of Chen Chuanzi's sword, drawing it from its sheath. He then took hold of Li Yaoyao's delicate hand, pulling her towards him, facing Gu Pingan. Before she could react, she witnessed the refined youth wielding the sword. The blade flashed, and a head fell to the ground. Although he had never practiced sword techniques, the essence of swordsmanship flowed through him, allowing him to execute the most intricate moves with ease. The head of the silver-clad constable from the Zhang family thudded onto the ground, rolling away, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could not comprehend why this youth was so terrifying. The Zhang family was in grave peril. That was his final thought. Gu Pingan sheathed the sword, returning it to Chen Chuanzi, and coldly stated, Let us depart. It is time to go to the Zhang family. Today, the clan shall be annihilated. The Zhang family. In the courtyard, the iron pot was already boiling vigorously. The little girl unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth, smiling as she eagerly exclaimed, Let's put it in. After all these years, I have yet to taste the flesh of the iron-eating beast. The ancestor of the Zhang family and the current head nodded respectfully, and the elder, with a swift motion of his hand, summoned the round and plump Gu Gongin into his grasp. Gu Gongin wore a defiant expression, its chubby face contorted in displeasure. How ridiculous! You little brat of the Celestial clan, are you foolish enough to boil me in this hot water? The Zhang family elder scoffed, even when facing death. You still chatter on. With that, he casually tossed Gu Gongin into the large iron pot, which it rolled into from midair. Gu Gongin remained obstinate, flailing its limbs. This is outrageous. The pot is meant for roasting a goose, not for stewing an iron-eating beast. It lay in the pot, seemingly unaffected by the scalding boiling water. The celestial officer's eyes narrowed slightly. Still holding the lollipop, he pointed a delicate finger and mumbled, "Fire, come." As if responding to his command, a pure white flame materialized in the air and descended beneath the pot. The terrifying heat surged through the iron pot in an instant, prompting Gu Gongin to wail, "Hot, hot, hot." As it spoke, the mysterious runes on its bones began to rotate, and its vital energy surged. Attempting to leap out of the pot, the Zhang ancestor, however, maintained an impassive demeanor as he pressed down with his palm, firmly binding Gu Gongin within the iron pot, rendering it immobile. Gu Gongin grimaced in pain, yet throughout the ordeal, it exhibited no sign of panic. Why be afraid when death is imminent? Meanwhile, Zhang Jinghong's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light, his heart filled with satisfaction. This wretched iron-eating beast was indeed approaching its demise. Gu Gongin whimpered inside the pot, emitting a series of plaintive cries, its dark circles around the eyes swelling from the heat. The onlookers merely regarded the whimpering Gu Gongin with indifference, unmoved by its pitiable state. On the long street, the foot traffic was sparse, as this area was home to noble families. The wheelchair rolled over the asphalt, producing a rhythmic sound as a group of four approached the Zhang residence. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yaoyao couldn't help but express her concerns, asking, "Little Gu, are you really all right? You won't have to spend your days confined to a wheelchair, will you?" Her face was etched with worry, as if contemplating something. She muttered to herself, "If it comes to that, I suppose I could push you around every day." In the wheelchair, Gu Pingyan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "Don't worry, Yao Yao. I'll be back on my feet in no more than a month." Before he could finish, a familiar wail pierced the air. Was that Gu Gongin? Both Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao's expressions changed simultaneously. Could it be that the poor creature was truly being boiled alive? Li Tianming's expression also grew grim, and he hastened the pace of the wheelchair, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Zhang family's courtyard. Chen Chuanji and Li Yaoyao swiftly caught up, with Chen's expression darkening. "Shall I take over?" "I will." The boy in the wheelchair spoke coldly, and at once. A blood-red spear materialized in his hand. The spear emanated a terrifying aura, its surface marred with bloodstains that seemed to date back to ancient times, exuding an archaic essence. Chen Chuanji's pupils constricted sharply, his heart fluttering slightly. Was this a treasure from the realm of mountains and seas? He could not help but swallow hard. Who exactly was this youth, wielding such a remarkable artifact? Gu Pingyan, gripping the spear, gathered his strength slightly before hurling it upwards with great force. The spear ascended towards the heavens, infused with the intent of the Yellow Springs sword. The sky above shifted dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sun, and a faint sound of a rushing Yellow Springs could be heard. Soon, a river of Yellow Springs and a vast sea of blood were reflected in the firmament. At that moment, the entire imperial capital witnessed the roaring confluence of the Blood Sea and Yellow Springs, causing many powerful beings to change their expressions. Gazing intently at the celestial phenomena, which revered figure was unleashing such fury? That spear appeared to be extraordinary. Some nobles yearned to investigate further. Yet their divine consciousness was shattered by the overwhelming Blood Sea and surging Yellow Springs, consumed entirely. The Yellow Springs sword intent and the blood-red spear surprisingly complemented each other. Meanwhile, within a grand, standalone villa, the diners were astonished as they looked towards the Blood Sea and Yellow Springs on the horizon. A middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Which revered one is causing such a ruckus in the imperial capital? After a pause, he respectfully turned to the elder seated at the head of the table. "Great-grandfather, should I go and take a look?" The elder leisurely slurped a noodle and replied indifferently, "No need. As long as it doesn't escalate into a major incident, we shall not interfere." After a moment, he turned his head and inquired, "What was your daughter's name again?" "Liao Yao, right? When will she return?" The middle-aged man, Li Qingji, who was also Li Yaoyao's father, spoke with a hint of bitterness. Great-grandfather, Yao Yao is quite stubborn and doesn't wish to come back. Pausing, Li Qingji gritted his teeth and took a deep breath before asking, Great-grandfather, perhaps we should let it be? Yao Yao is not very compliant, and she wouldn't be well received if she were to marry. The elder, Li Shoufu, cast a fleeting glance at Li Qingji and spoke with an air of indifference. Family arrangements must prevail over individual will. She shall return to the family promptly and be enrolled at the Imperial Capital University to study, coincidentally becoming classmates with the ninth prince. After a brief pause, Li Shoufu swallowed the last bite of noodles and declared in an unassailable tone, Cultivate some feelings with His Highness the ninth prince. The marriage shall be arranged in 3 months. Inform her to come back. The others seated around the long table fell silent, while Li Qingji's face was filled with bitterness. After a long moment, he nodded heavily. Yes, great-grandfather. The Zhang family's courtyard. In the courtyard, the ancestors of the Zhang family and the current head of the clan displayed expressions of astonishment, while the little girl, with a lollipop dangling from her mouth, dropped it to the ground, her countenance shifting between fear and uncertainty. Is that the long spear of the Rakshasa clan? Have I been discovered? This celestial being from the immortal realm murmured to himself, before snorting coldly, Shao Qi, block the way and swiftly break out of the imperial capital. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. As soon as the words left his lips, a man clad in black with a mask materialized out of thin air. The Zhang family's ancestors' pupils constricted sharply. When did this person arrive? How long has he been here? Completely unaware, he swallowed hard. At that moment, the blood-red long spear in the sky suddenly plummeted, accompanied by a torrential sea of blood and a surging river of the underworld crashing down. The man known as Shao Qi, his face concealed, exhibited an air of indifference as he casually extended a finger and gently tapped, with a resonant hum. Whether it was the blood sea, the underworld phenomenon, the overwhelming sword intent, or the long spear from the realm of mountains and seas, all came to a standstill in midair, before dissipating into nothingness. The expression of the Zhang family's ancestor changed dramatically, nearly gasping in shock. This is the realm of mountains and seas. A being of such caliber. Above the imperial capital, the old principal and the ethereal Xian Linglong slowly materialized. The old principal's countenance was ghastly pale. I sensed the presence of the immortal race, a being from the realm of mountains and seas. As he spoke, a fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes. It was under the leadership of the immortal race that the 3 ancient clans had once besieged the gates, culminating in an immortal king piercing the Qin people's monarch through the starry Great Wall with a single shot. Xian Linglong delicately interjected, Do not forget, I am also of the immortal race. The old principal regained his composure, shivering slightly, and forced a smile. My dear wife, you are different. You are indeed different. Xian Linglong rolled her eyes and lightly replied, Let us proceed and take a look. We must not wait until trouble truly arises. With that, she took the lead and descended. As an immortal king of her lineage, Xian Linglong had not returned to the immortal realm for many years, and her curiosity about the current state of the ancient immortal world was piqued. Today, by chance, she encountered a member of the immortal race. She could inquire first before deciding on further actions. Chapter 61. The Master destroys mountains and seas. The celestial official bleeds. One sword obliterates the clan. Outside the Zhang family's courtyard, the once bustling street was now deserted, with every passerby fleeing in terror, none daring to linger. Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan and his companions remained poised outside the gate, gazing at the suspended long spear and the phenomena of the blood sea and underworld. Their expressions subtly shifted. Chen Chuanji squinted slightly. Has the Zhang family's ancestor progressed further in cultivation? The self-manifested blood sea spear intent, combined with Gu Sheng's terrifying sword intent, could only be countered by someone of at least 6th-tier reverence. The 6th grade venerable represents an understanding of intent at 4/10. Only by ascending to the middle 3rd grade can one possess such capability. On his wheelchair, Gu Pingyan wore a solemn expression. No, it appears to be more than merely a middle 3rd grade venerable. With a glint of coldness in his gaze, he continued, Let us venture inside. Whether it is a middle 3rd or upper 3rd grade, today they shall meet their demise here. There was a thought that Gu Pingyan refrained from voicing. Even if the interior harbored beings of the mountain sea realm, so what? At worst, He would pay a steeper price and once more employ the sword technique of severing cause and effect. If that proved futile, then invoking the great Luo sword embryo would be of no consequence. Rescuing Gu Gonggong was paramount. With this resolved, Gu Pingyan no longer hesitated and softly spoke, "Tianming, let us proceed." Li Tianming nodded decisively, his fighting spirit surging forth, a fierce aura charging towards the courtyard. Chen Chuan and the Zhao family's elder, witnessing this, also acted without delay, their wills soaring skyward. In that instant, the entire imperial capital, be it ordinary citizens or formidable warriors, felt an inexplicable oppression. Some powerful beings were shaken, pondering what momentous event had transpired with the three intents, the three venerables. The courtyard's gate and towering walls collapsed with a thunderous roar. And within the courtyard, the Zhang family members were left dumbfounded, their hearts racing. As the dust settled, the scene within the courtyard came into focus. "Gu Gonggong," Li Yaoyao exclaimed, her expression one of horror as she beheld the delicate youth in the wheelchair. In the expansive yard, 5 individuals stood beside a large iron pot, within which Gu Gonggong floundered pitifully, wincing from the heat. Li Tianming's gaze fell upon a little girl licking a lollipop, and his expression shifted dramatically. Tianguan. As the former governor of Taiyan City, he was aware of the celestial Tianguan who had long resided there, yet he had been unable to capture her. Beside him, Li Yaoyao instinctively inquired, "Uncle Li, what is Tianguan?" Tianguan, a smuggler of the celestial race, suspected to be the direct descendant of an immortal from the immortal realm. Li Tianming responded gravely. According to prior intelligence, there is possibly a venerable peak or even a mountain sea realm puppet guarding her. The little girl flashed a sweet smile. "You've done your homework well. 3 venerables and 1 extraordinary prodigy. This trip is quite rewarding." Chen Chuan felt a surge of panic, desperately suppressing the urge to flee. If a mountain sea realm puppet truly guarded this place, escape would be impossible. He had not anticipated that the Zhang family would be the ones in the light. Not far away, observing the dramatic change in the expressions of the others, Zhang Jinghong revealed a sickly delight in his eyes. To offend me is to invite death. His gaze shifted to the serene youth on the wheelchair, and he was momentarily taken aback. Why is he unafraid? He ought to be terrified. Suddenly, from the large iron pot, Gu Gonggong cried out in a high-pitched voice, "Old Gu, help me. I'm about to be boiled alive." Gu Pingyan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, soon finding himself rather astonished. Was Gun Gun capable of speech? Remarkable indeed. In the next moment, a fierce glint of murderous intent erupted in his gaze. The black and white dumpling was truly deserving of a boiling fate. A tempest suddenly howled, and the onlookers beheld the youth in the wheelchair extend his hand with a beckoning motion, causing a withering peach tree to shatter, its thick branches falling into his grasp. Heaven's gate, open. The yellow springs descend. Sword 9, spanning 6,000 miles. Just as it had been on the playground of Taiyan No. 1 High School, the youth wielded the peach branch, opening Heaven's gate, summoning the yellow springs, and unleashing sword energy that traversed 6,000 miles, akin to a cascading Milky Way. At that moment, the entire imperial capital erupted in fervor, countless citizens spilling onto the streets, gazing in a daze at the celestial phenomenon above. In the clouds, Heaven's gate stood firm, the yellow springs surged forth, and the Milky Way hung inverted, pouring forth sword energy across 6,000 miles. Chun Chuanji and the ancestor of the Zhao family were left dumbfounded. This youth, Gu Sheng, possessed a strength that was almost excessive. The patriarch of the Zhang family, along with the current head, gasped in astonishment, while a little girl sucking on a lollipop suddenly changed her expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the ancient beings of the imperial capital were to notice this and discern their lineage to the celestial race, escape would be impossible. Immediately, the little girl crushed the lollipop and summoned a grayish handkerchief. The handkerchief billowed in the wind, transforming into a chaotic mist that enveloped the courtyard, obstructing all prying eyes. Shao Qi, swift and decisive, eliminate them. The little girl commanded, prompting Shao Qi, clad in black and masked, to move with a mechanical demeanor. A terrifying aura surged into the air, pressing down upon the crowd. Li Tianming's expression changed drastically. A mountain sea realm puppet, indeed. Gu Pingyan's pupils constricted as he sat in his wheelchair, swiftly pushing Li Yaoyao behind him, then gently admonished, "Go." Heaven's gate collapsed. The shattered portal laid across the yellow springs, cascading downwards. Meanwhile, The sword energy, akin to the flowing Milky Way, also descended, directed towards that massive iron pot. Xiaoqi, still in a daze, raised his palm towards the sky and gently grasped. In that instant, both the sword intent of the Yellow Springs and the sword intent of Heaven's opening shattered completely. Although the 6,000-mile sword energy river was ultimately extinguished, it had succeeded in dousing the array enveloping the great iron pot. The round and plump Gu Gun darted out like a flash. Bounding over to Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao with a few leaps, and with a fierce expression, exclaimed, "Old Gu, shall I let Gun stir them up?" As he spoke, a surge of anger manifested in Gu Gun's large, dark eyes. That iron pot was truly scalding, and the pain was all too real. Gu Pingyan cast a surprised glance at Gu Gun and replied softly, "No need." He then turned his gaze to the heavenly officials, letting out a gentle sigh. "Alas, it seems I must slay you today. The ensuing troubles will be dealt with later." As the words fell, Gu Pingyan felt a subtle shift within his spirit. In the vast ocean of his mental realm, the hilt of the Daluo sword embryo trembled ever so slightly, while the peach blossom branch in his hand emanated a profound and enigmatic aura. The forces of causality loomed large. The heavenly official's expression changed dramatically. She sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis wash over her, prompting her to scream, "Xiaoqi, take action." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi radiated with brilliance, transforming into a resplendent sun, and extended his fist, ready to unleash a strike. Although he had yet to throw a punch, the powerful aura he generated shattered the void. Were it not for the chaotic mist that obstructed the force, the entire imperial capital would have already been on the brink of collapse, if not obliterated entirely. A formidable being of the Mountain Sea realm, with the blossoming of their Tao seed and mastery of divine abilities, could unleash a strike of such magnitude that, if unchecked, could fracture tectonic plates themselves. Li Tianming and the others found themselves gasping for breath, enveloped by a palpable sense of impending doom, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. Yet, in Gu Pingyan's eyes flickered a glint of madness. His spirit surged as the Daluo sword embryo was poised to soar into the world. Suddenly, two figures materialized from thin air. One of them extended a hand and gently pressed down. Xiaoqi's Mountain Sea realm puppet froze in place before dissipating into smoke. By the heavens! At that moment, even the usually composed Gu Pingyan could not suppress his exclamation. Meanwhile, the heavenly official, the Zhang family's elder, Li Tianming, the Zhao family's patriarch, and Chen Chuanji all felt their scalps tingle with shock. A being of the Mountain Sea realm was extinguished with a mere slap? Just like that. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards the one who had struck. It was the principal, Old Li. The newcomers were none other than the old principal and Xian Linglong. Gu Pingyan's mind was momentarily clouded. He understood that the principal was a formidable existence, yet he had not fathomed the extent of his power. One slap to annihilate the Mountain Sea realm. Doubt crept into his mind. At that moment, Gu Gonggong burrowed into Gu Pingyan's embrace, contentedly lounging, before exclaiming, "Old Li, if you had come any later, I would have been cooked. Your conscience is truly lacking for abandoning me. Next time, I must have my father teach you a lesson." The old principal cast a sidelong glance at Gu Gonggong, moved closer to Xian Linglong, and smirked, "What of your father? I have my wife." Xian Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically. The crowd was once again rocked by a profound tremor of realization. It seemed that Gu Gonggong's father was indeed extraordinarily powerful, to the point that even the principal, who could extinguish the Mountain Sea realm, held him in regard. Moreover, the woman beside him appeared to be even more formidable than the principal himself. The young girl, the heavenly official, clad in a white dress, had lost her composure and was now trembling slightly. Instinctively, she glanced towards Xian Linglong, her gaze freezing in place. Is that her? How could she be here? A chill ran down the heavenly official's spine. Gu Pingyan repressed the surging sword intent of severance, and the ancient, vast aura in his eyes faded in an instant. The primordial sword embryo within his soul's ocean fell into silence. With a wry smile, he spoke. "Principal, where are you headed?" The old principal replied with a hint of annoyance. "How dare you ask? I'm off to fetch some wine for you." Gu Pingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the little Gu Gun in his arms mirrored his enthusiasm. Wine, a delightful treasure. Li Yaoyao cast a sidelong glance at Gu Pingyan, but ultimately chose silence. At that moment, the celestial official suddenly trembled and spoke. "Linglong Emperor." The crowd paused in astonishment. Did the celestial official know the old principal's wife? Xian Linglong glanced at the celestial official and replied with indifference. Oh, you must be the daughter of that old fellow Tuoba, right? How has the ancient realm of the celestial clan fared lately? The celestial official's body quivered even more violently, her small face contorting. In response to Linglong Emperor's inquiry, the celestial clan's ancient realm remains as it has always been. At this instant, the celestial official had lost her earlier composure and confidence, her entire being now engulfed in fear. Not far from her, Zhang Jinghong was utterly undone, collapsed on the ground, having been so frightened that she lost control. Xian Linglong sighed softly, murmuring to herself, "Still the same as before, I see." As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she turned to the old principal, softly asking, "Do you think I can be considered a betrayer of the celestial clan, a traitor?" The old principal pondered for a moment, shaking his head as he firmly grasped Xian Linglong's hand. "Back then, when you were but a child, the celestial clan abandoned you. Now that you have grown powerful, there is no need to return." Xian Linglong nodded silently, and then looked at the bewildered Gu Pingyan and the others, smiling as she inquired, "What do you intend to do with these people?" Before Gu Pingyan could respond, Gu Gun spoke up first, as Confucius said, "Since we are here, we shall bring peace. Since we have arrived at this place, we must eliminate them and then lay them to rest." With that, it curled up comfortably in Gu Pingyan's embrace. The expressions of the others turned peculiar. The old principal gazed at Gu Pingyan with a bemused smile. "What have you been teaching it?" Gu Pingyan sighed in exasperation. This creature, it has been pondering the Analects on its own. He felt a twinge of nostalgia, wondering why Gu Gun always seemed to be growing in the wrong direction. It wasn't merely a matter of appearance. Something felt fundamentally amiss. Shaking his head slightly, Gu Pingyan adopted a serious demeanor and spoke with quiet resolve. "These members of the Zhang family are all betrayers. One and all, they are scum. Let us eliminate them." As his words fell, he raised a branch adorned with peach blossoms high. The young man, wielding the branch, spoke coldly. "May I wield a sword to slay all the world's wrongdoers, restore peace to the realm, and compel the myriad races of the starry skies to bow, ensuring tranquility across the vast lands." As the voice faded, a long-awaited, melodious tone suddenly resonated. "The sword cleaves through injustice. The heart has already severed ties. Peace in the world is disrupted. All clans bow their heads. Progress. 1. Random sword intent increased by 30%. Heavenly sword intent enhanced by 30%. Current comprehension at 90%. Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. His understanding of the sword path surged dramatically. The tumultuous sword intent emanating from the peach blossom branch compelled him to instinctively slash downwards. The celestial gate appeared, crashing open with a thunderous roar, collapsing in an instant. The patriarch of the Zhang family and the current clan members sought to flee, yet they were firmly held in place by the old principal's hand, unable to move. Zhang Jinghong let out a pained laugh, collapsing to the ground, hair disheveled. Meanwhile, the heavenly official screamed in despair, "Your Majesty, we are both of the immortal lineage. How can you allow me to perish here?" Xian Linglong cast a fleeting glance at her, gently shaking her head in silence. The sword fell. Regardless of whether it was the Zhang family patriarch, the heavenly official, or Zhang Jinghong and the current family head. Even all the members of the Zhang clan within the expansive courtyard, their heads fell to the ground, blood flowing profusely. The Zhang family met its demise. The heavenly official bathed in blood. The peach blossom branch in Gu Pingyan's hand shattered, turning to dust, swirling through the air. Beside him, Li Yaoyao curiously inquired, "Why do you always prefer using branches?" Gu Pingyan, cradling Gu Gun, smiled gently. "A branch serves as a sword, sufficient enough. If I cannot defeat an enemy with a branch, even a treasured sword would be futile, unless employing the great Luo sword embryo. Thus, a branch suffices." Li Yaoyao, somewhat puzzled, nodded instinctively. The old principal then turned his gaze towards the patriarch of the Zhao family and Qin Chuan, his expression calm. "What transpired today must not be disclosed, do you understand?" The two nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Xian Linglong flicked her fingers, 2 points of light entering the bodies of the two men, before she spoke slowly. "It's better to be cautious. I have placed a restriction within their bodies, preventing them from revealing even a hint of today's events. Given Xian Linglong's identity as a member of the Immortal clan, any exposure could lead to significant troubles." Neither Qin Chuan nor the patriarch of the Zhao family exhibited any discontent. In their eyes, surviving was already an act of mercy from these individuals. At that moment, Li Tianming addressed Qin Chuan. The Zhang family conspired with the Immortal clan, acting as the hidden dark forces, and has been eradicated as previously stated. You write the report. I will affix my seal and grant you the credit for this endeavor. Qin Chuan hurriedly nodded, respectfully replying, Thank you, esteemed governor. He couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a chill creep down his spine. At this juncture, the old principal cheerfully looked at Gu Pingyun and Li Yaoyao. What are your plans moving forward? Li Yaoyao blinked in surprise, responding, Of course, we shall attend school. The semester begins in 7 days. Gu Pingyun also smiled gently, cradling Gu Gun, and slowly remarked, I ought to experience university life, while simultaneously extinguishing the hidden dark forces of the ancestral star, and then venture to the starry Great Wall. The old principal nodded silently, then sighed softly, I wonder how much time is left for your growth. You were the one who killed the Prince of Rakshasa, weren't you? The Rakshasa king is already furious and may come to the starry Great Wall at any moment. Gu Pingyun remained silent for a moment, offering no response, only retorting, Principal, do you have any wine? The old principal was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and scolded, Of course, there is wine. I have gathered over 40 jars of the finest aged liquor for you. Once you have settled in, I will send them to you. Beside them, the ancestor of the Zhao family quickly interjected, My Zhao family has numerous assets. We also have a sizable residence next to the imperial capital university. Gu Pingyun accepted graciously, nodding slightly, I am indeed grateful to you, old Master Zhao. A sense of urgency began to stir within him. His cultivation still lagged behind, and it was time to grow stronger. Gently stroking Gu Gun's head, Gu Pingyun's gaze turned profound. Let us depart. It is time to leave. Li Tianming glanced at the slowly dissipating mist of chaos and chuckled. The batch of ancient method liquor I applied for has been approved. I will deliver it to you tomorrow. After a pause, he continued, You must have reached the pinnacle of the king realm by now. It is just in time for you to apply for a position as a member of the 9 Nations Joint Council before the school year begins. The benefits of that position are quite significant. Gu Pingyun readily agreed, feeling a flicker of excitement in his heart. With over 40 jars of aged liquor, combined with the batch of ancient method wine from Tianming, how far could his cultivation progress before the school year? Would he reach the peak of the king realm or ascend to the status of a venerable? This time, he must not drink to the point of inebriation. Last time, he had been so tipsy that he felt nothing at all. With this thought, Gu Pingyun glanced at Li Yaoyao beside him, who seemed to have recalled something as well. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a fierce glare at the handsome youth in the wheelchair, muttering softly, With that look in your eyes, you're clearly up to no good. Sitting in a wheelchair, what mischief can you possibly get into? Gu Pingyun's expression darkened abruptly. Chapter 62, Half-Step to Mountain and Sea, the start of school, startling the principal. 2 significant events transpired in the imperial capital. The first was the downfall of the Zhang family. When this news broke, the entire imperial capital was thrown into an uproar. To the ordinary populace, the official narrative claimed that the Zhang family had colluded with terrorists, plotting a terrorist attack, only to be eradicated by the 6 doors in a sweeping action, resulting in the annihilation of the entire clan. In the realm of cultivation, the story was that the Zhang family had harbored celestial beings, and they had been exterminated along with those beings. Many were skeptical of this claim, yet the bodies of the celestial beings were undeniably displayed, dispelling doubts among the masses. The second significant event concerned the appointment of the Grand Governor of Xianying Province. While this had little impact on the common people, it weighed heavily on the nobility. After all, with His Majesty far away in the Ming Kingdom meeting with the Ming King, and Prime Minister Li having long ceased to attend to state affairs, the Grand Governor of Xianying essentially held the reins of power in the imperial capital, controlling the life and death of all in Xianying. In the aftermath of tumultuous events engulfing the capital, within a luxurious residence adjacent to the prestigious Imperial University, Gu Pingyun cheerfully counted bottle after bottle of ancient brew. Li Tianming had sent a staggering 100 bottles of this vintage, coupled with the 40 jars of aged liquor gifted by the former principal. A flicker of fervor ignited in Gu Pingyun's eyes. On the grand sofa, Li Yaoyao was deeply ensconced, cradling Gu Gun in her arms. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, "Little Gu, I have serious doubts that you are not just a drunken fool." Her gaze fell upon Gu Gun, who was struggling fervently, seemingly eager to leap towards the mountain of liquor. She sighed, You've even turned Gun into a little drunkard. In his wheelchair, Gu Pingyan shook his head with a grin. I am rather unique. It seems I possess a special constitution. Drinking enhances my cultivation speed and comprehension. I drink to cultivate. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. With only 5 days until school starts, you're indulging in alcohol? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Pingyan replied with a serious expression, perhaps I could also engage in other pleasurable activities? Initially perplexed, Li Yaoyao shot him a fierce glare. Her cheeks flushing as she spat, Pa, you rogue, you're in a wheelchair and immobile. Gu Pingyan burst into hearty laughter, uncorking a jar of aged liquor while jovially declaring, that may not be the case. In the South Sea, Guanyin sits on a lotus, ferrying souls to salvation. As Gu Yaoyao glared at him in outrage, Gu Pingyan gulped down the liquor. Consuming 3,000-year-old aged brew, superior. Increasing foundational cultivation by 100 years. Critical hit activated. Huangquan's sword intent increased by 10%, currently at 50%. With the fiery liquor coursing through him, he felt the surge of power within his being. His gaze fervent. He proclaimed, more wine. 39 jars of aged liquor and 100 bottles of the ancient brew levitated around him. He tossed the half-empty jar of 3,000-year-old brew to the eagerly sparkling eyes of Gu Gun and proceeded to uncork another jar of aged liquor. Today we drink. Today we revel. The potent liquor flowed down, consuming 5,000-year-old aged brew, superior, increasing foundational cultivation by 100 years. With each mouthful of the rich liquid, one jar after another disappeared. Gu Pingyan restrained his intoxication, for if he let himself go, he might find himself inebriated beyond recall. Over the span of 2 days, he consumed all 40 jars of aged liquor. During this time, Li Yaoyao and Gu Gun also partook in considerable amounts of alcohol, both becoming thoroughly inebriated. The 3,000 to 5,000-year-old brews possessed remarkable medicinal properties. Li Yaoyao, having drunk moderately, saw her vitality surge from an 8th-grade warrior to a 3rd-grade warrior, successfully entering the upper echelons of cultivation. As for Gu Pingyan, the 40 jars, predominantly superior brews providing 100 years of foundational cultivation, along with a few jars of 300-year foundational brews, coupled with occasional critical hits, collectively granted him an astonishing increase of 6,000 years in foundational cultivation. Wang Jing. The elevation of each rank necessitates 5 centuries of foundational cultivation, while the venerable realm demands a millennium. Nonetheless, after 6 millennia of cultivation, Gu Pingyan ascended to the 8th rank of venerable. Indeed, he became a venerable with such ease. As he contemplated the Tao seeds swirling within his corporeal form, he experienced the vast and majestic power, and with a dazed expression, Gu Pingyan chuckled foolishly. In the venerable realm, moving mountains and filling seas is merely trivial. Li Yaoyao, her complexion flushed, swayed unsteadily before collapsing into Gu Pingyan's embrace. Seated in his wheelchair, Gu Pingyan felt the warmth of her presence, and he softly addressed Gu Gong. Why not head downstairs for a drink? This opulent mansion stood 3 stories tall, expansive in its grounds. Though Gu Gong was thoroughly intoxicated, he complied, unsteadily rolling down the staircase. In the South Sea, there is Guanyin, seated upon a lotus, ferrying all beings. At the Imperial University, in the conference room, the president of the university pursed his lips, simmering with frustration. This year, it is our turn to send students to Dihua for exchange. Who will lead the team? The numerous department heads exchanged glances, remaining silent. The relationship between Imperial University and Dihua has always been fraught with tension, constantly at odds. Each time they visited one another for exchanges, humiliation was inevitable. No one wished to endure such disgrace. The head of the martial arts department sighed. This time, the one in charge from Dihua is their vice president. That rascal, the most infuriating. Whoever is willing to lead can go. I certainly will not. The crowd forced smiles in response. The president of Imperial University, feeling somewhat helpless, sighed. Very well, when the new students officially enroll in 3 days, we shall draw lots to decide. Just to clarify, I shall not partake in the drawing. As he spoke, his gaze grew distant, as the head of a school. How could he suffer humiliation at a rival institution? If anyone were to go, it should be those beneath him. Suddenly, the vice president's eyes sparkled, as if struck by inspiration, and he eagerly exclaimed, Ah, President, why not let that confidential student lead the exchange this time? It might yield remarkable results. Upon hearing this, Everyone paused momentarily before engaging in hushed murmurs. Indeed, among this year's new students at Imperial University, there was an individual shrouded in secrecy. The president's eyes brightened slightly, and he chuckled. I had almost forgotten about that. Though I am uncertain of Gu Pingin's true nature, he is undoubtedly exceptional. Perhaps this time, we might avoid significant losses. Meanwhile, in the ancient realm of the Celestial Clan, King Tuoba's expression darkened to an extreme. After a moment, he nodded gently at the visiting king of the Rakshasa. Very well, our Celestial Clan shall also participate in this endeavor. As he spoke, anger surged within his eyes. The life tablet of his own daughter had shattered. In other words, his daughter had perished on their ancestral star. The Rakshasa king wore a smile on his face. Yet within his eyes surged a tumultuous sea of blood. 1800 years ago, King Tuoba, you impaled the immortal of our ancestral star with a single spear. Now that we once more approach your gates, you shall surely be able to strike down another. As he spoke, the Rakshasa king let out a sinister laugh. I shall visit the Chaos Clan and the Celestial Clan. Each need only send forth one immortal. With 2 from my Rakshasa clan, alongside you, King Tuoba, our might shall be undeniable. King Tuoba's eyes radiated a fierce intent, his voice resounding with authority. This time, we shall undoubtedly breach the starry Great Wall. And at the very least, vanquish 2 immortals of the ancestral star. In the luxurious 3-story mansion beside the Imperial Academy, on the 3rd floor, Li Yaoyao lay sprawled on the sofa, drenched in fragrant sweat, her gaze hazy with intoxication. Meanwhile, Gu Pingin appeared invigorated, the effects of the wine wearing off. With a smile, he glanced at the slumbering Li Yaoyao and summoned a blanket to drape over her. His attention then turned to the remaining 100 bottles of ancient wine. A glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. As he uncorked a bottle, the rich liquid flowed down his throat. Consuming ancient wine, supreme quality, increases cultivation by 50 years. Though this batch of ancient wine lacked the refined quality of the 40 jars procured by the old principal, its abundance was its strength. After all, there were 100 bottles here. Consuming ancient wine, supreme quality, increases cultivation by 50 years. Critical hit triggered, additional 500 years of cultivation gained. Consuming ancient wine, bottle after bottle, day after day, the cycle of the sun and moon repeated thrice. 3 days later, the entire mansion was suffused with the lingering aroma of wine, thick and persistent. Gu Pingin downed the last bottle of ancient wine. Consuming ancient wine, supreme quality, increases cultivation by 50 years. Critical hit triggered, sword intent of creation increased by 10%, current, perfect. With his sword intent reaching perfection, the essence of the Tao manifested naturally. Gu Pingin closed his eyes tightly as celestial phenomena enveloped him, with ethereal blossoms and golden lotuses emerging around him. The 100 bottles of ancient wine had bestowed upon him over 7,000 years of cultivation. Now, he stood firmly at the pinnacle of a first-tier revered being, on the verge of transcendence, with his sword intent perfected and the essence of the Tao vividly apparent. After an indeterminate time, Gu Pingin slowly opened his eyes, meeting the wide gaze of little Yao Yao and the bear-like face of Gu Gungun. Little Yao Yao rolled her eyes, finally awake. Are we? I must inform you that if you sleep any longer, you'll be late for today's school registration. Gu Pingin chuckled. No matter, it's quite fortuitous. I assentí it. Speaking of registration, should we take Gungun along? Gu Gungun widened its dark eyes, feigning ferocity. Dare you leave me behind, old Gu? I swear, I'll transform into a mischievous rascal and wreak havoc. Gu Pingin and Li Yaoyao simultaneously darkened their expressions. All right, I'll take you along. Gu Pingin, somewhat helpless, pinched the fluffy cheeks of Gu Gungun, exhaling a soft sigh, his smile warm and gentle as jade. Let us go, Yao Yao, it's time for you to report. Li Yaoyao's expression slightly adjusted, and she nodded with a smile, placing Gu Gungun in Gu Pingin's embrace and slowly pushing the wheelchair out. However, there was a slight tremor as they descended the stairs. Today marked the enrollment day at the Imperial Capital University, where the entrance was bustling with crowds. The process of enrollment at a martial arts university bore no distinction from that of an ordinary one, with numerous upperclassmen eagerly eyeing every attractive freshman. Classmate, allow me to help you with your luggage. Freshman, let me guide you. In an instant, the Imperial Capital University was abuzz with life, as the enrollment period was the most vibrant time of the year. With morning registrations completed, it soon approached the customary speeches from the school leaders. The new students stood in orderly lines on the playground, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed president of the university. Zhao Wuji stood among the ranks of the swordsmanship department, his gaze scanning in confusion. Where's Brother Gu? Surely he and Yao Yao aren't late? His eyelid twitched slightly. Being late on the first day of enrollment didn't seem like a serious matter, while others may have been unaware. Zhao Wuji was acutely aware of how the Zhang family had met its demise, a prestigious family that seemed to crumble effortlessly before that young man. As Zhao Wuji's thoughts wandered, the president had already taken to the stage. The playground fell into a hush, the new students eagerly gazing at the president, who was reputed to be at the pinnacle of the King realm, with whispers suggesting he might even be a revered figure. To encounter such a prominent individual up close filled these freshmen with exhilaration. Many upperclassmen stood on the periphery, observing the scene with a hint of nostalgia. This year's freshmen are quite impressive. I see many beautiful girls, one remarked. Another, with a tinge of regret, added, what a pity. This year, our freshmen are heading to Dihua for exchange. These delightful girls are in for a rough time. Just as several were conversing, the sound of hurried wheels echoed, drawing the attention of students across the playground, including the president, who couldn't help but chuckle. A stunning young woman, alongside a refined boy in a wheelchair, cradled a black and white ball of fluff in her arms. The girl, panting heavily, propelled the wheelchair at an alarming speed, prompting concerns among onlookers as to whether the boy would be thrown from it. In that moment, whispers erupted among the students. Is that a new student? Do we really have a disabled person in our cohort? Wait, how did the disabled one manage to get in? Am I the only one fixated on that young lady? She's destined to be the belle of the school. It's such a pity she's accompanied by someone with a disability. But who knows? They might be siblings. Even if they aren't, there's always a chance to sway allegiances, as long as one wields their tools skillfully. Aren't you all paying attention to the adorable duo? Those youthful faces might be extraordinary, with a ferocious beast as a pet. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and the entire playground was filled with excitement. Many senior students exchanged glances, some unable to suppress their headshakes. Oh dear, those two are in for trouble. Our principal has zero tolerance for tardiness. Sure enough, on the podium, the principal's expression darkened as he observed Li Yaoyao racing towards him in a wheelchair, with Gu Gun cradling a black and white creature. The principal cleared his throat softly, raising the microphone with an aura of authority that was firm yet not overbearing. Which department are you freshmen from? How is it that you are late on your very first day? What are your names? As he spoke, confusion began to brew within him. The Imperial University is the pinnacle of martial arts education. It is nearly impossible for someone with a disability to gain admission. This year, he had not heard of any outstanding talents with such limitations. Just as he pondered, the young lady gasped for breath. My name is Li Yaoyao, and I am a student of the swordsmanship department. Saying this, she stealthily tugged at Gu Pingyan's arm, vexed. How infuriating, if it weren't for Gu's slowness. We wouldn't be late, and now we've made a complete fool of ourselves. On the podium, the principal nodded slightly, turning his attention to the youth in the wheelchair holding the creature. And you? At this moment, he felt a wave of uncertainty. Who might this young man be? To possess a ferocious beast as a pet. The handsome youth on the wheelchair maintained a serene demeanor, gently pinching Gu Gun's ear, and with a hint of apology. He spoke, I am Gu Pingyan, also a student of the swordsmanship department. Thud. The principal jolted, and the microphone slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a loud clatter. Chapter 63. The Disabled Prodigy of the Imperial University, a member of the Tengu clan. At the Imperial University, the freshmen exchanged bewildered glances, while the seniors blinked in confusion, somewhat dazed. The principal, unfazed, extended his palm, and the fallen microphone levitated back into his hand. He then smiled warmly, his demeanor softening considerably. Oh, it is you, classmates Gu and Li. Please join the line quickly. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao exchanged glances. Was that it? The principal seemed quite approachable. They didn't dwell on it further, and Li Yaoyao hurriedly pushed Gu Pingyan into the throng of the swordsmanship department. The freshmen remained unfazed, while the seniors were utterly astonished. Is this truly Principal Long? So amiable and approachable? Surely, this cannot be the real principal. They exchanged bewildered looks, their confusion mounting. It wasn't that Principal Long was unlikable. Rather, he was famously strict. So what was happening today? A perceptive sophomore cast a meaningful glance at the young man in the wheelchair amidst the crowd. Reflecting, it appears that this cohort of freshmen includes some individuals of considerable stature. Beside him, another sophomore curled his lip in disdain, remarking, "No matter how formidable or influential they may be, can they surpass our esteemed Ing Tiansu? He is, after all, the ninth prince of the royal family." The upperclassmen engaged in lively discussion. While on the platform, Principal Long cleared his throat gently before addressing the assembly. "Today marks the inaugural day of the Imperial University, the commencement of your academic journey. I understand that many of you harbor dreams of university life, envisioning it as a realm of romance and beauty." He paused, his expression turning grave. "Unfortunately, that is the life of an ordinary university, which bears no resemblance to the reality of a martial arts institution." A majority of the freshmen exchanged bewildered glances, while those aware of the existence of the underprivileged and the myriad races felt a slight weight of seriousness. Gu Pingyan held Gu Gun in his arms, his gaze profound. Indeed, a life of ease has little in common with that of a martial arts student. Not to mention, even Li Tongming, the top student of the senior class, nearly perished on Mount Taibai. On the stage, Principal Long began to articulate once more. "When you enrolled at the Imperial University, you all signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting the disclosure of any course-related information. Please keep this in mind." As he surveyed the audience, his gaze softened slightly upon passing over Gu Pingyan before continuing. "I can unequivocally inform you that humanity has enemies, not only on our ancestral star, but also beyond it. Rather than being mere students, you are more akin to reserve soldiers." At this pronouncement, the playground erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, with many freshmen left bewildered, whispering among themselves in a frenzy. "Humanity has enemies? Beyond our ancestral star? Are they extraterrestrials?" Many students remained perplexed, while others experienced a sudden realization. No wonder martial arts universities experience fatalities each year, and why the status of martial artists is so exalted. It all makes sense now. Amidst the tumult, Zhao Wujin remained composed as he navigated through the throng, clumsily positioning himself beside Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. "Gu Gu Saozi." Zhao Wujin cheerfully greeted them, contemplating a playful ruffle of Gu Gun's fluffy head, yet hesitating to do so. Gu Pingyan offered a gentle nod toward Zhao Wujin. "How is your esteemed ancestor faring?" The Zhao family's elder, after participating in the eradication of the Zhang family, had received significant accolades. Gu Pingyan had heard that he was bestowed with a longevity elixir. Zhao Wujin inclined his head slightly in respect. "The old gentleman is well, having gained 800 years of longevity, with hopes of further advancement." After a moment's pause, he hesitantly inquired, Gu, about your leg." Gu Pingyan waved his hand lightly, ruffling Gu Gun's head. "It's nothing to worry about." As he spoke, his gaze grew deeper, contemplating the terrifying consequences entwined within fate. In the present day, Gu Pingyan has evidently established himself at the threshold of the realm of mountains and seas, teetering on the brink of national-level prowess. Yet, he remains utterly immobile, unable to budge even the slightest bit. Neither the will of the sword, the forces of nature, nor his vital energy can propel him forward. He must rely on others for assistance. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, Principal Long gently cleared his throat into the microphone, and the raucous playground fell into a sudden silence. As for further information, the students would learn more during formal classes. For today, there was but one task at hand: to participate in the exchange at Dihua University, a tradition everyone was surely aware of. The expressions of the numerous freshmen turned grim, each resembling a figure beset by the chilling winds of the Yi River, nodding solemnly. Every year, freshmen from Dihua or Emperor University would visit each other's institutions for mutual learning, alternating annually. This year, it was Emperor University's turn to venture to Dihua. Though termed an exchange, the reality often proved rather grim for those involved. The students from Dihua were likely sharpening their claws in anticipation of their arrival. Zhao Wujia chuckled. "However, with you, Brother Gu, they are but mere pheasants and dogs." Gu Pingyan remained silent, appearing contemplative. If his memory served him correctly, just days prior, he and Brother Tianming had exerted their pressure on the 6 doors, coinciding with a group of students from Dihua University who were visiting. The leader of that group seemed to be their vice president. On the platform, Principal Long was about to speak again when his phone rang. He paused, momentarily taken aback, and then gestured apologetically towards the students below. Covering the microphone, he answered the call. After a brief moment, his expression turned grave. He hung up, inhaled deeply, and slowly addressed the microphone. During this exchange, You will have the opportunity to encounter races beyond the ancestral star. Upon hearing this, both the new students and the observing seniors erupted in astonishment, and even Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao were slightly taken aback. What did this imply? Could it be that beings from myriad races would also be present? Principal Long's expression grew even more serious. In the starry skies, countless races exist, and for the first time, a prodigy from the Celestial Dog clan has crossed the astral Great Wall to study at Dihua University. The mention of the Celestial Dog clan left most students bewildered, while some seniors wore troubled expressions. Although the Celestial Dog clan was not an ancient race, their relationship with humanity was far from amicable. A minor clan, their strongest members were merely divine beings. Yet they frequently boasted against humankind and even hunted their kin to the depths of the cosmos. This was a reality known to many upperclassmen, as several third and fourth-year students had ventured into the depths of the cosmos. Principal Long's voice resonated deeply. Most of you may not understand what myriad races entail, nor do you comprehend the nature of the Celestial Dog clan. However, you must grasp this, should the opportunity arise during the exchange at Dihua. Do not hesitate to strike down any Celestial Dog who dares to challenge you. As soon as these words were spoken, the new students exchanged bewildered glances, while numerous senior students erupted in applause. I was personally leading this exchange. Principal Long's voice was gravely serious. Among the students, the leader will be none other than Gu Pingyan. Come forth, and you may as well assume the position of chief for the first-year students. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Gu Pingyan? Who might that be? Was he not the boy in the wheelchair? Instinctively, many students turned their heads towards the delicate youth seated in the wheelchair, who cradled a black and white ball and appeared remarkably composed and serene. What? Selecting a disabled individual as the chief leader? What was the principal thinking? This was outrageous. I am a third-tier warrior, ranking within the top 300 in the college entrance examination. Why should a disabled person take the lead? Incredible. A prominent figure of the upper third-tier warriors has appeared. The new students buzzed with discussion, and the observing seniors appeared somewhat perplexed as well. Was it not customary for the chief to be determined through a grand competition? Why was there a direct appointment this time? What extraordinary qualities did this disabled youth named Gu Pingyan possess? Dihua University, located just north of the imperial capital. It stands in a direct line of sight with the Imperial University to the south. At this very moment, the atmosphere at Dihua University was far from pleasant. Both students and faculty fixed their gazes upon a trio of men with strikingly distinct golden and silver eyes. The Tengu clan, a non-human race capable of taking form during the Master Realm while refining their bones, albeit at the cost of diminished combat prowess. Should they refrain from transforming prematurely, they would naturally articulate human speech upon reaching the Marquis realm, and at the Venerable realm, they could seamlessly switch between their human form and their true selves. The leader of this trio from the Tengu clan was a woman named Go Fenghua. She cast a disdainful glance over the students of Dihua University, curling her lip. These are what the human race calls prodigies? Hardly impressive. Beside her, an elder from the Tengu clan chuckled softly, my lady. Aside from that select few at the pinnacle, the rest of humanity holds little significance. Another young man from the Tengu clan nodded in agreement. Speaking softly, our visit here is likely to attract the attention of the human elite. After all, we are among the first to openly arrive on their home planet. Aside from the ancient dragon clan and the ancient iron-eating beast clan. Pausing, he continued in a hushed tone. However, while we cannot attempt to probe into certain secrets, there is nothing wrong with suppressing the prodigies of the human race. It is all above board. With that, he chuckled coldly. As they conversed, they remained unfazed under the scrutiny of the students and faculty of Dihua University, making their way back to the dormitory assigned to them. Once they vanished from sight, chaos erupted at Dihua. How could they allow these three Tengu here? Why not send them to the Imperial University instead? I am uncertain, yet I find myself in a rather irritable mood. When the students from the Imperial University arrive, I have resolved to vent my frustrations upon them. A splendid idea. I wholeheartedly concur. Another voice echoed, supporting the sentiment. Amidst the commotion of students, within the conference room of Imperial University, the vice president offered a wry smile. It is unfortunate that we cannot simply eradicate those three hounds. Beside him, a department head also chuckled bitterly. The principal is absent. Had he been present, he would surely have seen to it that those three pups were dispatched to the Imperial University. After a brief pause, his expression turned slightly serious. Those 3 pups are of little consequence. For now, we need not concern ourselves with them. Soon, the representatives from Imperial University will arrive. How shall we deal with them? The vice president chuckled slyly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Fear not, for I have devised a plan. Did I not recently lead a group of freshmen on a tour of the 6 gates? They are a cadre of elites, and I intend for them to take the lead. The rivalry between Imperial University and Imperial University is steeped in animosity. One could almost describe it as a profound vendetta. There was a time when a student from Imperial University assaulted a scion of a prominent family outside the campus, leading to considerable trouble for Imperial University when the latter sought retribution. The 2 institutions have developed a tradition of mutual animosity, reveling in the misfortunes they can inflict upon one another during exchanges. At this moment, the department head nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. The students are already incensed by those pups, and it appears that Imperial University is walking directly into the line of fire. The vice president erupted in laughter, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Soon, the students of Imperial University had cast aside thoughts of the 3 pups. After all, fighting was not an option, and they might not even prevail. The pressing matter at hand was to prepare for the incoming freshmen from Imperial University. At the entrance of the school, a group of students gathered around a young man with strikingly sharp eyebrows. Chief, why are we waiting here at the school gate for the fellows from Imperial University? One student inquired, perplexed. The young man, the new chief of Imperial University, replied coolly, I wish to ascertain whether there are any students among the freshmen from Imperial University who merit my attention. After all, there is none among our own. The group exchanged glances. Another student chuckled bitterly. But chief, those dozens personally led by the vice president on a tour of the 6 gates, are they not all elites? I have heard they even encountered some significant figures there. The young chief laughed lightly. Yet I am the chief. To me, they are merely a collection of useless individuals. I can only hope that the chief of Imperial University is not similarly inept. After a moment, he gazed wistfully at the sky. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly dull. The students exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the extraordinary arrogance of this second-place achiever. Indeed, were it not for a series of enigmatic individuals, he would have claimed the top position. As time passed slowly, several buses came to a halt at the entrance of Imperial University. The atmosphere at the Imperial Academy was tinged with a hint of agitation as members of the Imperial University arrived. They were eager and grinning, clearly prepared to give a thorough thrashing to those who had come from the Imperial University to engage in discussion. Meanwhile, Guo Fenghua observed the commotion at the school gate and let out a soft sneer. Indeed, such lowly humans still resort to infighting. Beside him, an elder from the Tengu clan shook his head solemnly. One cannot say that the finest among humanity have, in their early days, cultivated their invincibility through countless internal conflicts. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed the elder's face, seemingly lost in thought. Another youthful member of the Tengu clan stretched lazily. Well, this is quite fitting. With these 2 human universities clashing, the victorious side will certainly be filled with hubris, and then I shall relish in bringing them down a notch, shattering their mindset. Guo Fenghua shot him a glance. Be cautious. Do not provoke the ancient beings of the human race who are observing us. The young Tengu shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely a normal challenge. What can they possibly say? As these young beings exchanged words, at the entrance of the Imperial Academy, 30 or 40 buses opened their doors simultaneously. The first to disembark were not the esteemed Principal Long, but rather Li Yaoyao, pushing a wheelchair, and Gu Ping'an, who was cradling a black and white creature on the chair. The young chief and several of his entourage were momentarily taken aback. What was a disabled person doing here? And why was he holding a steel-eating beast? Soon, a throng of students surged down, filling the entrance of the Imperial Academy, standing behind the wheelchair-bound youth. It was an unwritten rule that in formal occasions, peers should not stand in front of the chief of their cohort. After a brief moment, Principal Long descended from the bus, smiling as he spoke. Now that we have arrived at the Imperial Academy, I trust those young ones are waiting for us inside. Let us follow Chief Gu as we enter. Just as his words faded, a jarring voice rang out from a distance. So, your chief from Imperial University is a cripple? The new students and Principal Long were momentarily stunned, while Li Yaoyao felt a surge of anger and turned to look. It was a young man standing at the gates of the Imperial Academy, with strikingly sharp brows and bright eyes, with a hint of disappointment. He shook his head, No fluctuations of vitality. He's just a waste. I am thoroughly disappointed. I did not expect the students of Imperial University to be such a bunch of failures. In an instant, the new students from Imperial University were incensed, with one shouting, "What in the world is this fellow? Purely a brainless fool. Damn it, I feel an urge to punch him. You've lost your legs. Yet our chief will still make you scream." Although they were all students of Imperial University, they did not understand why the principal had chosen Gu Pingyan, who was disabled, as their chief. However, when the moment called for unity, they instinctively rallied together. The sharp-browed youth sighed deeply. "Very well, it seems you are not worthy of my efforts. Let us leave it to the waste to deal with the waste." As he spoke, a look of melancholy crossed his face, embodying the loneliness of one perched atop a lofty height, and he turned to leave. Suddenly, the youth in the wheelchair, with a perplexed expression, tilted his head towards the stunning maiden pushing it. "Who is this foolish person?" Li Yaoyao shrugged her shoulders, her countenance one of bewilderment. "I have no idea." The youth, possessing striking features, paused and turned back, earnestly declaring, "Are you challenging me, the top student of Emperor University?" Gu Pingyan, maintaining a calm demeanor while cradling Gu Gungun, replied nonchalantly, "You are the top student of Emperor University? Very well." He stretched slightly, as if speaking to himself. "As a student of Emperor University, I cannot allow you to tarnish its reputation without an apology. Let this matter pass." As he spoke, the refined youth in the wheelchair offered a gentle smile, his expression indifferent. Meanwhile, within the halls of Emperor University, the vice principal furrowed his brow. What are those fellows at Emperor University dawdling about? After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand. "Follow me. Let us see what they are up to." Several new students who had previously visited the 6 doors nodded in agreement, responding respectfully. Thus, a procession made its way toward the school gate. Chapter 64. The sword opens a line to the sky. The dominant Gu Pingyan, the first-year top student of Emperor University, with striking features, retained his indifferent demeanor and slowly spoke. "A strong individual never apologizes to the weak. I merely state facts." He gazed seriously at the refined youth in the wheelchair. "Indeed, it is remarkable that you have ascended to the position of top student at Emperor University despite your physical limitations. However, in comparison to me, you still fall short." With that, he shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. "Old Gu, are you not going to confront him?" If it were me, I could hardly restrain myself. As the sage said, a gentleman does not wield power lightly. Enough of that. Gu Pingyan replied with a hint of exasperation as he pinched Gu Gungun's cheek. "Do not propagate your sayings from the Analects any further." The new students gaped in astonishment, and both Principal Long and the departing top student of Emperor University froze in disbelief. Had the iron-eating beast just spoken? It had not yet transformed into human form, yet articulated human speech. This was a being of the Duke level. Principal Long blinked, while the students of Emperor University gasped in astonishment. The wheelchair-bound youth, with the iron-eating beast in his arms, possessed a Duke-level creature. Who was this young man? The departing top student of Emperor University halted, his expression unprecedentedly grave. "A Duke-level creature. It seems your lineage is quite extraordinary. However, that is merely your heritage and does not reflect your own power. But if you were to command this iron-eating beast against me, I would indeed not stand a chance." With a calm smile, he continued, "However, relying solely on my own strength, even without the use of my legs, you are far from my match." Before he could finish, a cacophony of footsteps resounded from behind. A group of elite freshmen from Emperor Hua University, accompanied by the vice president, approached briskly. Even before their arrival, their voices resonated. "Oh, is the esteemed Principal Long here in person? How intriguing that our freshman leader has been barred at the entrance." I turned to reprimand the youth, who seemed to lack basic courtesy. The vice president of Emperor Hua University patted the freshman leader's shoulder with a heavy hand, striding forward with an air of superiority. He cast a glance at the visibly perturbed students from the Imperial Capital University, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Last year, during an exchange visit to the Imperial Capital University, he had endured considerable humiliation. This year, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. With a smile, he nonchalantly surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately landing on a refined young man seated in a wheelchair, cradling a black and white ball of fluff. The vice president's confident stride abruptly halted, his expression turning blank. He looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, He seems increasingly recognizable. Wait a moment. The group of elite freshmen, equally frozen, collectively gasped. How could this young man in the wheelchair resemble the one who had exerted such overwhelming pressure on the six gates just days prior? The more they looked, the more uncanny the resemblance became. In that instant, the hearts of the vice president and his entourage plummeted. Could it truly be that boy, the one who, pushed by the chief justice, had a figure from the Zhao family in attendance, addressed as Gu Sheng, and had commanded respect from the formidable detective Chen Chuan? Was he indeed a freshman at the Imperial Capital University? Unbelievable. The elite freshmen from Emperor Hua University and the vice president were not naive. They knew that the day the boy had dominated the six gates, the Zhang family had been annihilated. To claim that there was no connection between this boy and that event was simply implausible. Such an individual could not possibly be a mere freshman at the Imperial Capital University. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Principal Long's gaze flickered as he astutely noticed that the group, including the shameless old man, seemed to be rendered speechless by Gu Ping'an. Could it be that they recognized this boy, whose information was shrouded in secrecy? The freshmen from the Imperial Capital University appeared bewildered just moments ago. Their opponents had been brimming with confidence, yet now they seemed diminished. Gu Ping'an, cradling the fluffy Gu Gun Gun, smiled gently and asked, "What is your name?" The freshman leader from Emperor Hua University replied coolly, "Yi Tianan. If you wish to challenge me, I, Yi, am always ready to engage. However, in your current state, I could easily subdue you with just one hand." Yet, the vice president of Emperor Hua University suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled. "Ah, Gu Sheng. It has been a long time indeed." The Emperor Hua freshman leader was momentarily taken aback, while understanding dawned in Principal Long's eyes. The freshmen from the Imperial Capital University exchanged puzzled glances. Did that formidable-looking elder seem to know Gu Ping'an? Moreover, did he appear to harbor a hint of trepidation? Gu Ping'an inclined his head slightly towards the vice principal of Emperor Hua, then turned to the somewhat bewildered Yi Tianan and spoke softly. "Your pride runs deep, which is commendable. In the realm of martial arts, possessing an indomitable spirit is of utmost significance." Pausing briefly, the young man gently scratched the head of the black and white creature in his arms, his voice cold and clear. "I shall refrain from confronting you, lest I shatter your indomitable spirit. However, it is imperative that you comprehend that there are always greater heights beyond what you perceive, and individuals more formidable than yourself. To prevent you from faltering in the face of shadows or succumbing to the myriad races." As he spoke, Gu Ping'an lightly patted the tender palm of the young girl. "Xiao Yao Yao, resting on the wheelchair, please fetch me a twig." Xiao Yao Yao glanced at Gu Ping'an, pondering, is he going to wield a twig as a sword, aiming for the heavens again? Yet, she concealed her thoughts and cheerfully scampered to a nearby tree, picking up a twig and returning to present it to Gu Ping'an. The youth leaned against the wheelchair, his left hand gently caressing the creature, while his right grasped the withered twig, his tone unremarkable. "Yi Tianan, remember, possessing an indomitable spirit is admirable, yet such a spirit should not breed arrogance nor disdain for others, nor should it foster an attitude of singular superiority." As his words fell, he pointed the twig skyward. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a tempest roared, spring thunder rumbled, and the clear sky was instantaneously shrouded in dense clouds. Then, with a subtle flourish of the twig, the heavy clouds rolled aside, revealing a chasm like a heavenly rift through which sunlight poured forth, casting a golden hue. Everyone stood rooted in astonishment. Both the freshmen of the Imperial Capital University and the students of Emperor Hua were rendered speechless, while Principal Long and the vice principal of Emperor Hua swallowed audibly. Was that the essence of sword intent? No, it was not merely sword intent, but something far more terrifying. It was neither the intricate sword techniques nor the overwhelming sword chi, but rather an ordinary slice that commanded the dark clouds to part and the heavens to open a crack. A realization dawned upon Principal Long and the vice principal of Emperor Hua simultaneously. This youth was at the King realm. Their minds shook with disbelief, their very beings trembling from spine to hair. Although one was a revered elder and the other a pinnacle King realm expert, they found it hard to accept that a freshman, barely 18 or 19 years of age, could possess such power. Principal Long suddenly understood why all information regarding this youth was classified. A sense of unease gripped him. Gu Ping'an had acted recklessly, exposing his cultivation, which could attract the ire of powerful adversaries at the revered level. After all, he was still a youth, too eager to showcase his brilliance, unable to remain composed. Yi Tianin was the first to regain his senses. He raised his head slightly, gazing at the seemingly endless rift in the sky, rendered speechless for a long while. You need not feel lost. On the wheelchair, the twig in the youth's hand disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind. You are a prodigy, blessed with an indomitable spirit. If you do not falter, you shall undoubtedly become a pillar of the human race in the future. Yi Tianin gazed intently at the youth in the wheelchair, remaining silent for an extended moment before softly uttering, "I apologize. I was indeed arrogant." The young man smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Gu Gungun's hair. "No harm done. Let us proceed. We are here to engage with the esteemed Dihua." Li Yao Yao understood the unspoken sentiment and began to push Gu Pingyan forward, gradually crossing the school gate and entering Dihua. The students from various universities in the capital regained their composure, exchanging glances before silently following the youth. At this moment, they suddenly comprehended the reason behind the principal's decision to appoint Gu Pingyan as the chief. Not only was he fit for the first-year leadership, but he could easily excel even as a senior. Principal Long, trailing behind the crowd, walked with a self-satisfied demeanor, lightly patting the shoulder of the vice principal of Dihua as he passed, and solemnly remarked, "For the next 4 years, if you encounter students from our D University, perhaps it would be wise to take a detour." The vice principal of Dihua wore a grim expression, biting his teeth in frustration. "Long, you are truly fortunate." He soon fell into a despondent state, pondering how he could assert dominance over D University when it seemed that Gu Pingyan alone could effortlessly subdue the entire student body of Dihua. A wave of indignation washed over him. Last year, he had led a team to D University and suffered humiliation, and now, in what should have been their home turf, it appeared they were destined for another round of disgrace. Those must be the students from D University, right? Finally, they have arrived. Today promises to be entertaining. In the corridors of Dihua University, many students were engaged in lively discussions, oblivious to the earlier events at the school gate. The recent meteorological changes were simply regarded as a normal occurrence of spring and summer, as there had been neither the presence of sword intent nor the flash of sword light. Meanwhile, the trio from the Tengu clan wore expressions of displeasure. One of the youths scoffed, "Is that cripple cradling a steel-eater beast?" A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Recently, the king of the steel-eater had inexplicably become enraged, forcing the Tengu clan's king to apologize, only to be unceremoniously cast out upon arriving in the ancient realm of the Steel-Eater, shattering numerous stars in the process. This incident had long been a source of shame for the Tengu clan, although they dared not confront the Steel-Eater king directly. Venting their frustrations by hunting 1 or 2 Steel-Eaters was still permissible. Gu Fenghua's eyes sparkled with ambition. It seems the students from D University have chosen that cripple in the wheelchair as their leader. He must be the so-called chief. Let us teach him a lesson and take down that Steel-Eater while we're at it. The elder of the Tengu clan hesitated but ultimately remained silent, lowering his head slightly. However, Gu Fenghua and the youthful Tengu did not notice the peculiar light flickering in the elder's eyes as he bowed his head. Meanwhile, the unfolding events continued. Li Yao pushed Gu Pingyan as they wandered through the campus of Dihua University. A frown creased her brow as she softly remarked, "Little Gu, I cannot quite explain it, but I am plagued by an ominous premonition." Gu Pingyan gently patted her hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I am here." Yet, he too furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss at Dihua University, though he could not pinpoint exactly what. It was an unsettling sensation. At that moment, the vice president of Dihua, hastily catching up, forced a smile while conversing with Principal Long. "Principal Long, for this year's exchange program, shall we consider switching to a lecture experience instead?" Principal Long cast a dismissive glance toward him, haughtily retorting, "That is out of the question. In previous years, it has always been martial combat. How can we change it this year? Moreover, isn't it customary for martial arts universities to engage in competitions?" The vice president of Dihua twitched at the corner of his eye, internally cursing, wondering how they could be compared. If the Gu youth were on their side, he would gladly agree to a competition. Immediately, the vice president donned a forced smile. "I propose," but before he could finish, a throng of freshmen from Dihua had already blocked their path. "So you are from Daijing University? Speak, is it a life-and-death match or an unrestricted duel? Today, we shall make you submit." Principal Long cast a bemused glance at the vice president of Dihua, who was now looking rather grim. "What is the matter? Are you from Daijing University afraid to respond?" I say. Suddenly, a loud clap silenced the raucous crowd. It was Yi Tiannan, his expression impassive, as he single-handedly subdued a shouting student to the ground. Shameful display. The freshmen of Dihua were momentarily stunned, then erupted in outrage. You traitor, Yi Tiannan. Now that you are the champion, you have defected? I have always suspected this Yi Tiannan was no good. Brothers, let us take him down. Dog. You must be with those celestial dogs, Yi Tiannan. Do you enjoy being a lapdog? The entire playground erupted in chaos, while the students from Daijing University looked on with peculiar expressions, as if watching a spectacle unfold. Gu Ping'an paid little heed to the tumult. Instead, he meticulously observed the surroundings of Dihua University, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in the air, yet unable to articulate why. Enough! A thunderous voice cut through the clamor, instantly silencing the freshmen of Dihua. It was the vice president. His face darkened, speaking in a low, stern tone. Such uproar is unbecoming. All of you, return to your dormitories at once. You are confined for a day. The freshmen of Dihua, except for the few informed elites, and Yi Tiannan, gaped in astonishment, while the upperclassmen observing from the lecture hall were equally bewildered. The vice president seemed poised to continue his reprimand when a sharp voice interjected. Is this what you call the pride of the human race? The crowd paused momentarily, their gazes shifting towards 3 individuals from the Tengu clan, among whom a woman spoke. Principal Long narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss with the elder from the Tengu clan. At that moment, Gu Ping'an also turned his head, his indifferent gaze settling on the trio, ultimately fixating on the elder. A familiar aura emanated from him. Did this elder possess a treasure akin to the Blood Sea Spear? Such treasures are typically imbued with extraordinary properties, like the Blood Sea Spear capable of conjuring formations, or the handkerchief of the celestial official that obscures all prying eyes. What sort of treasure was this Tengu elder carrying, and for what purpose? A glimmer of insight flashed in Gu Ping'an's eyes. Meanwhile, Ji Yufenghu spoke coolly. As for the so-called human prodigies, they largely appear feeble and are predominantly weak martial artists. Is there only one master among them? She gestured towards Yi Tiannan, stating, You are somewhat decent. Yi Tiannan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Beside him, a youth from the Tengu clan sneered, Oh, is there even a young iron-eating beast here? Huh. This clan merely relies on superficial charm to please the ancestral star, a true disgrace among all races. Do you wish to die? Gu Gun suddenly interjected fiercely, Keep insulting, and I shall have my father level the Tengu realm. The youth and Ji Yufenghu were taken aback, and soon, the students from Emperor Hua University were in an uproar. The iron-eating beast could speak? A being at the Duke level? Ji Yufenghu regained her composure, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. To reach Duke level at such a young age was indeed remarkable, a true prodigy, especially for the iron-eating beast clan. Such a being could not be left unchecked. Just as her thoughts swirled, the boy in the wheelchair suddenly spoke. What is the purpose of the Tengu clan's arrival at the ancestral star? The Tengu youth scoffed. What business is it of yours? Before he could finish, he erupted into a mist of blood. The entire scene was frozen in shock. Gu Ping'an withdrew his hand, gently wiping the blood from his palm, and addressed the trembling Ji Yufenghu with a calm demeanor. Now, it is your turn to speak. Chapter 65. Entering the nation-guarding level, the great Luo sword embryo approaches the mountain and sea. Meanwhile, in the depths of the starry sky, the celestial god clan, one of the ancient clans, does not reside in the ancient realm. Rather, the entire cosmos serves as their dwelling. Each member of the celestial god clan embodies a celestial body, or rather, a planet endowed with self-awareness. Thus, upon their inception, they possess the strength of the mountain and sea realm, or even the divine realm, albeit with exceedingly slow growth. At this moment, in the depths of the cosmos, a planet with a diameter exceeding that of an entire stellar system loomed before them. The Rakshasa king from the Rakshasa clan and the immortal king Tuoba from the immortal clan arrived simultaneously, their terrifying celestial might shaking the entire starry expanse, causing countless stars to tremble precariously. Isao Gu King, Isao Gu King. Under the simultaneous summons of 2 immortal beings, the immense and boundless celestial sphere trembled ever so slightly. Soon thereafter, a grand and soul-stirring voice resonated throughout the starry expanse. Rakshasa Tuoba, what brings you here? The Rakshasa king responded with utmost reverence. Ancient King Isogwo, we intend to once again approach the celestial Great Wall, and we wish to invite you to join us. Have you not always desired to station yourself within the starry realms of the Great Wall? The Ancient King, another title for the sovereign above immortality, remained the sole entity in the cosmos, or rather, one sphere, still treading upon the earthly domain. Should Ancient King Isogwo choose to intervene, perhaps the celestial Great Wall could indeed be breached. After a prolonged silence, Isogwo spoke with a slow yet commanding tone. Has that individual from the ancient celestial city departed? His voice reverberated through the starry heavens, tinged with a hint of trepidation and reluctance. The Rakshasa king respectfully nodded, in response to Ancient King Isogwo. The one who forged the celestial Great Wall for the human race has indeed been missing for many years. Another pause ensued. Very well. I shall also approach the celestial Great Wall. Should you deceive me, I will make a round through the ancient celestial realm and the ancient Rakshasa realm. The two immortal beings shuddered and then nodded in respectful agreement. The ancient king of the celestial clan whispered, Ancient King Isogwo, rest assured. We have made certain arrangements on our ancestral star. When the time comes, the ancestral star may be preoccupied and unable to attend to the celestial Great Wall, rendering the breach effortless. At Emperor Hua University, silence enveloped the auditorium. Countless students and faculty stood frozen in place, astonished that the youth had so effortlessly dispatched a Tengu student with a mere slap. While it brought a sense of satisfaction, both Principal Long and the Vice Principal exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Nevertheless, they refrained from comment. The Tengu clan had been dealt with, and if Gu Ping'an chose not to intervene, they were tempted to act. Leaning back in his wheelchair, Gu Ping'an wiped the blood from his hands and gently patted the soft palm of Xiao Yaoyao. He then turned to Go Fenghua and inquired with a calm demeanor, therefore, I ask you once more, what is the purpose of your Tengu clan's visit to the ancestral star? A subtle pressure emanated from the void, enveloping the Tengu girl, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her legs buckled, and she found herself kneeling, struggling to articulate. I do not know. I truly do not know. We merely came for exchange and learning. The once haughty Tengu girl now exhibited no trace of pride, only embarrassment and anxiety. She could hardly fathom that despite having received permission from the immortals of the human race to arrive at the ancestral star, this youth could so casually take a life. Gu Ping'an gently stroked Gu Gungun's head and sighed. Since you know not, what use are you to me? Go to the Yellow Springs, go to the Yellow Springs. Go Fenghua's visage contorted in an instant, a shriek nearly escaping her lips as an icy sensation coursed from her tailbone along her spine, surging towards the nape of her neck, causing her scalp to tingle. However, Gu Ping'an did not grant her the opportunity to vocalize her terror. His palm descended with precision, a mere whisper of movement brushing lightly over the crown of Go Fenghua's head. Her skull shattered, her lifeless body collapsing to the ground in silence. At that moment, every student and teacher at Dihua University held their breath, not daring to exhale. The once boisterous first-year students of Dihua suddenly grasped why the vice principal had urged them to silence. If this individual turned his wrath upon them, it would surely mean a swift demise for each. This youth in the wheelchair exhibited an alarming ferocity, did he not? Whether they hailed from the imperial capital or Dihua, the freshmen all harbored a sense of unease regarding Gu Ping'an's ruthlessness. Yet the upperclassmen did not share this sentiment. They understood all too well that those who opposed humanity deserved death. The myriad of foes that threatened mankind warranted annihilation. No act of slaughter could be deemed excessive, for countless lives had been lost at the hands of the adversaries each year, and many had perished valiantly upon the starry battlements, their blood staining the cosmos. Yet, who exactly was this youth? The two members of the Tengu clan, undoubtedly masters in their own right, had been effortlessly dispatched. Was this youth truly a mere freshman? Where did such terrifying prowess originate? In an instant, many minds flashed back to the top secret list of examination results, marked with an ominous number 1. A dawning realization swept through them. Gu Ping'an playfully teased Gu Gungun, his gaze growing slightly solemn as it settled on the elder of the Tengu clan. And you must be their guardian, correct? Why do you not intervene? After a brief pause, Gu Ping'an leaned forward slightly, causing Gu Gungun to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Or perhaps you are the true envoy sent by the Tengu to the ancestral planet, disguised as a guardian to fulfill some ulterior motive? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Principal Long and the vice principal of Dihua raised their brows in surprise. This elder from the Tengu clan, who had allowed 2 of his clan's prodigies to fall, seemed to harbor ulterior motives. There was something amiss about him. The elder from the Tengu clan lowered his gaze, his back slightly hunched, and spoke with admiration. Truly worthy of being a prodigy of humanity, should you continue to grow. You will undoubtedly become a force akin to a mountain or even a deity. After a moment's pause, the elder lamented, "Yet, ultimately, you shall perish here, alongside these thousands of talented humans. I can consider that a significant achievement." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Principal Long acted decisively, a resonant hum emanating from the essence within him, as the forces of the universe trembled in the void, intentionally materializing. Unexpectedly, the elder merely smiled slowly, a fervor igniting in his eyes as a verdant orb emerged from the ether. The emerald beads spun gracefully, effortlessly intercepting the lethal strike from Principal Long. Soon, a faint luminescence emerged upon the verdant sphere, enveloping the entire Empire University in its glow. For a fleeting moment, the institution sparkled before returning to its ordinary state. Should a formidable entity cast its gaze upon Empire University at that moment, it would perceive only the normalcy of students and faculty, as the shimmering veil concealed all, reflecting erroneous and fabricated information. The elder of the Tengu clan smiled with a sickly fervor, his eyes ablaze with zeal. Descend, descend, descend. The emerald beads trembled violently, causing the void to collapse in waves, as if something was about to emerge. Gu Ping'an's heart raced, an ominous premonition rising within him. Without hesitation, he extended his left hand, erect as a sword. Sword 9, spanning 6,000 miles. A torrent of sword energy surged forth from the clouds, intertwining into a mighty river, cascading down like the Milky Way in reverse. The luminous barriers surrounding Empire University quivered slightly, effortlessly containing all anomalies within its bounds, rendering them imperceptible to the outside world. Many students could not help but gape, dumbfounded, as the descending sword energy engulfed the elder of the Tengu clan. His fervor diminished to a whisper, as he began to dissolve beneath the onslaught of the sword energy, yet his smile remained as he bellowed, "Too late, too late." With those words, the pinnacle king of the Tengu clan was entirely consumed. Simultaneously, the emerald beads shattered completely, and figures began to descend from the remnants. In the realm of the iron-eating beast, the king scratched his rear, momentarily pausing his munching on celestial bamboo, perplexed as he muttered to himself, Why can I no longer sense that wretched boy?" He furrowed his brow in contemplation. In but an instant, no more than 3 seconds, the iron-eating beast king yawned, slumping back into his divine bamboo chair, and resumed his delightful feast on the celestial bamboo. Forget it, forget it. He's just my son. If he's dead, so be it. I can always awaken his mother to forcibly open the yellow springs for a revival. With that thought, a flicker of gloom crossed the iron-eating beast king's visage. Alas, that foolish lad had been nailed to the starry great wall, his very soul dissipated, rendering any attempt to forcibly open the yellow springs futile. With a sigh, the iron-eating beast king resumed gnawing on the bamboo, grumbling, "Once I'm healed, I'll wreak havoc in the ancient realm of the celestial beings." In the ancestral star of the great Ming kingdom, within a grand council hall, the immortal kings of the 7 nations, Great Zhou, Great Ming, Great Shang, Iron Tower, Divine Eagle, Neon, and Sunset, gathered alongside the Northern Realm King who guarded the starry Great Wall. The ruler of the Great Qin Kingdom, a deity-level sovereign, was present as well, for the king of the Great Qin had already perished in battle. Among humankind, upon reaching the immortal realm, one is honored with the title of king to signify respect. Wang Huan of the Great Ming surveyed the surroundings and spoke with a steady demeanor. "News has arrived from those who linger in the ancient city deep within the starry expanse. The Rakshasa King and the celestial Tuoba Xianwang have departed from their respective ancient realms. I suspect they may intend to breach the gates once more." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several immortal kings and the sovereign of the Great Qin grew grave. To breach the gates again? The Eagle King voiced his concern. If the myriad clans attempt to breach once more, their preparations will undoubtedly be thorough, and we may once again witness the fall of immortals in battle. He glanced at the sovereign of the Great Qin. The king of the Great Zhou pondered for a moment before exhaling a heavy breath, asserting with conviction, "If it comes to that, the sovereign of the Great Qin shall guard our ancestral star while we proceed to the starry Great Wall. 8 immortals should suffice to activate the measures left by the one who established the wall, and dispatching 1 or 2 immortals would not pose a challenge." "I disagree. countered the Neon King. If we all depart, what shall we do about the backlight who may cause chaos? We know not which members of the High Council or which great legislators among our kin may be aligned with them. Those who reach the realm of kings can join the Council of 9 Nations as legislators, and those who achieve the Mountain Sea realm at the national level can become great legislators, thus forming the decision-making body of humanity. A heated debate ensued among the various kings, each arguing how to confront the potential resurgence of the Celestial and Rakshasa clans. After a while, the sovereign of the Great Qin, who had remained silent, unexpectedly spoke. I stand on the brink of immortality. At this declaration, the meeting room fell into a sudden silence, the kings taken aback. The king of the Great Zhou scrutinized the sovereign of the Great Qin closely and exclaimed, "Indeed, you have already begun to embody the essence of immortality. If you can break through during this period, the myriad clans' attempt to breach the gates will pose little threat. The greatest peril facing humanity now is the necessity of at least 8 immortals to activate the ultimate measures on the starry Great Wall. If all immortals were to journey there, none would remain to safeguard the ancestral star. Should a backlight of perhaps divine caliber instigate chaos, the concerns would dissipate once the sovereign of the Great Qin ascends to immortality." The Neon King could not contain his curiosity. "How have you grasped the essence of immortality so swiftly? It seems quite implausible." The sovereign of the Great Qin smiled lightly, responding with measured humility, "It is due to a young man." As he spoke, his thoughts wandered momentarily. On that day, the ruler of the long-fallen Tang sought him out, offering an immortal seed in exchange for the protection of a young man. He had agreed and elevated the confidentiality of that young man's information to the utmost level. He wondered how the young man fared. It was time to revisit and see him. Promises made must be fulfilled. At this very moment, at Emperor Hua University, the void trembled and collapsed inch by inch as 10 figures emerged from the shattered emerald orbs. 10 beings of the Mountain Sea realm. This has reached its limit. If one were to attain the divine realm, no method could escape the scrutiny of the starry Great Wall. The Celestial Dog Clan, at the cost of their clan's pseudo-immortal treasures, managed only to bring 10 elite figures from various races in the Mountain Sea realm to the ancestral star. Nevertheless, this suffices. The terrifying aura of the 10 Mountain Sea beings surged forth in an instant, overwhelming many students and teachers who were unable to withstand such formidable pressure, their bodies instinctively protecting themselves, forcing them into a state of unconsciousness. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, with Li Yaoyao being no exception. Even the newly ascended Principal Long was struggling to endure, while the vice principal of the Dihua Academy had already succumbed to unconsciousness. However, the boy in the wheelchair remained calm, undisturbed, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere. Principal Long's eyes widened in astonishment. His thoughts became slightly muddled. What was the nature of this boy? Could he truly be merely a figure of the King realm? This thought lingered in Principal Long's mind as the overwhelming aura of the 10 Mountain Sea beings spread unchecked. Even he could not withstand such immense mental pressure and was forced into unconsciousness. Had he not succumbed, he might have faced the risk of his spirit fracturing under the strain. The only ones remaining conscious at the Imperial Hua University were the 10 extraterrestrial Mountain Sea visitors and the boy in the wheelchair, along with Gu Gongan cradled in his arms. A Mountain Sea expert from the celestial race cast a surprised glance, then chuckled. "I did not expect an unexpected gain. A true prodigy of the half-step Mountain Sea realm. And the Iron-Eating Beast, heir to the Iron-Eating Beast King?" Another Mountain Sea powerhouse from the Rakshasa clan slightly nodded, visibly moved. "Ah, that boy is somewhat extraordinary. He seems devoid of the aura of an immortal bloodline, yet has reached the half-step Mountain Sea realm. How has he achieved this?" Speaking thus, the Rakshasa expert shook his head and chuckled nonchalantly. "Ah, it matters not. Let us simply eliminate him." With that, murderous intent surged in the eyes of the 10 Mountain Sea beings. Though they were all lofty powers, they had come to the ancestral star prepared to face death. Their sole objective was to wreak havoc in the imperial capital while the ruler of the Great Qin was absent, ensuring that when the time came to strike, the human immortals would not dare to emerge en masse, nor could they activate the terrifying mechanisms of the starry Great Wall. At this moment, Gu Pingan's expression grew unusually grave, and Gu Gongan appeared fearful, tugging at Gu Pingan's hand and murmuring, "Old Gu, why don't we just feign as well?" Gu Pingan remained silent, gently stroking Gu Gongan's head, speaking softly, "Let us take a nap. When we awaken, all will be well." With that, Before Gongan could react, he struck decisively at the back of its head. Gongan was forced into a physical unconsciousness. What do these humans intend to do? The Tengu clan's formidable presence spoke with intriguing nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of slaughter. Does he think he can confront us alone? Another powerful entity chuckled, observing. It appears that the son of the iron-eating beast king possesses some remnants of his father's legacy. Alas, he has squandered his only chance to turn the tide. The various formidable beings of the Shanhai realm engaged in casual discourse, paying little heed to the youth in the wheelchair. After all, while the boy was undeniably prodigious, he had yet to ascend to the Shanhai realm. Even if he did, it would matter not, for they could easily subdue him. All 10 of them were the pinnacle of Shanhai prowess, teetering on the edge of divinity. Where shall we commence our slaughter? Inquired a powerful being of the Rakshasa clan. According to our intelligence, the current imperial capital of the Great Qin has only one official at the Shanhai level, without any divine presence. A celestial being brandished a sword enveloped in ethereal light. Let us proceed at will. The Great Qin is under the protection of destiny and cannot be annihilated in a single blow. We shall see if we can obliterate this city before the Immortals can react. With the reaction speed of the Immortals, they would be detected the moment they emerged from concealment, and those Immortals could eradicate them in an instant from afar. Thus, once they struck, they would have but a fleeting moment to act. The assembly of deathly warriors began to deliberate on how to maximize destruction in an ephemeral instant. You are quite impolite. The boy in the wheelchair interjected earnestly. Do you not care about me? The powerful beings turned in surprise, and the Tengu clan's entity could not suppress a laugh. Is this boy so eager for death? Let us grant him his wish. Gu Pingyan sat in his wheelchair, letting out a soft sigh. If you wish to kill me, may I pose a question first? Before the formidable beings could respond, he quietly asked. This formation conceals the fluctuations of 10 Shanhai beings. Can it also obscure the remnants of a shattered supreme treasure above the immortal level? The 10 powerful beings fell into a momentary stupor, soon overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. A broad smile graced Gu Pingyan's face. I surmise it should not pose much of a problem. After all, it is merely a matter of concealing fluctuations. He had already reached a resolution. Against 10 formidable beings, even if he disregarded the consequences and employed the sword technique of cutting cause and effect, he could at most slay one Shanhai being before being suppressed in an instant. There was no other recourse. He would have to wield the Deluo sword embryo. Though it was merely a quarter, just a hilt, as a weapon once possessed by a supreme figure of unparalleled authority, it should suffice against a Shanhai being. One would think. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the 10 formidable beings, a bare sword hilt materialized in the boy's hand. Celestial light rained down, accompanied by the wails of gods and demons, heralding an unfathomable terror and might. Gu Pingyan sensed an immediate tremor within his Dao seed upon grasping the Deluo sword embryo, as the half that had yet to bloom unfurled in tandem. Momentarily subdued by the causal price enforced by the Deluo sword embryo, the youth rose from his wheelchair, placing the black and white orb upon the ground, his grip tightening around the bare sword hilt, as ethereal celestial light enveloped him, emanating the profound aura of the Mountain Sea realm. Chapter 66. My sword is as vast as the sky, severing the 10 mountains and seas, shaking the imperial capital. At Emperor Hua University, the 10 formidable beings of various races suddenly grew grave, their gazes flickering with trepidation. What was this? It seemed to be a weapon of Dao surpassing immortality. In an instant, the spines of these top-tier powers trembled, an atmosphere of solemnity enveloping them. With the Deluo sword embryo in hand, Gu Pingyan stood amidst the ethereal light, the flowering phenomenon of his Dao seed from the Mountain Sea realm still persisting. As the heavens rained down with brilliance and golden lotuses surged from the earth, had it not been for the array concealing them, a purple aura would have surged over 30,000 miles from the east. Then, the might of the heavens erupted. The youth, sword in hand, stood against the sky, his voice resonating like a great bell. To sever you foreign races is akin to slaying mere chickens and dogs. As the words fell, Gu Pingyan struck. It was an ordinary sword strike, devoid of sword intent or blinding light. Yet the sword energy surged forth, presenting the Deluo sword embryo as it extended forward, revealing a scene of blooming celestial flowers behind him. The sword descended. A being of the celestial race was pierced through the chest, lingering astonishment etched upon his face. Desperate to utter something, yet words failed him. In the next moment, He collapsed under the horrified gazes of the remaining Mountain Sea Peak powers. One was slain. The remaining 9 regained their senses as a powerful being of the Rakshasa race bellowed, "Everyone, unite. Subdue this youth." With that, he conjured a long spear, conjuring a tumultuous sea of blood that surged toward the sword-wielding youth. The other formidable beings also took action, each revealing blooming celestial flowers of their Tao seeds, wielding treasures of the Mountain Sea realm, attacking with their own profound intent. Gu Ping'an maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the imminent onslaught of 9 peak Mountain Sea powers. Holding the Deluo sword embryo, he felt an overwhelming force radiating from within him, as if even a deity standing before him could be contended with and vanquished. Immediately, Gu Ping'an raised the Deluo sword embryo toward the heavens, softly admonishing, "One sword spans 6,000 miles. One sword opens the heavenly gate. One sword ventures into the yellow springs." With a single sword technique, 2 streams of sword intent surged forth. The heavenly gate swung wide, the yellow springs roared, and the sword energy cascaded down like a river of stars. The void rippled, fracturing bit by bit, disintegrating into the most primal dust and powder. At that moment, even dimensions were affected, as some fractured voids began to flatten, descending into 2 dimensions, transforming into a colossal and terrifying tableau. The 9 formidable beings experienced a dramatic transformation in their countenances as a chilling sensation surged from their tailbones, coursing along their spines and culminating at the crown of their heads, causing their scalps to tingle and every hair on their bodies to stand erect. The celestial gates crumbled. The yellow springs surged, and the 2 mighty entities of the Rakshasa clan coughed blood, their corporeal forms disintegrating. A torrent of sword energy, spanning 6,000 miles, descended, obliterating the Tengu clan's powers and extinguishing their flower paths. With a single stroke, 3 renowned figures fell. The remaining 6 from the myriad clans, at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, were gripped by fear, dumbfounded and paralyzed by terror. Is this real? 1 sword, and 3 eminent beings perish? What caliber of Tao weapon is that sword hilt in the hands of the youth, and what tier of supreme treasure does it represent? Moreover, it appeared to be in a state of ruin. Had it been intact, how cataclysmic would its power have been? Gu Ping'an afforded them little time for contemplation. Once more, the celestial sword embryo radiated with cascading celestial light, accompanied by the anguished cries of gods and demons, thrusting forth with vigor. With a sickening sound, the 5th mighty being fell. The remaining 5 began to spiral into madness. The being of the Chaos clan, enveloped in swirling mists, bellowed violently, "Kill!" His spear silently pierced the void, materializing behind Gu Ping'an, its tip ignited by a pure, immaculate flame. With a sudden movement, Gu Ping'an sidestepped, narrowly deflecting the spear's point with the celestial sword embryo, yet he too suffered, as his arm trembled and muscle fibers were shredded. Another formidable figure from the Buddhist clan joined forces, their hands pressed together, radiating resplendent Buddhist light, chanting, "Amitba, Earth Store Bodhisattva, Prajnaparamita, Great Might Heavenly Dragon." As he spoke, his palms struck outward, the brilliant Buddhist light transforming into a colossal swastika that rent the fabric of reality. Gu Ping'an, enduring the agony of his torn arm, growled lowly, "Do you think you are a sea of Dharma?" Before his words could settle, the celestial sword embryo was hoisted high. The perfect level of the initiation sword intent manifested a vast celestial gate, and then, with a sweeping motion, the youth brought the sword down. The celestial gate crashing down with overwhelming force. With a thunderous boom, the Buddhist light shattered, and the Buddhist mighty being was obliterated, their merit wheel shattered. Their corporeal form disintegrated, and their soul departed. The 6th mighty being fell. "Leave no mercy," cried the woman of the Phoenix clan, her voice piercing, revealing her true form as a fire-drenched divine phoenix, her eyes gleaming with treasure light, piercing through the void. The 2 mighty beings of the Chaos clan and the being of the Golden Crow clan also revealed their true forms. 2 terrifying masses of chaotic mist and a 3-legged golden crow. As the 3-legged golden crow emerged, an overwhelming heat surged forth, radiating in all directions, causing Gu Ping'an's expression to shift dramatically. He hastily took action, disregarding the divine phoenix's strike, exerting all his strength to bloom celestial flowers, shielding the numerous unconscious teachers and students within the Imperial Hua University. The divine light emanating from the powerful being of the Phoenix clan pierced through Gu Pingin's heart, while the terrifying heat released by the three-legged golden crow melted the entirety of Dihua University. Fortunately, the protective barrier of the celestial flower held firm. Although the structures dissolved, no one was harmed. Gu Pingin coughed up blood as his shattered heart began to heal slowly, yet resolutely. He let out a low roar. "Kneel before me." Subsequently, the great Luo sword in his hand traversed the void and struck down upon the Phoenix clan's formidable head with a resounding crash. The being did not even have time to utter a sound before plummeting from the sky. And before it could touch the surging magma that had transformed Dihua University into a colossal pit, its soul was obliterated, resulting in its demise. The seventh formidable being had perished. The two powerful members of the Chaos Clan and the Golden Crow were struck with fear, and the Golden Crow emitted an incredulous screech. "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Gu Pingin remained silent, responding only with a swift strike of his sword. The blade's radiance arrived in an instant. And although the three-legged Golden Crow attempted to evade, one of its wings was still grazed by the sword light. It let out a wretched cry as half of its wing was severed, and the dreadful sword light entangled the wound, shattering the newly grown flesh. One of the powerful beings from the Chaos Clan bellowed, "Lift the concealment and swiftly destroy the Imperial capital." As it spoke, it prepared to act, intending to dismantle the barrier that enveloped Dihua. "You dare!" the youth exclaimed, coughing blood as ancient and majestic energy suddenly filled his eyes. In his gaze, the entire world was interwoven with stellar lines. The cause was severed. The sword struck forth, forcefully cutting off the reason behind the Chaos Clan's being's attempt to dispel the barrier. The fading barrier stabilized once more, leaving the Chaos Clan's powerful being frozen in shock, its face a mask of astonishment. With the cause for dismantling the barrier eliminated, the barrier naturally remained intact. The severely injured three-legged Golden Crow, in a state of terror, cried out hoarsely, "Causality? Is this the path of causality?" At this moment, all three powerful beings were filled with disbelief. This young human, despite his tender age, had already stepped into the realm of mountains and seas, wielding a treasure that surpassed the immortal realm. Now he was even delving into the path of causality. The myriad clans were in peril. They seemed to witness the rise of an unparalleled existence, envisioning this youth one day exerting dominion over the entire starry sky, causing a chill to run through their hearts. Gu Pingin coughed up blood again. Severing the cause behind the Chaos Clan's powerful being's attack was not overly difficult, and the cost was not severe, only slightly worsening his injuries. He immediately struck again, sketching a torrential path of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs surged forth, revealing images of the shattered Ghost Gate and the broken Niha Bridge, while countless corpses and remnants of celestial beings floated in the lifeless waters. The Yellow Springs surged mightily, rapidly approaching. The three-legged Golden Crow let out a scream as its chest was pierced by this Yellow Spring's sword intent, half of its body collapsing as it fell helplessly. Meeting its end, the eighth formidable being had perished. The terrifying heat dissipated completely, leaving the remnants of the Golden Crow lying in the magma, drifting in and out of consciousness. The two formidable beings of the Chaos Clan were utterly devastated. This youth was far too fearsome. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Gu Pingin, dragging his severely wounded body, gently tapped the Deluo sword embryo, and the celestial gates swung open, revealing ethereal figures of celestial beings kneeling by his side. Radiance poured down from the celestial gates above, transforming into a transcendent sword intent that cleaved through the two masses of chaotic mist, shattering them to pieces. As the chaotic vapors disintegrated, the ninth and 10th mighty beings met their demise. Thus, this young man, wielding a single sword, had slain 10 formidable beings and extinguished 10 from the realm of mountains and seas. Gu Pingin gasped heavily, blood spilling from his mouth as if it were worthless. The celestial light screen began to blur after the deaths of the 10 mighty beings, on the verge of vanishing. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Gu Pingin reached beneath the magma to extract great clumps of earth, dispelling the intense heat and molding them into a colossal stone platform. He then transported countless students and teachers, safeguarded by celestial petals, onto the stone platform. Completing this task, he returned the Deluo sword embryo to his inner sea of consciousness, and the cost of a month's disability descended upon him once more. The young man plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the immense stone platform, and fell into unconsciousness. The luminous screen finally dissipated, and on the grand street beyond the Imperial Academy, numerous passers-by were astonished to discover that the originally magnificent and towering Imperial Academy had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable pit, where torrents of searing magma surged, harboring the remains of countless mythical creatures, such as the divine phoenix, the golden crow, along with the corpses of Buddhas and immortals, sending chills down their spines. Above the magma floated the vast stone platform, seemingly cradling many individuals, a multitude of unconscious figures. The entire thoroughfare was engulfed in tumult, the entire imperial capital in uproar. Shortly thereafter, many powerful entities remaining in the imperial capital appeared, including Li Tianming and Qin Chuanji. Upon witnessing the horrific scene at the Imperial Academy, they collectively inhaled sharply, with one notable figure exclaiming in horror, "The Divine Phoenix? The Golden Crow? What has transpired here?" Another prominent figure swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. It seems that the remains of the mountain and sea realm are part of a grand scheme by the myriad races, restrained by some existence. They all observed the immense stone platform and the unconscious, unscathed teachers and students upon it, their minds racing with conjectures. Li Tianming's gaze swept across the stone platform, ultimately resting upon the bloodied youth, his pupils constricting sharply. Soon, the unconscious students and teachers, along with Gu Pingyan and the black and white dumplings, were transported to the largest hospital in the imperial capital, a facility constructed according to wartime standards, sprawling in size. It was precisely because of this that it could barely accommodate tens of thousands of students and teachers. The only one appearing injured, Gu Pingyan, was taken to the emergency room under Li Tianming's anxious accompaniment. This revelation left several notable figures utterly astonished. Who was this youth? He seemed to share a profound connection with the newly appointed Grand Chancellor. Instantly, these prominent individuals made a mental note of the bloodied yet delicate-looking young man. Meanwhile, a few influential figures who harbored a grudge against Li Tianming merely scoffed, their eyes glinting with a dangerous light as they pondered their thoughts. Upon arriving at the emergency room, the attending physician cast a furtive glance at Grand Chancellor Li, wiping the sweat from his brow before urgently exclaiming, "Quick! Administer the first nutritional infusion and the highest purity cell healing agent." A nurse promptly complied, expertly preparing the medication, ready to insert the needle into Gu Pingyan's vein. However, with a crack, the needle shattered, leaving the young nurse frozen in surprise. Li Tianming furrowed his brow. "I'll do it," he declared, taking the new needle, with the power of the heavens entwined around its tip, and aimed it towards Gu Pingyan's vein. But once again, with a crack, the needle broke. This time, it was Li Tianming who stood bewildered, his eyes wide in shock. The doctors and nurses exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. Li Tianming felt a wave of confusion wash over him. As a revered figure, how could he possibly fail to pierce Gu Pingyan's skin? What on earth was happening? What was wrong with Gu Pingyan? Just as his mind was in turmoil, the youth on the hospital bed stirred awake. "Tianming Gu," he murmured weakly, having forced himself to summon the Daluo sword embryo to slay 10 top-tier powerhouses. This had already taken a significant toll on his body, compounded by the injuries inflicted by several formidable beings and the use of the causal sword technique, which had further exacerbated his condition. Although Gu Pingyan was not severely injured, he was in a poor state and would require some time to recuperate. After all, once one reaches the mountain sea realm, unless one's essence or soul is directly obliterated by terrifying means, or if the wound is suppressed by overwhelming power and cannot heal, one can achieve rebirth from a single drop of blood. Upon seeing Gu Pingyan awake, Li Tianming hurried over with concern. "Gu, your injuries." Gu Pingyan gently waved his hand, struggling to raise himself, and with a pained smile, replied, "It's not a big deal. I endured a few lethal strikes, but I should recover soon." The doctors and nurses exchanged incredulous glances at the youth's battered form. Is this really not a big deal? Meanwhile, Li Tianming's pupils constricted sharply. He had witnessed the horrific scene at Emperor Hua University, where the magma was littered with the remains of divine phoenixes and golden crows from various mountain sea realm factions. In other words, were Gu Pingyan's injuries inflicted by those formidable beings from the mountain sea realm? Could those mountains and seas have been vanquished by Brother Gu? A terrifying thought flickered through Li Tianming's mind, and he found it hard to believe. However, the current circumstances seemed to affirm this grim reality. Instinctively, the Grand Chancellor of the entire Xianyang province swallowed hard. Gu Pingyan extended his hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of the doctors and nurses, conjured a wheelchair from the void. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianming hastily assisted Gu Pingyan into the chair. "What of Yao Yao and Gun Gun?" the youth inquired weakly from the wheelchair, his pallid complexion betraying his concern. "They remain unconscious, currently in the same ward," Li Tianming replied, hesitating briefly before ultimately refraining from further questions. Instead, he stated, "The powers of the myriad clans have surfaced in the imperial capital. The situation is dire. I must first visit the great Ming kingdom to meet with the monarch." Gu Pingyan nodded with a smile. "Very well, Brother Tianming, you may go." Li Tianming, recognizing the formidable strength of Gu Pingyan's physical form, understood that no one could harm the youth before him. Without delay, he vanished into thin air. In the hospital, a prominent figure who had accompanied them noticed the departing Grand Chancellor, slightly narrowing his eyes. A cold smile crept across his face as he issued directives to a nearby attendant. "This time, the events in the Empire are truly significant." The figure mused excitedly to himself. "The only one injured is closely associated with you, Li Tianming. If that youth can be branded as a scapegoat, I wonder how you will react, Li Tianming." As he spoke, a sense of exhilaration filled his eyes. The Grand Chancellor of Xianyang Province should have been his. Yet it had been seized by the newly arrived Li Tianming. Now, seeing an opportunity to bring Li Tianming down, he would not let it slip away. The sole youth injured in the upheaval of the empire could certainly be exploited for his purposes, allowing him to publicly denounce Li Tianming. If he could successfully pin the label of scapegoat on the young man, Li Tianming's position as Grand Chancellor would be precarious indeed. After all, numerous witnesses had seen the close relationship between Li Tianming and that youth. The prominent figure did not contemplate any special significance regarding the boy. In his eyes, he was merely a relative of Li Tianming, conveniently available for interrogation to establish the scapegoat's guilt. Chapter 67. The Destruction of the Tiango Clan. Gu Pingyan arrested and interrogated. Chaos in the mortal realm. All clans bow in submission. Progress 2. Random sword intent increases by 30%. Temporal sword intent increases by 30%. Current comprehension at 30%. Gu Pingyan was slightly taken aback. This random enhancement of sword intent was not limited to his existing comprehension. It was indeed entirely random. He had no time to ponder further, as a vast river of time materialized upon the ocean of his spirit, showcasing various temporal phenomena from ancient to modern times. Standing upon the ocean of his own consciousness, Gu Pingyan gazed at the magnificent river of time, feeling a profound sense of awe wash over him. In the vast river of time, countless beings rise and fall, as if all past events, present circumstances, and future transformations are reflected and manifested within its flow. Unfortunately, before Gu Pingyan had the chance to observe this river in detail, it was overturned, transforming into a pure sword intent that fell into the depths of his true spiritual will. A multitude of profound sword insights materialized in his mind, and Gu Pingyan absorbed the terrifying yet enigmatic sword essence of time with an almost trance-like fervor. As time slipped away, his understanding of the path of temporal existence surged rapidly. Among the most esoteric of all paths, three stand out: destiny, karma, and time. While destiny and karma share similarities, they are fundamentally distinct. Karma dictates the inception, progression, and outcome of all things, pervading every corner of existence. As for time, it embodies the essence of being and non-being, encompassing the past, present, and future. In a certain sense, these three paths share commonalities. Now, Gu Pingyan had already ventured into two of them. Within the Imperial Capital Hospital, many students and teachers remained in a state of unconsciousness. Even that esteemed Principal Long had yet to awaken. The simultaneous eruption of terrifying energy from 10 peak experts of the Mountain Sea realm, nearing divine levels, had inflicted a staggering mental strain. Although these students and faculty were not gravely harmed, their body self-protective mechanisms would not release them for some time, necessitating a prolonged slumber. The only one who had regained consciousness was Gu Gun Gun, who had been knocked out by Gu Pingyan's single strike, an instance of physical unconsciousness, unrelated to the energy and mental pressure. At this moment, Gu Gun Gun lay in Gu Pingyan's embrace, grumpily exclaiming, "Darn it, old Gu. My head has swelled into a bump." In the hospital room, with doctors and nurses absent, Xiao Yao Yao remained in a deep slumber on the bed. Gu Pingyan, having just emerged from the sword essence of time, smiled as he gently patted Gu Gun Gun's fluffy head. It's all right. I was just worried you might not withstand the mental pressure. So, Gun, who is your father? Curiosity piqued him, for he recalled that during the arrival of the 10 Mountain Sea beings, one had mentioned that Gun possessed an immortal bloodline, and his father was suspected to be a king of the iron-eating beast. Could it be that the old principal's friend, the iron-eating beast, was indeed an immortal? Gun proudly lifted his head, grinning as he replied, Old Gu, my dad is amazing. He's the boss of the iron-eating beast ancient realm. Let me tell you, he once single-handedly faced a bear and nearly penetrated the ancient realm of the celestial clan. Gu Pingin's expression shifted slightly. Gun's father was actually a king of an ancient realm? He couldn't help but marvel at the old principal's audacity in bringing Gun back without being killed in the process. Meanwhile, the fluffy Gun turned over, indignantly stating, Humph, those 10 bad guys were all taken down by you, right, old Gu? No, this is unacceptable. Gun muttered in a petulant tone, as Confucius said, Repay resentment with integrity and kindness with virtue. As for our enemies, we shall annihilate them without leaving a trace. On the wheelchair, Gu Pingin found himself torn between laughter and tears, jesting, how can we possibly locate the Tengu clan hidden somewhere in the vast cosmos? After a brief pause, his gaze deepened slightly as he gently stroked Gun's head. However, my dear Gun, we shall inevitably bring about the downfall of the Tengu clan. No, Gun protested in a childish voice. I'll send my father to vanquish those wicked dogs. Gu Pingin blinked in mild astonishment, and before he could process her words, he saw Gun bellowing like a fierce dragon. Father, your son has been bullied by the Tengu scoundrels. Hurry and eliminate them. The echoes of her cries reverberated throughout the hospital, leaving many patients and medical staff bewildered, glancing up in confusion. Meanwhile, Gu Pingin found himself in an even more bemused state. Gun, do you think your father can hear you? To his surprise, Gun nodded earnestly. Of course he can. Just wait, old Gu. As Confucius said, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. My father will learn of the Tengu realm by morning, and those wretched pups will meet their end by nightfall. Gu Pingin blinked in disbelief, his heart stirring with uncertainty. Could Gun's words possibly hold truth? He felt a flicker of doubt. After all, the Tengu clan was one of the myriad races, of vast and formidable lineage. Although he was unsure of their standing among the myriad, it was reasonable to assume it was not insignificant. Just as Gu Pingin's thoughts spiraled, a sudden bang echoed through the air as the door was kicked open. A squad of individuals clad in black tactical gear stormed in, led by a middle-aged man with a small mustache, exuding an intimidating presence. Gu Pingin furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, yet he refrained from speaking, merely turning his head to observe the intruders. The mustachioed leader arrogantly declared, This is the one. Take him away for rigorous questioning. Doctors and nurses hurried over, only to be roughly shoved aside by the tactical operatives, who barked, The inspection division is conducting business. Bystanders, do not interfere. At the mention of the inspection division, the nurses trembled in fear. If the 6 doors were established to combat rogue warriors, the inspection division was set up to confront terrorists. However, the term terrorist was merely a public facade. In reality, they targeted the Dark Ones. The Dark Ones were generally concealed among ordinary citizens and the elite, making them exceedingly difficult to detect and apprehend. Thus, the inspection division wielded immense power, somewhat akin to the ancient Jinui or the Eastern and Western censors from the world Gu Pingin had traversed before. In simple terms, the inspection division could arrest individuals without cause, and those captured by them often faced dire fates, either coerced into false confessions or released after enduring severe injuries. Gu Pingin narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind whirling. Beside him, a chief physician bit his lip and mustered the courage to speak. Honorable inspectors. This youth was personally delivered by the Grand Chancellor. A middle-aged man with a thin mustache flashed a cold glint in his eyes and declared with righteous indignation, What of the Grand Chancellor? The weight of our responsibilities at the inspection division compels us to leave no stone unturned. Even if he is a relative of the Grand Chancellor, we shall not hesitate to act. The chief physician opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Gu Pingin's mind began to form some conjectures. Upon the mention of the Grand Chancellor, the mustached man seemed to exhibit a flicker of excitement. Were they targeting Tianming? Why had they come to him instead? Did they intend to leverage him for their own purposes? Gu Pingin's thoughts turned rapidly, and he soon grasped the underlying connections. It appeared that the forces behind this were likely political adversaries of Tianming. How audacious! The myriad races lurked with bated breath, and as the human race stood on the brink, they sought to seize power. They deserved to perish. A cold light flashed in his eyes as a plan began to form in his heart. Several inspectors clad in tactical gear approached briskly, and Gu Ping'an merely lifted his eyelids slightly and said, "Wait a moment." With that, he placed Gu Gonggun, who seemed bewildered and astonished by the audacity of these humans, onto the hospital bed beside the unconscious Xiao Yaoyao. "Take good care of Xiao Yaoyao," Gu Ping'an instructed. "I will go have some fun." Gu Gonggun, still dazed, nodded in confusion, pondering why old Gu did not simply strike these people down. The mustached man squinted his triangular eyes and scoffed. "Bring her back as well. She is also suspicious. Are you seeking death?" Gu Ping'an suddenly interjected, a terrifying murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave. He had just slain 10 formidable beings from the mountain and sea realm, each of whom could be considered a national protector, 10 prominent members of the Nine Nations Council. At that moment, his killing aura was at its peak. Even the slightest hint of it sent chills down the mustached man's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The mustached man sealed his lips, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. After a moment, he forced out a strained smile. "Very well, we shall take this youth back." With that, he harbored a deep resentment. This youth had embarrassed him. He would show him once they returned to the inspection division. As this thought crossed his mind, the mustached man's expression settled somewhat, though his eyes remained fierce. The inspectors exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they proceeded without resorting to excessive violence, merely pushing Gu Ping'an's wheelchair towards the exit. Throughout the ordeal, the youth remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the so-called ruthless inspection division. This demeanor left the inspectors perplexed. After all, who among those they had taken away had not been terrified to the point of losing control? Even the highest-ranking nobles had reacted similarly. This youth's calmness was disconcerting, leaving them feeling unsettled. In truth, had Gu Ping'an not been determined to uncover the identity of the human scoundrel behind these events, he would have already intervened to physically subdue these individuals. At present, his murderous aura had deepened significantly, for one must possess a formidable presence to command respect across myriad races. As the distorted teachings of Gu Gonggun suggest, a gentleman lacking gravitas cannot inspire awe. Soon, amidst the somber shaking of heads and a few sympathetic glances from the doctors and nurses, Gu Ping'an was discharged from the hospital and placed onto an inspection vehicle. The automobile departed, heading towards the Imperial Capital's Inspection Bureau. In the realm of the iron-eating beasts, the iron-eating beast king scratched its ear, stifled a yawn, and murmured, "The Celestial Dog Clan? Those wretches dare to bully my son?" As it spoke, a wave of indignation swept over it. How could it tolerate the Celestial Dog Clan's audacity to harass its offspring? The more it pondered, the more enraged it became. After swallowing the last morsel of its bamboo shoot, the iron-eating beast king laboriously rose, fuming. "Enough of this. Let us annihilate their clan." With that declaration, and under the astonished gazes of its kin, the iron-eating beast king took a mighty step, transcending the ancient realm and traversing immeasurable distances, binding multitudes of starry seas beneath its feet. In the blink of an eye, it materialized before the grand domain of the Celestial Dog Clan. "Scoundrels! You dare to torment my son!" The iron-eating beast king bellowed, its voice reverberating throughout the vast cosmos. Countless powerful beings emerged from the stars and realms, gazing in perplexity at the commotion. Within the Celestial Dog Clan's domain, both the clan members and the Celestial Dog King were utterly bewildered. The terrifying sound waves sent the entire realm into turmoil, causing numerous celestial dogs to feel disoriented. The Celestial Dog King, gripped by dread, felt a chill coursing through its being, its fur bristling in alarm. Without hesitation, it darted out of the great realm, hovering in the void, frantically wagging its tail. "I have encountered the iron-eating beast king. I am uncertain what has incited your wrath, my lord." Before it could finish, the iron-eating beast king, seemingly impatient, unleashed a massive paw strike. The enormous, furry claw hurtled toward the Celestial Dog King, whose expression shifted dramatically as it attempted to flee. A radiant brilliance enveloped its form, shattering stars and shaking the realm, yet it proved futile. The overwhelming force of the iron-eating beast king anchored it in place, rendering it utterly immobile. in despair and confusion. The celestial dog king was struck by the mighty blow. In an instant, this divine entity, comparable to the rulers of the 9 nations of the ancestral star, was obliterated into mere flesh and remnants. A thick mist of blood, shimmering with potent brilliance, spread far and wide, though the remnants squirmed as if seeking to reassemble. They were ensnared by the lingering power of the iron-eating beast king, rendering them incapable of doing so. Moments later, the remnants and blood mist were utterly erased, marking the complete demise of a divine being. The iron-eating beast king yawned again, appearing drowsy, and lifted its paw once more, preparing to strike down heavily. In the realm of celestial canines, countless members of the Tengu clan beheld a colossal, furry paw descending from the heavens, enveloping the entire sky. With effortless ease, the paw shattered the boundary of the realm, leading to a cataclysmic collapse of the entire Tengu domain. Initially, the vast expanse began to implode, with innumerable structures and countless Tengu beings being reduced to mere dust under the terrifying gravitational force. This grand domain, broader than a stellar system, ultimately contracted into a diminutive point of light, pulsating with exceedingly ominous waves of energy. The iron-eating beast king yawned, taking another step forward, instantaneously traversing immeasurable distances before returning to the ancient realm of the iron-eating beasts for a long slumber. The starry cosmos fell into a profound silence, with countless formidable entities rendered speechless, trembling in fear. A grand domain, one that housed several divine-level beings, had simply vanished. An esteemed clan, ranked within the top 800, had been obliterated in an instant. As many powerful beings remained at a loss for words, the compressed point of light erupted with a resounding blast. Yet it did not wreak havoc of catastrophic proportions. Instead, the shockwave extinguished some lifeless star systems, followed by a torrent of matter and the ethereal essence of the entire Tengu realm, transforming into a sizable surge of spiritual energy that would benefit the cosmos. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the monitoring department, Gu Pingyan was ushered into the imposing building, making his way deeper within until he arrived at a spacious chamber. The man with the small mustache regarded the youth in the wheelchair with a mocking smile, hoping that the boy, despite his calm demeanor, would not succumb to tears later on. Upon entering the room, the monitor positioned the wheelchair at the center, then slowly withdrew, the door slamming shut behind him. Gu Pingyan cast a detached glance around the room, his expression inscrutable. Shortly thereafter, another door swung open, and the man with the mustache, accompanied by a middle-aged woman and a young man, strode in, trailed by 4 monitors standing rigidly behind them. The 3 took their seats directly opposite Gu Pingyan, while the monitors maintained their erect posture. "What is your name? What is your connection to the incident at Emperor Hua University?" The middle-aged woman inquired languidly, her gaze scrutinizing the boy in the wheelchair with a sharp intensity. "Gu Pingyan," the youth replied calmly. "As for Emperor Hua University, I eliminated 10 beings of the Mountain Sea realm there." His voice was steady and matter-of-fact, as if he were merely recounting an ordinary event. The trio, along with the 4 monitors, could not suppress their laughter at the audacity of his claim. "You killed 10 from the Mountain Sea realm? This boy truly dares to speak such words." The middle-aged woman, incredulous, laughed in disbelief and retorted, "If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall consider it a contempt of the monitoring department." With that, she casually typed Gu Pingyan's name into a tablet, browsing through the information for a moment before her tone turned severe. "All your details are fabricated? You possess an extraordinary amount of gall to toy with us." Gu Pingyan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond as he retrieved his identity card from his pocket and tossed it gently. The identity card arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely on the table before the middle-aged woman. Gu Pingyan leaned back slightly, his voice calm as he inquired, "So, who sent you to capture me? Bring him forth to meet me. If he behaves well, I shall grant him a chance at survival." The group regarded Gu Pingyan with expressions of bemusement, as if assessing a fool. Was this disabled youth truly deranged? The man with the little mustache rolled his triangular eyes in confusion, pondering how he had previously been intimidated by this lunatic. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman scoffed coldly, swiping the identity card across the machine with a gentle motion. At the same time, at the first hospital of the imperial capital, Chen Chuan's expression remained impassive as he strode briskly down the corridor, ultimately halting before the door to a patient's room. He adjusted his attire and cautiously knocked. Tap, tap, tap. The door swung open, or rather, had not been closed at all. Chun Chuan hesitated momentarily before gingerly pushing the door ajar, revealing a girl unconscious on the hospital bed and a black and white bundle snoring beside her, clutching the Analects. Gu Pingyan was nowhere to be seen. Chun Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, a doctor hurried past, and Chun Chuan called out to him. What happened to the boy in the wheelchair? The doctor, displaying a trace of impatience, recoiled slightly upon meeting Chun Chuan's gaze, adorned as he was in the attire of the 6 doors, and replied, the wheelchair boy. He was taken away by the Supervisory Bureau. TSK, that child is in dire straits. The expression of the 6 doors divine constable shifted dramatically. Chapter 68. All glory must belong to Gu Pingyan. In the great Ming nation, within the human race's upper council, 7 sovereigns and the rulers of 9 nations pondered the impending possibility of the myriad races knocking at their gates. The king of Great Ming spoke slowly. I believe we must elevate the ruler of the Great Qin to immortality, to become the new king of Great Qin. Who is in favor, and who against? Upon hearing this, the numerous immortals exchanged glances, remaining silent in tacit agreement with the king of Great Ming's assertion. Despite past animosities between the Neon King and the Divine Eagle King, and despite the current strained relations among several nations, in this moment, standing united for the sake of the human race, both the Neon King and the Divine Eagle King were willing to wholeheartedly support the ruler of Great Qin in his ascension to immortality. The king of Great Ming surveyed the assembly and nodded gently, since there is no dissent. Let it be thus. The king of Great Zhou bears wounds, and shall remain to oversee the ancestral star, while the ruler of Great Qin shall attempt to reach the realm of immortality atop the starry wall. We shall go forth to protect him. The path to immortality requires the attainment of immortal fruits, which fundamentally involves seizing the energies of heaven and earth, channeling great power into oneself. Achieving immortality on the ancestral star would undoubtedly precipitate a significant decline in its vitality, an act tantamount to draining the pond to fish. Since the establishment of the celestial Great Wall eons ago, the human race has adhered to an unwritten rule. Those who attain the immortal Tao fruit must distance themselves from the ancestral star and ascend to the celestial Great Wall to prove their immortality. Naturally, the myriad races are unwilling to allow the humans to gain yet another immortal. In such instances, they would come to challenge, as exemplified by the fallen king of the Great Qin, who faced a brutal bloodbath when he sought to achieve immortality. In that battle, to protect the reigning sovereign of the Great Qin, the king of the Great Tang perished, even resorting to the power of national fortune in his final moments, ultimately managing to halt the myriad races. However, with the loss of national fortune, the Great Tang soon fell into ruin. Yet, even in light of such precedents, and despite the disdain the Neon King and the Divine Eagle King held for the sovereign of Great Qin, they did not refuse to safeguard his path to immortality. The principle of mutual dependence is well understood. Internal conflicts are their own affairs, but external oppression is intolerable. This explains the profound hatred all nations harbor for traitors and those who turn against their kin. The conference room was rife with chaos until finally, the king of the Great Ming declared, "It is settled. 1 month hence, at the celestial Great Wall, we shall lend our strength to assist the sovereign of Great Qin in achieving immortality." At the headquarters of the inspection department in the imperial capital of Great Qin, a middle-aged woman grasped her identity card and lightly swiped it on the machine. Subsequently, the information displayed read, Name, Gu Pingyan. Age, confidential identity, Supreme Royal Advisor, confidential. Confidential title, King, first rank. Other information, confidential, 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 confidential. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened, her pupils abruptly constricting as a chilling sensation surged from her tailbone, swiftly enveloping her entire being. She could scarcely believe her eyes, rubbing them vigorously in disbelief. Could this be a fabrication? Supreme Royal Advisor? First-rank king? The most crucial fact was that the inspection department, an organization established to combat traitors and betrayers, possessed terrifying authority. Yet even so, the information gleaned from that youth's identity card remained largely classified. Even his age was marked as confidential. Whom had they entangled themselves with? Had they captured an ancestral figure? Unable to suppress a shiver, the middle-aged woman exchanged a glance with the youth beside her, both instinctively turning their gazes toward the small bearded man, their expressions laden with malice. This murky affair was one that the small bearded man had led them into. The man with the little mustache wore a mournful expression, forcing out a smile as he said, "Prince Pinyin, I shall make the call immediately." Typically, one would address a noble by their title unless a special decree dictated otherwise, in which case they would be referred to by their surname or given name. The little mustache hurriedly dashed out, opening the door with urgency. In an instant, the room fell into a heavy silence. The four inspectors observed with a calm demeanor, though cold sweat soaked their garments. A middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, yet maintained a smile as she cautiously spoke. "Prince Pinyin, we are merely conducting routine affairs and are unaware of the specifics." As she spoke, a sudden jolt ran through her. Wait, did this Prince Pinyin just claim to have slain 10 formidable opponents? She could not fathom that a prince would have any reason to deceive them. Her heart raced, and her head tingled with unease. Meanwhile, Gu Pinyin cast her a fleeting glance and replied in a nonchalant manner, "If that is indeed the case, I shall bear no grudge." The middle-aged woman and the young man simultaneously exhaled, their hearts easing slightly. As personnel of the inspection department, they were acutely aware of the implications. Outside, the little mustache dialed the phone with a worried expression. "Sir, that youth is quite unusual. His background appears to be significant. We just scanned his identification card." He paused, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow as he recounted. The identity information was a series of top secrets. The only details revealed were that of a royal chief advisor and a marquis of the first rank. His words rushed forth, his heartbeat quickening, for he understood the gravity of the situation. On the other end of the line, a high-ranking official from the inspection department was momentarily taken aback, a chill emanating from his spine and spreading throughout his body. As the director of the Imperial Capital's inspection department, this significant appointment should have been his, but it had been usurped by Li Tianming, igniting a desire for retribution within him. Occupying a high position in the capital, he understood more than anyone the weight of a first-rank marquis. It signified a status akin to that of a national leader, under the protection of the entire nation. In all of Daqin's history, there had only been 4 first-rank marquises, 2 of whom were deceased. And the former emperor of the fallen Tang dynasty had once held such a title, but later vanished. And now, another one had emerged. On the line, the director's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he nearly roared, "Wait for me. Ensure that he is well received. I shall arrive at once." The call was abruptly terminated. The little mustache gasped for breath, trembling as he returned the phone to his pocket. Just as he prepared to turn back, a thunderous explosion resounded. The doors of the inspection department were violently shattered by an overwhelming wave of blade energy, which carved a deep fissure into the ground, smashing through several load-bearing walls and piercing through the entire building. Suddenly, the alarm rang out, and numerous inspectors, armed with firearms or blades, were on high alert. The man with the mustache trembled in fear, nearly losing his balance, while inside the room, the 4 inspectors instinctively drew their weapons, their expressions filled with confusion. Particularly the middle-aged woman and the youth. What was that sound just now? They had no intention of stepping outside to investigate, their hearts tightening slightly. Gu Pinyin was also momentarily taken aback. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he immediately recognized who had arrived: Qin Chuanji. Gu Pinyin quickly surmised the reason for this visit. It was undoubtedly related to his recent capture, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the inspectorate building, the dust began to settle as Qin Chuanji strode in, wielding a long blade, and bellowed, "What audacity the inspectorate has! Daring to arrest anyone?" Some inspectors, poised to act, froze in disbelief. Wasn't this the renowned constable from the 6 doors? How did he end up here, striking at the inspectorate with such fury? For a moment, the inspectors were left in stunned silence, while Qin Chuanji, brandishing his blade, swept it across the ground. With a whoosh, a terrifying wave of blade energy carved a long trench into the floor, shattering a wall of reinforced steel within the interrogation room. The steel twisted and fractured, heavy iron crumbled into dust, floating in the air. Countless inspectors were filled with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. They were unsure of what had transpired, but their fear was palpable. As the dust settled around the shattered wall of the interrogation room, the scene within was revealed. A middle-aged woman, a youth, and 4 inspectors stood there, gaping at Qin Chuanji, alongside a boy in a wheelchair, seated calmly at the interrogation platform. Qin Chuanji was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in delight, "Gu Sheng." He swiftly darted to the boy's side, asking, "Are you all right?" Outside, many bewildered inspectors gasped in shock. This esteemed constable had come for the recently apprehended youth? The middle-aged woman exchanged a glance with the young man, their hearts shaken. The boy's identity was evidently formidable enough to command the respect of a venerable constable. Today, perhaps, a grave calamity was at hand. Gu Ping'an nodded slightly to Qin Chuanji, speaking with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. I merely wish to ascertain who ordered my capture. Qin Chuanji was momentarily stunned. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. He had previously wondered how someone as powerful as Gu Sheng could be so easily taken by the inspectorate. It turned out he had only sought to uncover the mastermind behind it all. With this realization, Qin Chuanji felt a twinge of embarrassment, saying, I apologize, Gu Sheng, for having disrupted your plans. He bowed his head deeply, a bitter expression on his face. Qin Chuanji was acutely aware of the formidable presence before him. Behind the young man stood an elder capable of effortlessly annihilating a mountain sea realm puppet with a single hand, accompanied by a seemingly even more powerful celestial being. Gu Ping'an gently waved his hand, asserting, no harm done, it is what it is. Before he could finish his sentence, a frail old man hurriedly approached, drenched in perspiration. Director. Numerous inspectors spoke simultaneously, as if they had found their anchor. The director glanced at the chaotic scene that resembled a tempest, then caught sight of Qin Chuanji beside the young man, causing a chill to envelop his heart. It's over now. I've truly attracted formidable individuals. He hastened forward, entirely devoid of the arrogance befitting his status as a revered elder, addressing them in a lowly tone. I have met Mr. Gu and Captain Chun. This is all a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Gu Ping'an tilted his head slightly and replied indifferently. So, you ordered my capture, did you? The director of the inspection department was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Qin Chuanji appeared to grasp the situation, speaking with a casual tone. I recall that the position of Chief Minister was originally yours, yet it was later assumed by Chief Minister Li. You wouldn't be attempting to leverage Mr. Gu for your own agenda, would you? The director shuddered, trembling from head to toe. In Gu Ping'an's eyes, a chilling light flickered as he coldly remarked, today, had it not been me, and instead a common individual, the outcome would hardly have been favorable, would it? As the director of the inspection department, you should be more acutely aware of the current plight of humanity. Pausing briefly, the cold glimmer in the young man's eyes intensified. Humanity is far from secure, externally. Myriad tribes eye us with malice, while internally, traitors wreak havoc upon our world. Yet you still conspire for power and status, persecuting the innocent. Your sins are deserving of death. The director's heart was filled with dread, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Upon hearing these words, he did not hesitate in the slightest and turned to flee. With the full force of his Tao seed, the formations upon his bones activated, revealing ancient arrays. The director's form shattered the air, creating a resounding sonic boom as he attempted to escape. The young man in the wheelchair merely extended his hand, indifferent and resolute. With a mere thought, he traversed distance as if it were nothing. The young man's crystalline palm, as flawless as jade, transcended space, appearing above the fleeing director's head, gently pressing down. The director's spirit waned, desperate to evade, but finding no refuge, no sanctuary. The crystalline palm brushed lightly across the director's head, and he staggered as if struck by lightning, his form stiffening, before he helplessly plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Qin Chuanji was struck with profound fear, remaining silent with his head bowed, his heart trembling. It was utterly illogical, unfathomably so. A revered elder effortlessly vanquished by this young man. Qin Chuanji felt disoriented, struggling to comprehend the situation. Gu Ping'an stretched languidly, casting a glance at the trembling figure of the bearded man collapsed on the ground. Though you are not the mastermind, you have nonetheless aided in the tyranny. Today, I shall end your life as a warning to others. The bearded man wailed in despair, kneeling on the ground. My lord, I have elders above me and dependents below. Before he could finish his plea, Gu Ping'an's hand swept lightly, and the bearded man fell lifeless to the ground, his insides shattered. After this grim act, Gu Ping'an felt a twinge of melancholy. Among humanity, there exist both noble heroes and despicable scoundrels. He shook his head and softly addressed Qin Chuan. Please escort me back to the hospital. Qin Chuan nodded respectfully, and, under the watchful gazes of countless inspectors filled with awe and trepidation, this divine constable guided the young man slowly out of the inspection bureau. In the Great Ming Nation, the recently concluded grand meeting left the sovereign of the Great Qin Nation staring wide-eyed at the dusty and weary Li Tianming. What did you say? The capital is besieged by the mountain and sea tribes? Li Tianming bowed respectfully and replied hastily, "Rest assured, my lord, all those mountain and sea beings have perished." Although the cause remains unknown, he refrained from voicing his own suspicions, for they were merely conjectures. An 18-year-old slaying a formidable being on the brink of divinity seemed utterly preposterous, even to Li Tianming himself. The sovereign of the great Qin nation visibly exhaled in relief and quickly inquired, "What of the casualties? Is the capital safe?" For now, there are no fatalities. However, Emperor Hua University has been reduced to ruins, though the faculty and students merely fainted and are unharmed. This revelation left the sovereign of the great Qin nation in shock. What is happening? At least several mountain and sea beings descended upon the capital, and yet only a university was destroyed without a single life lost. Surely this cannot be true. Could it be that old Li intervened? But he claimed he was off to procure some wine. The sovereign blinked, his mind racing with confusion before turning to Li Tianming, asking, "Who intervened to slay those mountain and sea beings? Do you truly have no inkling?" Li Tianming hesitated, caught between words. The sovereign, sensing his reluctance, spoke with authority. "Li Zhizhong, speak plainly. If you possess any suspicions, do not hesitate. The one who saved the capital deserves his due recognition." After a prolonged silence, Li Tianming let out a bitter laugh. "I suspect it was a young man, an 18-year-old. The sovereign's eyelids twitched, scrutinizing Li Tianming from head to toe. "Are you out of your mind?" "My lord, I am quite sane." The sovereign paused, releasing a heavy sigh. "What is the name of this youth you speak of?" At that moment, he found the notion perplexing, and judging by Li Tianming's demeanor, it seemed plausible that the 18-year-old had indeed vanquished the invading mountain and sea beings. Yet how could such a thing be possible? At the age of 18, Li Tianming took a deep breath, hesitated for a long moment, and finally spoke softly. "Your Majesty, his name is Gu Pingyan. He is a remarkable young man." The ruler of the great Qin suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Gu Pingyan? This name was familiar to him, all too familiar. Was this not the very youth for whom Li Lao had exchanged the protection of the entire nation with the immortal Dao seed? Li Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Did His Majesty know Gu Pingyan? Without dwelling on it further, he quickly continued, "Your Majesty, I understand this may seem unbelievable, but I assure you, I believe." Li Tianming was momentarily stunned. A glimmer of brilliance shone in the eyes of the great Qin ruler. "Then I believe it is indeed him, or rather, I have faith in Li Lao's discernment." Realization dawned upon Li Tianming, and he suddenly comprehended. No wonder Gu Pingyan's status had ascended to such astonishing heights. It was due to the intervention of this sovereign. The great Qin ruler stood in contemplation, and after a moment, a light flickered in his gaze. With sheer determination, to sever mountains and seas, to save the multitude of the imperial capital. Let us return and investigate. If he is indeed that young man, all accolades must be rightfully bestowed upon him. In that fleeting moment, the ruler of Great Qin made a decision, one that was bold and audacious. In a month, he would ascend the starry Great Wall to attain enlightenment. A time when myriad races would undoubtedly come to pay their respects, a perilous trial. If that youth truly possessed such extraordinary talent, bestowing upon him a grand opportunity would be no detriment. As for his character, the ruler of Great Qin had faith in Li Lao's judgment. After all, Li Lao had once been the sovereign of the Great Tang. With this thought, the brilliance in the ruler's eyes shone even brighter, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He laughed heartily. Could it be that heaven has taken pity on our humanity, granting us a future pillar? Let us return and see. Chapter 69. I am Gu Pingyan, and it is only natural that I safeguard the peace of humanity. Inside the hospital, the students and teachers who had fallen into a coma gradually began to awaken. Initially bewildered and confused, they soon collectively exhaled in relief. They were still alive. Principal Long, whose tightly furrowed brow had relaxed, was soon enveloped in profound bewilderment. He recalled that just before losing consciousness, he had witnessed the arrival of 10 formidable beings from the myriad races, not mere beings, but those nearing the divine realm. How had they managed to survive? Particularly when he learned that no one had perished, only that the Imperial Hua University had transformed into a molten pit. With the remnants of the Golden Crow and Divine Phoenix still drifting within, Principal Long's spirit jolted. Which supreme existence intervened? But at that moment, was not the Imperial Hua shrouded in obscurity? This implied that it was a certain supreme being concealed within the school who had subdued the 10 formidable beings from the myriad races. Who could it be? Unbidden. The image of that figure seated in a wheelchair flashed through Principal Long's mind, and that vision took root in his consciousness, sending a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Xiao Yaoyao awoke in a state of confusion. As she opened her eyes, she found a handsome young man gazing gently at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately leaped into his embrace with fervent intensity. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. Gu Pingyan tenderly stroked Xiao Yaoyao's warm head, just as he was about to speak, when Gu Gun suddenly nudged over, pressing his fluffy head against Pingyan's palm with a pitiful expression. Gu Pingyan couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Gun's head, and teasingly remarked, "Are you trying to compete for Yaoyao's affection?" Xiao Yaoyao rolled her eyes, playfully tugging at Gu Gun's soft flesh, but he remained unfazed, defiantly stating, "There's no comparison. My head is far more comfortable than that of an iron-eating beast." Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao exchanged glances. Just as he was about to respond with a wry smile, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The three instinctively turned towards the closed hospital door, which was soon pushed open as Li Tianming hurriedly entered. "Brother Tianming." "Uncle Li." Li Tianming greeted with a cheerful smile, before his expression turned serious. "Pingyan, I've learned about the affairs of the Inspection Bureau. Well done." He spoke with admiration, a look of conviction shining in his eyes. It seemed that the director of the Inspection Bureau, who could dispatch a formidable being with a mere strike, had indeed been dealt with by the young man standing before him. Li Yaoyao blinked in confusion. "Inspection Bureau? Xiao Gu, what transpired while I was unconscious?" A slight tremor ran through her heart. The Inspection Bureau was an institution specifically targeting those who walked in shadows, their horrors too profound to be disclosed to outsiders. How could Xiao Gu be entangled with the Inspection Bureau? It sounded as if there had been a conflict. Gu Pingyan smiled as he pinched Xiao Yaoyao's cheek. "It's nothing, merely trivial matters." His expression remained calm and unruffled, as if the incident with the Inspection Bureau was of little consequence, which prompted a bitter smile from Li Tianming. With the director of the Inspection Bureau dispatched so decisively, how could it be deemed trivial? However, if Pingyan truly was the one responsible for slaying 10 formidable beings, then for him, it indeed might be a minor affair. Gu Pingyan turned his head again, maintaining a serene demeanor. "Brother Tianming, your hurried appearance suggests there's more to this than just the Inspection Bureau?" He seemed puzzled, rarely witnessing such urgency from him. The last time was during the hijacking of the passenger plane he was on. Li Tianming's expression grew grave as he nodded earnestly. "Brother Gu, the sovereign wishes to see you." Both Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao were taken aback. The royal family of the Great Qin, as the true rulers of the realm, had their palace established at the very heart of the imperial capital, albeit it was not particularly vast in size. The palace is known as the Qin Palace, characterized predominantly by its ancient architecture, though the presence of eunuchs has long been eradicated. Historically, eunuchs were born out of the necessity to prevent indiscretions with the court's concubines and maidens. However, in the contemporary Qin Palace, there is a scarcity of concubines. And while maidens do exist, there are no restrictions on the romantic pursuits between attendants and maidens. At this very moment, countless maidens and attendants within the Qin Palace appear somewhat astonished, including the 9th prince. Standing in the pavilion, the 9th prince gazes out, his expression one of astonishment. Who is that young lad? Presently, along the grand pathway of the Qin Palace, the newly appointed Grand Chancellor of Xianyang Province is gently pushing a young boy in a wheelchair, a sight that evokes considerable surprise. For he is a figure of high esteem, a Grand Chancellor of the province. The elderly servant beside the 9th prince is equally perplexed. "In response to your highness, I have never encountered him before. Perhaps he is a relative of Chancellor Li?" The 9th prince, his gaze contemplative, shakes his head. "That is improbable. And their direction leads to my father's residence. They must be going to see my father." Pausing for a moment, he turns to the old servant. "What do you think about my introduction to that young lad?" The old servant hesitates briefly before gently shaking his head. "It may not be prudent at this time. Perhaps seek an opportunity to meet later. By the way, your highness, Chancellor Li's envoy arrived earlier to inform that Li Yaoyao has already enrolled in the Imperial University, suggesting you find a chance to become acquainted." The 9th prince's interest is piqued, and he squints slightly. "Li Yaoyao, you say? Does that girl have a boyfriend or someone she admires? If she does, then perhaps I should refrain, as in this era, alliances through marriage are no longer fashionable." The old servant can only manage a wry smile, sighing softly. Shall I investigate? Or perhaps, Your Highness, you might wish to see for yourself later? He feels a sense of helplessness. The ninth prince is rather impulsive, being the youngest son of the emperor, and displays a notable disdain for such matrimonial alliances. Does the ninth prince not recognize the advantages that could arise from an alliance with the chancellor's family? The ninth prince yawns and chuckles. Never mind. It would be best not to disturb her at such a tender age. What maiden is not already devoted to someone? My presence would only invite disdain. As he speaks, he watches the Grand Chancellor pushing the young boy, feeling a surge of empathy. It is perplexing to him how someone, despite being disabled, is personally escorted by the Grand Chancellor to meet his father. While he is lost in thought, the old servant offers another wry smile, choosing silence. The ninth prince remains rather naïve. Such matters of alliance are not solely within the girl's control, unless, of course, she is enamored with someone of the caliber of the boy being pushed by the Grand Chancellor. In the imperial study of the Qin Palace, the sound of the wheelchair draws closer, prompting the sovereign of the Great Qin to lift his gaze. He observes the door being pushed open as Li Tianming enters, gently ushering a serene and graceful young boy into the room. Your Majesty, they greet. The youth and the figure behind him, Li Tianming, greeted softly, and the sovereign of the Great Qin kingdom beamed with delight, hastily rising to his feet. You must be Gu Pingyan, the Prince of Peace? He inquired. His heart stirred with a subtle tremor. While others might remain oblivious, he, as one who had one foot in the realm of immortality, perceived the truth. The sovereign could clearly discern that the young man bore the essence of ethereal Tao fruits, a luminous aura emanating from his forehead, unmistakably revealing him to be an 18-year-old of the Mountain Sea realm. Even with the vast experience and composure of the Great Qin sovereign, he was taken aback. Could it be that the 10 formidable beings, nearing the divine level, were truly vanquished by this young man before him? Yet, he appeared to be merely at the threshold of the Mountain Sea realm. At this moment, Gu Pingyan was also scrutinizing the sovereign of the Great Qin, the true ruler of the kingdom. The sovereign presented himself as a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority and grandeur, his presence subtle yet profound. Upon closer observation, however, Gu Pingyan felt a rush of trepidation, reminiscent of his meticulous examination of the old principle. Was this an ordinary divine being? Surely, it could not be a typical one. Under normal circumstances, with the Daluo sword embryo in hand, Gu Pingyan would feel secure even if he could not prevail, and he would not experience such a sense of alarm. As he pondered, Gu Pingyan spoke softly. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, sovereign? The Great Qin sovereign scrutinized the unpretentious yet refined youth before him, his sentiment deepening. He replied gently, Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with Prince Pingyan. Pausing for a moment, his gaze turned serious, still tinged with disbelief as he asked, Yesterday, 10 formidable beings from the myriad races descended upon the Imperial Hua University. Were they slain by Prince Pingyan? At this declaration, the study fell into an eerie silence, with Li Tianming fixated on the youthful figure in the wheelchair, instinctively holding his breath. After a lengthy pause, the boy's face broke into a radiant smile. It was I. As the words fell, both the Great Qin sovereign and Li Tianming trembled involuntarily. Could it be true? Had this youth single-handedly defeated 10 beings of the Mountain Sea realm? Gu Pingyan understood clearly that there was no need for him to conceal anything. He had no reason to hide. While prodigies often face the envy and peril of those lurking in the shadows, he was different. He was no longer merely a prodigy, with the ability to effortlessly slay beings of the Mountain Sea realm, and perhaps even contend with those of divine stature. Gu Pingyan had already ascended to greatness beneath this vast cosmos. At this moment, the Great Qin sovereign's lips quivered slightly, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to reach a resolution, speaking softly, Prince Pingyan, would you be willing to safeguard the human race, ensuring peace and protection for generations to come? This question was posed with utmost gravity, as if it pertained to something profoundly significant. Gu Pingyan, regaining his composure, responded without a hint of hesitation, I am willing. His name is Gu Pingyan, and he is naturally destined to safeguard the peace of humanity. There is no question of willingness or unwillingness. Even if he must traverse the vastness of the cosmos alone or battle against myriad races in solitude, what does it matter? The sovereign of the Great Qin nodded gravely, his lips quivering. Excellent. He then regarded Gu Pingyan with utmost seriousness. Prince Pingyan, a month hence, I shall attain enlightenment upon the starry Great Wall. Will you honor me with your presence? Li Tianming's expression shifted dramatically. Enlightenment? The sovereign is also to seek enlightenment upon the starry Great Wall? Although Gu Pingyan was somewhat perplexed, he sensed that this matter bore significant weight. Otherwise, the sovereign of Great Qin would not have approached it with such solemnity. After a moment of silence, the young man nodded lightly. Very well, if the sovereign achieves enlightenment, I shall certainly attend. The sovereign of Great Qin smiled, then hesitated as he glanced at Gu Pingyan's legs. Your legs? The young man chuckled softly. It's nothing. Merely the repercussions of causality. I shall recover in due time. Upon hearing this, both the sovereign and Li Tianming widened their eyes in astonishment. Repercussions of causality? This youth has already delved into the most enigmatic path of causality? The sovereign instinctively swallowed hard, and then a look of delight brightened his eyes. The stronger Gu Pingyan becomes, the more at ease he would feel. With Gu Pingyan present, the future of Great Qin and humanity should be secure. The sovereign gently closed his eyes and spoke with warmth. Prince Pingyan, the glory of vanquishing the 10 mountains and seas to save the imperial capital shall be arranged. Upon your return from witnessing the ceremony at the starry Great Wall, all honors shall be bestowed upon you. Gu Pingyan merely smiled lightly. There is no need. These are tasks within my capacity and duties I must fulfill. The sovereign shook his head. Every individual who contributes to humanity deserves to be remembered and honored. That glory rightfully belongs to them. Behind him, Li Tianming nodded in agreement, speaking softly. Pingyan, when you visit the starry Great Wall, you will see a monument inscribed with the names of all who perished there. It will be publicly unveiled. Gu Pingyan felt a sudden pang in his heart. The monument of the fallen? Named after the heavens, it must be grand and expansive. And surely there are many valiant souls from humanity who have laid down their lives at the starry Great Wall. The sovereign of Great Qin exhaled a heavy breath. Prince Pingyan, do you desire anything? Speak, and if it is within my means, it shall be yours. His tone was calm yet earnest. Gu Pingyan remained silent for a long while before nodding gently. Yes, wine. The sovereign and Li Tianming were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged exasperated glances. In the luxurious mansion beside the Imperial University, little Yao Yao reclined on the sofa, clutching Gu Gun Gun, and indignantly spoke. Gun Gun. That despicable Xiao Gu said he won't return for an entire month. Do you think he might have found another companion out there? Gu Gun Gun tilted his head, pondering for a while before slowly shaking it. No, my father took care of all the dogs. Liao Yao was momentarily taken aback, then, in a fit of irritation, pinched Gu Gun Gun's cheek, sighing. How infuriating. An entire month without him. I'll have to go to school by myself. With that, she pouted and gently rubbed Gu Gun Gun's fluffy face, adding, at least I still have you, Gun Gun. Gu Gun Gun wore a look of utter dismay, weakly responding, yes, I'm here. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, it sat up straight, its tone serious yet adorably innocent. Wait, could old Gu be sneaking off to drink without me? How outrageous. Liao Yao paused, contemplating for a moment, then narrowed her eyes dangerously. That seems quite possible. What a wretched Gu Pingyan. Her annoyance had been influenced by Gu Gun Gun, and now outrageous had become her catchphrase. Just as Liao Yao was stewing in her anger, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Both she and Gu Gun Gun exchanged glances, and she, holding Gun Gun tightly, cautiously opened the door. Before her stood a middle-aged man with a face full of respect. Blinking in surprise, Liao Yao listened as he solemnly declared, by decree of the Great Qin sovereign, the Qin palace guards shall be stationed here, ready to serve Miss Li as she commands. Liao Yao was taken aback, her gaze drifting past the man to the neatly arranged guards behind him. Exactly 100, each exuding a terrifying aura. Many passers-by gathered at a distance, watching in awe and whispering amongst themselves. Liao Yao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What was happening? Could it be Pingyan? In the Qin palace, a battalion of guards approached, carrying countless wine jars. By now, the wine jars in the imperial garden had piled high, beyond counting. Some princes residing within the palace were astonished, yet dared not inquire, for their father held a formidable reputation in their minds. The 9th prince gazed from afar at the youth seated in a wheelchair within the imperial garden and couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems this youth is even more formidable than we imagined." An elderly servant beside him nodded, his expression equally shaken, to warrant a royal decree summoning rare wines from all 99 provinces across the nation. Who exactly is this youth? What purpose could require such an abundance of wine? Surely it cannot be for mere drinking? In the grand palace of Qin, many individuals stood in stunned silence, observing the extraordinary spectacle. The sovereign of the Qin dynasty, in a display of extravagant expenditure of manpower and resources, had summoned exquisite aged wines from across the nation. Such an act, if it had occurred in the past, would have surely invited accusations of folly. Even now, murmurs of discontent echoed through the digital realm, with some voices condemning this decision. At that moment, the princes within the palace etched the visage of the young man into their memories, recognizing that one capable of instigating such absurdity in the sovereign was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, due to the extreme confidentiality surrounding the event and the prohibition against photography, although no images of Gu Pingyan circulated, portraits of him had already found their way onto the desks of various influential figures in the imperial capital. These lofty dignitaries, including the esteemed Prime Minister Li, bore grave expressions, marking the youth with a label of inviolability. As the elite of the capital buzzed with intrigue in the imperial garden, Gu Pingyan deftly unsealed the first jar of wine, preparing for a day of indulgence. Having attained the Mountain Sea realm, each advancement required a formidable foundation of 5,000 years of cultivation. However, the abundance of fine wines here was irresistible. Consumption of exquisite matai, superlative, gaining 20 years of cultivation. Consumption of exceptional huangjiu, extraordinary, gaining 50 years of cultivation. Consumption of 3,000-year-old vintage, supreme, gaining 100 years of cultivation. As the liquor flowed, time slipped away, and Gu Pingyan's cultivation surged exponentially. Chapter 70. Completing the sword embryo, the sovereign's personal welcome, a nation in awe. Jars of wine filled Gu Pingyan's stomach, their essence swiftly dissolved by his formidable vitality. Days turned into weeks, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming yet another jar, Gu Pingyan gradually rose from his wheelchair. The karmic debts had been fully repaid. Consumption of exquisite matai, superlative, gaining 20 years of cultivation. Continuous drinking for a month, triggering a supercritical strike. Gained the divine ability, a thought blossoms, ruling the world. Acquired the treasure, the sword body of the supreme sword embryo, 14. Indeed, while most of these fine wines were merely superlative, with each jar contributing 20 years of cultivation, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Over the course of an entire month, Gu Pingyan had consumed more than 2,000 jars. Had another person attempted this feat, they would have succumbed to inebriation long before the day was out. Yet, this staggering quantity of wine provided Gu Pingyan with a staggering foundation of 50,000 years of cultivation. And even the concepts of the Yellow Spring sword intent had reached perfection, with the karmic sword intent and time sword intent soaring to 70% completion. The ultimate key, however, lay in the final supercritical strike. Gu Pingyan closed his eyes, deeply savoring the profound concept of a single thought blooming into a flower, reigning supreme over the heavens. His heart swelled with an increasing sense of awe. This extraordinary power was terrifying in its boundlessness. Should this divine ability reach perfection, a mere thought could unleash countless immortal blossoms, each capable of manifesting as an embodiment of an immortal flower, inheriting all cultivation and sword intent. Furthermore, as long as even one such embodiment remained in the world, Gu Pingyan would not perish. Even if his true form were reduced to ashes, he could return upon that immortal embodiment. Although he had only grasped a fragment of this divine power, it remained immensely formidable. The completion of the Deluo sword embryo, even at merely a quarter of its full potential, rendered this weapon, which seemed to be of divine imperial origin, all the more fearsome. It was noteworthy that, previously, even just the sword hilt had allowed Gu Pingyan, a newcomer to the Mountain Sea realm, to slay 10 peak experts of that realm. Now, with the sword blade restored and his cultivation having reached the threshold of semi-divinity, wielding the Deluo sword embryo might allow him to dispatch a divine being as effortlessly as one would a mere dog. As his thoughts traversed these myriad reflections, the sovereign of the Great Qin approached with measured steps. "King Pingyan, are you satisfied with the wine?" he inquired, surveying the youth, fragrant with the essence of wine, with a degree of astonishment. It was inscrutable. Indeed, it had become inscrutable. A month prior, this youth had only just begun to bloom, having recently entered the Mountain Sea realm. Yet now he was unfathomable. This indicated that he had at least ascended to the first rank of the Mountain Sea realm. The Mountain Sea realm signifies the blossoming of the Tao seed, while the Divine realm represents the petals retracting, returning to simplicity, transforming into a resplendent Tao fruit. The first rank of the Mountain Sea realm had already collected 9 petals into 8, with divine powers converging, returning to their essence. Gu Ping'an responded to the great Qin sovereign with a cheerful smile. "Your Majesty, this has been the most delightful drinking experience for me." As he spoke, a light ignited in his eyes. Now nearing divinity, possessing complete divine powers, and wielding the sword embryo, under the starry sky and amidst the divine. Gu Ping'an mused that while he might not be able to sweep everything aside, dispatching an ordinary divine being would not be overly challenging. The great Qin sovereign nodded gently, smiling as he said, "I'm glad you enjoyed it. We shall depart for the starry Great Wall this afternoon. Why not visit your little girlfriend before we leave?" Naturally, he intended to go. Gu Ping'an beamed, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Despite it being merely a month, it felt like an eternity since he had last seen Xiao Yaoyao. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, "Then, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." The great Qin sovereign nodded decisively, replying with a straightforward, "Very well. I shall come to fetch you later." Gu Ping'an did not dwell on it further, merely bowing with a cheerful demeanor before bidding farewell. After his departure, a figure appeared beside the great Qin sovereign. It was the old principal. The old principal sighed softly. "Have you truly made your decision?" The great Qin sovereign quietly nodded, his gaze resolute. "Yes, since Elderly has chosen him, why should I not? I genuinely believe this youth will be the future of humanity." The old principal paused for a moment before softly speaking. "It is good that you have made your decision. Linglong will not be going to the starry Great Wall this time. I understand that, being of the celestial lineage. Her refraining from acting against the human race is commendable enough. I cannot expect her to assist us in resisting the myriad races. However, rest assured, both Linglong and I shall aid in safeguarding our ancestral star, though it shall not be for long. Also, ensure that Gu Ping'an is brought back safely." The sovereign of the great Qin remained silent for a considerable time, then gently nodded. "Rest assured, Oldly, he will return safely. However, it may not be I who brings him back." The old principal ceased speaking, gently closing his eyes and letting out a soft sigh. At the Imperial Capital University, the usual ebb and flow of people continued, with an even greater influx than before. This was due to the principal of Dihua borrowing several lecture halls from the university, as the reconstruction of Dihua would require some time. Consequently, the student body at Imperial Capital University nearly doubled, leading to a bustling scene at the once spacious entrance. At that moment, a stir arose at the entrance. The cause was none other than the renowned Li Da, the campus belle, who emerged cradling a black and white fluffball. Each appearance of Li Da and her fluffy companion invariably attracted numerous gazes, boys admiring the belle, while girls were enamored with the adorable creature. Indeed, there were some girls who admired the belle as well. Many students gazed at the stunning young woman, unable to contain their admiration. The campus belle was truly mesmerizing, and one could not help but wonder to whom she would eventually belong. Was it not said that Li Da was the girlfriend of the top student in her freshman class? The truth of that rumor remained uncertain. "I find it hard to say," one remarked. "That so-called top student has not been seen for a month. He seemed to have only shown up on the day of registration. I heard he was taken away by the inspectors," another added. "Who knows what has become of him now? Regardless, isn't our campus belle a tad too aloof? I've heard countless confessions directed at her, yet she hasn't given a single glance. Truly the epitome of a cold goddess." Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Xiao Yaoyao, expressionless, held on to Gu Gungun and walked by slowly, muttering quietly, "How infuriating. You've gained weight again, you wretched Gungun." Comfortably nestled in Yaoyao's embrace, Gu Gungun yawned and murmured sleepily, "It's perfectly normal to be rounder. Our iron-eating beast clan looks adorable when plump. What do you know?" With a haughty snort, Gu Gungun added, "Besides, you are not much better. Look at them calling you a cold goddess when in truth, you are just a silly goose." Xiao Yaoyao narrowed her eyes dangerously, walking along while subtly tugging at Gu Gungun. The latter bared its teeth in response. Soon, they exited the gates. Yet the eyes of students and passers-by remained fixed upon them. Xiao Yaoyao, accustomed to such attention, prepared to head towards her home nearby when, suddenly, she froze. Across the street, a young man stood with a smile in his eyes, gazing at her from afar. It was Ping'an. It was Gu Ping'an. "Li Yaoyao." seemingly indifferent to her aloof goddess persona, embraced the rolling ball of fur and dashed away. She wove through the bustling crowd and across the street, ultimately leaping into the arms of a young man. Countless passers-by and students were left speechless, and even the plainclothes guards exhibited widened eyes. The sound of hearts shattering echoed, as numerous boys at the school gate shed tears of heartbreak. The once unattainable goddess now had an owner. What happened to the cool, distant campus belle? This was a stark betrayal of our expectations. Countless boys, this night was destined for shattered dreams and sleeplessness. On the other side, Gu Pingyan silently held on to Xiao Yaoyao, savoring the warmth and restlessness in his embrace. Where did that restlessness come from? Gu Gun desperately wriggled out from between them, huffing indignantly. How infuriating. Could you spare me next time before you embrace each other? Do you want to suffocate this cat? Xiao Yaoyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes, retorting. Humph, you're a bear, not a cat, silly Gun. Gu Pingyan chuckled softly, ruffling Gun's head. All right, today I'll treat you both to a delicious meal. After that, I may need to leave for a while. Li Yaoyao paused, initially overcome with disappointment, then quickly erupted with anger. How dare you? Xiao Gu, do you have someone else outside? You haven't been home for a month. Gu Pingyan chuckled lightly, pinching Yaoyao's pouting cheek. You sound just like Gun. After today, I need to visit the starry Great Wall. His voice was low and soft. Li Yaoyao froze, holding Gun in silence for a while, then nodded vigorously. Then Gu Pingyan, come back safely. Gu Pingyan gently teased the bridge of her nose. I know, nothing will happen. I've heard there's a restaurant in the capital called Immortal Pavilion, and it's quite delectable. Shall we pay it a visit? Xiao Yaoyao nodded eagerly. Yes, let us go. I intend to eat you into poverty. Gu Pingyan burst into laughter. Immortal Pavilion, a name that may sound rustic, is in fact the finest and most expensive restaurant in the capital. The ground floor alone spans over 3,000 square meters, and the establishment has 3 floors. A rarity in the capital where space is at a premium. Xiao Anhua, a popular streamer in the short video industry, boasts over 10 million fans. She often engages in outdoor and store exploration live streams, earning considerable affection from her audience. Holding her phone, Xiao Anhua beamed. Dear friends, today, we are heading to the renowned Immortal Pavilion in the capital. Its fame speaks for itself. No need for further elaboration. Let us go see it together. And I'll also broaden my horizons. As she spoke, she glanced at the barrage of enthusiastic comments flooding the screen, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Little Anua's family is not lacking in wealth. In fact, they are quite affluent. However, she has an insatiable desire for social interaction and the spotlight. Her family, unable to change her disposition, reluctantly allows her to pursue her aspirations as a public streamer. With excitement, she approached the Immortal Pavilion, cheerfully exclaiming, We have reserved a spot on the 3rd floor of the Immortal Pavilion, and it cost quite a fortune. I heard that a television station is coming to interview the establishment today. Pausing for effect, she added mysteriously, Perhaps I might even appear on television. The barrage of comments was filled with playful ridicule, with many suggesting that Anhua was desperate for fame, while others expressed admiration for the coveted 3rd floor seating. After all, the 3rd floor of the Immortal Pavilion is notoriously expensive, and it is not merely money that secures a reservation. Anhua is indeed something else. Her family must be extraordinary. It is evident that access to the 3rd floor is not solely dependent on wealth. I suspect Anhua is experiencing life on day 188. Amidst the flurry of comments, Anhua reached the entrance of the Immortal Pavilion, where a waiter promptly approached, respectfully inquiring, Miss, do you have a reservation? With a bright smile, Anhua replied, Yes, indeed. The name is Anhua. The waiter nodded and was about to lead her upstairs when a warm voice resonated from outside. Is there still availability on the 3rd floor? Both Anhua and the waiter instinctively turned their heads, stunned. Standing there was a strikingly handsome young man accompanied by a breathtaking young lady, who cradled an adorable iron-eating beast in her arms. What? Both were momentarily taken aback, and the comments exploded in excitement. Wow, an iron-eating beast. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Wow, what a handsome young man. Can you all stop with the wow? Am I the only one who finds these two amusing? They just walked in and asked about the 3rd floor seating. Indeed, reservations are mandatory for the 3rd floor of the Immortal Pavilion. But judging by the pair with the iron-eating beast, their background must be formidable. The comments erupted into a cacophony, with many debating the duo's status. Most believed that while the young man and woman certainly possessed noble identities, they likely would not be admitted to the third floor. Access to the third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion requires advance reservations, and it is rumored that a prince backs the establishment. The waiter, regaining composure, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, but access to the third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is by reservation only." Gu Pingyan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's fine, the second floor will suffice." Although the third floor seating symbolizes prestige, for Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao, as long as the dishes remain the same, there is little difference. In their eyes, the so-called nobility holds no distinction from ordinary individuals. There is, in every sense, no difference at all. The waiter promptly bent down, initially intending to inform that pets were not allowed. However, upon glancing at Gu Gungun, he decided against it. After all, it was a black and white ball of fluff, deserving of a modicum of privilege. No issue at all. Just as the waiter was about to escort the two, along with the somewhat bewildered Xiao Anhuo, upstairs, an astonished voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Gu?" The group paused, turning their heads to see a young man whom Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao did not recognize. The waiter swiftly lowered his body, exclaiming, "Boss." Xiao Anhuo's eyes widened in astonishment. The young boss? This seemingly unassuming youth was the fabled proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments on her phone erupted into a frenzy, inundating the screen with exclamations of disbelief. At this moment, Gu Pingyan, feeling slightly perplexed, inquired, "And you are?" The young man, or rather the ninth prince, offered a gentle smile. "Mr. Gu, you may not know me, but I am acquainted with you." After a brief pause, he turned to the waiter and instructed, "Please take Mr. Gu to the third floor, to the finest table." The waiter nodded eagerly. Gu Pingyan and Xiao Yaoyao exchanged bewildered glances, but did not refuse the young man's kindness, offering a slight nod in gratitude. "Thank you." The ninth prince waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, the waiter escorted Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao upstairs, while Xiao Anhuo, feeling a shiver, stole a glance at the young man, who appeared deep in thought, and hurriedly followed up the stairs. The comments on her phone were in a state of uproar, speculating about the identities of the young couple holding the iron-eating beast, who seemed to have garnered such exceptional treatment from the owner of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, even suggesting that the young man appeared to be entirely unacquainted with the owner, unaware of the discussions transpiring behind them. Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace with the waiter. Xiao Yaoyao, still puzzled, whispered, "You really don't know that person?" Gu Pingyan shrugged. "Why would I lie? I've never seen him before." Just then, they reached the third floor. The third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, symbolizing status and prestige, was reserved for true nobility or those with formidable power in their families. Consequently, the pavilion had ingeniously opted against private booths, instead arranging dining tables in the main hall, spaced slightly apart. This design allowed the esteemed guests to familiarize themselves with one another and expand their networks. This was a significant reason for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's popularity among high-ranking officials and aristocrats. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to meet genuine nobility? Gu Pingyan, Yaoyao, and Gungun settled in the central position of the hall. After placing Gu Gungun comfortably in a chair, Gu Pingyan surveyed the entire hall. The expansive hall, spanning over 3,000 square meters, housed merely 10 grand round tables, and today, the clientele was sparse, including themselves and a little girl, presumably a host. There were only 4 tables occupied. Among them, one table appeared to be occupied by reporters from a television station who were interviewing another waiter while shouldering a hefty camera. At that moment, the other guests and several reporters, including the station director, were gazing intently at Gu Pingyan and his companions, primarily captivated by the striking beauty of the youthful figures, complemented by the adorable black and white bundle of fur. A flicker of surprise crossed the station director's eyes as he quietly remarked to his companion, "A food-eating beast? It seems we have yet another extraordinary individual here." The little girl seated at the back table bore an air of familiarity, likely a host as well. The companion nodded in affirmation. Yet their gaze remained fixated on Gu Pingyan and his companions, filled with astonishment. Gu Pingyan and Xiao Yaoyao remained composed at their table, disregarding the murmurs from the other table, as the dishes were promptly served. Abalone, Buddha jumps over the wall, master-level tuna, and steaming tender bamboo shoots were presented in abundance. Without hesitation, they began to indulge in the feast, with Gu Gungun seizing a plate of bamboo shoots and eagerly shoveling them into his mouth, muttering between swallows. These shoots are rather average, not a patch on the celestial variety. Gu Ping'an and Li Yao Yao exchanged glances, both bemused. Could one truly compare tender bamboo shoots with celestial ones? In Zuxing, celestial bamboo shoots were indeed a treasure. Before long, all the dishes had been served, and the waiter respectfully placed the final plate before them, stating, "Gentlemen, ladies, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to call upon me." Gu Ping'an nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then placed a piece of master-level tuna into his mouth. At another table, Xiao Nua was relishing the meal, but wore a somewhat troubled expression as she lamented, "Oh, please don't cause a ruckus. It's impossible for me to film the other table's guests. Just seeing the back of the black and white bundle is already a treat." The barrage of comments erupted in disapproval, and Xiao Nua pouted, feeling a surge of curiosity herself. Who were these young individuals, arriving with such an adorable companion and seemingly earning the respect of the owner of Zhe? Xian Lu was utterly perplexing. Time passed swiftly. Even though Gu Ping'an and his companions had deliberately slowed their pace, they found themselves satisfactorily full after 2 hours. Typically, a meal of this nature would take longer, as dishes were meant to be served one by one, individually. However, Xiao Yao Yao had previously expressed her impatience, prompting the server to present everything at once. The other tables were also nearing the end of their meals, when the station director quietly instructed, "Prepare for the interview. Remember, this time we are showcasing the standards of our grand banquet to the public. Avoid straying into topics of power and privilege." After a brief pause, he added, "This is a live broadcast without edits, so let us all perform well and ensure the other 3 tables' guests remain out of the camera's view." The journalists nodded in agreement, promptly beginning to set up their equipment. Meanwhile, Gu Ping'an and his companions had also finished their meal, observing the contented Li Yao Yao patting her little belly. He chuckled softly and remarked, "This meal was quite delightful, wasn't it?" Both Li Yao Yao and Gu Gonggong simultaneously let out a satisfied burp, and she playfully patted Gu Gonggong's head. "Indeed, it's been ages since I savored such exquisite dishes. No wonder it's renowned as the standard of a national banquet at Zue Xian Lu." After a brief pause, her expression dimmed slightly. "Little Gu, when will you visit the Starry Great Wall?" Leaning back in his chair, Gu Ping'an replied, "Perhaps in a little while." As he spoke, he gently pinched the soft cheek of little Yao Yao. At the back table, Xiao Anua's eyes widened, her phone buzzing with comments of astonishment and disbelief. She pouted and whispered to the live stream viewers, "I wonder when I'll find a boyfriend." The comments flooded in, echoing her sentiment. Meanwhile, Li Yao Yao, tugging at Gu Gonggong's ear, curiously asked, "By the way, little Gu, how will you get to the Starry Great Wall? Who will you go with?" Gu Ping'an sipped his tea, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I will be going with the National Lord. He is supposed to pick me up." He blinked, pondering whether the Lord indeed meant he would come to fetch him. Li Yao Yao's eyes widened in surprise, and just as she was about to speak, a commotion erupted downstairs. A cacophony of fearful and greeting voices intermingled. The guests on the 3rd floor paused, instinctively glancing toward the staircase. Soon, they beheld a middle-aged man in a black robe, exuding an air of authority, ascending the stairs with measured steps. The National Lord? His Majesty. Xiao Anua's chopsticks clattered to the floor. The personnel from the Qin television station, who had just begun their live interview, stood frozen in place, their cameras unwittingly shifting to focus on the National Lord. The monarch approached the young boy and girl, gently patting Gu Gonggong's head, and smiled as he spoke, "Ping'an, it's about time. I have come to take you away." He glanced at the nearby camera, but said nothing more. Gu Ping'an nodded slightly, while Li Yao Yao stared in confusion at the middle-aged man. Gu Gonggong, irritated, swatted away the National Lord's hand, clearly disliking the touch of an unfamiliar person. The young boy placed his chopsticks on the bowl, stretched lazily, and ruffled Yao Yao's hair. Addressing the National Lord, "I truly did not expect you would come to fetch me." The National Lord's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He glanced again at the camera before returning his gaze to Gu Ping'an, stating earnestly, "It is only fitting that I come to escort you. To slay 10 mountains and seas, and to save the entire imperial capital, any form of hospitality is warranted." Meanwhile, countless viewers seated before their televisions, engrossed in the live interview, instinctively exclaimed, "What the heck?" Before long, the internet erupted, and the entire Great Qin Empire was swept into a fervor. Chapter 71. Reactions from all sides. I wish to personally meet my human race for eternity. On the 3rd floor of the Drunken Immortal building, Xiao Anua nearly dropped the phone she had been holding aloft, her frame trembling with confusion and disbelief. The barrage of comments exploded in a cacophony. Am I seeing this correctly? Am I really seeing this? A living sovereign, one who can move. My goodness. Who is that youth? Did you all hear? The sovereign stated that he should be treated with respect, as it is only appropriate. Let me interject, I am a freshman at the Imperial University. And that young man is the top freshman. What the heck? Why can't I recall his name? You must be joking. The top freshman? Are you dreaming? The comments clamored incessantly, with hundreds and thousands flashing by each second, while the number of viewers in Xiao Anua's livestream continued to swell. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. As the news rapidly spread, the viewership soared past 10 million, exceeding even her own follower count. The platform's officials naturally took note of this astonishing surge in data. Back-end staff curiously clicked into the live stream to ascertain the situation, only to be left utterly astounded. Is that the sovereign? In front of their screens, many citizens watching the interview were equally dumbfounded. After all, this was reputed to be the most prestigious restaurant in all of Great Qin, with its third floor shrouded in mystery. Consequently, a significant number of people eagerly awaited the revelations from the Great Qin television station. To their surprise, they did not witness the anticipated revelations, but instead beheld the sovereign, witnessing firsthand how he deemed it fitting to treat that young man with honor. Like a tidal wave, this news, accompanied by clips from marketing accounts and humorous netizens, swept across the entire internet, engulfing the Great Qin Empire. In the imperial capital, Wang Tian, who had previously borrowed land in Taiyan City for the college entrance examination, stared at the video on his phone, his mouth slowly agape, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. That youth, that young woman, and that black and white bundle. Why did they all seem so familiar? Wait, ISNT that Gu Pingan and Li Yaoyao from Taiyan know. One high school. Wang Tian swallowed hard, his spirit shaken, as memories of his time at Taiyan number 1 flooded back. At that time, Zhang Jinghong, disregarding advice, had sought to provoke that young man, resulting in their ignoble expulsion from the school. Yet now, only a short time had passed, and that youth reappeared. This time in the presence of the sovereign. That is the sovereign. Wang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart racing violently as he watched the scene of the sovereign conversing with Gu Pingan on the screen, cold sweat trickling down his back, coupled with a sense of miraculous relief at having survived. Fortunately, the young man did not hold any grudges against them. Suddenly, Wang Tian seemed to grasp the implications behind the abrupt demise of the Zhang family. It likely had no connection to this young man, did it? He swallowed hard, rendered speechless for a moment. Meanwhile, not far from the imperial capital, in Changshi City, within the dormitory of Changshi University, Su Xiaoyan lay bored on her bed, dozing off. As she pulled out her phone to scroll through her social media, she was taken aback. What the heck? Is that really the emperor? Who is that young man? She gasped, mesmerized by the screen. The young man was undeniably handsome. Come on, you're daydreaming again. Have you even noticed the girl beside him? And that adorable black and white creature? Su Xiaoyan, bewildered, raised her head to see her 3 roommates in a lively commotion. She hopped off her bed and bounced over, asking, "What are you all watching? What emperor?" It's a video that's gone viral online. The emperor personally visited the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the imperial capital, inviting a young man there, stating that the young man should be treated with utmost respect. One of the girls exclaimed, her face filled with awe as she handed her phone to Su Xiaoyan, adding, "You must see this. This young man is absolutely stunning." Curiosity piqued. Su Xiaoyan took the phone and her eyes widened in astonishment. Yao Yao? Pingan? Her 3 roommates froze momentarily, with one incredulously asking, "Xiaoyan, do you know them? Don't joke with us." Su Xiaoyan rubbed her eyes, mouth agape. "Oh my gosh, it really is them." She then looked up, slightly bewildered, and scrunched her nose. "I'm telling you, the girl in the video is my best friend, and the boy is a classmate from high school. Do you believe me?" Her roommates exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in disbelief. "Enough of this, Xiaoyan, you're just exaggerating." Before she could finish, she was cut short. Su Xiaoyan quietly pulled out her phone and found a photo of herself with Li Yao Yao, taken in their pajamas. The 3 girls glanced at Su Xiaoyan's phone, then at the stunning girl in the video, falling into silence. Then, all at once, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." The small dormitory erupted with excitement. In the imperial capital, at the residence of the chief minister, the elderly chief minister leisurely sipped his tea while seated across from a middle-aged man, who happened to be Li Yao Yao's father. You need to bring Yao Yao back soon. There has been no progress regarding her relationship with the ninth prince, which is concerning. The middle-aged man, sweating profusely, spoke in a subdued tone. I understand, great-grandfather. The elderly chief minister took a sip of his steaming tea and slowly set it down, his voice calm as he continued. There is no need for you to be overly formal. If Yao Yao were to marry the ninth prince, you would be considered part of the royal family. Do you understand? A bitter smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he remained silent. What father would willingly exchange his daughter for a brighter future? Suddenly, the head of the Li family stumbled in, clutching his phone, his face still etched with disbelief and confusion. His steps were hurried, and as he rushed forward, he shouted, "Great-grandfather, please take a look." Breathing heavily, he paused to glance at the middle-aged man beside him, his eyes still reflecting uncertainty. What on earth was happening? Old Prime Minister Li set down his teacup, gently exhaled, and remarked with a hint of disdain, as the head of a family, "One should not be so rash in times of trouble." The family head forced a bitter smile, offering no explanation, merely extending the phone. "Elder, you must see this." Old Prime Minister Li accepted the phone slowly, his expression as calm as a still pond. After a moment, the venerable statesman suddenly sprang to his feet, his face contorted with shock as he inhaled sharply, his countenance trembling. This. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The middle-aged man, intrigued, stole a glance at the screen, revealing a video set in what appeared to be a restaurant. Wait, was that Yao Yao? Why was she cradling a ferocious beast? And standing beside her was none other than the sovereign. The middle-aged man stumbled, an icy chill coursing through him. After what felt like an eternity, old Prime Minister Li collapsed back into his chair, his expression still marked by astonishment. Finally, he managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. "Quick, investigate who this young man is." As he spoke, he swallowed hard, his mind reeling. The sovereign had personally invited him, a privilege he had never before received. Even as someone on the cusp of divinity. What was this young man's story? Instinctively reaching for his teacup, he realized it was empty. Old Prime Minister Li habitually extended the cup to the middle-aged man, intending for him to refill it. Yet, recalling the video, his hand froze mid-air as he redirected the cup to the head of the Li family. Father relies on his daughter's fortune. On the third floor of the drunken Immortal pavilion, the stationmaster's gaze was vacant, every hair on his body standing on end, a sentiment shared by everyone on that floor. They were more acutely aware of the shock than those online. After all, the sovereign of the Great Qin stood before them. At another table, the esteemed guests found themselves in a state of mental paralysis, stunned into silence for a moment before hurriedly rising. How could they remain seated while the sovereign stood? Meanwhile, the young lady at the table behind them shivered, snapping back to reality, and hastily shut off the live stream, holding her breath. Her heart raced with both trepidation and exhilaration. After this, she would surely gain a plethora of followers. At that moment, Gu Pingon gently rose to his feet, smiling as he called out, "Wait staff, bring the bill." The trembling attendant, seemingly awakened from a dream, wore a smile that was more pained than joyful. "Sir, our owner has declared this meal complimentary." Gu Pingon was slightly taken aback, while the sovereign of the Great Qin Kingdom nodded with a smile. "Well, the ninth prince is quite satisfactory." This seemingly casual remark left Gu Pingon in contemplation. Is this restaurant owned by the ninth prince? Beside them, Li Yao Yao shuddered slightly, as if recalling something, but soon regained her composure. Neither her father nor that esteemed prime minister could compel her into a marriage, for Gu Pingon was present. The sovereign of the Great Qin chuckled softly and then spoke. "Shall we go? I seem to have played the role of the villain by interrupting your nostalgic reunion." Gu Pingon pinched his round, chubby face and replied, "It's fine. We probably won't be long." Saying this, he turned around and embraced Li Yao Yao tightly, who reciprocated the gesture. The sovereign could not help but chuckle, while Gu Pingon's large, dark eyes rolled playfully. "Huh, a pair of lovebirds." At that moment, the director of the nearby table suddenly snapped back to reality, catching sight of the camera aimed at the couple. He froze momentarily, his pupils dilating, and hurriedly shut off the camera, panic coursing through him. The journalists, too, regained their senses, cold sweat pouring down their backs, soaking their garments. Oh no, this is a disaster. The thought raced through their minds as they could already envision the tumultuous waves of chaos that would ensue outside. Meanwhile, the sovereign of the Great Qin curiously inquired of Gu Pingon, "Young lad, how is your father faring these days?" Gu Pingyan tilted his head, offering a rather indifferent response. He's doing all right, the same as always. Do you know my father? The few patrons and waitstaff in the restaurant were taken aback. This iron-eating beast could speak, and was it not rather impolite to address the sovereign in such a manner? Just as they were pondering this, the sovereign of the Great Qin uttered words that sent shivers down their spines. Having once admired his presence and encountered him in childhood, they lamented that they had not seen him since. Gu Pingyan blinked in surprise, then patted his fluffy head with a furry paw. Oh right. My father seems to have visited here and stayed for quite a while, perhaps alongside your father? The sovereign's expression darkened momentarily, but then returned to its former lightness as he nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed. Those present, whether the young Anhua, the staff of the Great Qin Television, or the esteemed guests at the table, instinctively covered their ears. It seemed they had overheard something they ought not to have. Would there be consequences? The sovereign tilted his head, observing the young couple still locked in their embrace. A bemused smile gracing his lips. It's not as if you are parting for life and death. Must you be so dramatic? Gu Pingyan cheerfully released Li Yaoyao, savoring the lingering warmth in his embrace, and said with a smile, All right, Your Majesty, shall we take our leave? The sovereign nodded gently, somewhat wistfully. Indeed. It is time to go. Gu Pingyan nodded, then firmly squeezed Li Yaoyao's hand. Wait for my return. Li Yaoyao pouted slightly, and took a deep breath. Yes, Pingyan. You must return safely too. Gu Pingyan silently nodded and patted Gu Gun's round little head. This time, you're coming with me. With that, he lifted Gu Gun and kissed Li Yaoyao on the forehead. In an instant, both he and the emperor vanished into the void, along with Gu Gun. Once they had disappeared, a regiment of Qin palace guards marched up the stairs in orderly formation. They first bowed to the still-dazed Yaoyao, then pulled out several confidentiality agreements. Addressing Xiao Anhua and the others with a calm demeanor, Please sign here. Gu Pingyan held Gu Gun by the scruff of his neck and felt the scenery shift dramatically before him, transforming into the vast expanse of starry skies. The Emperor of the Great Qin led him through the cosmos at a breathtaking speed, distorting the sights around them. Each step they took compressed countless miles of space beneath their feet. Curiously, he inquired, Why have you brought this little bundle of fluff along? Gu Gun rolled his eyes at the Emperor. Meanwhile, Gu Pingyan cheerfully held up Gun, justifying, Beyond the starry Great Wall lies myriad races. Although I can slay mountains and seas like butchered dogs, what if I attract the attention of an immortal? As he spoke, he lifted Gun as if he were carrying a large goose. With Gun here, it's different. If an immortal comes after me, I'll shield him in front, letting his father deal with the immortal. The Emperor of the Great Qin was taken aback, his eyelids twitching slightly, stifling a laugh. You, he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, he realized that Gu Pingyan had a point. Gu Gun, with wide, dark-circled eyes, indignantly exclaimed, You consider me a brother, yet use me as a shield? How infuriating! With that, it crossed its arms, adopting an angry demeanor. Its small limbs awkwardly suspended in the air due to Gu Pingyan's grip on its neck, creating a rather amusing sight. Gu Pingyan exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at the myriad stars that appeared distorted and blurred due to their rapid speed. Suddenly, he spoke, Your Majesty, you were aware that the camera was directed at us, weren't you? The Emperor of the Great Qin nodded straightforwardly and explained softly, Yes, I know you dislike being in the spotlight. However, your visit to the starry Great Wall will last at least 10 days to half a month, possibly even 2 to 3 months. He paused before continuing, I intend to leave you with some renown. Many troubles concerning your little girlfriend will also dissipate. Gu Pingyan squinted slightly. What troubles could Yaoyao possibly have? Are you not aware? The Emperor of the Great Qin asked, slightly surprised. Then chuckled softly. It's some matters concerning her family. You may inquire about it upon your return. Gu Pingyan nodded silently and inquired further. I would like to know why you brought me to witness the ceremony at the starry Great Wall. It must be perilous, and ordinarily, you would prevent my attendance. This time, the sovereign of the Qin kingdom fell silent. After a moment, he exhaled a deep breath and spoke softly. Because I have chosen you, Gu Pingyan. The fate of humanity will rest upon your shoulders. Listening to this somewhat perplexing statement, Gu Pingyan felt a bit bewildered and managed a wry smile. Your Majesty. Your words sound as if you are delivering a final testament. Do not frighten me. The sovereign of Qin burst into hearty laughter, rest assured. I intend to witness humanity standing tall at the pinnacle of the stars. I wish to see all races bowing in reverence to humanity. I have no intention of meeting my end at the starry Great Wall. His voice resonated with vigor, akin to thunder. Gu Ping'an nodded with a smile, his heart filled with myriad emotions. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the starry Great Wall. Gu Ping'an's pupils dilated slightly, and a tingling sensation coursed from the back of his head down to the tips of his hair, vibrating through his spine. Is this the starry Great Wall? Chapter 72. The Suffering of Humanity, ascending to the role of speaker, judging the young of the sinful races? Gu Ping'an had envisioned countless times what the starry Great Wall might look like. Even during his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, he had glimpsed a figure in a vision, forging the starry Great Wall, yet the details remained elusive. Now, standing before this fortress, drenched in the blood of humanity's forebears, he finally grasped the magnitude of the awe it inspired. The wall towered over 1,000,000 zhang high, its expanse stretching beyond sight, seemingly curving to envelop vast regions of the ancestral star. Being situated in the void, the distinction between above and below was unclear. A hazy radiance emanated from the foundation of the wall, obscuring the surroundings and creating a circular, faint luminous dome that shrouded the expansive star fields near the ancestral star. Upon closer inspection of the wall, Gu Ping'an observed intricate textures on every stone, depicting mountains, rivers, and even oceans, along with the patterns left by solar flares and helium flashes. In essence, each brick of the starry Great Wall was forged from a planet, or even a star, compressed by immense magical power. This wall was indeed constructed from countless celestial bodies. No wonder it bore the name Starry Great Wall. Even standing beneath the stars, it was a monument composed of innumerable great stars. Gu Ping'an continued to scrutinize the wall, noting the astonishing breadth of its surface. From one battlement to the other, it spanned at least 1,000 kilometers. This could hardly be termed a wall, for upon its surface, Gu Ping'an beheld cities, villages, hills, vegetation, and even rivers and seas. How could there be cities atop a wall? Yet, such was the reality. It seems that Gu Ping'an's astonishment has not gone unnoticed. As the sovereign of the Great Qin chuckles and begins to elucidate, after all, many soldiers have stationed at the starry Great Wall for years. Thus they have taken it upon themselves to construct several cities atop it. As for those villages, he pauses, a sense of nostalgia and admiration flickering in his eyes. Logically speaking, soldiers should not remain at the starry Great Wall indefinitely. However, some have chosen to dwell there for a lifetime, marrying, having children, and continuing their lineage. Some have even opted to establish their own towns. Gu Ping'an remains in a daze, contemplating the notion of spending a lifetime at the starry Great Wall, or even generations guarding it. A wave of emotion surges within him, and his nose tinges with the faintest hint of sorrow. By the way, Ping'an, the sovereign of the Great Qin, suddenly inquires, do you know how many people inhabit our ancestral star? Gu Ping'an, momentarily taken aback, regains his composure after a brief reflection. One nation has a population exceeding 3 billion. Across 9 nations, perhaps around 30 billion? The sovereign nods gently and poses another question. And do you know how many reside at the starry Great Wall? This query renders Gu Ping'an speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he ventures, 50 billion? The sovereign shakes his head with a smile. That is too small. Your perspective is limited. He pauses, his gaze deepening as he reflects. The starry Great Wall has nurtured countless generations, boasting a population of indeed over 100 billion. Gu Ping'an's eyes widen in astonishment, his heart shaken. Excluding approximately 10 billion elderly and children, the remaining 90 billion are all soldiers of our human race, standing guard over peace. Each year, millions of soldiers venture into the depths of the cosmos, seeking intelligence from ancient cities and beyond. At this moment, the sovereign of the Great Qin pauses again, gently closing his eyes. Yet, for every 100 soldiers who journey into the depths of the cosmos, only one survives, and ultimately, just one returns home. Gu Ping'an is rendered speechless. Millions of wanderers set forth each year, yet merely 1,000 return home? In this instant, even the mighty remain silent. From 1,000,000, only 1,000 make it back. The sovereign softly continues, now, take a look behind you. Gu Ping'an's heart flutters as he senses something profound, and with some difficulty, he turns around. Before him stands a monument, a towering edifice, its material unknown, appearing a deep, matte black with little sheen. The monument spans approximately 3,000 meters in width, while its height stretches into the starry sky, seemingly infinite above, and plunges into the abyss below, equally boundless. Inscribed upon this stone are countless names, densely etched and immeasurable. Each one represents a fallen warrior of our race, each having perished at the starry Great Wall. Gu Pingyan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, and he instinctively closes them. The plight of humanity weighs heavily upon him. Each year, countless warriors venture into the depths of the starry sky, their names inscribed upon stone tablets in advance. The sovereign of the great Qin nation speaks softly. For everyone who returns, a name shall be erased. Those who do not return, regardless of their fate, shall remain inscribed, for they dwell in the profound void of the cosmos. Even if they survive, that place is not home. With a gentle sigh, the sovereign reluctantly adds, "Let us proceed to the Great Wall." Gu Pingyan remains silent, cradling Gu Gun in his arms, and ambles quietly through the void towards the Great Wall. The sovereign continues to ramble, this time elucidating the cities along the Great Wall. The largest city is called Banzishing, while the others are satellite cities, totaling 18. Why is it named Banzishing? Gu Pingyan inquires softly. And what of the king who fell in battle for our great Qin? The sovereign shudders slightly before continuing. The mandate of heaven does not favor our human race. The path ahead is fraught with peril, seemingly a dead end. Our people must strive to defy this fate, to conquer the heavens, to carve a path from the dead end, hence the name Banzishing. As for the king who perished, he is, in fact, my father. I shall take you to see him. His body remains nailed to the city wall. The sovereign's words are calm, yet tremulous. There is no sorrow. There is no time for mourning. Humanity suffers. The road ahead is arduous, and all he can do is struggle against the tide. To strive, to navigate against the currents of suffering and reach the other shore, to carve a path for humanity. Gu Pingyan's heart convulses, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He opens his mouth, wishing to utter something, yet finds himself speechless. Only silence prevails, heavy and profound. Simultaneously, Gu Pingyan's anger towards the traitors of the ancestral star reaches unprecedented heights. At such a critical juncture, when survival hangs by a thread, there are still those who would betray humanity, conspiring to overturn our kind. Such individuals cannot be called human, they must be eradicated. Both of them move swiftly, one at the threshold of immortality, the other on the cusp of divinity, crossing the vast void and soon arriving at the starry Great Wall. Banzishing is markedly different from the cities on the ancestral star. It exudes a solemnity and maturity, devoid of ubiquitous billboards, with scarcely any entertainment venues. Gu Pingyan, holding Gun, descends with the sovereign into the heart of Banzishing, where an ancient and grand edifice, reminiscent of a lord's manor from antiquity, stands. Following the sovereign into the great hall, Gu Pingyan finds himself momentarily stunned. The aura within the hall is terrifyingly overwhelming. In his perception, 7 forces akin to blazing suns radiate within, exuding a heat that is unnerving and a vastness that is daunting. Merely sensing their presence sends shivers down his spine. Is this immortality? Before Gu Pingyan can ponder further, he steps into the hall, and his surroundings open up before him in an awe-inspiring revelation. The grand hall was eerily expansive, seemingly enhanced by some form of spatial folding or arcane sorcery, rendering its interior far more vast than it appeared from the outside. At the pinnacle of the hall, the principal seat remained unoccupied, flanked by 8 chairs on either side, 7 of which were occupied. Numerous additional seats lined the sides, also filled with individuals. The ruler of the great Qin bowed slightly towards the 7 figures above. "I greet you, esteemed kings." Observing this, Gu Pingyan mimicked the gesture with an air of decorum. "I greet you, esteemed kings." A wave of contemplation washed over him. Were these truly the stalwarts of the human race? Casting a quick glance, Gu Pingyan began to speculate on the identities of each king, particularly the king of the great Ming and the king of the great Zhou, whose attire was unmistakably distinctive. Moreover, the king of the northern lands bore a visage that undeniably marked him as a man from that realm. Simultaneously, a question arose in Gu Pingyan's mind. For whom was the central seat reserved? The 7 kings, seated upon their thrones, scrutinized the youth before them, astonished that the ruler of the great Qin had brought a boy. Wait, did that boy carry an aura of immortal bloodline? Could he possibly be the offspring of the iron-eating beast king? Their astonishment deepened. The king of the great Ming could not restrain his curiosity. Great Qin. Who is this youth? "He is Gu Pingyan, a first-class prince of our great Qin." The ruler of the great Qin replied with composure. "I have brought Prince Pingyan, for his strength is formidable and may aid in guarding a territory." The kings seated in their thrones and the 8 rulers at the sides exchanged bewildered glances. This youth possesses great strength? Was this a jest? After all, he appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Even if he were powerful, how potent could he truly be? It is well known that on the starry Great Wall, amidst the battlefield of myriad races, even grandmasters are unfit for battle. Only those conferred with titles can lead troops, while revered figures merely stir minor waves. Below the rank of Marquis, one could only remain on the Great Wall, awaiting the onslaught of the myriad races to engage in combat. After all, those beneath the Marquis rank cannot endure long in the void. The ruler of the Great Qin, perceiving the doubts swirling within the hearts of the kings and rulers, smiled gently, refraining from elaboration. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Rest assured, this youth will play a role in the forthcoming assault by the myriad races that will surpass your expectations." The king of the Great Ming chuckled lightly. What? Can he really repel the assault of the myriad races? The ruler of the Great Qin remained silent, while Gu Pingyan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Though his thoughts were in tumult, repelling the myriad races' assault? That seemed somewhat daunting. If nothing else, in the realm of immortality, he would surely be outmatched. However, slaying a few mountain-dwelling beasts and vanquishing 2 deities should not pose a challenge. Upon this realization, he instinctively pinched Gu Gun's ear, feeling a spark of inspiration. Memories of the elixir of divine bamboo, gifted to him by the old principal, surfaced in his mind. He wondered if Gu Gun's father still possessed any, and if it were possible to procure more. De Ming Renwang hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing the handsome youth before him, his gaze lingering on Gu Gun for a while longer. He then spoke slowly. "You are Prince Pingyan, are you not? Please take a seat." As he gestured with his hand, a previously unseen chair manifested among the 9 already present in the grand hall, making a total of 10. Gu Pingyan, cradling Gun Gun, expressed his gratitude and sat beside the sovereign of Daqin. "Upon your return, you shall likely assume the role of speaker," the Daqin sovereign remarked with a smile. Gu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. "Speaker? Which speaker?" After a brief contemplation, he realized the sovereign must be referring to the speaker of the ancestral Star Council. In the Council of the 9 Nations, kings could serve as council members, while the speaker was typically one of the sovereigns. Would he truly become the 10th speaker upon his return? Gu Pingyan found himself both amused and bewildered. From his position, the divine Eagle King exhaled a heavy breath and inquired with authority, "Daqin's sovereign, when do you plan to embark on your path to immortality?" The Daqin sovereign's face radiated with joy as he replied, "Tomorrow. At this time tomorrow, I shall attain immortality and witness the flourishing of humankind." The sovereign of Dashang remarked pensively, "Brother Ing, should you succeed in achieving immortality this time, our people will be free from worry for a while." The northern sovereign nodded in agreement. "Indeed, with 8 immortals, we can activate the Great Wall formation and easily suppress any threats to our existence, even against the legendary ancient kings." Gu Pingyan felt a stir within, pondering the notion of the ancient kings. Was that a realm beyond immortality? It piqued his interest. A sense of urgency began to swell within him. His own cultivation still fell short. Though he had progressed from a budding martial artist to a half-step divine being in just 2 months, it was still insufficient. Wait a moment, was he engaging in self-pity? Gu Pingyan fell into deep thought. Above, another king spoke, the king of Dezhou. Now that the speaker's position has been filled, perhaps tomorrow, after the great battle, another seat for the kings may open. This is a fortunate event for our people. He paused, his gaze becoming profound. Since a great battle looms tomorrow, why not celebrate today the ascension of Prince Ping into the speaker's seat? Gu Pingyan was taken aback, while the other sovereigns nodded in agreement. Although they were unaware of the youth's cultivation level, the endorsement of the Daqin sovereign, along with the presence of the son of an immortal king, was more than sufficient. Not to mention, the presence of that striking black and white bundle was compelling enough on its own. The favored by the sovereign, mused a couple of lords with a hint of amusement, devoid of malice. In their eyes, regardless of the youth's prodigious talents, he could not possibly be formidable. After all, he was merely a boy, having trained for a scant 18 or 19 years since birth, a mere blink in the grand tapestry of existence. Gu Pingyan, sensing their thoughts, found it somewhat amusing as he gently tousled Gu Gungun's hair, though his own demeanor was tinged with tension. Tomorrow heralded a grand battle. He pondered how many of the formidable would fall to his blade. How many celestial beings would he confront? As Gu Pingin's thoughts swirled, a sudden, boisterous voice rang out from outside. Report. General Ling Tianshuang seeks an audience. The assembly paused momentarily, and the sovereign of the Great Ming promptly replied, Admit General Ling. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in armor, his countenance grave, strode in. He was none other than Ling Tianshuang, the human general. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Ling Tianshuang first paid his respects to the 7 human kings above him, then bowed to the 10 counselors flanking him. Yet, as he glanced at the counselors, he was taken aback. There was an additional figure seated among them, a serene young man cradling a black and white bundle in his arms. A tempest of surprise surged within Ling Tianshuang. Who was this? A new counselor? Seemingly sensing Ling Tianshuang's bewilderment, the sovereign of the Great Qin spoke with a smile. This is His Highness, Prince Pingin of Great Qin, our new counselor. Ling Tianshuang snapped back to reality, a shudder coursing down his spine as he hastily bowed to Gu Pingin. I pay my respects, Prince Pingin. Gu Pingin responded with a warm smile. General Ling. No need for such formalities. He did not shy away from his position. One must assume the mantle of authority and its accompanying respect. A bow of this nature, had he not been seated upon the counselor's throne, would require him to yield, yet now he was bound to accept it. Ling Tianshuang scrutinized the unexpectedly present Prince Pingin with cautious curiosity, though refrained from delving into speculation at this moment. Instead, he turned his attention back to the human kings above. There is a youth from the Sin clan, attempting to rid himself of the Sin clan stigma. This youth possesses exceptional talent, and at merely 20, stands at the precipice of the Mountain Sea realm. I have come to seek guidance on how to proceed with this matter. The expressions of the human kings darkened. The king of Great Ming let out a cold scoff. The Sin clan? I have previously stated that a penance of 3,000 years is required to erase the name of Sin. Bring that youth forth for personal examination. Ling Tianshuang respectfully nodded, then hurried away. Meanwhile, seated among the counselors, Gu Pingin blinked in bewilderment, pondering the implications of the Sin clan youth. To rid oneself of the stigma of sin? This narrative felt hauntingly familiar, as if echoing from a distant memory. As he blinked in confusion, the youth from the Sin clan was already being brought into the Grand Hall. Chapter 73. The young man wields his sword to slay all races, and where he stands becomes a heavenly abyss. A youth, burdened by chains, strode in with his head held high. His demeanor was defiant, his eyes brimming with contempt and hatred, his back straight as if forged of iron. What is your name? Inquired the king of the northern realm, his voice resonating like thunder, reverberating throughout the grand hall. The youth raised his chin and replied coolly, Zhao Yangqin. From his seat, Gu Ping observed the scene with a peculiar glint in his eyes. This name, Zhao Yangqin, at least it is not a surname like Shi or Yi. As he pondered, the youth continued, his tone icy. The 7 kings above, the 9 counselors and 10 deputies? He momentarily faltered, noticing the boy beside him gently stroking a metal-eating beast, his astonishment palpable. This youth appeared even younger than himself. Could he possibly be an ancient being rejuvenated? Surely that must be the case. Regaining his composure, Zhao Yangqin resumed with an air of indifference. 7 kings, 10 counselors, I must ask you, what crime has my kin committed to be branded as a guilty race, deemed guilty blood, for 3 millennia? As he spoke, his expression twisted in defiance and confusion. We too have fought valiantly on the front lines, yet we are always relegated to the role of suicide squads. By what right? I ask you by what right? With his words, a formidable aura emanated from Zhao Yangqin, and a faint Dao seed began to materialize behind him, poised to bloom. Half a step into the Mountain Sea realm, several rulers and even a few kings were visibly shaken. This youth, Zhao Yangqin, was indeed a half step into the Mountain Sea realm. How old could he be? He appeared no more than 26 or 7. A prodigy, a true prodigy, yet alas, he belonged to a guilty race. For 3,000 years, the descendants of the guilty race have borne the burden of sin, with only 1,200 years remaining. From his elevated position, the king of the northern realm glanced at the sovereign of Qin before turning his gaze to the defiant youth encumbered by chains. He spoke with a detached tone. Why? 1,800 years ago, your ancestors betrayed humanity, launching a surprise attack that resulted in grievous wounds to our kind, ultimately leading to their execution upon the starry Great Wall. His voice thundered, akin to a resounding bell, deafening to the ears. Gu Ping was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking at the Daqin ruler beside him, his heart racing. So it was that the noble of Daqin, one of humanity's immortals, had been severely wounded by his own kin before perishing in battle? Anger ignited within Gu Ping's eyes. Zhao Liangchen too appeared stunned, evidently taken aback by this revelation. He had visited the site where the bodies were impaled by long spears on the starry Great Wall. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Liangchen gritted his teeth. Yet, what does this have to do with us, the descendants? The transgressions of our ancestors should not be inherited by their progeny. My kin fight valiantly. Are we not brave? Do we not risk our lives? The king of the northern realm sighed deeply, poised to utter something when the king of the great Ming interjected. The sins of the ancestors should extend to their descendants? Given the transgressions of that individual from years past, it is only fitting that the punishment befall 9 generations. Yet, having spared others a chance at life and waged a battle for 3 millennia to atone for those sins, does that not suffice? Rising in indignation, he continued, do you comprehend that the peril facing our human race today is rooted in your forebears' actions? They have wrought devastation upon the entirety of humanity. 3,000 years of penance is but a light burden. Zhao Liangchen, at a loss for words, felt his face flush crimson as he retorted. The sins of our ancestors are not our own. I refuse to accept that. Refuse if you must, but keep it to yourself. The king of the great Ming could not contain his frustration, seemingly reminded of the corpse atop the city walls, conjuring memories of the carnage from 1800 years ago. Gu Pinggan observed in silence, feeling an unexpected urge to pay homage to the fallen hero of the great Qin. A wave of melancholy washed over him. For the names etched upon the celestial monument, the valiant souls who perished in battle, and the great Qin king nailed to the city wall, none in their ancestral star remembered them, nor acknowledged their sacrifice. To the ordinary populace of the great Qin, they believed the last monarch had simply succumbed to old age or illness, interred beneath Mount Li. Yet, in truth, he remained crucified upon the walls. With such thoughts, Gu Pinggan could not help but let out a soft sigh. The hall was steeped in a heavy silence, making his breath conspicuously audible. The assembled kings and monarchs turned their gazes towards him, puzzled. Ling Tianshuang and Zhao Liangchen also regarded the youthful figure seated at the head of the assembly, cradling a furry creature. Zhao Liangchen broke the silence, inquiring, how old are you? Gu Pinggan met his gaze, responding with indifference, 19. The revelation elicited varied reactions. The kings and monarchs were somewhat prepared, while Zhao Liangchen and Ling Tianshuang stood dumbfounded. 19. Surely, this was a jest? A chairman at such a tender age? They had previously assumed Gu Pinggan was an ageless being masquerading as a youth, only to discover he was indeed a mere boy. Shaken by the revelation, Zhao Liangchen, after a brief pause, pressed on. At 19, you occupy the esteemed position of chairman. But do you grasp what it means for our kin, the sinful clan? To reach 19, the youth at the head of the assembly remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on Zhao Liangchen, his hand gently stroking the fluffy creature's head. Zhao Liangchen, lost in thought, continued, for our clan, by 19, we are already entrenched in battle, fighting for our very existence against myriad foes. Tell me, what justifies this disparity? Have you ever considered how many lives were lost due to your ancestors' transgressions? Gu Pinggan finally spoke, his tone calm. Because of your forebear, our great Qin's monarch has fallen, and humanity teeters on the brink of extinction, uncertain of what the next dawn will bring. After a pause, he spoke earnestly. When I learned that the king of the great Qin perished due to betrayal from within his own ranks, I was nearly driven to annihilate your entire clan. Do you understand? Zhao Liangchen chuckled in disbelief, the chains rattling with a crisp sound, as if the seed of his ambitions was on the verge of blooming. You, who have ascended to the position of speaker through dubious connections, dare to speak of obliterating the Sin clan? The king of the great Ming, seated upon the throne, interjected, if the Prince of Peace wishes to eradicate the Sin clan, I shall take it upon myself to assist him. The sins accumulated over the past 1,200 years shall be repaid in blood. His tone was cold and detached, and the other kings and sovereigns remained silent, observing the proceedings with calm composure. Ling Tianduo felt a stirring in his heart. Was Prince of Peace the title of this enigmatic youth? Did peace signify tranquility for the human race? Meanwhile, Zhao Liangchen's expression turned pale, yet he stood resolutely upright. Unexpectedly, Gu Pinggan shook his head. There is no need for such drastic measures. The Sin clan has fought against myriad races. After 1,200 years, grievances will be resolved, and causality will dissipate. As he uttered these words, the youth's eyes transformed, revealing an ancient and profound wisdom, as if reflecting the vast cosmos and the intricate web of cause and effect. His voice resonated powerfully, akin to a celestial decree, reverberating throughout the grand hall. The 7 kings, the 9 sovereigns, and even the great General Ling Tianduo felt their pupils constrict. They sensed an inevitable fate looming in the ether, as if the sins of the Sin clan were already predetermined, and that after 1,200 years, the cycle of cause and effect might indeed resolve. This was the path of causality. The 7 kings who first comprehended the gravity of the situation felt a tremor in their spirits. This youth, this Prince of Peace, had grasped the essence of causality? No, he had yet to reach the level of the Tao. Rather, it was a mere insight. Yet, even that was formidable. The gazes of the 7 kings towards Gu Pingyan shifted considerably. At this moment, Zhao Liangqin was filled with indignation, his bones creaking and chains trembling. Teeth gritted in fury. You presume to dictate our clan's future? Who are you to make such claims? As he spoke, the seeds behind him began to blossom. In the realm of mountains and seas, it was accomplished. The chains snapped one by one, and the youth of the Sin clan radiated a resplendent light, proclaiming loudly, "How outrageous! We fight against countless races, yet are treated thus, branded as a Sin clan. After 1,200 years, we shall sever all ties with the human race." Ultimately, he dared not declare an immediate severance that could lead to their demise. But after 1,200 years, they would emerge as a distinct race. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Zhao Liangqin roared with all his might. The expressions of several kings shifted slightly, and Gu Pingyan, suddenly filled with wrath, commanded, "Kneel." It was as if he spoke with the authority of the heavens. A terrifying force suddenly bore down upon Zhao Liangqin. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Liangqin involuntarily knelt upon the ground. Even the faintly blossoming phenomena of the Tao behind him shattered with a deafening roar. The young boy kneeling on the ground wore an expression of disbelief, a mix of fear and an inability to articulate his thoughts. He struggled to rise, but found himself utterly incapable. The 7 kings and the former chancellors, excluding the ruler of the Great Qin, exchanged uncertain glances. What realm did this Prince Pingyan inhabit? It seemed almost absurdly powerful. The chubby creature nestled in Gu Pingyan's embrace suddenly spoke up, its voice innocent. Such a person appears self-righteous. Yet if they were in our iron-eating beast ancient realm, they would have long been cast into the void to perish alone. To be honest, humanity has already shown considerable leniency towards this lineage. The treachery that led to the Great Qin's king being nailed to the city wall has placed the human race in a perilous situation, resulting in countless soldiers perishing each year. Yet, the race has not faced extermination. It merely exacts a penance of 3,000 years from the descendants at the borders, which is already quite merciful. However, they do not share this view and even desire to sever ties with humanity. Gu Pingyan gently patted the creature's head, turning his gaze to Zhao Liangqin, who was gritting his teeth and kneeling. When the myriad races strike again, you must slay 10 from the myriad races of mountains and seas to secure your life. After 1,200 years, your fate will be yours to determine, and we shall not interfere. The 7 kings exchanged glances, each silently nodding. The king of the Great Ming also spoke. Let it be as Prince Pingyan has said. The treacherous Zhao Liangqin shall be spared after slaying 10 from the myriad races of mountains and seas, and will continue to atone for his sins. After 1,200 years, we shall not inquire about his fate. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the vast starry Great Wall. Ultimately, they valued talent and refrained from executing the youth on the spot. Otherwise, his rhetoric of splitting humanity would have warranted his death 1,000 or even 1,800 times. Half a day later, beyond the starry Great Wall, the void rippled slightly as 2 figures emerged, the ruler of the Great Qin and Gu Pingyan, cradling the creature. That is the body of my father. The ruler spoke calmly, though his voice trembled slightly. Gu Pingyan gazed silently at the scene before him. Upon the magnificent Great Wall of the Stars stood a colossal figure, towering over 10,000 meters, clad in armor, pierced through the skull by a long spear of celestial gold, nailed to the wall. 1,800 years had passed, yet the body retained the countenance of death, eyes wide open, reflecting anger, regret, and a hint of confusion. The anger was directed at the myriad races. The regret stemmed from the inability to witness the flourishing of humanity once more, and the confusion likely arose from the betrayal of those close to him. His eyes remained unclosed in death. Yet his final words were not to demand a burial, but rather to allow him to exert his remaining strength in contributing to the Great Wall. Beyond that, he left no further instructions. Gu Ping'an felt an inexplicable agitation within, as if an unnamed fire burned inside him. He spoke hoarsely. "Ruler, I suddenly feel the urge to unleash a massacre, to slay the backstabbers, to eradicate the myriad races." The ruler of the Great Qin stared intently at his father's body, momentarily lost in thought. "Tomorrow, the myriad races shall surely strike, seeking to breach the gates. Then you may indulge in your vengeance." Gu Ping'an silently nodded, just as he was about to speak, when suddenly a pitch-black line emerged from the starry sky, accompanied by the resounding beat of war drums. The expression of the ruler of the Great Qin darkened abruptly as he coldly uttered 3 words: "Advance guard." To be precise, it was the advance guard of the Rakshasa clan. Before each assault on the gates, the Rakshasa clan would send a multitude to stain the Great Wall with blood, slaughtering numerous human warriors and cultivating an atmosphere of resentment and malevolence, which in turn would enhance their combat prowess. As he gazed at the countless Rakshasa warriors traversing the void, Gu Ping'an suddenly smiled. "Leave it to me, Your Majesty." The ruler of the Great Qin paused for a moment, then cast a deep glance at Gu Ping'an. "Very well, but do not overexert yourself. Do not deplete too much strength. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king." Gu Ping'an nodded decisively. Meanwhile, from atop the starry Great Wall, a magnificent chime resonated. Dong, dong, dong. The bell tolled thrice, signaling the arrival of foes. The ruler of the Great Qin moved with a swift motion, appearing instantaneously upon the starry Great Wall. He glanced at Gu Ping'an in the distance, and then bellowed towards the wall. "All shall observe the battle. All shall conserve their strength. This advance guard shall be faced solely by Prince Ping'an." Many soldiers wielding spears and halberds were momentarily taken aback, rising into the air to behold the youth standing amidst the void. A creature resembling a metal-eating beast was perched upon his back. Was this youth really Prince Ping'an? Many soldiers were perplexed and bewildered, questioning the wisdom of sending a mere boy to confront an innumerable horde of Rakshasa soldiers. Some began to feel a stir of anxiety, their hearts fluttering. They watched intently, fixated on the youth who, bearing a black and white orb, stood resolutely against the countless advance guards of the Rakshasa. As the dark tide surged forth, the boy remained steadfast. Suddenly, many widened their eyes in disbelief. The youth gently plucked a blazing star from the sky, and in an instant, the star extinguished, melting and compressing into a sword of terrifying weight. Were his hands truly capable of plucking the stars? And a star at that? Those who observed, including kings and rulers, were visibly shaken. Such might transcended the realms of mountains and seas, bordering on divine power. Yet, this youth did not appear to be a deity. What could this mean? Confusion and doubt enveloped them. Soon, the countless soldiers atop the starry Great Wall beheld the youth patting the black and white orb on his back, wielding the sword forged from the star. Holding it horizontally across his shoulder, with a smile, "I stand here, and this place becomes an insurmountable chasm. Any foreign race or deity shall not tread here. Mountains and seas shall be halted. When I slay foes, the world shall witness and reward. Behold my sword, a single strike to open the gates of heaven." The essence of the sword's intent to open the heavens appeared to begin its transformation, embarking on a path toward enlightenment. To embody the essence of the Tao is to attain enlightenment and achieve immortality. This is an essential prerequisite. In an instant, the young man brandished his long sword, his hair flowing gracefully as the starry sky quivered.